Eucatastrophe by A Real Sword. Chapter 1. Thomas. The day is clear and clean and bright, and Thomas is out in the forest just a few miles away from his house. It's always a bit of a trip to get there in the first place, of course, but that's a small price to pay for the simple, organic beauty of it all. Thomas loves his job, and loves his friends, and loves the town he lives in, but sometimes it's nice to just get away from all that, to hike out to the local forest and spend some time wandering through the seemingly endless tall trees and the patches of gloriously warm golden sunlight filtering in through their branches, alone. Well, mostly alone. It had just been Roman who'd shown up at first, during the car trip over. Not an unusual occurrence when he's out and about and his mind's wandering, and Thomas had been more than happy for the company. Having someone to bounce ideas and thoughts and dumb jokes off of is always more pleasant than being entirely alone, after all. And since puns and jokes were in the mix, it didn't take very long at all for Patton to show up as well, his tied-over-the-shoulders hoodie flapping in the wind as he jogged along beside Roman and Thomas, sometimes running ahead slightly so he could turn around and chat face-to-face with them as he walked rapidly backward. Upon reaching the forest itself, an old, endless sort of place with so many pine trees it seemed like something directly out of Gravity Falls than anywhere that should rightfully exist in the middle of Florida, Virgil had skulked out from behind a couple of shady trees, muttering something about the dangers of wandering alone through unknown forests, to which Thomas had reminded him that it wasn't unknown. He had been there several times previously, and besides, he wasn't really alone. He had 3 very good friends backing him up right now, didn't he? At that point, Logan had shown up too, looking very out of place amidst the trees with his immaculate shirt and neat tie, and had pointed out that actually there were 4 people backing Thomas up, even if all of them weren't strictly corporeal in any significantly helpful sense. Logan had also provided several gentle yet reasonable reassurances for Virgil's case of forest apprehension, and when Thomas had offered a hand out to him, he had taken it with only the slightest bit of hesitation. Patton had happily grabbed onto Virgil's other hand and tugged at Logan's sleeve until he did the same, and Roman had linked fingers with a grinning Thomas on his other side, and this is how they all got to how they are now, wandering through the trees together, chatting idly, and occasionally singing snippets of music at each other. All of them holding hands hadn't lasted very long at all, because the dirt path they're following is slightly too thin to accommodate 5 people walking side by side, so they are now walking in a loose group, Virgil still sticking close to Thomas and not letting go of his hand. Thomas doesn't mind. The slight buzz of anxious adrenaline that comes from Virgil making contact with him is only really shocking in the first moment it happens. Now it's just kind of comforting, like a slightly too cold blast from his car air conditioner on an extremely hot day, like his morning cup of coffee had just succeeded in kicking in. Hanging out with his sides like this, it's nice. Really nice, actually. There's no real urgency to anything that they're talking about, and when they do fall into brief periods of debating and argument, it's much lighter and far less dire than usual. Thomas feels warm as he looks around at all of them. Logan eagerly explaining the basics of forest soil acidity and alkalinity to a nodding, comically serious-looking Patton, who clearly has no idea what he's talking about. Roman wondering in Thomas's direction how hard it would be to coax a real bird over to sit on his finger so he can have a suitably charming Disney prince moment with it. Virgil with one earphone bud in, the music blasting from it loud enough that Thomas can make out the strains of some musical theater soundtrack he can't quite remember the name of. It's not what he'd consider Virgil's usual fare, but he seems content enough, so he doesn't bring it up, not even to gently tease him. About a half an hour into this, they're deep enough into the forest that any and all sounds of civilization are non-existent. They haven't passed any other people on the walking track, which isn't unusual as such. It's a pretty quiet forest in general. It's also probably a good thing, because the idea of having to explain to a complete stranger why he's talking with himself, or, well, multiple versions of himself, or even make awkward eye contact with them, isn't a fun thought in the least. Roman's humming and occasionally vocalizing snatches of music over his shoulder in Thomas's direction, to which Thomas is either nodding and humming back at him, or frowning and suggesting something else, because Roman's apparently working on a song of some sort for a video concept that Thomas has been considering for a while, when Thomas spots Janice, keeping pace with him several meters to the left of their group. Nobody else has seemed to notice yet, not even eternally vigilant Virgil, who's currently engaged in a remarkably thoughtful conversation with Patton about punk culture. When Thomas makes brief eye contact and raises a questioning eyebrow, Janus looks slightly uncomfortable for a moment or two before shrugging silently and indicating the others, all coexisting without argument. He presses a finger to his lips, then readjusts his hat as he looks up into the treetops, smiling at nothing in particular. He looks content to just enjoy the morning as much as everyone else without engaging or interacting or disturbing the equilibrium they've found, so Thomas decides to just let sleeping snakes lie, so to speak, and not say anything about it, choosing instead to look back to Roman and keep on throwing snippets of melody and snatches of lyrics back and forth with him. As it turns out, Logan has appropriate words and rhyme schemes to share, which only becomes apparent upon Patton encouraging him into doing so. Within less than 10 minutes of this, Thomas has his phone out, which he'd promised himself he wouldn't do during this walk, and is typing brief, typo-ridden dot points into his notes app and grinning to himself as ideas spring into existence around him. Eventually, his mind drifts away from songs and composition, and all of a sudden, everyone seems to be debating the merits of nectarines over peaches, something Thomas wasn't even aware he had an opinion on, but there's a pretty obvious divide here. Virgil keeps insisting that the mouthfeel of nectarines is immensely superior to peaches in every way, while Patton and Roman are both of the opinion that peaches are just tastier and sweeter in general, which is what's most important. "Come on, guys," Thomas says, breaking into their conversation. He's abruptly remembered a detour he had taken on a previous forest exploration trip. "I remember a great place, just up here." He leads their small party off the well-worn dirt path and toward the sound of running water, and before long they're all standing in front of a gushing, crystal-clear stream that's about thigh deep, if Thomas is remembering correctly. Patton's almost immediately stripping off his shoes and paw-print-covered socks and rolling up his pant legs, because he's the sort of person that jumps into large bodies of water just because he can, but he also doesn't like having wet socks. Roman's wading off into the depths without bothering to take anything off, because he's the sort of person who's all too aware that he can magically, physically, imaginarily, whateverly, snap all the water away in an instant. "This is good," says Virgil. He sits on a rock just overhanging the river and looks around as Logan comes to sit next to him as well, smiling faintly. "It's weird, but this is actually okay. I mean, apart from the fact that the river could have a million weird water viruses in it, and also they could fall in and drown or get ticks or catch hypothermia. Come to think of it, you may be absolutely right," says Logan, raising an eyebrow. "If any of us besides Thomas were actually real, there might be a distinct chance of any of that happening." "No need to be sarcastic about it," Virgil replies, and sighs. "Sorry. It's kind of my job, so—" "Not a problem," Logan says, and awkwardly bumps shoulders with him, like he's unsure of what he's even doing. Thomas sits down, just at the edge of the river, and grins up at them both. "Don't worry, Virg, or don't worry about this, at least. I'm not planning on going in today." They watch Patton and Roman splashing around in the water for a while. It's a comfortable, sunny silence, broken only by soft, even footsteps from behind them. "Oh, great," mutters Virgil acidly, seeing that Janus has finally elected to join them. "Look who's here." Janus raised an eyebrow and looked around, exaggeratedly curious, left to right again. Someone else? Here?" Thomas is having a really good day, and he doesn't want it to be ruined by something as stupid as an argument with himself. Multiple himselfs. "All right, guys, play nice," he begs, breaking up the ensuing argument before it can really start to get going. "Please, just for today, get along." Virgil sighs and growls and glares, but eventually relents. Logan actually rolls his eyes a bit, and what's up with that? But he didn't seem to actually have had a problem in the first place. Patton and Roman haven't even noticed yet. "Absolutely not," sniffs Janus. "Thank you." Thomas, relieved, shuffles over to let Janus sit next to him on the riverbank. It takes a couple more minutes for something else to happen, and when it does, Thomas, as per goddamn usual, doesn't see or hear Remus coming. All that he knows is that one moment he's leaned up against the side of the rock that Virgil and Logan are perched on, about to ask something about birds or flowers that he hopes Logan remembers the answer to better than he ever could, and the next there's someone colliding heavily on him from behind, the weight toppling him forward so he ends up nearly toppling into the stream. He hears wholehearted laughter and the smell of something very slightly rotten, and twists around to see the other half of his creativity is clinging to his back like a demented, green, glittery koala. "Hey, Remus," Thomas sighs. "How's it going?" "Hi," Remus chirps, apparently entirely delighted to be there. "Did you know that bull sharks can adapt to fresh water? There could be a shark coming down this stream to chop all our dangly bits off, even as we speak." Over Virgil's shriek of, "They what?" and Logan's mildly delighted, "As a matter of fact, I did," Thomas starts trying to gently disentangle Remus from him, because his back is protesting a bit from the unexpected weight, as imaginary as it is. Roman, from the water, lets out a shout of annoyed alarm and starts splashing his way to shore, pulling out his katana from his side as he does so. "Hey there, bro," Remus exclaims, and allows Thomas to dump him gently on the ground. "Ready for a wild, bloody fight to the death? I've been dreaming about this for weeks." "That is actually immensely disturbing now that you mention it," Roman says, halting in the shallows, "and it makes me more than a little reluctant to actually fight you like I was planning to. But if you don't depart now into the vile shadows from whence you came, I may be forced to do just that. Leave, or taste the steel of my blade, brother." "Sure thing," Remus exclaims, "although I'd really prefer to taste some other things, if you catch my drift." "Oh my God, you're disgusting," Virgil mutters under his breath. Remus grins a cheesy grin. Literally. There's literal cheese in it. It's pretty much as terrible as it sounds. "I aim to please, Paramoros." Patton's also made his way to shore. He looks like he's on the verge of tears as his eyes dart back and forth from Remus, attention-catching and bombastic, to Janice, who's been lurking on the edge of events, silently observing but not really engaging at all. Patton being on the verge of tears is never a good sign, so Thomas figures it's about time for him to step in. "Do we need to fight?" he says. "This is a really nice day, guys. Can't we just, put all of my personal issues to the side for a few hours?" "Yes!" agrees Patton enthusiastically, looking relieved. "Obviously, you can stick around if you want, but let's all try and keep Thomas calm and happy, all right? There's no reason to get at each other's throats." "Metaphorical or otherwise," Logan adds, with a glance at the drawn weapons. "How very agreeable," hums Janice. "Well, maybe we could fight a bit," Remus says, sounding entirely too innocent, "and I could maybe fit in some maiming while I'm at it." "No fighting, with weapons or otherwise, and definitely no maiming," Thomas begs. "Oh, come on! What's a little brotherly carnage between, brothers?" Remus says enthusiastically, bringing his morning star up from his side. Thomas glances over and sees that Logan's flicking through a handful of flashcards. He pulls one out, scans it, and nods. "The Cain instinct," he says solemnly. "Of course." "I really don't think," Patton says, looking much more nervous than Logan does, but Remus is already charging Roman, who brings his sword up to defend. But before the morning star can so much as contact Roman's body in the least, there's a blur of black and purple, and Virgil is there, heaving Roman bodily out of the way. Remus doesn't even make the slightest attempt to alter his weapon's course, and Virgil goes flying backward up with the impact of the morning star, arms pinwheeling wildly, and goes under with a tremendous splash of water that absolutely soaks everybody standing on the bank. There's a moment as the water stills where everybody seems to be completely frozen. "Oh dear," says Janice, who's leaning lightly on Thomas's shoulder to watch the whole thing, sounding endlessly amused by the whole affair. Patton lets out a tiny, dismayed squeak and stumbles to the edge of water. "Virgil? Virgil?" "Oh my God," breathed Thomas, flat out horrified. "You killed him?" "Nah," said Remus, and holds up his morning star for inspection. It becomes obvious as he shakes it about with one hand that it's not a proper weapon by anyone's standards. In fact, it appears to be made out of rubber, or something else suitably floppy. Janice laughs, a tiny chuckle of amusement, and unwinds himself from Thomas's side even as Virgil breaches the water, coughing and spluttering and cursing. Patton immediately wades in to help him up, although Virgil waves off the attention, stumbling to his feet. He's glaring ferociously enough to burn a hole clean through steel at 15 paces, so it's surprising that Remus is actually still standing, and grinning no less. "Great," he growls. "Now I'm wet." Remus just beams. Roman ends up going in as well to help Virgil out of the water, and out of his soaked-through hoodie, although his protests against this are vehement and probably completely understandable considering it's just as imaginary as the rest of him. Nonetheless, he does end up quieting down into a kind of sullen, reluctantly happy silence, when Roman kisses him cleanly and squarely on the forehead, and declares him his hero for intercepting the death blow. Technically, he was never in anything close to danger, Logan begins, but Thomas and Patton, from either side of him, shush him wholeheartedly, because it's rare to see the two of them getting along. Not as rare as it had been in the past, but it's still a bit of an unexpected delight. Remus, having had his moment of chaos already, seems content enough to follow them as the group as a whole uses a fallen log to hop the river, and continues off into a sunnier part of the woods. Patton's carrying his shoes and socks in one hand, and tiptoeing through the scattered leaves and twigs, yelping softly whenever he steps on them. Virgil is still soaked through, and muttering angrily to himself about how his headphones aren't working anymore, but he brightens as they emerge from the trees and shrubbery into a positively fantastical clearing. It's so legitimately stunning that Thomas has to stop for a moment just to catch his breath. And sure, Remus charges past him to go tear up a patch of delicate-looking flowers and rip them into shreds, but even that can't really ruin it. It's like something out of a fairy tale. The clearing's almost perfectly circular, although it doesn't appear to be man-made in any way, and the regular walking path isn't visible in any direction. The sunlight streams in from above, forming large patches of luxurious-looking warmth on the perfectly green grass. There's flowers and mushrooms and plants and moss everywhere, growing in patches and clusters, and on the sides of trees and rocks, and there's a few birds calling to each other, far up above it all. Not loud enough or insistent enough to be actually annoying, just a pleasant sort of background noise. I don't think I've ever been here before, Thomas says, although he's almost certain he hasn't. He'd remember a place like this. This is ideal, Roman asserts, looking as delighted as Thomas feels. Virgil seems to agree, because he's already heading directly for one of the patches of sunlight, throwing himself down in the grass. He rolls over so the sun's hitting his face, and stretches contentedly in it, cat-like. Janus coos mockingly, clicking his tongue at Virgil, even as he plucks a bright yellow flower that Thomas tentatively identifies as a buttercup, and tucks it behind his more reptilian ear. Virgil opens his eyes and gives Janus a very dark look indeed, but instead of saying anything more vitriolic, just says, "I know for a fact that you love lying in the sun as much as I do." I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Janus looks around and pulls a purple flower, which, Thomas has no idea what that one is, from where it's sprouting off the side of a tree. He regards it with a curious expression on his face. Virgil sighs. "Cut the crap and get over here." "Absolutely not," says Janus, already heading over. He drops the tiny purple blossom unceremoniously on Virgil's chest, and settles down on the grass rather elegantly several feet to the left of him in another patch of sunlight. He tips his face upward, and his scales catch in this brilliant light. He looks happy, content. Thomas grins at them both, coexisting without argument, and goes to explore the edges of the clearing. There's so many flowers, just so many. Every species and type of flower that he can name or picture in his head is there in some form, and there's quite a lot that he can't name there as well. He notices something, and knocks his way past a few sunflowers, their dark round faces tilting and bobbing up at the sky. He almost squishes a few perfectly formed red and white mushrooms with one misplaced step before he manages to right himself and take a good look at what he was heading towards. There's clusters of dark, juicy berries hanging from leafy green branches, hanging at just the perfect height for picking. He holds one up to examine it, and he's pretty sure that they're blackberries, but he can't really be sure. And he doesn't need Virgil's sudden intake of breath and warning stare from across the clearing to remind him that eating unknown berries in the middle of the woods probably isn't the best of ideas. "Logan," he calls, "do you think these are edible?" Logan strolls over at an easy amble, peering at the berry clump cradled in Thomas's hand. "You brought snacks from home," he points out, and of course he's right. There's several energy bars and at least one bag of trail mix tucked inside Thomas's backpack, next to his water bottle, and more back at home. "Yes, but," Thomas gives him a pleading look, fresh berries direct from the forest. How often do I get to try those?" Logan sighs and bends forward, pushing his glasses up on his nose and frowning. "It's not as if I have any particular expertise in this area, you know. They certainly appear to be blackberries, but if you feel any particular inclination towards eating them, I'd advise performing a quick internet search and confirming that more in detail." "Gotcha," Thomas says. He tugs his phone out because the berries really do look delicious, and is disappointed to realize that this deep in the forest he's got no reception at all. He sighs. Aw, man. Never mind, I guess. Hey, Lo! Patton says. Thomas looks over, momentarily distracted from his disappointment over the berries. He's jogging lightly across the clearing in their direction. His hands are full of flowers in all shapes and sizes, evidently somewhat roughly torn from the ground, judging by the variety of stem lengths and the missing petals. Do you know how to make flower crowns? I've always wanted to do those. You're popular today, Thomas says happily. Logan straightens up, also looking rather pleased, and says, This I do know. It is a simple form of braiding, actually. Pass me some of those Taraxacum officinale, and I'll show you. Dandelions, says Janice, opening his slitted eye halfway from where he's laying some distance across the clearing. You can just call them dandelions, Logan. It's okay. Logan makes a tiny noise of annoyance and sighs. Pass me some dandelions. Thomas glances around as Patton plops down right next to Logan and begins to mirror Logan's flower weaving with slightly clumsier fingers. He sees that Virgil appears to be dozing lightly in the sunlight, looking genuinely happy and content, and that Roman and Remus appear to be having some kind of tree-climbing competition. Roman seems to be the only one properly engaging in it, because he's determinedly hauling himself up what looks to be the tallest tree in the clearing, while Remus is currently sitting on a very low-hanging branch, hard at work bothering a group of somewhat bemused scrub jays. Thomas waves up at both of them. They both wave back with more or less equal levels of enthusiasm. Remus points animatedly at one of the birds on the branch above him, yelling in earnest amazement, They're so small! I could eat one, just like a marshmallow. Please don't do that, Thomas yells back. Thomas! Roman exclaims, his loud, confident voice carrying perfectly well from this height. I have another one! A song? Thomas calls. Roman nods and gives him a thumbs up. Go for it, buddy! Roman grins, extends his arm heavenwards, and sings out, in a clear, bright tone, with a catchy, cheerful melody. My honey's smile is warm, warm and bright, like a glowing fire. Thomas bounces on his feet, the same excitement and giddiness that he gets when a really excellent idea strikes him from nowhere, filling him from head to toe. Hey, that's great! Is there any more? What's it about? No idea, Roman shouts cheerfully, but it's something, isn't it? Sure is. Keep plugging away at it, buddy. I know you'll get there eventually. Of course, he exclaims, and then gestures down at the bush of berries that Thomas is still standing right next to. And speaking of brilliant ideas, have you considered taking a selection of those delectable-looking treats home with you? If internet connection is the problem, I know for a fact we have plenty of that back at the house. Yes, Thomas says, another bolt of excitement flooding through him. Thanks, Roman. I just need to find something to put them in. He hesitates. Hey, Jan? No, I'm not allowing my hat to end up as a makeshift berry basket, Janice replies, without looking up or even opening his eyes. Not that it would have done you much good anyway, and not to give out any sort of good advice or hints or anything of the sort, but you may want to try looking for a slightly more, substantial receptacle. Good point. Thomas tugs off his backpack and starts hunting through it. Even as he does, he feels a weight land on top of his head, and he yelps in alarm, hands going up to his hair, where something is now resting. He feels petals and leaves, and tugs it off his head, pulling it down to eye level. He smiles when he sees what it is, a wreath made out of flowers of every color, braided in a way that makes it most definitely resemble a rainbow gradient. Sorry, kiddo. Didn't mean to startle you, Patton says from right behind him. Thomas, still examining the intricately woven flower crown, turns around to see that his sense of morality is wearing a considerably less cohesive-looking chain of similarly multicolored flowers that drape all over his head, spilling down off his shoulders and catching in folds of his hoodie. Logan helped me make it. You can take it or leave it. Roman's grin drops slightly for a second. But seriously, I hope you like it, because if you don't, I might start crying. It was so hard to find the right flowers. You have no idea. Aw, it's great, Pat. Don't worry, says Thomas, meaning it completely. He bends his head down slightly so Patton can ruffle his hair and then carefully place the wreath back into place. And as he does, sees that Logan's wearing a flower crown of his own, obviously Patton made by the scattered color scheme and less than accurate weaving. When the crown's in place and Patton's given him the big double thumbs up of approval, Thomas succeeds in tracking down the large-ish Ziploc bag with a loose amount of trail mix rattling around from the bottom of the depths of his backpack. As Logan leans over to hook a crown of sunflowers and begonias over the top of Janice's hat, Roman and Remus come down from the trees to join the gradually forming circle. Roman declares Thomas's crown a suitably gay forest crown for a gay forest king, before going over to help Logan finish making flower crowns for everyone else there, because apparently that's what's happening, while Thomas sets about distributing trail mix so he'll have an empty bag for berry collection purposes. Remus wants mushrooms and poison ivy in his crown. Logan can work out a way to do the former, but point-blank refuses to do the latter, and the resulting wreath is mossy and rotted in appearance, with quite a few spiky and thorny vines thrown in as a compromise. Patton takes most of the chocolate chips and M&Ms, while Virgil is strangely partial to the nuts. Roman has mostly roses in his crown, and likes raisins, and Logan claims all the strange grainy parts of the trail mix that no one else seems to like. A short while later, they're all kind of dozing around on the grass, covered in flowers, and Thomas is so thrilled with this delightful turn of events that he takes a bunch of photos on his phone, which are all technically selfies when you think about it, which none of them actually end up objecting to. Thomas stands up, empty plastic bag in hand, and goes over to load it full of possibly blackberries. There's quite a lot of them, so he at least won't be starved for choice. "Hey, isn't that a fairy ring?" Patton says, propping his chin up with one hand as he gazes over in Thomas's direction. Thomas glances down and sees that, yeah, the mushrooms he had been so carefully avoiding before are in fact part of a larger circular pattern. They're perfect mushrooms, too. The platonic ideal of what a mushroom should be like, bright red with white speckled spots, and they're circling the area he's standing in. It's such a charming sight that he has to take a moment to process it. "You should be careful, Thomas," Roman says, adjusting his flower crown and beaming. "You might end up trapped in there forever if you do something wrong." "Something like picking berries," Remus adds. "Fairy berries!" Virgil actually doesn't voice anything at this, because apparently fairy tales are a step too far for him to be actually anxious about, but his back does tense up a bit. It would be barely noticeable if you didn't know him. Thomas laughs and starts picking berries, placing them carefully in the bag so as not to squish them. Trapped in here forever? That doesn't sound right. He steps back and forth over the edge of the mushroom circle experimentally and waves a hand over the non-existent barrier. "You'd be more likely to end up dancing until your feet fall off," Logan says, if we are alluding to the more classical Irish or British folklore. "Literally?" Remus wonders. "Considering the casual viciousness of the original tales of the Fae, I wouldn't be surprised," he replies, although I really must point out that the so-called fairy rings are often formed by underground fungal abnormalities. "So you're saying the fairies aren't going to erupt out of the earth and drag us down to their underground palace so I can be their fabulous gay consort for now and evermore?" Roman says. "Sad." "All previous circular fungal encounters point to no," says Logan. "Pity," yawns Janice, and takes the flower crown off of his hat. He starts unwinding it carefully until it's one long chain, and then drapes it around his shoulders like a boa, or a particularly floral-looking snake. "I was rather looking forward to that." Thomas is about to raise a light objection, but upon second consideration he finds that he rather likes the idle fantasy. "Nope, actually that does sound pretty neat. Fairies, take me away." "Any fairy would be lucky to have us," Roman agrees happily. Thomas finishes picking the berries in a matter of minutes and stows the bag carefully in his backpack before glancing up at the sky. The sun's lowering already. It's not exactly getting late, but he knows it's definitely about time he started heading back. He kind of wants to make it home before sunset. It's not like he actually has anything on tonight, but he doesn't really feel like wandering through the forest or driving back while it's dark. The sides help gather up anything that they've brought along or left on the ground. There's not much to speak of, and with the entire group trailing a lot more flower petals than they'd entered the forest with, Logan navigates them back to the main path, and from there all the way back to the parking lot. "You know what?" says Virgil, as they all pile somewhat awkwardly into Thomas's tiny car. "This has been a good day." He audibly struggles for a moment before adding, "I'm glad we did this." "Me too," Thomas says, watching Janice and Patton bicker softly over who's taking the middle seat through the rear-view mirror. "Thanks for coming, guys. It wouldn't be nearly as fun without you." "It's not as if we could not come," Logan points out. He had called shotgun, with the aid of one of his vocabulary cards, and is now busy programming the route home into Thomas's phone. "But, nonetheless, yes, a very pleasant and healthy outing all in all." The drive home is uneventful, apart from the fact that Remus is clinging to the roof of the car and screaming at the top of his lungs for almost the whole trip. Whether it's in delight or something else, it's very hard to tell. Thomas desperately hopes that this is one of those side-related things that most people just don't pay attention to, but he can never really be sure until he gets that fateful call from the police. Upon unlocking the house and heading inside, Janice, Patton, and the twins sink away into the depths of Thomas's mind. Virgil curls up on the couch, looking kind of worn out, and Logan starts putting away the contents of his bag, reminding him to get a start on dinner. "First things first," said Thomas, and goes to search up the identity of his berries. A quick Google and a few comparisons confirm that, yes, the dark berries in his bag do appear to be blackberries. He hesitantly nibbles at the corner of one to double-check, and the slightly familiar taste explodes in his mouth. He can't help but gobble a few more down, because they're delicious. Perfectly sweet and juicy, and even the fact that they're slightly warm from the insulation of his backpack and the car trip back can't ruin that. Inspiration strikes suddenly. "Logan! Hey, Logan, do you think I can make a pie out of these?" "You ever made a pie before?" Virgil says from the couch, and then, "Don't answer that. I know you haven't. This can only end badly." Logan's already in the kitchen, opening drawers and cupboards. "Pie crust generally requires flour, salt, sugar, and butter, all of which you have here," he says. "I don't see why not. You'll never know if you don't try." "You'll make a mess," says Virgil. "Also, you're tired. Is it really worth the effort?" For a second, Thomas is swayed from the initial allure of fresh pie, but then his resolve hardens. "If I make a mess, I make a mess," he decides. "I think I'm going to do this. Don't you want pie?" Virgil looks unconvinced, so Thomas presses further. "I'll let you choose the cooking music." "Ugh, fine." Thomas switches on Spotify on his phone and pulls up the very first blackberry pie recipe he can find on his computer. Virgil snatches up the phone and starts scrolling through their extensive list of playlists, eventually settling on his own. Even as Thomas begins to assemble the crust ingredients, the soft sounds of lo-fi hip-hop spills out into the kitchen. The sky is beginning to fade into twilight outside, and the lights inside are soft and warm. Virgil crawls up to sit on the counter next to Thomas, keeping a vigilant eye on the oven, as Thomas mixes the ingredients vigorously in a large bowl, wishing he actually had an apron. He'll have to buy one next time he's in, well, a place that sells aprons. Logan switches the oven on to preheat, because he's sensible and the backbone of the kitchen in general, and they'd never get anything done without him. And Thomas starts rolling out the dough onto a countertop that's dusted lightly with flour. Roman strolls in through the door at this point and declares he's obviously the best person to assemble the pie crust, seeing as it's going to take immense skill to get it looking absolutely perfect. Thomas shuffles over to leave him to it and starts puzzling out the pie filling. Half an hour, and a lot of splattered berries and cursing, later, the pie goes into the oven, as does a pre-made pizza that Thomas unearths from his freezer, and at Logan's prodding, he throws together a hasty salad from the lettuce and tomatoes and carrots lying around in his fridge. And by the time he and Logan and Roman have finished cleaning up the pie-related mess, Virgil still keeping an eye near compulsively on the timers in the oven, the food is golden brown and smelling fantastic. "You've got a bottle of wine here," says Janice, who's suddenly at the cupboard and digging through it. "Aren't you saving that for a special occasion?" Patton says, peering around the corner of the kitchen. "You might need it later, if your friends come around or something." "Nah." Thomas tosses the oven mitt he'd used to tug the pizza out sideways, and Janice catches it easily with a sideways smirk. "Tonight's pretty special already. Let's make it better." He takes the wine from Janice's offering grasp, with a nod and a smile, and moves the pizza and salad into the living room to eat on the couch. Dinner is pleasant. Everyone shows up, even Remus, and are more or less civil to each other. None of the sides actually eat, apparently full of snack food from their impromptu picnic, although Patton does try and steal a slice or two of his pizza. Conversation is as easy and light as it had been in the forest, and by the time Thomas goes to retrieve the pie from the oven, he's made his way through 1.5 glasses of wine and is feeling light and bubbly and a little tipsy. The pie is a little burnt around the edges and slightly lopsided, despite Roman's best efforts. But it's delicious. It hadn't needed much sugar at all, and the blackberries remain perfectly juicy and sweet even when hot. Thomas polishes off 2 slices before Virgil starts to nag him gently about calories, and he decides to clear up the food and dishes, and then have a shower. Maybe watch an episode or 2 of The Office before calling it a night. And that's just what he does. In fact, he's in his pajamas and in bed by 9:30, which is downright incredible by his standards. It's been a long day, but he's happily exhausted, and strangely satisfied with his mental health. And when he wakes up tomorrow, he's going to get on his work. And that's definitely not a lie. Thank you very much, Janice. Good night, guys, he calls out, and receives a chorus of sleepy good-night wishes in response. He grins into the darkness, knowing that the reassuring solid figures of his fractalized personality will be there if he needs them. He's asleep before he even realizes he's drifting, and he's happy. Eucatastrophe by A Real Sword. Chapter 2. Virgil. And then Virgil is suddenly aware of his surroundings. It's not exactly like he opens his eyes and wakes up. It's more like a sudden transition from not there to there, and it's perfectly seamless, like he's popped in from nowhere to scare everyone with a sudden entrance. Except he hadn't been doing that. He's pretty sure he'd actually been asleep. So what's up with this sudden burst of consciousness? He's sitting on the bottom few steps of the living room staircase. Outside of the drawn blinds, the world is dark and silent. At a guess, he'd say it's somewhere past midnight. Something's wrong, he says, before he can even think to do anything else. You always say that, Roman points out, and, oh good, Princey's here too. That's something. That's definitely a thing. Whether that thing is good or bad remains to be seen. He looks around, sees that everyone else is there as well, in their normal positions, looking as perfectly alert as he feels, and just as confused. Logan, right next to the staircase, Patton in front of the curtains, Roman beside the television, although Remus is there too. His eyes glint cat-like in the dimness of the room. For once, he's not saying anything. He's just scanning the surroundings warily. Watching. Waiting. What is this? Comes a voice from behind him, and Virgil jolts a bit, whirling around to see that Janice is standing on the staircase right behind him. Virgil half expects him to look disheveled and exhausted, as if he's just been dragged out of bed unexpectedly. But no, he looks just as ordinary and untouched as the rest of them. There's a nauseating feeling running all the way through Virgil, a prickling under-the-skin feeling all over his body that something's terribly, awfully, dreadfully wrong. Who did this? Who pulled us out here? What's going on, guys? It wasn't me, says Roman immediately, defensively, as if it's something that Virgil's trying to blame him for, as opposed to a completely reasonable question about an extremely unreasonable situation. Remus just shakes his head. You know, pulling out isn't my style, he says, although it falls slightly flatter than it usually would. Of course I'd want to bring us all here at 2 o'clock in the damn morning. That sounds like a great idea, Janice snaps, even as Patton and Logan just shake their heads. The thrumming feeling of wrong, wrong, wrong gets stronger. Virgil feels like he's about to vibrate right out of his skin with the intensity of it all. He feels like screaming and can't understand why nobody else is. Can't they feel this? Listen, Thomas, Logan begins, adjusting his glasses, and then freezes like he's been electrocuted. So does everyone else, really, because it's at this very moment that the realization of what, exactly, is so wrong strikes them all. They're in the living room, in Thomas's house, in their house, and everything is exactly as it should be, except for the fact that Thomas, their very reason for existing, is nowhere to be seen. There's a pause when nobody seems to know how to speak, and then Patton breaks the silence with a, "Hey, Thomas? Kiddo?" No response. Thomas can walk away from them, of course. He's wandered out of frame in videos once or twice, left them to their arguing and debating. He doesn't even need to be in the same room as all of them, all of the time. So this shouldn't be nearly as unsettling as it is. "Well," says Roman, looking unsure. "Well, I'm sure he's got to be around here somewhere. It's not like he could have disappeared, is it?" That particular question goes unanswered, mainly because, at least in Virgil's case, they don't actually know. It's not like there's much precedent for this, or anyone they can check with. "His bedroom," Logan suggests, "seeing as it's the last place that he was." "I'll check there," says Patton. "Maybe he's still asleep, and this is just a weird mental glitch." He looks pale and drawn and worried in a way that he never is unless they're all sick, or if he's in the middle of a particularly vicious moral dilemma. And almost immediately he's hurrying up the stairs, past both Virgil and Janice, who obligingly shuffle aside to allow him passage. "Bathroom," Remus proposes, already scurrying off in that direction. Logan's heading off, with purpose, toward the front door, apparently intending to check around that area and outside. But Virgil's attention is drawn to the dark, shadowy square of the kitchen window beyond the base of the staircase. There's a soft shuffling and scraping coming from within, the steady sound of running water, and the very faint sound of someone breathing heavily. The lights are off inside, and it's very, very dark, which is why they haven't noticed it before. But the shadowy figure moving around within has successfully caught Virgil's attention. And his nerves. His heart speeds up. "Thomas?" he calls, but there's no response. The strange noises continue, and the figure continues to move in strange, jerky movements in the shadow of the kitchen, and the breathing grows even more ragged. Virgil feels his entire body tighten up, his stomach twisting into elaborate knots. Virgil reaches up and tugs at Janice's sleeve. He looks down and then over at the kitchen door and back at Virgil with a serious expression that could almost certainly be interpreted as worry. He presses a single gloved finger to his lips carefully, gently, and helps Virgil to his feet. They both head down the stairs and over to Roman, the only one left in the living room. Roman makes a face of abject confusion at them in their sudden silence. When Virgil indicates the kitchen window, and Roman pauses to look and listen, he almost immediately stiffens. He reaches for a sword that isn't there, frowns and curses colorfully to himself under his breath, and snatches up an umbrella from where it's lying near the couch. Virgil sees a knife lying on the coffee table, left over from last night's dinner, and snatches it up. It's only a butter knife, but it makes him feel slightly better, even if his heart feels like it's about to beat its way right out of his chest. Together, they creep around the side of the kitchen, down the short hallway lined with colorful framed pictures turned monochrome by the late hour, and to the door, which is open just the slightest crack. Roman takes the lead and throws open the door. A dim figure can be seen, hunched over the kitchen table. There's a terrible smell in the air, pervading every inch of the space, and there's a persistent dripping noise coming somewhere from the right. But the moment the door had opened, all movement inside the room had ceased completely. There's a dreadful stillness in the air, the moment before a storm, chaos waiting to break loose. "Show yourself!" Roman calls into the darkness, sounding a lot more confident than Virgil feels. Janice, behind him and in front of Virgil, just sighs and reaches for the light switch. With a click that sounds louder than absolutely necessary, the scene is revealed in stark, flickering, fluorescent light. Virgil's knuckles go tight around the handle of his useless weapon. He hears a sharp intake of breath from Janice next to him, and Roman's soft, incredulous, "What the fuck?" But he's barely paying attention. The kitchen looks like a bomb's gone off in it, or maybe several bombs, or maybe like someone tossed several garbage bags into the air and fired gunshots into them until their contents had been entirely splattered on every inch of surface, because that's more or less precisely what it looks like. The walls and floor and, yes, even the ceiling, are splattered with food of every color and type and texture. The fridge door is hanging open, and the light inside is flickering dimly. There's nothing inside. The food isn't in the fridge now. It's everywhere else. It's haphazardly strewn left, right, and center, sauces spilling out of broken remains of jars and bottles, butter smeared across the countertops in greasy swipes and fingerprints, flour and broken raw spaghetti all over the place. There's raw meat in the sink and on the walls, and water covering a significant amount of the floor. The cutlery drawer has been upended, and there is at least one carving knife sticking, still quivering, out of the linoleum floor. There's sugar spilling over the knocked-over chairs on the floor, and at least one of those chairs seemed to be broken, snapped in two. Over all this, the tap steadily runs, trickling into the sink. And there's dirt. It's in the mud that streaks the floor and ceiling, mixed in with some of the more disgusting-looking sauces and liquids, in the footprints that lead up to the kitchen table where the pot is resting, and where Thomas is. The pot is the largest one Thomas owns, a big stainless steel cooking pot that's probably meant to be used for cooking extravagant amounts of pasta. It's not being used for that right now. It's filled to the brim with a disgusting, viscous-looking liquid that seems like it contains just about every single item of food in the house. It's green, but the sort of green you only see where illness and badly wallpapered hotel rooms are concerned, and it's bubbling faintly, despite not being heated by any stove, flame, or source of heat at all. And bent over this repulsive mixture, eyes wild, hair askew, in his pajamas and dirt-encrusted bare feet, is Thomas Sanders. He would be almost unrecognizable if Virgil didn't know his own face exactly as well as he does his own. There's quite a lot of that green, sickly-looking liquid stained down his shirt front and arms, although none of it is actually on his face. He doesn't seem to notice their entrance at all, and on top of that, he's muttering wildly to himself under his breath. It's inaudible and unintelligible, but it still sends terrible shivers of dread up and down Virgil's spine. What is... Oh, good Lord! That's Logan, approaching from behind. He's stopped in the doorframe, behind the three of them, and appears to be blue-screening, judging by his open mouth and completely stunned, horrified expression. "What's going on?" Roman says, turning to Janice, and then Virgil, then a still-stunned Logan, which isn't to say that all of them aren't just as shocked and horrified as he looks. "Who's doing this? Is it one of you? Is this... Remus! Is this you?" Remus skitters towards them, as if summoned by the mere mention of him, and cheers. "I smell something terrible. Is this—" And then he just about crashes into the assembled group at the door as he sees what's going on. His eyes go wide and his hands twitch spasmodically, and he makes a dreadful, tiny choking sound in the back of his throat that sounds like a cat trying to hack up a hairball and failing miserably. "What?" he says flatly, and for once appears genuinely lost for words. "This isn't you?" Roman presses, seeming torn between looking at Thomas, who's gazing out the kitchen window with an indescribable look in his eyes. "How can this be me?" Remus demands. "What, do you think he'd actually listen to me if I suggested something as extravagant as this?" Patton is the last to arrive, apparently drawn back downstairs by the noise and chaos. He takes one look at the nightmarish kitchen scene and goes pale. Pushing roughly past the small doorway crowd, he heads right toward Thomas at top speed, despite everyone instantly protesting and grabbing at him, trying to pull him back. It's no use. A determined Patton is hard to stop, of course. Virgil skids into the kitchen right behind him, because he's got that overwhelming dread seeping into every inch of his body, and it's getting stronger with every passing second, and if he isn't there to back him up, Patton is going to fucking die. He just knows it. Patton nearly slips on several of the assorted liquid and food piles littering the ground, but manages to make it to Thomas and grab his arm none too gently. "Kiddo, Timothy Tomato, Thomas! Not to use strong language, but what the heck is going on here?" Thomas jolts, blinks twice, and then turns slowly to look at Patton, then over to the rest of them. It seems to take a moment for the situation to register with him. "Oh," he says eventually. "Hey, guys. What's up?" Virgil isn't sure if he's more furious or more terrified. This isn't right. None of this is right. "What's... Thomas, you wrecked your entire damn kitchen is what's up. Look at this place. It's..." He struggles for words for a long, long moment and then settles on, "What's gotten into you? And why didn't you call any of us?" "Oh," says Thomas again, and once more he blinks. His eyes are bright, Virgil notices, an unnatural sort of brightness. Not like he's been crying or as if he's excited or anything. They're just bright. I didn't need you guys. Not for this." The fact that Thomas is speaking and appears to be at least somewhat coherent is enough for the rest of the assembled sides to venture into the room. Logan is eyeing the mess on the walls and counters and ceiling with a very odd expression on his face. Roman wastes no time rushing directly up to Thomas and clasping his face between his hands, examining him thoroughly and peering worried into his eyes. Thomas doesn't protest the treatment, although he does look a bit uncomfortable when the eye contact goes on for longer than 10 seconds. His eyes flicker away momentarily to the darkness beyond the kitchen windows, and then, reluctantly, back to everyone else. "Seriously, Roman, I'm fine." "Then what's with the whole Professor Snape impression?" he says, indicating the room as a whole. "It's nothing," insists Thomas. "Absolutely nothing. You guys can go back to bed. I'll be up there too in a bit after I clean up." Something is wrong, Virgil knows. Very wrong. And it's not just the state of the kitchen, or the green slop in the pot, or the fact that Thomas has seemingly forgotten entirely how their existences work and how closely tied in they are with his own. It's taken him a full minute to pinpoint exactly what it is that's making his flesh crawl and his stomach flip, and his heart thump along like he's a nervous rabbit. But when it dawns on him, he feels dizzy, as if he's just been pushed off an extremely tall building with the ground nowhere in sight. For all the fear and confusion and, yes, anxiety that has basically overtaken Virgil's entire being at the moment, there isn't the slightest trace of any of that on Thomas's face. And that isn't right. It just isn't. Not at all. Virgil and Thomas are a never-ending loop, feeding into each other and from each other forever and ever. But now it's just Virgil feeding into himself, and he can't feel the slightest bit of anything from Thomas. No anxiety, no fear, nothing. A quick glance at Patton confirms he's noticing the exact same thing, and he doesn't appear to be dealing with it any better than Virgil is. Janice has the same strange expression Logan has, but there's quite a lot of fear visible in it too. "If it's nothing," he says, "then why are you so intent on hiding it from all of us?" Thomas looks at Janice properly, and a look of complete disgust crosses over his face. It's so sudden and violent that it makes Virgil actually take a step back, but it's gone as quickly as it appears. Thomas's face is blank and impassive once more. "I'm making something," he tells them. "You wouldn't understand." "This isn't right," decides Virgil, finally saying aloud what he's been thinking in a near-continuous panicked loop ever since they fell into consciousness in the living room. "None of this is right." Thomas hisses something sharply under his breath, and Logan startles, his eyes sharp, and says, "What was that?" "I don't know," says Thomas. "Can you guys leave now?" "Thomas, that sounded like Gaelic," Logan says. "You don't know Gaelic." A pause. "Leave me alone," Thomas tells them. His voice is flatter now. His eyes glint bright in the pale fluorescent light, which flickers once more, then dims, casting the room into dull, dark shadow. "Thomas, this isn't right," Patton says, and takes his arm once more, as if to gently escort him away. "Come on, let's go. Let's just get you back to bed, and then maybe we can call someone? Joan, or Mom, or—" "No!" Thomas roars, so loud and angry that they're all momentarily stunned. Thomas rips his arm back from Patton's grasp with a snarl. He doesn't hesitate in the least. Heading directly for the window leading to the rest of the living room, he sprints. It's so uncharacteristically violent and jerky that nobody moves to stop him. Nobody except Remus. Thomas scrambles up onto the countertop to pull himself up and over and through, but Remus leaps and slides sideways across the linoleum surface, intercepting him halfway. The two of them go crashing to the ground, getting covered in the mess and filth carpeting the ground as they thrash around wildly. Remus trying to get a hold on Thomas, Thomas just trying to escape. Thomas seems to have abandoned all pretense of acting like a normal, rational human being, and is snarling and hissing like a rabid animal, attempting to claw at Remus's face and throat. Remus still looks faintly dumbfounded and excited from what must be the realization of quite a lot of his disturbing, self-destructive fantasies all at once, but he's still managing to fend off Thomas's wild attacks with remarkable restraint. Still, it's not hard to miss the look of faint horror on his face. Apparently seeing Thomas going absolutely feral with base instincts isn't as fulfilling as he thought it would be. "Dissociative fugue?" Logan murmurs under his breath. "Maybe, but let's not overanalyze. It's not the time," Virgil hisses back. He doesn't want to analyze this. He just wants it to stop. Remus manages to pin a still struggling Thomas against one of the cupboard doors, and Roman hurries over to assist him. Thomas, come here. Look at me," Janice murmurs, kneeling down, reaching out to him. "Fuck you," Thomas snarls, spit curling over the edge of his lip. "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you! Get off of me! Don't you dare touch me! You filthy, rotten, lying, motherfucking, cowardly son of a—" "Whoa there!" Patton squeaks, although Thomas keeps cursing and spitting and growling. "Let's all just calm down a bit here. I'm sure this is all just some kind of misunderstanding." Janice has Thomas's face between his hands as the twins continue to restrain him, and he's examining him just as intently as Roman had been minutes ago. Thomas is very much not happy about this, and is making his displeasure known quite loudly and clearly, writhing and howling and kicking out ineffectually against the tiled floor. "Shh," coos Janice, although it does nothing at all to placate him, and frowns. "You smell like flowers. Why do you smell like flowers?" Virgil leans in and catches a thick floral scent wafting from Thomas that he actually can't believe he'd missed before. It's like he's dunked himself in some perfume, in addition to going completely hog-wild in the kitchen. In response, Thomas spits out something musical and lilting that manages to sound utterly filthy, and then something that seems to be as Gaelic in origin as his previous muttering, and then head-butts Remus fiercely in the stomach, causing him to briefly release him. Thomas's arm snaps out to the side, and all of a sudden there's a wickedly sharp-looking carving knife in his hand, retrieved from where it was discarded on the ground. "Whoa there!" Roman yells, immediately releasing Thomas's other arm. Janice also skids backwards, making a hasty retreat. Virgil can't blame either of them. Thomas, normal Thomas, would usually never entertain so much as tripping someone as a prank, for fear they might actually get hurt. But it's quite clear by now that this is not normal Thomas. And right now, this Thomas seems perfectly willing to stab a bitch. Roman and Virgil are between Thomas and the open counter, and the door is closer to him anyway, but Logan's blocking it. So when Thomas springs to his feet and makes a break for it again, Logan's eyes go wide and his hands go up as if that's going to do anything. The knife goes up, and Thomas's expression flips from crazed to perfectly, utterly calm. There's still that bright, horrible glint in his eyes, but as the knife arcs downward, right towards Logan's throat, he seems almost serene, more like he's taking a walk in the park than about to commit grievous bodily harm against his logic. Virgil barely has enough time to get a split second's worth of wondering what the hell is going to happen if Thomas actually murders one of his sides in cold blood before the knife comes swinging down. Logan lets out a shrill scream that's so unlike him it physically hurts. There is the airy swish of metal through air, and then a dull thunk, then the solid, uncaring, disbelieving silence. "Thomas," says Logan, frozen in place. "Logan," Thomas croaks, sounding ragged and anguished. It strikes a terrible chord of resonance deep within Virgil's chest, and he feels like crying. The knife is buried in the dark wood of the doorframe, inches away from Logan's head, with Thomas's hands still wrapped around the hilt, but he jerks away from it, hands releasing with a spasmodic twitch. He takes a step back, and then one forward, trembling with apparent exertion. "Logan, help me!" Logan pushes himself up from where he's half fallen against the closed door, looking anxious and almost as desperate as Thomas sounds. "Of course! Thomas, of course I'll help you! What do you need? What is it?" But that cold mask of indifference and mania has fallen across Thomas's face again, and any trace of fear and panic has disappeared as quickly as it emerged. He's already reaching for the knife in the doorframe again, tugging it free. The floral scent has become more pronounced somehow. It almost manages to overwhelm the meat and the liquids and the general smell of gradually curdling and rotting food permeating the room. Patton's holding up his hands placatingly. "Come on, Thomas, put down the knife. Let's talk this out." Virgil lets out a growl of frustration. "Pat, that's not going to work, and you know it," he snaps. "I'm sorry, but either start helping or just shut up." There's a split second of absolute, perfect silence. Thomas manages to wrench the knife out from the wood. He looks up, and he looks hungry when he lets out a rather deranged-sounding and weirdly melodic giggle. "Oh, all right," says Patton, with a tone of voice that indicates he was aware of just how unhelpful his previous comments had been, and is now ready to go completely fucking feral, and throws himself at Thomas's legs in a rather unorthodox rugby tackle, with a suddenness and ferocity that surprises all of them, Thomas included apparently. He goes down like a sack of bricks, the knife falling out of his hand and going skittering across the floor. Patton isn't strong enough to hold him down for long, and Thomas squirms his way violently out of the hold of his morality, ironically enough elbowing him in the face in the process, and showing no signs of remorse whatsoever as he does. He goes for the door again, kicking Logan in the legs and stomping on his feet when he tries to stop him, and wrenches it open. Then he's off like a shot into the rest of the house. "Someone stop him!" Virgil yells, and Remus is already sprinting through the house with Roman close on his heels. But even as they pass out of sight, there is a snarl of fury from Thomas, and the sound of bodies impacting the wall. 1, 2. And then Remus swearing loudly, creatively, and extensively. The front door slams fiercely open, and Virgil rounds the corner just in time to see Thomas racing out onto the street, still barefoot. Bizarrely, he wants to yell after him, to remind him of the dangers of running on the road at night with nothing on his feet. What if there's glass? And not to mention all the other dangers lurking out there in the dark. But obviously that's not going to do him, or anyone else for that matter, any good at all. Virgil takes a moment to mourn the loss of whatever small amount of respect Thomas's neighbors might have remaining for him, and then the flight part of his near-constant fight-flight-freeze instinct takes over, and before he can even stop to think or consider, he's already sprinting out the door after Thomas, overtaking everybody else. To his surprise, he sees that Thomas isn't actually heading down the street in either direction, although he isn't sure what he should have been expecting, really, and instead he's rounded into the narrow alleyway leading to the side of the house. His bare feet go slap, slap, slap against the bricks as he dashes. It's a strangely normal sound, like something he'd hear if an overexcited 8-year-old were running laps around the outside of the house. But there's no sound of Thomas breathing heavily, or at all. Virgil continues to follow. Of course he does. What else is he supposed to do? Once in the backyard, he can't actually see where Thomas is heading, until he hears a thump and a rustle from over the back of the fence, and realizes what route he must have taken. He's actually already gearing up to run and leap and follow, already cursing internally at how painful it's going to be, but then he hears the others finally catching up, and with it, a helpful intervention. "The gate!" comes Logan's voice from several meters behind him. God bless Logan Sanders, Virgil thinks, finally noticing what he hadn't, and what Thomas apparently hasn't either, the gate leading to beyond the backyard, which they almost never bother to lock. He wrenches it open and throws himself out into the night. Beyond the gates and fences of this particular line of properties is a short stretch of grassy fields that become rockier and dirtier as you progress away from the residences, and then a forest. Not a very big or impressive forest, certainly nothing like the one they had visited yesterday, but a forest nonetheless. It's usually thin enough in the tree department that you can more or less squint and see all the way through to the grassy hills on the other side. But right now, past midnight, with the wind blowing angrily in his ears and the clouds all but completely obscuring the large full moon overhead, it looks dark and foreboding and endless. And Thomas is running directly into it. There's a kind of terrible fluidity to the way he's running, an inhuman grace that further cements the now almost completely concrete realization in Virgil's head that something is terribly, dreadfully wrong, and that this isn't Thomas. This is only slightly marred by the fact that every few steps he seems to be tripping on nothing, stumbling as if his limbs won't entirely obey him. Virgil uses these lapses, as well as a huge rush of adrenaline that surprises even him, to catch up to Thomas and grab him by the arm, pulling him back, just on the verge of crossing the threshold into the forest. "No!" he roars, expecting his voice to go all layered and demonic and world-shaking, but it does nothing of the sort. It isn't even as loud as he had expected it to be. "Let go of me!" Thomas screeches back, struggling and kicking at him. Virgil dodges the flailing arms and legs with his well-honed anxiety-fueled reflexes, and starts attempting to haul Thomas back from the edge of the forest. It's tough going. This wrong version of Thomas is freakishly strong, but Virgil can't give up. He just can't. He doesn't know why exactly, but he knows that if Thomas does manage to make it to the tree line, something really extraordinarily terrible is going to happen. It's a battle that Virgil is almost certain he's going to lose. But then, all of a sudden, Thomas just stops. Virgil nearly overbalances when it happens. He kind of droops on the spot, panting, like half his strings have been neatly clipped, and he doesn't know how to control his body. "Thomas?" Virgil says, then scrambles back to hold him up as he struggles to get his feet under him. "Thomas?" "Virgil," Thomas breathes. He sounds like he's been screaming for a while at the top of his lungs, voice hoarse and exhausted and barely there. His fingers tangle in the sleeves of Virgil's hoodie, twisting into the fabric and gripping them weakly. "Virg, it's you. You're here." "It's me," Virgil agrees, heart racing along so fast that it's basically making his entire body shake with each jolt at this point. Or maybe that's just the cold night making him tremble. Or maybe it's the anxiety. He grabs Thomas's wrists in turn, tugs at the soft fabric of his pajama sleeves. "I don't understand what's happening. Tell me what's happening. What's wrong with you? How can I fix this?" Fix? For a second, Thomas has gained that distant, cold look again, but he shakes it off with a spasmodic shiver. "I don't know. I don't understand, either. I don't know if you can." He glances over his shoulder, looking back at the forest. "He's calling for me," he chokes out. I've got to." "He's calling for you? Thomas, what the hell are you talking about?" "I need to go," Thomas says, this time perfectly clearly. His eyes are bright again. His fingers loosen on Virgil's sleeves, and it's only the fact that Virgil's holding on to him just as tightly that stops him from walking right into the forest then and there. Virgil tugs him closer, drags Thomas into a desperate bear hug, clinging to him fiercely, arms around his middle, head buried into his shoulder at an angle that's sharp and painful. He doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about anything except preventing Thomas from leaving. "Don't," he pleads. "Don't." Thomas stiffens again, and then Virgil feels him convulse in a sudden, abrupt sob before his hands come up around Virgil and he's hugging him back just as fiercely. I'm sorry, he pants into Virgil's shoulder. "I don't want to, but he wants me, and he's got me, and Virg, he's calling me, and I can't say no to him when he's calling me." Virgil doesn't ever want to let go, but what he's saying is very concerning, and he needs to see Thomas properly, so he draws back to look at him, and Thomas looks afraid. Really, really afraid. More terrified than Virgil could ever make him, even on a good, or, well, bad day. For the first time all night, Virgil sees his own terror reflected perfectly back at him in Thomas's face, and for a second he feels like their normal emotional loop might be back in place, that things might be normal again. Then Thomas says, "Virgil, you can't let me go." "What?" Virgil grabs Thomas's hands again in one sharp, panicked movement. He squeezes them. They're sticky from the kitchen disaster, and far, far too cold. "I'm not going to. I'm right here. I'm not leaving you. You know that." "You can't let me go," Thomas says. He squeezes back, looking absolutely haunted, completely wrecked in every conceivable sense. He barely seems to understand what he's saying when he leans forward and chants urgently at Virgil, "They will change me in your arms into a deadly adder." "You're not making any sense," Virgil exclaims, desperate for answers. His fingers dig tighter into Thomas's hands, and Thomas winces but doesn't pull back. "I won't let you go. But why? Why am I doing this?" "Hold on," Thomas begs, instead of answering, and his eyes are bright, but not this time with an otherworldly shine, because right now he's crying. "Please, don't let them take me. Hold on!" "I've got you," Virgil breathes, and it quickly becomes a panicked sort of mantra. "I've got you, I've got you, I've got you." The wind rushes and reaches out to engulf both of them. Virgil can barely breathe. The earth writhes under their feet, and he feels his grip on Thomas's hands slipping. Even as he scrambles to tighten his grasp, he feels hands on his shoulders and fingers running down the back of his neck, and somebody laughs softly in his ear, and now Thomas is actively trying to pull away from him, strong and insistent. "Leave me alone," Thomas snaps. "Go away. I don't need you for this. All I need is him." "I've got you," Virgil roars. "I've got you. I've got you. I've got you. Don't you dare run away from me. You can't run away from me. I'm your anxiety. Thomas, don't let go." Fingers tighten around his neck decisively. The nails are too sharp and the angles are all wrong, and just as that thought properly processes for him, Virgil blacks out. Just for a second, his vision goes dark and blurry, and he feels his fingers go limp and his legs collapse under him, and he feels Thomas's cold, inhuman grasp slipping from his own. He tries to yell out, to call for Thomas, one of the others, anyone, but his lips are just as inclined to disobey him as the rest of his body. He hears the laughter again, silvery and cruel, and smells flowers, as thick and overpowering as if he's just been shoved bodily into a flower shop. And then he hits the grass, back first, hard, and the dull thud of the uncontrolled impact makes lights flash under his closed eyelids. The next thing he knows is that a very worried-looking Patton is shaking him awake, and Remus is yelling at the top of his lungs, demanding to know where Thomas is. "He's gone," says Virgil, and he sits up so abruptly that he nearly collides face first with Patton, and he nearly blacks out again from the spiral of dizziness that engulfs his mind and thoughts. "They took him. He's not here anymore. They've got him, and he's gone into the forest, and we aren't getting him back, and he's gone!" "Virgil." Patton is shuffled out of the way, replaced by a pale-looking Logan, who, nonetheless, crouches down elegantly next to him and takes his hands. "Breathe. You're not making sense." "That's what I told him," Virgil mutters, and has to shut his eyes as the dizziness almost overwhelms him again. His chest is tight. He feels like he's dying, and wonders if it's because of Thomas's absence, or maybe he actually is dying, or maybe. "Breathe," says Logan again. Wonderful, immovable, dependable Logan, who claims emotions are irrelevant but never fails to be there when they need him. They don't deserve Logan. Logan's eyes are glimmering faintly, like Thomas's had been. He squeezes Virgil's hands tightly, like Thomas had. "Oh, God, Thomas." 4, 7, 8. "Virgil, look at me. Please." Virgil looks at him. 4 seconds in. Breathe with me. Virgil does not want to breathe with Logan. He wants Thomas back. He wants Thomas okay. He wants his heart to stop feeling like it's going to collapse into a black hole and suck the rest of him into the singularity it causes. He wants to stop being in this dark field in the middle of the goddamn night with everyone else in various states of shock and panic scattered all around him. He wants to be under the covers in a warm, cozy room with a mug of hot chocolate and a full queue of spooky YouTube videos, gradually drifting off to sleep with the rhythm of them. Virgil breathes. His heart stops hurting quite so much, and the ache in his chest dulls minutely. His heart doesn't slow down, but at least he can speak properly and coherently. Well, more or less. "I'm sorry," he says, nearly choking on it. "Guys, I'm so sorry. I fucked up." "Thomas," Remus says, grabbing his shoulders roughly and pressing his face right up to Virgil's, uncomfortably close, but with none of his usual maniac glee. Now it's just maniac. "Where is Thomas?" Roman drags him back, and Janice almost immediately slides back in to fill the gap. "I know it might seem hard right now, but everything will be better if you just explain to us exactly what happened. Please, Virgil." It's sweet and calm, and it's too sweet and calm, and when Virgil looks at Janice, he can see he's nearly on the brink of breaking, just like all of them. Leave him alone. Give him space. Logan is demanding, but the moment they all file backwards and end up ringing him in a respectful sort of semicircle, he finds that breathing is more difficult. He feels like he's choking, like the wind whipping into him and ringing in his ears is too much, just too much. Realizes that there's no wind at all. Feels hot and cold and electric all at once. His voice is gone again. "Virgil?" Roman asks, softly, kindly, hesitantly. Virgil presses his hands into the damp grass, digging his fingers in as if the cold dirt underneath can ground him somehow. And, much to his shame, he begins to sob. Eucatastrophe by A Real Sword. Chapter 3. Janice. Remus is of the opinion that they should start searching through the forest immediately and thoroughly, with reckless abandon. He says this in far more incoherent terms, of course. There's screaming and swearing involved. And as much as Janice would like to do just that, going into the possibly haunted, maybe cursed forest that's just taken Thomas from them is such a bad idea that expressing exactly how bad it is would take several hours that they don't have. And there's the matter of Virgil, still on the ground, shaking and looking like even more of a wreck than he usually does, and Logan, who looks as if he's going to drive himself into a breakdown over trying and failing to extract even the slightest semblance of logic over what's just happened. That isn't to say that everyone else doesn't look just as bad. Hell, even Janice feels as if he's going to fracture into a million glittering fractals if anyone so much as nudges him in the wrong way. But Remus and Virgil are the priority right now. In the end, it takes an inordinate number of sugar-coated lies and uncomfortable truths that taste even sourer on his tongue than usual to convince everybody to go back to the house. The cold, dark house that should be their house, technically and semantically speaking, but without Thomas just feels like a place that Janice is intruding in. He gets Virgil settled on the couch with a blanket tightly wrapped around his shoulders. Patton turns on all of the lights and double-checks the locks on the doors about 500,000 times, as manic and obsessive as if he's trying to take Virgil's job away from him. Logan walks in and out of the kitchen, frowning and muttering frantically under his breath while all of this is happening. With all of this going on, it does end up taking a few minutes before everyone's in the living room, clustered in the L-shaped bend of the couch, facing each other like a tense family meeting is about to begin. There's a horrible silence that seems to overwhelm everything and everyone, smothering them like darkness or fog. Roman breaks it. "Has anyone tried sinking out yet?" he asks. Everyone exchanges glances, and then there's a brief pause wherein the 6 of them attempt to do just that. And it's the strangest feeling, to make as if to do something that comes to them as naturally as breathing, and to just not be able to do it. Now that Janice is actually thinking about it, he can't for the life of him remember how sinking out or in is actually instigated. It's as if the muscle that controls it has been nearly severed, taken away from him without having noticed until this moment. He looks up and guesses, from the expressions on everyone's faces, that they've all had just about as much luck as he has. This isn't good, Patton mutters, which may just be the understatement of the century. We need to call someone, suggests Virgil numbly. There's got to be someone that can help. Oh, and who do you propose we dial up? Janice asks. It comes out more snappishly than he might have liked. Apologies would seem too insincere. He plows onwards. Oh, of course. I forgot about that helpline phone number that we've got conveniently pinned to the fridge. The 24/7 fairies stole the culmination of our collective beings. We'll help you get back to them any hour of the night hotline. Thank you so much for pointing that out, Virgil. I never would have remembered otherwise. Another one of those dreadful silences, and then Virgil looks up at him. There's no anger in his gaze, and he doesn't look like he's gearing up to respond to Janice's sarcasm, which, honestly, it surprises Janice a little bit. He's well aware that his reaction had been more than a bit abrasive and uncalled for. Are we saying it's fairies, then? Virgil asks. His voice is small. Well, Janice sighs. His hand goes up to fiddle with the brim of his hat, and he remembers that he had lost it while following Thomas out of the house nearly 15 minutes ago. Had it only been 15 minutes ago? When you put it like that, it sounds ridiculous, stupid, implausible. A breath. I don't know. Fairies aren't real, Logan says, carefully and slowly, less like he's trying to argue and more like he's trying to convince himself, or recall some long-forgotten fact and commit it firmly to memory. Of course they aren't, agrees Janice, just like animators can't turn living people into cartoons. Just like someone's sense of morality can't get up and eat spaghetti from the fridge all by themselves. Just like our fucking stove can't talk to us. None of that counts, Roman objects. None of that's real, Janice says, and laughs with an edge of hysteria in it that he doesn't really like but can't seem to erase. In case you hadn't noticed, neither are we. Nobody seems to know what to say to that. After a second, Patton gets up abruptly and makes for the stairs. Everybody sits up just a little bit straighter, although nobody questions his departure, and Remus quietly begins to shred one of the couch cushions into long, curling ribbons. Patton returns in less than a minute. He has Thomas's phone in one hand, and plops himself down on the nearest chair, unlocking it and tapping away. What are you doing? Virgil shifts towards Patton, moving to lean over his shoulder. His fingers are drumming out a frenetic, arrhythmic tempo on his legs. I'm calling Joan, says Patton, who was scrolling through Thomas's contact list with a scary combination of intensity and emptiness in his eyes. He glances up and meets Janice's gaze. Even if it's not, someone needs to know that Thomas is missing. Maybe they can call the police for us. But at 1 o'clock in the morning? Virgil points out. I know, says Patton. I know. It's super rude, but they'll understand. It's an emergency. And even if they can't help, not at all, he adds, jabbing at Joan's name and then at the dial button. I want to hear their voice. Janice sighs and curls his legs up to his chest. They're all silent, waiting as the phone rings and rings and rings. Thomas, what the fuck? Comes Joan's tinny, bleary-sounding voice in a loud whisper from where the phone's jammed against Patton's ear. Do you even know how early it is? Joan, says Patton. Oh my gosh. Oh, jeezy crazy Joan. I know it's super ridiculously early, or I guess late, but this is kind of a really bad emergency, and honestly we didn't know who else to call. There's a pause, and then, tentatively, Thomas? Remus is gesturing wildly and impatiently in his direction, so Patton switches the call to speakerphone and puts it on the coffee table. Not exactly, he says. Technically speaking, we're all him. Except we might not be anymore, and, this isn't my department at all. I'm sorry, I'm not making much sense. Hang on. Roman? Joan says, still sounding half awake. There's a sound of rustling, and then, wait, no. Patton? Yes, that's me. I'm Patton. Actually, we're all here, but I guess I'm the only one on the phone right now. Guys? Hi, says Virgil half-heartedly, which sets off a chorus of equally half-hearted and immensely lackluster greetings from all around the room. Okay, so... Joan sounds a bit more alert now, like they're trying very hard to pay attention and understand what's going on. Patton, you're calling me from Thomas's phone? Which would make sense, I guess. It's not like you guys would be able to call out to the real world with yours, but why? What's the problem? Why can't Thomas call me himself? A pause. An intake of breath. Thomas is gone, says Patton, his voice getting a bit smaller even as he says it. He shrinks in on himself, like the act of speaking it aloud is physically diminishing him somehow. What? It's flat and deadpan enough that it would be comedic under any other circumstances. There was... something crazy happened. Thomas, he kind of went crazy in the kitchen, and then he tried to stab Logan, and he ran out into the woods, and we tried following him, and Virgil caught up to him, but then he did something bad, and now he's just gone, and we're all in the house, and we don't know what to do. Whoa. Okay, Pat, come on. Shh, it's okay. You're not making much sense right now. Can you put Logan on for me? Right, says Patton, and he wrings his hands a bit, apparently unsure of what to do with himself. Logan sits up a bit straighter and scoots over so he's closer to the phone. I'm here, he says. What do you need to know? Logan's explanation is concise enough, although also somewhat scattered and nervous in a way that only a panicked Logan explanation can be. It gets the job done. They seem to grasp the severity of the situation, and with the assurance that Joan's coming over as quickly as they can, there's not much else they can do except sit around and wait. Logan gets up about 5 minutes into the uncomfortable, all-encompassing silence that ensues, and heads for the kitchen purposefully. Janice hesitates for a moment, glancing around at the others, but ultimately does end up getting up as well and following him. He doesn't know what he had expected Logan to be doing. Cleaning up the mess, maybe? Or at least attempting to clear it up a bit. But no. Instead, he's peering into the fridge with a slight frown. Janice slinks over to stand behind him and glances around Logan's outstretched arm, braced on the fridge door. The fridge light appears to have stopped working at some point. He would have thought that it'd be empty, seeing as how the contents of it are very visibly scattered around the entirety of the kitchen. But, in fact, there's one item of food still remaining inside. The blackberry pie. Slightly burnt around the edges, a little lopsided, missing 2 pieces. It's sitting right in the middle of the uppermost shelf, perfectly intact and untouched. Ah, says Janice. Indeed, Logan replies. Janice sees that his hand, wrapped tightly around the fridge door handle, is trembling ever so slightly. I don't think we should eat that, Janice says very slowly. Logan just shakes his head. He seems unable to tear his eyes away from the sight of the pie that's just sitting there. It's a surprisingly threatening sight for an inanimate, edible object. You know, he says. His voice is not as strong as usual, not nearly as certain as it should be. I have no idea what to make of any of this. The facts are these, says Janice. He touches Logan's back, very lightly, hoping it'll be able to ground him in some way. He might enjoy the spectacle on any other occasion, but right now, the sight of the very personification of logic falling to pieces before him is wholly unsettling in every respect. Thomas went into what was, in retrospect, an unsettlingly perfect clearing, and took the berries from it. He ate those berries, he was the only one of us to do so, and later that night he... Janice gestures expansively at the room around them. Well, all of this. It might not have even been him, come to think of it. None of us could reach him. He didn't even seem to be connected to us. And when he went back outside, the forest claimed him. Claimed him, murmurs Logan. An interesting way of putting it. We all saw what happened, Janice says, removing his hand from Logan's back to clasp it tightly with one of his own behind his back. As convincing as your fairies don't exist mantra is, it's hard to deny that the sight of the trees literally bending to drag him into the darkness was anything close to natural. It doesn't make sense, Logan groans, dragging a hand through his already thoroughly disheveled hair. None of this does. I don't... Stop. He whirls around to face Janice, eyes narrowed. Why are you presenting the facts? That is the exact opposite of your job. What are you up to? Janice can't quite help the sudden jump of his heart at the insinuation that he's doing something wrong. Logan is stressed and angry and scared, just like the rest of them, but that doesn't mean it doesn't sting. I am presenting the facts because they are what you are currently denying, he says, as calmly as he can manage, "and because it serves me no purpose whatsoever to assist you in denying them. I want Thomas back as much as any of you. Just as much as any of you. Without him, we are incomplete, and—" His hands tighten on each other behind his back. "And I have my doubts that we'll exist for very long without him." Logan freezes. His look of suspicion and fear is replaced by, well, just fear, actually, and more than a little trepidation. "Your hypothesis is that, since Thomas has left without us, we will all cease to exist? Do you have any evidence for that?" "It's just a theory, based on a feeling." He sighs. "Based on my sudden recollection of a particular plot point from Back to the Future, which is, of course, a terrible movie with a dreadful soundtrack that nobody should watch ever." "It is rather good," Logan agrees after a moment. "Apart from the rather sketchy time travel mechanics, that is. There's a lot to unpack there, really. Wait. Are you implying that the only reason we're all still here is that Thomas's absence simply has yet to catch up to the rest of us yet?" "For all we know, he could be dead already," Janice says. Logan visibly flinches. "It's a very possible truth that you're denying. Don't give me that look. And in that case, non-existence could be just around the corner for all of us, and we wouldn't even know it." "Is there any particular reason you're attempting to scare me like this?" Logan hisses, now lowering his voice. "Even if that is the truth, there's absolutely nothing we can do about it." Janice looks at him for a very long moment, and then averts his gaze, hating himself a tiny bit. If he's going to be honest with himself, which doesn't happen a lot, mind you, he doesn't even know why he'd said all that. Habit? An attempt to distract himself from the awful reality of the situation? Does he just really like winding Logan up? "Never mind," he says. "I don't think I'll mention this to the others." "That is probably for the best," says Logan. He looks at Janice for another long second, and then his gaze drifts over to the kitchen table, where the large pot full of green slime is sitting. It's no longer bubbling, which doesn't serve to make it any less disgusting. Janice's gaze travels over in that direction, too. He wrinkles his nose slightly at the acrid, pungent smell. Meat that's beginning to rot, spoiled milk, a million other ingredients that he really very much does want to speculate on right now. It's only gotten worse since it's been sitting there unattended. They should really open a window. What do you suppose he was trying to achieve? Logan just shakes his head. "I don't know," he says, his face twisting slightly as he says it, as if in physical pain. If that wasn't Thomas, then it could be anything. If it was... I'm really not sure. I'm not sure a psychotic break isn't entirely off the table at this point." Janice sighs and holds one gloved hand delicately over his nose as he goes up to inspect the pot more closely. He leans in, and while doing so, sees several emptied-out containers of various shapes and sizes on the other side of the table. He picks one up, a large plastic bottle of rock salt, which he's sure had been full the last time he'd seen it. Completely empty. Next to it, a container that should have been full to the brim with powdered nutmeg. Similarly empty. He takes a step back, rather hurriedly. "The contents of that pot," he says, "are something that I also think we shouldn't be eating. And we should all probably start praying very hard that Thomas didn't eat any of it either." "Agreed, obviously," says Logan, and hurries forward to take Janice's previous position over the noxious brew, brow furrowed. He swipes a finger through the residue at the brim of the pot and examines it for a second or two. "This is charcoal. Where did he get charcoal?" Janice finds another empty container of salt resting on the countertop and feels something in his chest tighten unpleasantly. And Logan is now looking through the rest of the discarded boxes and containers, scanning the kitchen as he holds them up. He ripped open these tea bags? Did he put those in there too? It looks like it. Not to mention the curry powder, the celery, half a bottle of apple cider vinegar, says Janice, and then freezes as he sees a container on the ground, one that absolutely does not belong in the kitchen under any circumstances. He snatches it up and looks inside. The lid's been unscrewed and discarded already. Empty, scraped clean. Fuck. Please tell me he didn't put shoe polish into that. "Are you asking me to lie to you?" Logan says without a hint of amusement. He picks up an empty thermos from where it's been discarded on the side counter, before dipping it carefully into the liquid and filling it up to the brim. He caps it and carries it to the sink to wash off the gunk on the outside. "We might need a sample," he explains, to a questioning tilt of the head from Janice, "in case Thomas returns, and—" "Bring the snake that bit you along to the hospital," Janice says, nodding. "Logical." "I should very much hope so." Logan puts the container in the fridge next to the pie and shuts the door. "Because I really don't know what else I can do." It's at this point that the doorbell rings, and the whole house seems to go silent for a brief moment. The quiet discussion that could previously be heard from the living room falls to nothing. Logan and Janice exchange a glance. The frantic sound of an out-of-control Remus sprinting to the front door, slamming into walls and various pieces of furniture on his way, is all too audible and entirely too distinctive. "Oh, dear," mutters Janice, instinctively reaching out one of his more intangible hands into the void, to grab him, perhaps, drag him back from injuring himself or breaking anything. But nothing happens. Just like his ability to sink out and away, it's missing. He hisses angrily to himself and clenches his fists momentarily before relaxing them. He doesn't like this. Not in the least. But there's no time for this. Logan spares him a split-second worried glance, but Janice shakes his head. Together they hurry out of the wrecked kitchen and towards the front door. It's open, and it's still just as windy and miserable outside as it had been during their brief outdoors jaunt earlier. A tired, slightly rumpled-looking Joan is standing on the front step. They are wearing a loose t-shirt and flannel pants, having apparently rushed directly over without bothering to get properly dressed. And Remus is right up in their face, talking at lightning speed, practically ranting in his haste to explain every detail of the situation to them in excruciating, horrifying detail. Joan is trying their best to placate him and get him to slow down a bit, but it's next to no use. Remus is spiraling, dramatically. The way he's shuddering and twitching every few seconds is a testament to that. Remus is frequently out of control and a living disaster in equal measure, but this isn't like that. Usually he's fully aware of both of those things and completely owns it. Janice would say that Remus looks like he's on the verge of just screaming, non-stop and at the top of his lungs, with no regard for anyone's comfort around him. But he had already done that in the backyard for nearly 15 minutes before Patton managed to calm him down enough to get him inside. Thomas's neighbors are probably already making plans to move away and never come back at this very moment. Roman arrives at the front door as well, and gently tugs Remus away by the elbow. "Come on, let's go talk to Patton," he says, and glances over to Joan with a wave of welcome that's far less excessively dramatic than it usually is. "Greetings, friend Joan," he says, managing a thin smile. "Come on in." "Hi," says Joan, looking faintly relieved at the reprieve. They hurry inside, tugging off their beanie and coat. Janice doesn't hesitate to firmly shut and lock the door behind them as securely as he can. They clear their throat, glancing around awkwardly. They're acting like they've never been in the house before. Janice supposes it must be strange to be in your friend's house at an ungodly hour of the morning, with your friend, as you know him anyway, not being physically present. "So, should we—" Janice nods. "Let's go sit down. We'll catch you up." They migrate inwards. As they approach, Virgil and Patton both look up at Joan and gain identical expressions of absolute relief. They're all just as fond of Thomas's friends as Thomas himself is. The affection bleeds through them like watercolors, staining the way in which they see the world in bright, vivid hope. Some of them are just more visual in showing it. For example, all Janice really wants to do right now is cling to Joan and never let go. But he would never in a million years entertain the merest thought of actually doing it. Affection for other people? Ugh. Patton has no such inhibitions. Joan sits down on the couch across from him and Virgil, and he launches himself across, practically throwing himself right at Joan as he barrels into enthusiastic, somewhat desperate hug. They let out a soft oof, and then wrap their arms around him, kind of just rolling with it. "Hey, Pat." "Sorry," he mutters, partially muffled by the cushions that his face is kind of sideways squished into. "It's been... let me just stay here for a minute or two?" "Don't be sorry," Joan replies instantly, leaning into the hug and squeezing him. They still look half asleep, and also completely out of their mind with worry and confusion. "You guys are Thomas. Thomas is my friend. You're my friends too. and it sounds like you've been having a hell of a rough night. Virgil, Virgil hunches into himself, picking at his fingernails, and stares at Joan for a long, long second before nodding. He gets up and goes over to sit at their other side, before just sort of falling over onto them in a decidedly Thomas at the end of a long filming session-esque move. Joan pats his shoulder and then looks up at the rest of them, now congregated on the unoccupied couch space. "So," they say, "what's going on?" Filling Joan in on the situation takes nearly 15 minutes, due in no small part to the fact that they keep talking over and interrupting each other's trains of thought, and there's really nobody who's been designated as the primary speaker. Usually Thomas would be the one directing the flow of conversation and drawing their trains of thought together in a similar vein, but right now he's not here, so it's less like a single cohesive, coherent track, and more like a whole lot of destructive multi-track drifting. When they're done, Joan nods their head, and then shakes it and lets out a long string of filthy curses. "Same," agrees Remus unhappily. "What do we do?" Patton asks. "We should call the police," says Joan uncertainly. "That's what you're supposed to do for missing persons cases. I should be calling them. Right now." There's a moment of silence. "I can't help but notice that you are not, in fact, doing that," Janus points out, raising an eyebrow. Joan groans and rubs at their eyes with a sleeve. "Yeah, see, the thing is, the police are going to want to know a whole bunch of things, like how I knew he was even missing in the first place, why I bothered to come over at 2 a.m, and, guys, if they come over right now, they're almost definitely going to want to search the house." "So?" says Patton blankly. "That's probably a good thing, right? They can maybe figure out where he went. If it wasn't the forest, I mean." "The house that you guys live in," Joan says. They sound a bit more testy than usual, a lot less patient and laid back. "That you're currently standing in. All of you. The people who happen to be more or less perfect clones of the guy who's missing. You know, Thomas Sanders." "We can leave the house," Logan says, just as Virgil lifts his head and says, "Wait, is that even a problem?" "Why wouldn't it be a problem?" Joan asks, turning to look at Virgil, who's pushing himself away from their side so he can sit up properly. "There's going to be a lot of questions about, God, fuck, I don't even know, who you are, what you're doing, how you even exist. I mean, look at him." They point at Janus, who waves back somewhat sardonically. Janus, is literally half snake. He has scales on his face." Janus runs a hand down the snake-wise side of his face absently, and freezes. "No, I don't," he says, cutting off whatever Virgil's about to say in response. "Really?" says Roman, looking wholly unimpressed. "Is this honestly the time for your arbitrary, mendacious flights of fancy? We've got a situation here, Moni Lython." "No," says Janus, and pulls a finger along the slit that runs up the side of his face. Or at least, where the slit would usually be. "This isn't a lie. I'm not... My face. It's normal, I think." He swipes along his cheek again. "It's smooth. Smooth and flat and not bumpy in the least. He hates the sensation immediately. I think this is... makeup?" Another moment of silence. "That is..." Logan takes a swift gasp of a breath in. "Concerning. But not something we can really deal with right now. Apologies, Janus." Janus nods. His fingers trace a line down from his temple to his chin. The chalky residue of what he assumes to be concealer catches on his fingers. "I understand. Virgil, continue?" Virgil is now casting concerned, borderline terrified glances in Janus's direction. His fingers are going up to rub at the dark circles under his eyes. Although those are makeup already, Janus doesn't know what he's trying to achieve with that. What was I going to say? Right. I was going to say, do we have any guarantee that anyone besides Joan is actually going to be able to see us? "We don't," says Logan, and then stiffens. "And we shouldn't. This shouldn't even be something that we're debating right now." "I don't follow," Joan admits. "We are meant to be purely theoretical," Logan says sharply. He sounds faintly angry, not really at Joan, not really at the others or himself, just at everything. We are not meant to be analyzed or categorized, Joan. We are just meant to be. Our actions and existence are impossible by definition, and we exist in a realm of perpetual plausible deniability. If we effect or accomplish anything that has repercussions in the real world, it must be something that Thomas himself is able to do himself without our presence being required. We are Schrodinger's entities brought to fruition, a trick of his overactive imagination that have gained life and complexity that astounds even me, and we should not be able to exist without him, even for the faintest sliver of a second. But here you are, says Joan slowly. Here we are, Logan agrees, and sinks back into the cushions of the sofa with a soft sigh. For now, at least. Virgil buries his hands deep in the fabric of his hoodie. There's a bit of a precedent for this, he offers dully. I mean, we can pass through walls and floors. People don't even look at us when we're hanging out with Thomas in public. Maybe it'll be the same here? I'm not so sure about that, says Patton, raising a tentative hand into the air. I mean, you're absolutely right about that, Virg, and in any other situation I would absolutely 100% agree with you, but, we can't pass through anything right now, I mean. You can't? Joan says. We can't sink out or summon anything, Logan says, and I've been assuming because there's currently nowhere to sink out to. Wherever Thomas is, he's beyond our reach. Whatever this is, it may also be why we're losing our, for lack of a better term, special abilities, Janice adds. I can't summon extra arms. My inhuman qualities are diminishing and being replaced by placeholders, to use another inadequate term, and I'd bet good money to bet it's the same for the rest of you. No, you wouldn't. You don't even have any money, says Roman. Virgil nods. My spooky voice isn't working, he says. I thought it was just stress, but it should work better under stress. Joan frowns. You're spooky. Oh, right, Tempest tongue. Geez, that can't be good. From the other side of the couch, Remus lets out a growl low in his throat, and then his head snaps up abruptly. What the fuck is wrong with all of you? He bites out abruptly, making Virgil jump. Logan takes a deep breath in. Remus, he says. Remus glowers. He rockets to his feet, as if propelled upright by a furious burst of air or a tightly wound spring. Seriously, what is wrong with you? Thomas is gone. Thomas could be dead in the ground with worms burrowing all the way through his putrid, rotting, twitching corpse, and you're all talking about fucking metaphysics. Roman's holding his brother's arm. Not forcibly. He's not actually tugging him back or restraining him properly or anything. It looks more like he's just trying to reassure him that he's still there. Well, what do you want us to do? Patton exclaims. It's not like Remus, we can't do anything. We should be going out into the forest, Remus growls, and fucking looking for him. Remus, says Logan again, perfectly reasonably, but with just the slightest hint of a tremor echoing underneath it, and the two of them lock eyes fiercely for a second or two. It's unclear exactly what's being communicated through this, but after a moment or two, Remus huffs and allows Roman to pull him back to the couch without another word. Fuck, says Joan. Fuck. Okay, how about this? Doing anything tonight would be stupid. Really stupid. So I'm going to go back home until tomorrow morning, which is... They scramble for their phone. 4 or 5 hours, Virgil contributes, glancing up at the clock. Yeah, they say. You guys can come over too. Stay the night. Shit, do you even need to sleep? They don't pause to let anyone answer the question, plowing onwards. Then I'll come back, and I'll call the police, and they can do their thing, and then you guys can come back, and we can work something out. But what? Remus snaps, fingers digging into the fabric of the sofa. I don't know, Joan exclaims, tugging at their hair in what Janice notices is pretty much the exact same motion, although he suspects that neither of them have noted. Jesus, Remus, I have no clue what to do. Oh, here we go. Here's a thought. Let's pull up WikiHow. How to rescue your friend from a murder forest. 10 steps with pictures. Getting back to your house is a good start, Janice interrupts, calmly, reasonably. So let's do that. There's not much we can do here, anyway. The kitchen. Virgil sits bolt upright. What do we do about the kitchen? A pause, and then Logan says, with feeling, shit. Hey, mind your fucking language, Patton snaps. Should we even bother cleaning it up? Virgil asks, fingers worrying at the hem of his hoodie. I mean, if the police are coming, they'll probably check it out, but it's such a mess and it might throw them off. What if they think Thomas just had some sort of fit? We should probably do something, but it's everywhere. It'll take forever. Joan squeezes Virgil's shoulder. Hey, come on. It's going to be okay. They're right, says Janice. The lie tastes like nothing in his mouth. There's no tug towards it. Lying is easy and habitual, but no longer a faint compulsion, and he doesn't know how to feel about that. I'm sure it won't do any harm if they see the current state of the kitchen. It's not as if it could hurt them. But we may want to take the pie with us, just in case. As he speaks, he also becomes aware of the fact that his tongue is just that, a tongue. No forked end, nothing special about it in the least, and he tries not to let his panic show on his face. The pie? Roman asks, brow furrowing. What on earth would we want with the pie? I'll go get it, Logan says, standing up. That and the sample. That's obstructing a police investigation, Patton objects. What they don't know won't hurt them, Janice says. Joan lets out a little and gives him a look that makes it pretty clear that they can see right through him, or at least most of the way through him. He just blinks back at them and wonders if his left eye is as brown as everyone else's now. They all cram into Joan's tiny car and set off back to their house. It's a tight fit, and they end up with Remus sitting in the front seat, for the group's collective safety, while everyone else crams uncomfortably into the back seat. It's that weird, liminal time of the morning when they arrive. It's dark enough outside, but there's scattered bird calls echoing, and the sky is a dusky, dim shade of something that's extremely hard to place. Joan shows them to the guest room, pulls out 2 spare mattresses, and asks if they can sort themselves out for the night. Upon getting vague noises of assent from mostly everyone, they wish everyone an exhausting-sounding good night, or good morning, I guess, and stumble back to bed for a couple hours' worth of sleep. Only some of them end up sleeping. Roman and Patton crash almost immediately, both electing to share a mattress. Logan takes the other, muttering something vague and unconvincing sounding about healthy sleeping habits, and Virgil curls up next to him, leaving Janice to take the actual bed. Remus's sleeping arrangements aren't a problem, because it's very, very obvious that Remus has no intention whatsoever of actually sleeping. He just paces. Silent, angry pacing that would probably drive literal deep furrows in the carpet if they were existing on a more conceptual level right now. When Janice asks him quietly to stop, he does. He comes to sit on the bed where Janice is lying, contorting himself into a painfully small ball of fury and tension, and he stays there. He's not vibrating, exactly, but it almost seems as if he should be, with the amount of angry energy he appears to be containing within himself. Janice looks over and sees that Logan's eyes are wide open. He's staring at the ceiling very intently, as if all the answers to every one of his problems are inscribed there. He has a feeling that if he went to check on Virgil, who's not within his range of vision right now, he'd be exactly the same. He breathes out, rolls over, and shuts his eyes against the darkness. He barely gets even 10 total minutes of sleep that night. Morning comes. Joan taps on the door to let everyone know they're heading over to Thomas's to let the police know about his disappearance, and then they're gone, leaving their party of 6 to awkwardly convene in the kitchen and figure out if they need to eat or not. They don't seem to need to, and also don't particularly feel like doing so anyway. Talon makes an appearance for some breakfast of their own, and offers some worried words and pats on the shoulders in response to being told the entire situation. But it seems as if their health is on another downward dip, and they don't stick around all that long, gathering up their laptop and heading back in the direction of the main bedroom. I won't be very good company, I don't think, they say, but tell me the moment there's any news, please. We will, says Roman. Joan returns at 1 in the afternoon, looking absolutely exhausted. Apparently the police had arrived almost immediately and not let them go for several hours. But on the plus side, they had released the house as a crime scene into Joan's care. They're notifying his family, reports Joan, but they all live too far away for any of them to look after the place. And it's not like he has any pets or plants to look after, so you guys can probably head back there if you want. I can drive you. If you want to all stick around in a place you're more familiar with while they make the vaguest of gestures with their hands. Try to sort this out. If it's not too much trouble, Logan replies, and then, Thank you, Joan. Thank you for all of this. Joan just sighs. It's really the least I can do, they say. So that's how the 6 of them end up back at at their house. They're clustered around the dining room table, frantically researching. For the first couple of hours alone, it had been tense and uncomfortable, none of them entirely sure if someone would come knocking on doors, demanding to know why they were there. But at some point, the paranoia had died down into markedly less tense alertness. The research had been Logan's idea, because of course it had. And not a terrible idea either. With a lack of anything better to do, they're trying to get a better hold on the background and legends behind the whole fairy kidnap theory, which, as ridiculous as it is pretty much their only lead at this point. Logan's commandeered Thomas's phone, and Patton and Remus are shoulder to shoulder sharing his laptop, and Virgil's currently crouching on a backwards-facing chair, biting his lip and shaking his hands anxiously every so often as he attempts to recount to Janice the exact details of what had happened with Thomas at the forest's edge. He said something weird, Virgil is saying. Well, I mean, everything he said was fucking weird. It was like he was possessed or something. But it was almost like he was trying to recite something. Something about growing and arms and adders, I think. Janice dutifully notes it down. Fucking weird possession, growing and arms and snakes. Oh hey, nice, snakes. It means nothing, but the act of committing it to paper seems to be somewhat reassuring to Virgil. Wait, says Roman, looking up from the assorted volumes of fairy tales he's paging through on the other side of the table. You said he was reciting something. A poem? Virgil growls a bit, rumbling up from the back of his throat. How should I? Sure, a poem. Why not? I can't remember. I was pretty out of it by then, in case you can't remember. They will change me in your arms into a deadly adder, Roman announces, more like sings, actually, holding up a finger in the air, as if to pause all other conversation in the room. But hold me fast, and fear me not. I am the baby's father. There was a moment of silence. That's nice, Roman, says Patton slowly. But I don't see what that has to do with any of this. But Virgil is nodding. That's not it exactly, but close enough, I think. Yeah, that's what he was saying. What is it? Ah, quite simple, really. You see, Roman pages frantically through one book, and then another, and then a third, and then he throws it down, shaking his head. Blast. I was trying to do a dramatic reveal, but none of these books have the tale in question. He clears his throat. What I was going to say, it sounds like Tamlin. Tam what now? Goes Patton. But Logan is clearing his throat and adjusting his glasses. Tamlin, he says, briskly, eagerly, the classic tale of a determined young woman who rescues her lover from the Queen of Fairies. It varies in form and style. It must have been told and retold hundreds upon hundreds of times since its genesis. But some general strands tend to remain through all the versions. Roman nods along to this. Right, exactly. Tamlin is cursed by the Queen to turn into all sorts of dreadful, nasty beasts, and the only way Janet can rescue her lover is by holding on to him and not letting him go. Virgil's knuckles go white over the edge of the chair. Shit, I let go of him. He told me not to, and I did anyway. Are you saying I... Janice reaches out and presses a hand to Virgil's shoulder, pushing firmly, grounding him. Shh, he says, although it doesn't have much effect, as powerless as he is right now. Nobody's saying anything about what you did or didn't do, and we don't blame you for it either. Virgil relaxes a tiny bit, and doesn't question the veracity of this. Probably a good thing, because Janice isn't at all sure how true it is himself. Why would Thomas try to tell me the words of an old folk song? Why would he make the world's deadliest smoothie at ass o'clock in the morning and chug it down for shits and giggles? Remus says, with a hint of maniac fervor to it. Because he lost his entire mind, went completely off the deep end, flipped like a spring-loaded pancake, and ran away into the fucking forest. Or maybe, says Roman pointedly, maybe he was trying to tell us something. Something like I shouldn't have let go of him, Virgil says, clearly about to start spiraling, which is definitely something they need right now. Or where to find him, blurts Janice, because it's the first thing that comes to mind, and when everyone stops and stares at him, he shrugs. What? I know the story, too. Tamlin lives in Carterhaugh Wood. He's bound there because the Queen wills it. It could be a clue. Right. Just one problem with that. Carterhaugh is in Scotland. says Roman. "We live in Florida." "Wait, stop, hold on." Patton holds up a hand in the air, frowning. "We're not seriously saying that Thomas was kidnapped by the Fairy Queen, are we?" Logan almost shrugs, but then just ends up shaking his head. "All we're saying right now is that Thomas certainly seemed to want to let us know that Tam Lin was important somehow. The excerpt from the ballad itself, all that talk about not letting go." "Folk ballads," Virgil says. "Right. Cool. Did anybody else find anything?" "I've been attempting to ascertain likely routes that Thomas may have taken." Logan indicates the phone he's holding. On it, Google Maps is up and displaying various on-foot routes. The hope being that we will be able to track him somehow in the morning. And? Patton sounds cautiously hopeful, but Logan shakes his head. "No, nothing that makes sense, not yet. And you?" "Well," Patton begins, "tried to figure out what the fuck was up with that whole wildly twisting forest thing," Remus says, jabbing a finger perhaps too violently at the computer screen. "You know, shared hallucinations, Reddit conspiracy theories, previous experiences, that kind of thing. Tried, failed, we keep getting porn sites and Lovecraft." "The, other sites were probably because of the way you were phrasing the searches," Patton contributes. "I don't think Google likes it when you swear that much. No idea about the other thing, though." "Lovecraft? H.P. Lovecraft?" Logan asks, brow furrowed. "Is there really any other one?" Virgil points out. "Yeah, I really don't like that guy," Patton mutters. "Do you know what he named his cat?" "None of us want to think about the truly horrific name that Sir Racist McRacism-Face bestowed his unfortunate feline companion," Roman said, face twisting. "Not now, not ever." "Well, Lovecraft definitely has nothing to do with this," Janice surmises with a sigh. "So we might as well just go back to folk songs and fairy tales." Bitterness seeps into his voice, unbidden, for all the good it'll do us. Almost at the exact moment he says it, there's a noise from outside. Faint, like something scratching up against the window. Janice tenses up. He can feel Virgil tensing up as well under his hand. Logan, who is currently talking, doesn't seem to notice. In that case, some more research into the myths and variations on it, or any of the child ballads, really, might be prudent. If we can just get— "Logan," says Janice, but the sound of something heavy colliding with the door, a dull, angry thump, is loud enough that everyone in the room can hear it. Janice feels a sharp electric thrum of terror course through him. "Oh, God," whispers Virgil in the ensuing silence. "We're being robbed." "Or," says Patton, with a note of forced tear in his voice, but none the less matching Virgil's volume, "maybe a package just got delivered. It could be this week's HelloFresh order. Didn't we get the one-pan creamy chicken gnocchi and the American beef enchiladas with tomato salsa and sour cream? It could be that. That sounded like a food being dropped off noise." "Is this really the time for a product placement?" Janice says incredulously. "Well, we do have to keep the bills paid somehow," Logan points out. More silence. Janice strains to listen, but can only hear wind and crickets outside. Nothing new. "Maybe it's nothing," says Roman hopefully. Another thump that definitely doesn't sound like nothing. Quieter this time, like someone throwing something fairly lightweight against the door. And then another, and another, and then silence. "Well," says Roman, "that isn't good, probably." Remus bounds to his feet and snatches up an entire full-sized lamp, ripping the cord out from its socket, slings it over one shoulder, and goes stalking toward the front door with purpose, ignoring everyone else's instant, panicked objections. "If there's any fairies out there," he yells at the top of his lungs, "I'm going to beat their sparkly asses into equally sparkly piles of gore." The 5 of them remaining seem to be frozen in place at the table. Glances are exchanged, the sort of glances that say, "Oh, God, this can't end well. We should probably stop him, shouldn't we?" But also they aren't doing anything, which just makes them a bunch of terrified hypocrites. Thump, 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 goes the sound of Remus pounding down the hallway, the sound of the locks being disengaged at a downright frenetic pace, the slam of the door being thrown open. Silence. Everyone holds their breath. "Oh, shit!" comes the distant scream. Janice is on his feet and running to the door too now. He doesn't like running, he's realized. It's not as if he had much need for doing it when he'd been strictly confined to the realm of Thomas's mind. Why run when you can visualize yourself somewhere and be there immediately, after all? But today marks the second day in a row he's had to sprint at full speed through the house and to the front door to stop something really terrible from occurring. God, does he hate his job. The door is open. Remus is kneeling down in the frame, the lamp discarded to one side. The bulb is broken and is definitely going to require some cleaning up later. What he's got halfway in his lap is most definitely not the new HelloFresh food shipment. "Is that?" Janice says, and takes a step closer so he can look over Remus's shoulder and properly see. And there, hair knotted and tangled, wearing strange clothes and smelling strongly of flowers, and with dirt and mud stained across basically every inch of his skin, is a very pale-looking, very unconscious Thomas? Eucatastrophe by A Real Sword. Chapter 4. Roman. Thomas is here. Thomas is alive, and Thomas is breathing, and Thomas is really super unconscious, and that just won't do, won't it? Thomas isn't supposed to be this still and unmoving. He should be awake and fabulous, singing riffs and creating new stories and situations, messing around with his friends and conducting lively debates with his sides. But he's not doing any of those things. He's just lying there on the couch, in the sweatpants and loose t-shirt that they'd managed to wrangle him into. Roman doesn't know what to do. It's the worst kind of writer's block. He knows there's probably something he should be doing, but he can't for the life of him work out what the gosh dang fucking hellity heck it's meant to be. He's managed to get most of the mud off Thomas's face and skin and hair, with liberal sponging and a bucket of water and Patton's fussy assistance, but the knots in his hair refuse to come out, no matter how hard the two of them try. And also, Thomas won't wake up. That's pretty important. They should be doing something about that. They're trying to do something about that. Virgil's tried doing his scariest, "Wake up, you've forgotten about that glass of water dangerously close to the edge of the counter" voice. In Roman's professional opinion, not at all that scary. To no avail. Remus had gone full weirdo gremlin creature mode, clambering all over Thomas and yelling at him and shaking him and licking his ears a bit too enthusiastically. Still nothing. Patton had suggested smelling salts, and then admitted he had no idea what smelling salts actually were, just that he had read a bunch of books or something referring to them, and when Logan had explained them for real, had agreed that the chances of finding smelling salts any time soon was really super low, so yeah, maybe not. Janice isn't helping, because of course he isn't. He's just sitting at the table, frown getting increasingly deep, examining the clothes that Thomas had shown up in. Roman can't really blame him. They're pretty strange and wonderful clothes. It's a sort of dress, or a tunic maybe, smooth green material, worn ragged and dirty, maybe silk, or that smooth, soft, shiny material that all theaters use for fancy costumes. It looks like it would be gorgeous if it weren't in the state it's in currently. Also, there's a lot of alsos right now, but this is a stressful situation, okay? They still can't sink out, or feel Thomas in any sense but physical, or do anything. Roman misses his sword quite desperately. His pulse is fine, concludes Logan, looking up. He's sitting next to Thomas on the couch, running through what he says is all the basic first aid he knows. It's more than fine, actually. It's a normal resting pulse rate, almost as if he's awake and aware. But he's not, says Roman. He's just lying there, like a boring vegetable. Very handsome and humanoid vegetable, but still a boring one. Zucchini, maybe. Should we call Joan? Patton asks. Or the police, or someone. I mean, Thomas is here. That's a good thing, right? We should call off the whole missing persons thing. Everything is going to be okay now. He's here and he's back. But is he really? Virgil asks, eyes narrowed. Patton recoils. Virg, can you not do the whole paranoia thing right now? It's really not. Of course it's him. I mean, look at him. They all look at Thomas. He isn't moving. None of his usual sleep twitches or scattered sentences. Silent as the grave. pale-faced, damp hair plastered across his forehead. He really, honestly could be dead. Roman fights the urge to go check for a pulse himself, mainly because he doesn't know where he should be checking. Medicine really isn't his strong suit. "We've all tried sinking out again, yeah?" Virgil says, to a chorus of reluctant nods. "And there's nothing. If this was actually Thomas, we'd be able to feel him. Feel something. Anything. But there's just nothing. This is a Thomas-shaped shell the fairies fucking dumped on our doorstep." Roman thinks it's kind of interesting how they've all just accepted that fairies are behind this all, which is obviously the case, and it was stupid that they had been denying it in the first place. Either that, or everyone's just using fairies as a convenient place to lay the blame for everything that's gone wrong, which... fair, actually. "We should be calling the hospital," Logan says. "He's not waking up. His pupils aren't responding, and they are highly dilated. He's not responding to pain stimuli. This is essentially a coma." Patton's shriek of, "A coma!" is only barely louder than Remus's angry, bewildered, "Okay, how are we all not dead yet?" "Not to derail this fascinating discussion or anything," interrupts Janice, voice perfectly calm and even, "but I think we might all want to have a look at this." This turns out to be a string of slightly crumpled flowers that Janice holds up in one gloved hand. He hadn't been wearing gloves when they'd been researching. He must have put them back on at some point. But never mind that. The flowers. What's up with the flowers? They're vibrantly colored, strung together inexpertly into a loop. Red merging into orange, into yellow, into... "Hold on," says Roman. "Hang on just 1 second. Isn't that Thomas's flower crown? Where did you get... Didn't we leave that in the forest?" "We did," Logan confirms. "Was Thomas carrying that?" Janice just nods and tosses the rest of the tattered green tunic to the table. "Stuffed in the pockets. There's nothing else there, though. I checked." "Ooh," coos Patton. "That dress has pockets?" "He must have gone back to the clearing," says Virgil, and his eyes go wide. "Oh my God, that's a half-hour drive from here. Logan, how long would it take to walk that?" 6 hours, I think," Logan says, and then his brain catches up to his mouth, and he also freezes. Sweet mother of Robert Hofstadter. Forget us. How is he still alive?" Virgil is now propping Thomas up and trying to examine him, as if for clues. "Well, his feet are a fucking mess. That checks out." "He walked for 6 hours?" Patton practically wails. "I think we're all ignoring the most important part here," says Roman. "He was in the clearing again. You know, the place we joked about having a fairy ring in it? He's wearing strange clothing, and he looks like he's been dragged backward through several thorny bushes at painfully high velocity. 3 times, blindfolded." "What does that have to do with anything?" Remus demands. Roman holds his ground. "I'm saying that he probably escaped from wherever they took him, but he didn't manage to bring everything back with him." Hums Janice. "There's something missing." Patton scrambles up to join Virgil and Logan and Thomas on the couch. He barely touches Thomas for a second before he recoils like he's been shocked, and then immediately scrambles to press his hands to Thomas's chest, face screwed up in intense concentration. "His heart's wrong," he says, after a moment of this, and the way he intones it is so serious and unlike him that Roman does a double take. "What do you—" Roman begins. "I don't know what I mean," huffs Patton, visibly frustrated. The heart's my area, you know? And I know when there's something wrong there. It doesn't mean I always know exactly what's wrong with it, but I can feel it's off." Logan frowns in that particular little way of his. That little frown that says, if things keep going the way they're going, I'm going to get seriously ridiculous ticked off, so you'd better all start making sense right this instant, so help me God. Or maybe it doesn't mean that at all. "That sounds horrifyingly unempirical," he says, "and not helpful in the least." "Well," says Roman, "I think it's pretty obvious what we need to do now." A pause. "No?" Virgil scrunches up his face. "What?" "Thomas came back from that forest," Roman says. "That's where he got the flowers from. Whatever he lost, he left it there. And nobody else is going to get it back. At the very least, we might end up finding something, some sort of clue." "You're not suggesting that we go back," says Logan incredulously. "At this time of night? for no reason other than we might find something there? Do we really have any other leads to follow? Roman retorts. And do we really want to leave Thomas like this for another moment longer? There's a very long pause. I'll go get the car keys, says Virgil. Phone charger, says Janice, swiveling neatly on his heel to hurry into the other room, and water and flashlights. I suppose I'll write a note for Joan, Logan says reluctantly, or whoever it may concern, just in case something happens. Excellent, sighs Roman, although it really isn't anything of the sort. In that case, you two can help me carry Thomas to the car. He's certainly not going to be any help. Wait, says Virgil, freezing. You all should probably go raid Thomas's closet before we go. What? Says Patton. Why? Because, no offense, but absolutely none of you are dressed for walking through a forest late at night, replies Virgil, especially if we're all actually, real this time. He gestures at his hoodie and jeans and comparatively sensible sneakers. I should be good, but, Logan, I'm sorry, if you wear that suit, you're going to die. Logan looks momentarily offended by the very concept of having to change out of his eternal stuck-up college professor look, but then frowns and nods, acquiescing. Fine, he says, that's reasonable. We should all do that. Not to worry, I'll just imagine us up some fabulous, fashionable finery, absolutely fit for forest exploration, Roman announces brightly, raising his hand to do just that. Janice returns with a canvas bag full of the items he had mentioned before and what looks like several bottles of water. Sure you will, he says. How's that going for you? Oh, Roman mutters, as he realizes once more that his usual bring anything into existence powers aren't working. At all. He lowers his hand. Fuck. I'll get the clothes, Patton says quickly. Hopefully Thomas has enough spare pairs of shoes. One quick fashion montage later, and they all look almost like normal human beings. Except, the whole all more or less identical thing. Patton's just swapped out his usual dad shorts for some jeans. Virgil's wearing his usual getup, completely unchanged, which is so unfair it's unbelievable. His brother's just wearing a normal t-shirt and another pair of jeans and a hoodie. Granted, he had speedily and pointedly taken a pair of scissors to all those articles of clothing and roughed them up real good before even starting to put them on. But it's still completely bizarre to see him wearing something that doesn't look like it was pulled straight out of the Donate to Nearest Rubbish Tip ASAP section of the Community Theater costume rack. Roman's stolen that cool red leather jacket of Thomas's, found a button-up that's not too hideously objectionable, and thrown his sash over the top of it all for good measure. Logan's just switched from jeans to sweatpants and the single other pair of sneakers that Thomas owns, and Janice has elected to completely change things up, a turtleneck of all things, and a ratty-looking yellow scarf that Roman swears none of them ever bought. He hasn't even got his hat on. He looks like a completely different person. He and Remus half-lift, half-dragged Thomas to the front door together, grumbling at each other and arguing more in huffs and facial expressions than any actual spoken language. It's only when Patton pulls the keys from the rack near the door that they all realize that none of them have ever actually driven a car before. Well, obviously I know the theory, Logan says. Thomas knows how to drive, ergo I should be able to as well. I don't foresee this being a problem. But knowing the theory doesn't mean anything when it comes to real life, Virgil objects. What if we crash? That'd be a real good way to end this fucked-up little adventure of ours, crashing the car and dying while trying to drive to a place that might not even be any help to us at all. I get where you're coming from, Overthink 182. Really, I do. But we've never accomplished anything by not giving it a decent go. Roman huffs, frustrated, and adds, more to get things moving than anything else, Look, if none of you want to, I will. I'm perfectly willing, Logan says, grabs the keys, opens the front door. The night is pleasant and warm, a complete change from the previous night. Out of all of the things that may go wrong from this endeavor, my driving will not be one of them. What if we get pulled over? Patton asks frantically. None of us have driver's licenses. Oh, for the love of... Janice snatches Thomas's wallet from the entrance hallway table and shoves it into Patton's hands. Use Thomas's. We all share his face. That's illegal and immoral, Patton protests. Like they're not all dragging a half-conscious body out into the woods at 9 p.m. to do some extremely questionable exploration in the darkness of the trees. The police? Fuck the police, Janice says firmly. And no, Remus, that was not a suggestion. Wipe that expression off your face. Come on, let's go. They pile into the car. Thomas gets the middle back seat because he's not awake to complain about it, and they crush themselves around him, 2 on each side, Roman riding shotgun next to Logan. Logan starts the car with a twist of his wrist. Are we sure about this? Virgil begins. No, says Logan, and throws the car into reverse. It goes rocketing backwards too fast, causing everyone to yell out in a simultaneous chorus of panic. He slams on the brakes before they can slam into anything important, like a tree or someone's house. All right, let's try that again. Less acceleration, I think. Yes, please, Patton agrees fervently, halfway muffled by Janice's shoulder. I like my brains where they are, Lo, not spattered across the windscreen. Logan sets off down the road. It's a bit bumpy and jerky, but he knows what he's doing, and he's getting better at it with every passing second. Muscle memory or something. He also knows where he's going, apparently, even in the dark. Nobody they pass yells or otherwise points out the impossibility of somebody's scattered personality fragments driving a car, nor are they pulled over for any other reason, like having 7 people crammed uncomfortably and illegally into a 5-seater car. This is probably a good thing, but also kind of worrisome for some reason that's hard to pin down. Roman suspects that Logan's pushing the speed limit a bit because it takes them 20 minutes to get to the forest, rather than the solid half-hour it had taken them before. They park in the lot just at the edge of the pines. Just like before, there's nobody there, but all of a sudden, Roman really doesn't like the look of the trees. It might just be because of last night's traumatic forest-related experience, or maybe it's the way that they look different without the sunlight filtering through them, or more likely, a combination of the two. Janice and Virgil haul Thomas out into the rocky car park, supporting one of his arms around each of their necks. He's still completely unresponsive. Roman catches Janice looking devastatingly worried out of the corner of his eye. There's something close to sorrow and close to panic on his face, as he mutters something at Thomas under his breath, although it's gone the moment he actually registers that Roman's looking at him. So what? Says Remus. We just go and find that clearing again? Kind of a shitty plan, if you ask me. And I'm the unmitigated king of shitty plans. Next time, Virgil growls, maybe bring that up before we drive all the way out here to do it. Didn't it take us, an hour to get there last time? Patton says. Maybe we should leave Thomas here. One of us can stay back. No, exclaims Roman before he's even aware he's saying it. A beat passes, and then he says, No, I believe that he has to come with us for this. Sure, says Janice wearily. Why not? It makes just as much sense as the rest of this delightful evening so far. So they go into the forest, looking to find a clearing of trees in an eerily perfect circle. Roman has Thomas in a bridle carry, which he's surprised he can actually manage, considering the loss of all their more improbable abilities, but apparently Thomas is strong enough to lift himself, which is a very excellent fact that he will urge Thomas to scatter liberally into conversations from now on if they survive this. Thomas is dead weight in his arms, and provides absolutely no interesting conversation whatsoever. Roman would be mildly, theatrically annoyed if he wasn't so unsettled. Thomas is always there to talk to. He's a constant, no matter if they're awake or asleep or anywhere in between. And he's right here, but it still feels like he's missing a limb, or a heart, or some other very essential to survival organ. Penis, Remus suggests, which is how Roman realizes he's been monologuing to himself under his breath all this time. He grits his teeth and resolves to keep all future adventure notes purely internal. His witty commentary does not need an incidental peanut gallery. Logan's navigating again. They're following the dirt path with the aid of multiple flashlights and Thomas's phone, and it's dark enough that even Roman is getting nervous, which means that Virgil's tense enough to snap a tree in half just by being in close proximity to it, and Patton's keeping up a constant rambling string of puns that seems more reflexive than conscious. About 5 minutes in, Logan stops and says, "Do you hear that?" Roman stops, hefting Thomas in his arms, his shoulders getting sore, which is a novel and unwelcome sensation. Having a physical body that makes sense in the real world sucks, actually. He listens. Is that the stream? I didn't think we were that close yet, Patton notes with an audible frown. The sound of rushing water is coming from their left. It's loud and getting more obvious and distinct with every passing second. Hey, says Virgil, I don't like this. Not surprising. There's nothing about this situation to like, Logan says. So, we are all going off the clearly marked path into what is probably a really horrible trap or ambush of some sort, Roman starts, and then Remus is already leading them forward, and Logan is doing the same. So he takes that as a yes, and follows the rest of the group. Beyond the dark trees there is not a river. There's not even a thin trickle of stream, although the sound of rushing water is louder than ever. Instead, they're somehow in that clearing, and it's hard to miss that it is, in fact, the very same clearing as before. It's perfectly circular, naturally grown, and when Roman glances back over his shoulder, the path they came from is nowhere to be seen. The moonlight streams in from above, forming large patches of surreal brightness over the unsettlingly green grass, which is so green that it almost glows. And apart from the sound of the water, cascading faster and faster all around them, it's silent. No birds, no insects, no wind. The scattered remains of their flower crowns are still strewn all over the grass. It's an innocuous enough sight, and indeed they don't even appear to have been disturbed in any way. But still, there's something about it that makes Roman very, very uneasy. Very carefully he sets Thomas down on the ground and crouches down next to him, ready to defend him at the slightest hint of anything going wrong. All right, says Virgil, we're here, somehow. What do we do now? Remus points at the mushrooms surrounding the blackberry bush on the far side of the clearing. Isn't that what started all of this? He says. Maybe we should start there. Tear it up or stomp it to pieces or something. I'll do it. I'm doing it now. Kiddo, no, Patton protests. That's not a good idea. Let's just stop and take a moment to... Nope. Remus is stomping at the mushroom circle as viciously as he can. There's a second or so where Roman is convinced that Remus has awakened the anger of old gods or the fairies or something, and the world is about to come crashing down around them in fire and brimstone, etc., etc., but none of that is happening. Seeing Remus wreak havoc on the unsuspecting fungal wildlife isn't even very interesting, and after the first 5 seconds, Roman's gaze wanders. He sees that Logan is giving the clearing as a whole an increasingly worried and wary look, and he narrows in on that because it seems plot relevant. What's going on, Teach? Logan visibly swallows. He looks over at Roman. I've just remembered a certain detail about fairy rings, he says, if that is what we're dealing with here. Oh no, Roman thinks. Oh good, he says with a brightness he doesn't feel. Feel free to share at any time. The thing is, says Logan, now watching Remus reduce the remaining mushrooms to puffy, tofu-like shreds with Thomas's most threatening pair of hiking boots. They don't necessarily have to be formed out of mushrooms. Roman looks up, looks around, looks at the trees. The perfect circle of grass and moss, traced out around them like the center of a dartboard, surrounded by trees. You don't mean... he starts, and doesn't finish, because it's at that moment that something shifts, and he reflexively, instinctively presses closer to Thomas. It takes him a full second to actually process what's happened. The trees are gone. It doesn't make any sense. It can't make sense. They were right there, and Roman hadn't blinked or anything, and his surroundings hadn't actually changed, but the trees are gone. They're still in the forest, but there are no trees. Not anywhere. What on earth? Logan gasps, sounding a bit choked up. What? Remus, what did you do? Virgil growls. The rushing water is louder than ever. It's coming from directly ahead. They're in a forest with no trees, and there's no mist, but also there is mist, and if it's making Roman's head split like someone's taken an axe right down the middle of it, he can't imagine what it must be like for any of the other members of their party who are less creatively inclined. We should, begins Janice, then stops, then says, we aren't, and stops again, and then blurts out, we can't stay here. "The river," says Remus, stumbling backward from where the mushrooms are. They're still there, except they're not. And back into the larger group. "We've got to get to the river." "How do we even know the river's still there?" Virgil demands. "It doesn't look like anything's still here." "It's all there," Roman says. "It's just that we aren't. Not anymore, I think. It's hard to tell." "I don't understand," moans Logan. His hands go up to his hair and he tugs and tugs and then tugs again. "I don't understand." He sounds like he's having to force the words out of his throat. "This isn't right. I don't understand. I don't..." Logan's not built for this sort of situation. Roman just kind of wants to wrap him up into a hug so he doesn't have to look at any of it, but he's got Thomas to deal with, and he's already scooped him up, ready to start walking forwards. And surprisingly, it's Janice who hitches up his canvas bag over one shoulder, takes Logan by the forearms, and starts leading him gently toward the sound of rushing water, murmuring something to him that Roman can't quite make out. Nobody looks happy about the situation, which is fair. It takes them less than a minute to reach the river, which is tangible and real in a way that everything else is not. It's deeper and wider and darker than Roman remembers, rushing past, approaching from no discernible source, and disappearing off into the mist. There are two things worth noting about the river. The first is that there is a small, fragile-looking boat anchored to a rock on the river bank. It contains no sails, no oar, no passengers, nothing. It's the most generic boat you ever did see, and it's bobbing around frantically in the current, apparently waiting for passengers. The second thing worth noting is the ominous-looking figure standing on the riverbank, clad in a long, dark cloak. It's kind of impossible to make out the details of their face because of how dark it is and how wrong everything feels right now, but Roman gets the distinct impression that their arrival has shocked and unsettled this person in a major way. "Hello there," Patton calls as they approach. Sorry to bother you, but we're kind of lost. Would you mind giving us directions?" "Directions?" asks the cloaked figure. He definitely sounds startled, and also Scottish. The Scottish accent is hard to ignore. He turns, gazing at all of them in turn. His apparent gaze lingers on Roman for a second, inclining his head at the sight of Thomas in his arms. Then he straightens up. I suppose I can. What on earth are you looking for, out here at this hour of the night?" The sides exchange glances. "Ah," says Logan, who's still leaning against Janice for support. "You know, that's an extremely good question. Our friend is sick," explains Roman after a moment, and indicates Thomas with his chin, still stubbornly unconscious, of course. "We think someone of otherworldly origin might have done something to him, so we're trying to get to..." He hesitates. "Someplace else." "Any ideas?" asks Janice, with the tone of voice that indicates he's not expecting much in the way of a coherent, helpful response. The cloaked stranger regards them for a second longer, and then laughs. "Aha! You'll be looking to go downstream, then. That's easy enough." He steps to one side. "Just take the boat." Everyone processes this very sensible and reasonable offer for a moment. "That does not look safe," Virgil says. "Oh, it's not," said the stranger. His accent really is quite lovely. Roman mentally fills in the blanks that the darkness creates, imagining a wry grin and perhaps an ominous wink or two for flavor. "But it seems to me that your friend doesn't have long left for this world, so do you really have much choice?" "Not long left, hey!" Remus snaps, and takes a step forward. The stranger matches his pace, neatly moving backward along the gentle curve of the riverbank. "Hey! What the hell are you talking about?" "Is Thomas going to die if we don't get him somewhere?" Patton demands, fingers twisting around and around in his jean pockets. "How? Where? Why?" "He's been touched by the owl-she," replies the stranger, taking another step back. He sounds calm, which is impressive considering that Remus is approaching him with the barely restrained fury of a rabid bulldog. "It's not hard to figure that out. I can practically feel it from where I'm standing." "So," prompts Janice. "So, the only way to reverse a curse or binding from the fair folk tends to be confronting them directly about it," says the stranger. He pauses, and then says, "And could you please call your friend off? I am only trying to help." "Call me off?" says Remus, and then laughs. "Oh, I'd like to see them try." Remus, says Virgil, low and frustrated. Come on, let's just... And then louder, directed at the stranger. So what? We just get in the boat and float off to fairyland? And then what? The cloaked figure inclines his shoulders in a slight shrug. I really couldn't tell you. Figuring that out is your business. I'm only giving you directions. There really aren't very many other options. It's either keep walking into the dizzying wrongness, go back into more dizzying wrongness, or get in the boat. So, yes. The boat looks like it shouldn't fit all 7 of them. It also feels like it shouldn't fit all 7 of them. Once more, they get Thomas situated in the middle, and all just kind of cram themselves into place around him. The boat sinks low in the water, and there are 1 or 2 ominous creaks, but it's not too dangerously unbalanced, and seems like it'll be able to hold them all. You may need to pay a toll, adds the stranger, stepping back, but the price shouldn't be all that extravagant. Stop at the town, you'll know when you see it, and safe travels. Thank you, says Logan. Talking to someone else seems to have almost brought him back from the point of breaking completely. Actually, Roman feels the same way, almost grounded by the reality of someone else being there, knowing what to do. Wait, says Patton, as Virgil leans out to untether the boat from the river bank, and leans out to address the hooded person now standing where the trees should really be. Where are you going? Don't you need the boat to get somewhere? The figure just laughs from where he's standing on the river bank. It's very kind of you to worry, Patton, but I'm sure I'll find my way to wherever I need to be, he says, and then Virgil succeeds in unhooking the rope keeping them in place, and the current sweeps them away like an unfinished thought. Roman most definitely does not scream in a very undignified and most unprincely manner, because that would be mortifying. However, they are going at a downright breakneck pace, and quite a few other people are screaming, so if he does end up making a bit of noise, it's not as if anyone else is going to notice too much. The colors of the treeless forest blur into shades of green and gray around them, streaking into bright white, which it's impossible to discern the origin of, and the water spray is soaking them from head to toe. Squinting through the spray as he hunkers down, Roman can see that Virgil is clinging to Thomas tightly, as if to prevent him from falling out. "He knew my name?" Patton shrieks over the roaring of the river and the rushing of the wind around them. "This is worrying. Isn't anyone else worried by this?" "Quite frankly," Janus bellows back, "I think we have other things to worry about, like, not dying on this boat trip from hell." Almost as soon as he says it, though, the boat slows down. They're still moving pretty darn fast, but it seems like it's possible to communicate without wrecking their lungs screaming, and their surroundings are no longer a complete blur. And actually, their surroundings seem to have changed. Again. "The trees!" Remus screeches. He doesn't have to be screeching, the absolute trash goblin, but it seems that he just wants to anyway. "They're back! Thank fuck!" The trees are back. Actually, it seems like the river is still coasting along the edge of the forest, which surrounds them on both sides. But see, here's the thing. It doesn't look like the same forest they started out in. Instead of tall pines and dense shrubbery, the trees seem to be tall and thin and tightly packed together. Roman sees several impossibly large mossy rocks and what look like abandoned stone structures as they coast along. And, oh yes, here's something important. It's no longer night. The sun isn't visible through the gray clouds obscuring the sky, but is very clearly early morning, going by the fresh, clean feeling in the air and the distant, unfamiliar birdsong. Roman quickly checks on Thomas. He seems undamaged by the frenetic ride. Still unconscious, though. Roman doesn't know why he's bothering at this point. Says Virgil, surprisingly mildly. He adjusts his position in the boat so he's sitting up straighter and glances around. Have we all considered that this is just a fever dream or an acid trip of some sort? Patton makes a noise like he's just choked on something he mistakenly swallowed. "We don't do drugs!" he objects, after another few moments of wordless sputtering. "Maybe you don't," snorts Remus. "Speak for yourself, old blood and guts." "What?" Patton says. "You also don't do drugs," says Logan, cutting neatly over Patton's confusion. "I removed your cocaine supply months ago." Remus frowns. "And what was—" "Pixie sticks," Logan says primly. "I predicted that you would not be able to tell the difference. Unsurprisingly, I was right." "Are we all just skipping over the bit where Virgil suggested that this situation was a mass hallucination?" Roman demands. Would it even really be a mass hallucination, though? Logan says, seeing as we're all the same person. I'm just saying, Virgil said louder. Maybe Thomas had a bit too much wine last night. Or he hit his head going down the stairs. This could all be because we've been running around his imagination like headless chickens for the last day and a half, and we just haven't noticed yet. Okay, first of all, that's fucking stupid, said Remus. Running around his imagination? Imagination isn't a place, genius. It isn't? Patton says, looking disappointed. Aw, but there's some really great stories about that. Even if it were, interjects Janice, do you think that those two, he gestures at Roman and Remus both, could actually come up with anything on this level? I could, Roman says, affronted, and then bumps knees with Remus. And if I couldn't get some of the more distressing details right, I'm sure my brother could manage it. He's terrifying like that. Aw, thanks, Remus says with a crooked grin. He looks up, and his eyes go wide. Damn, that sure is a palace. Roman nearly gives himself a case of severe whiplash, turning around to see what he's talking about, and damn, he's actually right. The forest around them has begun to clear and thin, revealing that the river is winding downwards into a lush valley just underneath a vast, jagged mountain that juts up into the sky like it's trying to impale it upon its peak somehow. Spilling out of the mountain is what looks to be a fortress. Broad, sweeping architecture that's so natural it looks more like it's been grown out of the stone rather than carved. Towers and balconies and windows so big they can even be seen all from this distance away. It's a jaw-dropping sight. And a town, adds Patton, scrambling to the front of the boat to see it better, and nearly tipping them over in the process, although he doesn't appear to notice this. Ah, look at it, it's so cute! Roman looks down at the comparatively tiny town at the foot of the mountain. It's quaint and medieval in appearance, although the bright lights shining up at them from the tiny windows and rooftops, even from all this distance, are so bright as to appear more electric than natural. What even is this place? Virgil says in astonishment. There's no way we're in Florida anymore. It doesn't even look like America. It doesn't even look like the 21st century. Did we make a wrong turn and end up in Middle-earth? Ho there! Comes a cry from the river-bank, and their collective attention is torn from the sight of the town and the palace to a diminutive figure who's standing on a tiny functional dock to their right, waving them down with a feathered cap held in one hand. Ho? Remus says, perking up. Where? The figure on the dock doesn't appear to hear him, which is probably for the best. You've reached the toll point. Dock here or face a most terrible penalty. Hi, new person, Patton calls back, waving back as they approach. We'd love to, but we have no idea how to stop this thing. What he said, Roman agrees. Help would be greatly appreciated. The hat-waving person hauls out some rope from where it's been coiled neatly over one of the dock posts, and yells, Catch this! Before flinging it in their direction. There's a brief, panicked scuffle as all of them try to catch it at once, yelling indistinctly at each other, fingers sliding uncooperative over the slightly damp and faintly slimy rope. Finally, Virgil manages to get a good grip, and, with the person on the dock holding the other end of it steady, they haul their way over so that their tiny, oarless boat is flush with the dock. The person on it squashes their cap inelegantly over their wild, curly hair and secures the rope in place along the dock. Thank you very much, my good, person, Roman says, panting a bit from exertion. This has been a very turbulent journey so far, let me tell you. Of course, they reply cheerily. Their accent is also Scottish, Roman notes, and wonders if they've somehow, improbably, ended up in Scotland of all places, and then perform an admirably comical double take as they get a good look at Roman's face. Good Lord, it's you! What? Says Roman blankly, even as the cap-wearing person, dressed quite notably in some sort of brown, medieval-looking tunic covered in all sorts of pouches and pockets, hurries up at the edge of the dock to get a proper look at everyone in the boat. Sorry, do we know you? There's something weirdly familiar about them, although he can't quite place his finger on it. I would not think so, no, they say, but all of you. It's extraordinary, it really is. You look exactly like him. Huh? Says Patton. Logan says, I see. I take it you met Thomas at some point while he was here last night? Twice, as a matter of fact, they say. They sit down at the edge of the dock, cross-legged. Poor fellow, he was quite beside himself on the way here, and even more distressed on the way back. Quite frankly, I'm astonished he managed to make it all the way back to you." "So were we, to be perfectly honest." Logan runs a hand through his hair. "You don't have any questions about us? Our state of existence?" "Well, you're the physicalized extrapolation of his overall personality and mental states of being, aren't you?" There's a pause as they all process this. "Yes," agrees Virgil. "Yes, we are, but how the fuck do you even know that?" "Thomas mentioned it," they say with a half-grin, "in passing, although it was very scattered and extremely vague, and I only understood parts of it. Meeting you all in person clarifies only a very small amount of it all." "In that case, we are Thomas Sanders, I guess," says Patton with a wry little smile. "Hello." "As charming as that little point of rhetoric is, we all do have proper names," points out Logan. "Logan Sanders. That's Roman, he's Patton, and—" Quickly and efficiently he introduces everyone in the group, and you apparently already know Thomas. "Shane Sheen Dark, at your service," they reply, tipping their hat with a flourish. "Tollkeeper, local river guide, a pleasure to meet you all." "Likewise," says Logan calmly. "Shane, we were told that Thomas had been cursed by the Fae, and that the best way to resolve that curse was to go confront them directly." "Then if I understand the circumstances correctly, you'll be looking for the Earl King," says Shane. "Down to the town, and all the way up the mountain. He's hard to miss. Although, before you go, I'll need payment." "Payment?" Remus shrugs, and then reaches for the zipper of his jeans. "Well, if you insist." "No," says Janice, shoving him back. "What do you want? I'm warning you, we don't really have all that much between us, and personally I'm extremely disappointed that capitalism still exists in this fantasy world we've apparently ended up in, so—" "I'm not all that choosy," Shane says. "Anything of value will do. I wouldn't ask, you all seem to be in a hurry, but rules are rules." Janice digs into the canvas bag of supplies that he's apparently still carrying, and produces an iPhone charging cable. "Here." He hands it to Shane without so much as a twitch in his expression. "This is an artifact of great power." Shane accepts the charging cord, examining it with interest. "This will do," they say, fingering the plastic casing and the metal USB drive at the end. "But—" Patton starts. Roman elbows him and he shuts up, although he looks unhappy about it. "Good luck, all of you," says Shane, standing up and unhooking their boat from the dock. "I have a feeling you'll need it." Everyone waves goodbye, except Thomas, who's too unconscious to do that. Seriously, the amount of coma he's in right now is unbelievable. Shane lets go of the rope and they're off again, coasting down the river on a swift current that's sweeping them closer and closer to the town at the bottom of the valley. "If you were going to complain about how giving a medieval toll person a piece of anachronistic technology is immoral," says Janice when they're an adequate distance away from the docks, "I invite you to suggest something else I could have given them." "No, actually," says Patton. Charging cables are expensive, that's all. Next time give them a bag of granola." A pleasant 10 seconds of silence occurs before the next topic of dilemma arises like a kraken rearing its ugly heads from the depths of the Mariana Trench. "They said the Earl King," Logan notes, frowning. "What about it?" Roman replies. "That's a term for the King of Fairies. Sounds to me that's exactly who we're looking for." "That's true enough, but Earl King is a German word, and all evidence up to now suggests that the mythology we're dealing with is Scottish in origin." He gestures back toward the dock, which is already retreating into the distance behind them. "Shane, that person at the river, the Tamlin illusion, the Owlshe being name-checked, but this—" Logan falls silent, and his frown deepens. Roman feels a sudden tightening of dread in his stomach, and he doesn't entirely know why. Logan doesn't say anything else for the rest of the boat trip. Eucatastrophe by A Real Sword. Chapter 5. Roman. The boat slows down as they approach the town, even though the river itself doesn't seem to be flowing any gentler than before, and it bumps to a halt against the river bank, just underneath a small earthy overhang. The town that they'd been approaching looks like it's only a short walk away, The overhang is just off the side of a tidy, cobbled path leading directly into it. After several failed attempts to restart the boat, Roman groans and admits defeat. Looks like we're going to have to go on foot the rest of the way if we ever want to get into that castle. The castle seems to be several hours' walk from here, Logan says, adjusting his glasses and peering up towards their goal. Not ideal, considering the state Thomas is in. I suggest we search the town for some method of transport, or, failing that, at least somewhere to stay for the night. We can talk to people, too, Patton chimes in, leaning forward. Somebody's bound to know some sort of thing about this Earl person. Maybe we can find something to bribe him with to fix Thomas. Candy or something. Everyone likes candy, right? Dangerously reckless optimism aside, you may have a point, Janice says. Getting to grips with the social situation of this place may be a good idea. We have no idea how things really work around here, after all. To the town it is, then, agrees Roman. Virgil, grab Thomas's feet, and we can... There's a soft groan from the middle of the boat, and everyone freezes. Guys, Thomas mutters, eyelids fluttering open. What? Patton gasps, and Virgil lets out a wordless exclamation, and everyone yells out Thomas's name in a remarkable display of synchronicity, and then suddenly everyone's scrambling to help Thomas sit up properly, because he seems to be too dizzy and uncoordinated to manage it on his own. Are you all right? Logan demands, grabbing Thomas by the shoulders. Look at me. Is your vision blurry? Are you experiencing any chest pain, or nausea, or significant distress, or a sudden urge to stab me again? What's the date today? Who's the president? Whoa. Thomas pushes weakly at Logan. Slow down. I'm fine. Just tired. Sorry, stab you? Again? Roman nearly cheers at this. He's back! He whoops, and promptly sweeps Thomas into an enthusiastic hug. I never thought I'd be glad to say this, but it looks like we don't need to go on a quest after all. Oh, okay. Thomas's arms wrap carefully around Roman's back, although his movements are slow and uncertain, and Roman is quickly realizing that he's more or less holding Thomas up to prevent him from collapsing. We're doing hugs. That's good. I like hugs. Thomas seems to be in control of his mental faculties. More or less, yes, Janice says. Which is everything we need, clearly. It's not like you've forgotten about the little matter of my face and sinking out and everything else. Have you tried summoning your sword yet? Roman's heart sinks at this, and he reluctantly draws back from Thomas so he can reach his hand out into the air and try to pull his sword out. Or a bouquet of flowers. Or a nondescript stick. Anything. But nothing emerges. Hello, Janice, says Thomas vaguely, with the hint of a smile. His gaze drifts sideways, and his face falls a fraction. And Remus. Hi. You're here too, I guess? I feel like I should be more concerned about that. Hiya, says Remus. Say, Thomas, can you think of any penis-related sword-summoning jokes? I'm coming up with nothing, and I know this is a rich source of untapped potential. Thomas blinks, and then blinks again, and then shakes his head like he's trying to keep himself awake. No, you can't? Isn't that, like, your job? Whoa, Remus is slipping, snipes Virgil. Things must really be getting bad. Patton's kind of squished behind Thomas all this time, and he's taking advantage of his position to press his ear to Thomas's back, which is, quite frankly, really weird, but Roman's not going to call him out for it. They're all glad to see Thomas awake and responsive, and it's only natural they're going to express it in different ways. Thomas, Patton says, pulling back from, well, his back. Listen, kiddo, I love you a lot, and it's so good to see you up and at 'em, but there's no easy way to put this. Your heart's still wrong. Says Thomas. Aren't you my heart? Sure am, chirps Patton, patting at his hand. But I mean more in the metaphorical sense. Literal, corrects Logan. You mean literal. You're his metaphorical heart. Oh, Patton says. Well, in that case, I still don't know what I mean. Which is fine and normal, unlike everything else that's going on today. What I'm saying is, I think we might still need to go and have a long chat with that Earl person. Thomas tries to sit up properly on his own, but just ends up sinking back into the boat. Okay, it seems like there's a lot going on right now that I missed out on, and I'm kind of struggling to process it, I guess. Where are we? Is this some new part of the Mind Palace? He pauses and squints at all of them. Are you all wearing my clothes? They're our clothes too, you know, Remus huffs. And no, Logan says, this is not the Mind Palace, or anything of your creation, inadvertent or otherwise. This is... He hesitates visibly. We are... I don't know where we are. But we have been led to believe that this is where you were last night. Does any of this seem familiar to you? No, replies Thomas, not even pausing to think about it. He looks around at the river, still flowing onwards, and then up at the brightly lit town just above them. The last thing I remember before going to bed is eating that pie. That was good pie, he adds musingly. Making it was a good idea. Virgil pulls a face. Probably not, but okay. Hang on, Thomas says, abruptly drawing himself out of pie-related pontification. Shouldn't you know that, though? I mean, you guys know everything I do. Mostly everything, he adds, with a glance at Janice. And, not to sound like a Western cliché, but this boat really ain't big enough for the 5, 6, 7 of us. Do we really all need to be here? Everyone exchanges a glance. Well, they exchange several glances, but it's mostly the same sentiment being communicated with those glances. We should see what's going on with this town, Logan says, straightening his tie. Thomas, we can fill you in as we do so. Do you think you can stand? Maybe? Says Janice, and extends a hand out towards him. Let's see what I can do to help. Thanks, Thomas mutters, and allows Janice to help him up and off the boat. He staggers and limps and trips his way up the bank, but manages to stay standing with a steady arm snaked around his waist, as everyone else moves up to join them. The moment that the last of them leaves the boat, it jolts back into life, seemingly of its own accord, and begins sailing away down the river. It picks up speed, and, within less than a minute, disappears around a bend. Oh, says Patton. Oh, okay. Excellent! Exclaims Remus, a bit too much genuine enthusiasm in his voice. Now we're trapped here. I don't understand, Thomas says faintly. The short journey up seems to have drained the small amount of vitality he had gained upon waking up. We'll do our best to explain, Logan is quick to assure him, even though there's parts of it that, well, even I, personally, am slightly unclear about. No, says Thomas. No, not that, although, yes, that too, I guess, but no, I don't understand why you're all here. I can't feel you. You're not me. Not anymore. You don't need to be here, helping me, or whatever you're trying to do. You could have just left. Gone to do your own things. Not had to keep dealing with, this. There's an uncomfortable pause. Well, despite everything, I am pleased to report that your self-preservation instinct remains as strong as ever, Janice said, adjusting his scarf. Even if you apparently want me to abandon you to the wolves. Honestly, what are you talking about? Virgil frowns and shifts uncomfortably before his expression hardens. Yeah, that sounds like bullshit. Why would not being attached to you mean we walk out on you? We still are you, is Roman's contribution, although he feels his heart beating unreasonably fast as he says it. Honestly, it's almost like you don't want us around. We love you, Thomas, Patton adds softly. Part of you or not. Being like this, I don't know about the rest of you, but for me it hurts. I want to be right back in place, as soon as I can. Thomas seems on the verge of arguing this point, but then he just slumps. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, guys, He trails off. You think you're gonna get away from me that easily? Remus points out with a fierce, horrible grin. To this, Thomas lets out an exhausted huff of a laugh. Yes, quite, agrees Logan. And now that Thomas is sufficiently reassured that we're here for him and always will be, shall we get going? We have a lot of ground to cover, and I don't think we'll want to be covering it after sunset. The town is, in a word, lovely. It's your classic, tiny, cozy fantasy town, torn straight from The Hobbit or maybe a Ghibli movie. Cheerful people in period costume going about their business, baking and selling bread, carting along scrap metal, brewing up potions on street corners. And as it turns out, the bright, electric-looking lights that had been visible even from such a distance weren't so much electric as magic. Glowing balls of pure energy that hover in place, and they're practically everywhere. This makes Roman unreasonably happy for many reasons, and also makes him very much want to steal at least one of these to take home with him. At the town entrance, they all split into smaller groups. A lot of them aren't happy about this, Roman included. Splitting the party is nearly always a terrible idea, especially where towns and magic and curses are concerned. But Logan insists, and since Logan is the logical one with all the clever ideas and everything. Ah, well, never mind all that. His reasoning had been 7 more or less identical people wandering around together might attract the wrong kind of attention, so let's try to limit that, and that does make some amount of sense, so... The groups are divided thusly: Virgil and Patton, Logan and Remus, Janice and Roman and Thomas. Roman's noble team has been tasked with finding transport and or somewhere to stay, while the others are off information gathering, so that's precisely what they're going to do. Thomas is still staggering around like a drunken lamb, and Janice is pretty much half carrying him everywhere, brushing aside Thomas's murmured awkward apologies with a lot of eye-rolling and, "It's what I do most of the time anyway. Don't act like this is a new thing." Usually metaphorically, but that's not the point. Despite having been given a pretty comprehensive explanation as to what's going on, Thomas looks like he still has next to no idea what's going on. He's present and coherent, but weirdly docile, content to let everyone drag him along without contributing much of his own. Roman can't remember if this is normal for him or not. If it is, he's usually not this obvious about it. They get a couple of weird looks, but it's more for their strange attire than anything else. The ways they hold themselves, and the Lion King's snake up, are different enough that it's not so much, "Hey, those 3 guys are identical clones," and more like, weird but cool, you don't see many triplets around these days. Plus, Roman is extremely charming. The general consensus from all the people they talk to seems to be that any type of transport, horses, carts, anything, is way out of their price range, which, to be clear, is non-existent, because neither Roman nor anyone else in their group has anything even resembling a pfennig, whatever that is. "Useless," growls Janice to himself as they make their way out of the blacksmith shop front. "Completely useless. We should have thought before we set off." "There's no way we could have known," says Roman. "We'll have to find a way to earn some money, that's all. It can't be all that difficult, not with our extensive skill sets. 1 skill set split into 6.5. "You think so?" Janice says with a faint snort. "That's just... Did that lady seem familiar to you?" Thomas interrupts dazedly. "Like, familiar, but not all that familiar?" "Thomas," says Roman, after a short pause, "we have never seen any of these people in our collective life." "Familiar how?" Janice asks, distracted, hitching Thomas's arm up more securely over his shoulder. Thomas blinks and shrugs, and eventually mutters, "Dahlia," and doesn't say anything else on the subject, no matter how much he's prodded about it. "Okay," says Roman. "Thomas's terrifying troublesome tangents aside, we have got to find some job. Any bright ideas?" "Steal money," Janice suggests. "Let's not," mumbles Thomas. "What sort of odd jobs do you think they have around here? Doesn't look like there's that many cars to wash." "Perhaps they'll need horse washers instead," Janice says. "Cutting wood, possibly," says Roman. "Or collecting potion ingredients. Slaying foul beasts in the woods. There's bound to be abundance of things to do around here." He's about to say more when he sees an unfairly gorgeous man sitting on the steps of a nearby home, and he can't look away. No, not like that. Well, maybe just a bit like that. He's tall and dark-skinned, and he has something that somewhat resembles a guitar but looks closer in form to a lute, or some other medieval instrument, resting in his lap. He plucks at it as he chats idly with a cheerful-looking woman who's perched on the railing just above him. The upturned cap filled with coin that's resting in front of him indicates that he's performing for money, although maybe not at the moment. Janice catches Roman's gaze and says, "No, absolutely not." But Roman's already got a really excellent plan, and he's raring to put it into action. He hears Thomas laugh and say, "Too late, I guess." And Janice's answering huff of frustration, but Roman's already coming up to the handsome stranger, who glances up from his conversation and raises an eyebrow. "Greetings and salutations, hail and well met," Roman exclaims with a wave. "I couldn't help but notice your lovely instrument and your equally lovely face." The man laughs suddenly, surprised, like he hadn't expected to be amused, and is really quite enjoying it despite that. "Well now, free compliments. Those are in short supply these days. Or is it free?" His gaze sharpened. "Are you expecting something in return?" "Only your name, my dear handsome stranger," says Roman, with a slight bow. "Octavian of Cadath," says the man, with a crinkle in his brow that Roman hopes means he's been charmed thoroughly by this. He strums out a colorful swirl of notes. "Troubadour, troublemaker, and tremendously good at what I do. That's my name, and yours, in return, if I may be so bold." "Prince Roman of—" Roman flails internally for a terrifying split second. Sanders. Storyteller, nicknamer, dreamer. Also extremely broke." Octavian of Cadath looks him up and down for a moment with a sort of half-smile, and shifts his fingers into another position. Another flurry of notes, this time spaced out and arpeggiated. "A prince? We don't see many of those around these parts." He affects a low bow that's just on the pleasant end of mocking. "My apologies for not recognizing royalty when I see it, my lord." Roman's brain stutters. Damn it, now's not the time. "No need for formalities. Please, just call me Roman. My companions and I are from quite a ways away," Roman says, "and we've made the grave mistake of leaving our wallets, coin purses at home." "All of you?" says the woman. Roman notices that she's holding a rudimentary sort of tambourine, a thin membrane stretched over a wooden frame, metal dangling from the edges. "All of us," Roman confirms. "Our departure was speedy, and not very well planned." Octavian plucks absently at the lowest string of his instrument, a repeated drone of a note. "Is this your way of begging for my money? If it is, it's certainly the most original extortion attempt I've ever been on the receiving end of." "I would never," says Roman, scandalized. "All I'm asking is a chance to earn some money, since you seem to have the current monopoly on street performance." "We do?" Octavian replies, another amused little smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I certainly haven't seen any other instrument-wielding people on the streets today," said Roman. "I was hoping I could steal your spotlight for a bit. Maybe share it. You know what the people want more than I do. I promise you," he adds, "I'm well worth your time." Tempting. Octavian turns to his friend. "Helly, what do you think?" "I say we let him try," says the woman. "He's cute." "I am, thank you," says Roman. "As a side note, I'm also very gay, in case either of you were, wondering." "Noted and appreciated," says Octavian of Cadath with a grin. "But the most important thing is this. Can you sing?" "Can I sing?" Roman says, delighted. "Can I sing, you ask?" "You can definitely sing," calls Thomas with a weak little huff of laughter. He and Janice have taken up residence on one of the abandoned piles of sandbags. Janice is positively fussing over Thomas, who seems more bemused by this treatment than anything else, and he glowers up at Roman. "Please ask yourself if you can spare a brain cell for it. Do we really have the time for one of your childish musical interludes?" "I can sing," Roman tells Octavian firmly, "and I even have a song or two in mind already. If you'd excuse me for a second." Octavian nods. "I'll drum up a crowd," he says, and springs to his feet, cape flourishing all around him in splashes of red and gold. His friend, Helly apparently, takes her tambourine-like instrument and starts tapping out a merry beat as his fingers dance across the strings in a rousing, rollicking ride of a melody. Roman nods along for a moment or two before abruptly remembering what he'd been intending to do. He hurries over to Thomas and Janice. "All right, air your grievances now, if you must." "You just can't resist the idea of stepping up into the limelight, I see," says Janice, standing up to meet him. Or the medieval equivalent, anyway. Roman bristled. "Well, I don't see you jumping in with any bright money-making ideas, the lie who didn't like musicals. I'm simply using the talents at my disposal, and if that means I get to show off a bit, well, I won't deny that does have its appeals, but it's for the good of the team." "Leave him alone," Thomas says, nudging at Janice's side. "It's a win-win situation all around. We get money, Roman gets to perform, I get to rest for a bit, you get to—" sit here with me and make fun of him. I don't know what you like to do for fun. Hey, Roman protests. Me? Janice's hand raises to his chest. Make fun of people? Never. He sighs and then takes his seat next to Thomas once more. Very well, then. Do remember that we've got to meet up with the others in approximately half an hour. Have fun, says Thomas, giving him a double thumbs up. Roman ruffles Thomas's hair affectionately and hurries back to Octavian of Cadath, which is harder than it had been a few minutes ago because the amount of people on the street has thickened since he and Helly had started to perform. There's a bunch of kids running around and yelling their little lungs out, and quite a few exasperated parents trying to tug them back from getting in the musicians' respective ways. Mostly, though, people are hovering around out in front of their houses and businesses, chatting quietly but eagerly to each other. Apparently, this sort of performance is equivalent to a popular early-morning television show. Steven Universe, perhaps. Octavian nudges out the money hat to where it'll be more obviously in reach for the crowd, and, tuning up his instrument, turns to Roman. "You're up, my lord," he says, with a grin that makes his teeth glint bright in the mid-morning light. "But of course," grins Roman. "Major key, upbeat tempo. If you wouldn't mind giving me a beat?" Helly obligingly starts tapping out a cheerful, jingly rhythm against her thigh, and at Roman's indication speeds it up even more. Roman quietly hums the simple tune that he has in mind, and after only a few bars, Octavian starts strumming too. Bright, shining chords and a sparkling ostinato. Roman bounces on his heels, wiggles his fingers, blows a kiss to Janice, and starts to sing. "Oh, once I knew a snake with a grin and a wink and a cape and a hat to boot. He'd lie and he fake like a silver-tongued skink of particularly ill repute. Though his glibness I admired, he had multitudes of that. Every day it went the same. No matter who inquired, whether thin or short or fat, he'd never tell a soul his name. Is it Lyle? Is it Ezra? Is it Lou or Lars or Lee? Is it Anware, Cain or Harvey? Is it John? By some strange-ish concomitance, stroke of serendipity, would it happen that your name is Dolion? Is it Ethan or Iago? Is it Lucas? Is it Dennis? Is it Dante, D, or Marcus? Maybe Brody? Could it be, my slippery fellow, that your real name is Horace? Or if you're feeling parabolic, is it Loki? Lucifer or Icarus? Jekyll, Jam, or Julius? Thomas, Preston, Damien, or James? Declan, Steve, or Dorian? Lionel, or Lucius? There must be one. I'm running out of names." And he'd clasp both his hands with a maddening smile, and he'd laugh and exclaim, "I don't rightly understand. Why, how rude and downright vile. You should never ask a snake his name." The song is well received. Of course it is. It's a Roman Sanders original, never before performed, and it never will be again, seeing as it's pretty outdated now that they actually know Janice's name. The kids, at the very least, appreciate it. They probably don't understand very much of it at all, but they, like any sane human being, appreciate the novelty of a song that speeds up more and more with every new verse until it's almost impossible to make out individual words. The hat is passed around. Coins go clinking in, which speaks for itself how much the paying adults appreciate it. Octavian laughs and exclaims, "So you can sing!" "You doubted me?" Roman says, and blows another kiss in Janice's direction, because he seems torn between annoyance and, well, even more annoyance at Roman's rather pointed song. Although Thomas does overcome his lethargy for a moment or two to let out a holler of appreciation and some weak applause. That's something, at least. "Are you really that idiotic that you've somehow managed to forget my name already?" he hears Janice yell from across the square, but he ignores it and turns back to his loving audience and fellow performers. "Got anything else?" Helly asks, shimmering that tambourine up and down at a rapid tempo, which is an invitation if Roman's ever heard it. For the next half hour they perform. Roman picks songs he knows won't clash too dramatically with his current setting. Some Disney songs, of course. An original he's been working on about a battle between two pirate brothers, although it isn't quite complete yet, but that doesn't seem to matter right now. That one rowdy pub song from Oliver, which Octavian and Helly managed to pick up on pretty quickly after the first two choruses, and they have marvelous voices. Not as lovely as Roman's, but they can sing and belt and harmonize with the best of them. And after half an hour of this, Roman's genuinely sad to see it end. Octavian calls a halt to proceedings after Janice waves at them pointedly, and Roman mutters an apology, and the crowd disperses, in markedly cheerful spirits. Roman's high on the thrill of performance, and he's almost forgotten entirely why he'd been doing it in the first place, when Octavian comes over with the cap full of money and a performance-induced shine to him that mirrors how Roman feels. "All yours," he says, and passes the cap over to Roman, whose eyes widen. "But some of this was already yours, he says. I couldn't possibly... Don't worry, says Helly with a smile. Money's not really a problem for Octavian, and he helps me out. And you certainly earned all of that. Please do keep it. Thank you, says Roman, and looks at her for a long, long moment. Her smile is familiar. Something about the crinkle of her eyes and the curving of her lips. He can't place it, but it's really familiar, and to be perfectly honest, it's bugging him quite a lot. He had thought Thomas's earlier comments about various people in the town to be a result of his less than coherent current state of mind, but maybe there's something to them. He scoops up the hat and weighs it in a hand. It jingles pleasantly. Is there any place where I might be able to obtain a horse? He asks, and preferably a cart or carriage of some sort, in the soonish time vicinity. Oh, says Helly, and trades glances with Octavian. If you're looking for transport, that's almost certainly not going to be enough. What? Roman exclaims and snaps his fingers angrily. Ah, son of a bitch-ass motherfucking banshee. Monty Lython over there is never going to let me hear the end of this. Well, I'm sure there's an alternative, Helly says, sounding unsure. Where was it you needed to get to, anyway? We need to make our way up there, Roman says, and points up above the town toward the mountain looking over it all. The Earl King's castle? Octavian says, sounding genuinely startled for the first time. Why in the name of anything would you want to go up there, especially at this time of year? He's taken something from our friend, and we'd be mildly overjoyed if you'd give it back, says Janus, as he comes over to join them, still scowling about the name song, accompanied by Thomas, who's relying more on him to stay upright than not. Yeah, and what's so important about what time of year it is? Thomas asks. It's just about as complicated as he is, says Octavian, and looks over at Helly, who's been looking distinctly uncomfortable with the conversation ever since the castle had been brought up. Go, he says. She hesitates. Are you sure? I'll be fine, says Octavian, but you might not be, so you have no obligation to stick around or help. He reaches over to the money cap and skims off a handful of shining coins with one hand before presenting it to her. I shouldn't be more than a few days. Don't worry about me, Heliotrope. A few days? Says Roman, as Helly takes the coin and briefly embraces Octavian, who's actually just a bit shorter than her, before hurrying off into the town. What's that all about? You need transport up to the palace for what seems like a very important reason, Octavian says, and adjusts his cape so it falls more neatly over his shoulders. I have that transport, and I'm not too unreasonably busy these days. It would be wrong of me not to extend an offer of help, my dear prince, especially after that performance of yours. There are 7 of us in total, Janus points out, with narrowed eyes. It's not hard to see that he very much does not trust this man, but at the very least he's making an effort, which is nice, and it's nice that Janus is being nice. Will there be enough room for all of us? I should think so, yes. Seriously, is no one else worried about this? Thomas says, and trails off. This seems dangerous, I think. Where's Logan? Someone check with Logan before you make any decisions, please. We know, Janus says very quietly in Thomas's ear. We'll discuss it later. Don't worry about it. Thomas blinks and then relaxes, leaning into Janus's side. Okay, he agrees. And then, but what's the time of year thing, at least? Well, it is autumn, says Octavian, as if that explains everything. Are you open to my suggestion, then? Well, we do have an abundance of other ways to get up there, Janus replies dryly. He means yes, translates Roman, and thank you. You're very kind to offer this to us. Octavian of Cata smiles. It is an insanely pretty smile. It's completely wild how a human face can be that gorgeous while smiling. In that case, I shall go collect my cart. Is there anywhere I can meet you and your companions once you've all found each other? We were planning on meeting back at the town entrance, says Roman, gesturing. Behind him, Janus makes a tiny noise of exasperated irritation. Excellent. Octavian swings his lute over one shoulder, adjusting it neatly across his back. In that case, I will see you all soon. Thank you so much, Thomas calls after his back, and then to the others. He seems nice. He's also really hot, Roman points out, because it's objectively true, and it would be a crime if Thomas hadn't noticed it by now. Janus sighs. Is now really the time? Yes, Thomas says, mouth twitching. It's always the time for pointless gay shenanigans. Hadn't you heard? That's our Thomas, says Roman, bumping his shoulder, but Thomas seems distracted again, this time by Janice, as a matter of fact. What? What is it? Your face, says Thomas, and makes as if to reach out and touch it, before jerking back abruptly. What happened? It's all wrong. I only just noticed. Thank you for reminding me, Janice says, voice dripping with sarcasm. He reaches up and touches the scales on his face himself, and some of the intricately drawn scales blend together under his touch, although Roman doesn't think he knows it's happening. He coughs, and some veracity seems to bleed back into his voice. I don't know. I suspect it has something to do with your current lack of vitality, but we are all missing something. Oh, says Thomas, voice very small indeed all of a sudden. Sorry. Don't be, says Roman. You're no doubt missing it just as much as we are, even more, probably. Let's go find the others, says Janice, looking majorly uncomfortable with the amount of sincerity currently present in the conversation. And they do. They're the last to arrive at the town entrance, actually. Everyone else has already recongregated and appears to be exchanging findings. Hey there! We went on this entire adventure, Patton says, the instant he sets eyes on their party of 3, apparently eager to share. We met a wizard named Jay, and they were pretty cool, yeah, Virgil interjects hurriedly. But apart from the fact that everything's expensive as shit around here, we didn't really find out anything important. What about you guys? Well, as I was saying, this town and the surrounding villages and homes appear to live life under a somewhat benevolent monarchy, Logan explains. It's actually rather fascinating, but to cut a long story tragically short, if they don't irritate or gather the attention of the Fae court, they tend to leave them well enough alone. Well done, says Roman, and in less boring news, we have transport to the castle, and spending money. What? Says Logan. Explain. They explain, and by the time Roman and Janice, with minimal help from Thomas, finish up, Virgil is frowning. You just talked to this stranger, and he offered to take us all up the mountain? Well, I did a whole musical number first, Roman says, which, as we all know, does tend to bring people closer together. Yeah, true, Remus agrees, through a mouthful of something suspiciously white and crunchy. He appears to be chewing on actual bones. It's hard to tell if they're animal or something else. Roman wonders if he should say anything for a moment, and then decides that if Logan's not pointing it out, it's probably all right. Probably. Remember that time I did that whole biblical illusion acid trip thing and then revealed my name to y'all? Thomas winces. I try not to. Remus grins. There's bone splinters all too visible between his teeth. Just saying, if you had offered me a ride up a weird fairy mountain after all that, I'd have totally accepted. No arguments at all. So, that makes absolutely no sense. Can we get back to the point? Virgil pleads. Princey, are you sure this is a good idea? He had a trustworthy sort of face, Roman insists. A really trusty sort of face. The sort of face you can trust. I think what Roman means to say is that Octavian of Cadath is objectively really fucking hot, Janice says dryly, and we as a society value looks over a lot of things, like how trustworthy a person actually is. So... Yes, actually, speaking of which, the suspension bridge effect, Logan begins. Nope, not now, Roman says, pointing at Logan, and then he rounds on Janice. And you! This has nothing to do with how absurdly attractive he is. You've got the sort of face you can't trust. You liar! Charming. Janice rubs absently at the snaked-up side of his face. Although it's not like I agree with you or anything about the hotness, just for the record. We do all have the same taste in men, Thomas says weakly. So, I don't even know why this is an argument. The clip-clopping of 2 full sets of hooves heralds Octavian's arrival and effectively breaks off the conversation. Oh, says Virgil unenthusiastically. New stranger. Wonderful. Identical stranger, exclaims Octavian of Cadath, far more enthusiastic, from the large, mostly empty cart that he's perched on the front of. Greetings. Introductions are exchanged, Remus makes a bunch of horrifyingly lewd comments, and Octavian just kind of rolls with it, God bless the guy. Everyone piles into the cart, and Octavian takes the reins, cracking them briskly. The horses take off at a trot. "So," he says, glancing back at all of them, "are you planning on explaining why the 7 of you have exactly the same face, or is this going to be one of those things we all conveniently ignore for the duration of the trip?" "It's a long story," Janice hedges. "Except it's totally not," Remus says, and points at Thomas. "We're all him. We all belong in his head, but he bumped it on a magic rock or mushroom or something, so we all live out here forever now, I guess." "I see," says Octavian, in a way that makes it clear that he doesn't, not really. "It is a little more complicated than that," says Logan. "But at this rate, I estimate it will take us a good few hours to reach the castle, so I do think we have enough time to explain it all." "In that case," says Octavian, "I'm all ears. Tell me your tale, strange travelers." He grins and loops the reins around one wrist. "I've been running out of songs to sing anyway. Maybe you can give me some inspiration." The journey up the mountain is long and bumpy, and, for the last hour, wholly unpleasant. The path gets steeper and narrower with every winding turn, and the fact that their route affords an excellent view of the town below, and how far down it is worrying for at least one of them. Virgil's anxious teeth-grinding is both audible and extremely annoying, and there seem to be a lot more rocks and branches for the wheels to trip and skip and bump over. They've explained the situation to Octavian, who'd had a lot of questions at first, of course, and then quite a few startled exclamations and declarations along the lines of, "Damn, that's improbable," paraphrased, and then some clarifications on certain spellings and pronunciations. And then they had kind of separated off into smaller conversational groups, and at this point they're all just trying to keep themselves occupied and not let the dread of what they're heading towards sink in. Don't let it sink in. To keep Remus busy, Octavian's been teaching him a few extremely raunchy call-and-response songs that sound just like the sort of thing Patton would object to on multiple levels, if Janice weren't currently keeping him equally occupied with a frantic hushed discussion about what to do with the Earl King when they finally do end up meeting him. It's a short while after this, when they've all kind of descended into something that isn't quite pleasant silence, but is as close as it's possible to get considering the circumstances, that Thomas stirs. He's been drifting back and forth between complete awareness, wherein he's exactly like his usual self, conversing easily with everyone and cracking jokes where appropriate, and a state of glassy-eyed dissociation that it's hard to rouse him from. There doesn't seem to be any real pattern to when or why this happens, although the periods of dull, drifting silence have been occurring more the closer they've gotten to the castle, a fact that hasn't escaped the attention of any of them, but it's not as if there's really anything they can do about it. "I remember something," he says quietly, so softly that Roman doesn't actually register it's him speaking for a moment. He just kind of assumes it's Janice or Virgil or someone else. When he looks over, he sees that their source of being has a hand on Logan's shoulder and is apparently addressing him in a hushed tone. Thomas seems to be on the quieter end of awake right now, which is probably a good sign. Roman casts a glance to where Octavian of Cadath is sitting, humming snippets of half-put-together lyrics at the horses, and then shuffles back to join the conversation. "Something?" he says, lowering his tone to match Thomas's. "Is this a plot-relevant sort of something?" "We're not in one of your weird fantasy daydreams, Princey," says Virgil tiredly, from where he's half-sprawled against one of the cart interior walls. "Plot relevancy and narrative conventions don't apply to real life, remember?" "Well," says Patton, "we are currently in a horse-drawn cart, being driven by a bard to a castle carved into a mountain, so we can bargain with the King of Fairies for the return of our Thomas's something. I'm not really sure what we're doing, actually, but that seems pretty fantasy daydreamish to me." "Well," says Virgil, and then doesn't say anything else. "Thomas, you said you remembered something?" Logan asks, dragging the conversation back on track, and down to a lower register of volume. Thomas blinks slowly, and then nods, propping himself up a bit on the side of the cart. "I've been here before," he says. "I think. On this road, I mean. Except I think I was riding on a horse with someone." His eyes go all distant and puzzled, and then he shakes himself and continues. "Anyway, the important part is, the person I was with, they told me a bunch of things about this place that we're in. A lot of it's super blurry, and I just can't—" He shakes his head like a wet dog trying to dry its fur, and apparently the metaphorical fur doesn't get dried by this action because he just looks even more frustrated. "Something about people and mirrors. Sorry, guys, it's gone." Mirrors is right, because the look of frustration on Logan's face right now mirrors Thomas's own perfectly. "Not to worry," says Janice, looking majorly unconvinced even as he says it. "I'm sure it'll come back to you eventually." The cart rumbles on. The horses have been nervous and skittish the closer they've gotten to the castle so far, so when Octavian pulls on the reins a brief while later, they stop so abruptly and suddenly that the cart jolts, sending everyone bumping forwards and sprawling against each other. They've stopped a short distance from the actual gates of the mountainside castle, which are unimaginably big and carved from lengths of unbroken wood so tall that it almost seems like they've grown into place rather than been constructed. "To be clear," says Octavian, hopping easily off the cart and gesturing for everyone else to do the same, "I will not be entering the castle with you. The king and I have bad history." The 7 of them slide off the back of the cart with a sort of sighs of relief and discomfort that stem from having sat in the back of a moving, horse-drawn vehicle for far too many hours on end. Octavian almost immediately starts coaxing the horses off the path into a small outcropping of stone where they're hidden from view. "I will, however, wait for you," he adds, glancing over his shoulder. "You'll need a ride back to town if you should succeed. If you don't return within 2 days, I shall assume you've died in a terrible fashion and leave without you." That last bit is said without the slightest hint of joking, which really doesn't bode well, come to think of it. "Will you be all right out here?" Patton wonders. "There's not a lot to do, and did you even bring enough food?" Octavian has set the horses grazing and is already tugging at his lute. "To be honest, I needed some peace and quiet for composing now. This is the perfect opportunity." "You have our deepest appreciation for bringing us all this way," says Logan, adjusting his glasses slightly. Octavian waves this off and strums at his strings thoughtfully. "It was no trouble, and you've given me more than enough material to repay me. Really, you have. Before you go, what do you think of this?" A quick flurry of notes, punctuated by percussion as he taps his fingers against the wood of the fretboard, and he sings, "Mr. Sanders had 6 sides who would not let him sleep. He'd been up to almost midnight, eyes shut tight and counting sheep. At 12:30 he sat up, rubbed his eyes and shook his head. 'That's it, I'm done, exhausted. What is wrong with you?' he said." "Very nice," Roman enthused, as the music trails off and it becomes apparent that there's no more of the song. "I approve greatly." Patton grins and claps obligingly. "Where's it going from there?" "No idea," says Octavian cheerfully. "I'll work that out later. But it's something, isn't it?" "Could use some gore," Remus suggests. "Just a smidge, or 20. "I'll take that under consideration," says Octavian indulgently, pulling out a tiny notebook from the inside of his cape. "Well, good luck to all of you, and good luck to me in finishing this ballad. And one final suggestion. Do try not to give anyone in that castle your real name, if you can help it. All of you have been dreadfully cavalier with yours so far. I'd hate for something to happen as a result of it." "Now that's advice I can get behind," Janice says with a slight frown, and glances at everyone else. "He's right. Giving your name to the Fae is a notoriously bad idea." "Well," says Virgil, as they wave goodbye to Octavian of Cadath, and begin to head up the path toward the castle gates. "It's not like that's going to be a problem for you to see." "Okay, so I was overly cautious about giving my name to strangers," Janice says, tightening his ratty yellow scarf pointedly. "Can you blame me? I got there eventually." "We are all literally the same person," Virgil exclaims. Thomas takes the opportunity to frown slightly, and then says, apropos of nothing, and sounding more than a bit confused, "Hey, that song was about me." "Sure was, buddy," Patton says, patting him tentatively on the shoulder, and then immediately having to grab him by the arm, because apparently that's all it takes to send him toppling over. "Whoa there, you doing all right, kiddo?" Thomas rights himself haltingly and says, "Yeah, I'm fine. There's the castle. Let's go." The gates are even bigger up close. The carvings are intricate and astoundingly well made, like thousands of individual strands of wood all braided into thick poles that look like they'd take centuries to saw through. Roman's already putting himself down for at least 5 minutes of staring at this in wonder, but then Thomas bumps into him, pushing him aside so he can get to the front of the group. Quite rudely, too. He's moving unassisted, which is something, at least. Roman's about to open his mouth and object to being rudely shoved aside anyway, but he's pretty quickly cut off by the most concerning thing he's heard all day. "I belong here," says Thomas, quite firmly, to nobody in particular, with an uncomfortably familiar glint of brightness in his eyes. "Nope," says Virgil immediately, grabbing Thomas's arm. "We are not doing this again. Thomas, we are leaving." And a grating layer of distortion overtakes his voice for the last few words, which apparently startles him so much that his grip on Thomas slackens for just a few seconds. A few seconds too long, and at the worst possible moment, too. "Virgil, your spooky voice! It's back!" Patton says. "Fuck my spooky voice!" Virgil yells in his spooky voice. "Somebody grab Thomas!" Too late. Thomas is now right up next to the big towering gates, and he's moving with a confidence and fluidity that he's been sorely lacking this entire time. Roman lunges for him and manages to grab his shoulders, but not before he gets a hand on the intricately carved wood of the gates, and that, apparently, is all it takes for them to start swinging open of their own accord. Roman stands there, holding on to Thomas, staring at the otherworldly sight of the pathway leading up into the castle, which is inordinately floral. It's wreathed around on all sides by extravagant amounts of wildflowers and vines that are all growing to form a sort of tunnel in a way that could not have possibly been naturally grown. And then there's a tall, willowy figure who's standing at the end of the path, hands folded neatly behind his back, clothing so bright and flame-like that for a moment Roman thinks he's actually on fire. Virgil grabs Roman roughly around the waist and starts hauling him and Thomas backwards with a surprising amount of upper body strength. "No, no, no," he yells. "We are going, we are leaving, we're not fucking doing this, come on!" Thomas jerks his way out of Roman's grip with a smooth little twist of his shoulders. He's already walking down the path with purpose, directly toward the tall figure waiting for him. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me!" Virgil roars. "Thomas!" Janice yells, and everyone else takes up the cry as they rush forward to stop their center from doing something really stupid. Which, yes, is pretty much par the course for them, but usually the stupid thing involves bulk buying a whole bunch of worm-on-a-strings online for no good reason, and not walking right towards an actual literal fairy. Patton, surprisingly, is the fastest, and therefore the first to get to the end of the path. But it's still not fast enough, because even as he screeches to a halt, everyone close behind, Thomas is already right in front of the flame-robed man. And the man in question is radiating such unquestionable power and authority that it's pretty clear that doing something like grabbing Thomas and dragging him back would be a really terrible idea. It's also pretty clear to Roman who this guy is, going by the authority vibes and posture and the crown of gold and grass that encircles his long and exceptionally well-maintained hair. His robes are more feather and leaf than actual fabric. The bright oranges and reds of autumn encase his torso like a cocoon, spilling down to follow him on the ground in a silent trail. His eyes are as blue as the ocean, and just as dangerous looking. He's also very hot. This is an extraordinarily unhelpful fact, considering the situation, but it doesn't make it any less true. "Welcome back, Thomas Sanders," says the Earl King, with a grin in his voice, although the expression on his face doesn't move in the least, remaining impassive and cold. He raises a hand to Thomas's cheek, and there's an unmistakable tenderness there that nonetheless is so essentially wrong that Roman feels like he could choke on it. Thomas is staring up at him with a kind of fascinated rapture, his eyes bright and glazed, like he's seeing without actually seeing. "Let him go," Virgil snaps, taking advantage of his newly returned voice for the spook factor, although it doesn't seem to have much effect at all. "But he's mine," says the Earl King, sounding genuinely surprised. "Falsehood," replies Logan. It's not whip-fast or razor-sharp. His voice shakes, and so do his hands, although they're firmly clasped behind his back. "Thomas belongs to nobody and no one." "Everyone belongs to someone, somewhere," says the Earl King. "Most people belong to themselves, without ever being aware of it. My dear Thomas belonged to himself until he unwittingly signed his heart and body away, and now he belongs to me and one other." "What? Explain," demands Roman. "He belongs to you? You and who else?" Says the Earl King, and caresses the side of Thomas's head, long fingers tangling and catching in the knots in his hair. "I would not normally be so amenable to sharing someone so very pretty, but needs must." He sighs, the sound drawn out and pleased. "Ah, Thomas?" "Yeah?" says Thomas, sounding dreamy and utterly lost in thought. "Do stay with me a while longer, won't you? No more running off. It isn't good for me or for you." "Yeah," says Thomas, with a breathless grin. "That is precisely what I like to hear." The Earl King leans down and presses a precise kiss to Thomas's forehead. For a second, there's a flash of clarity in Thomas's eyes, and he says, "Wait, no," but then he just collapses. He goes down smooth and slow, sinking down to the ground and toppling over and curling up into himself, and then he's just lying there, still and unmoving at the Earl King's feet, cushioned by the unnaturally green grass and moss all around him. Remus lets out an unholy noise and charges. There doesn't appear to be much thought behind the attack, which isn't all that surprising. He swerves around Thomas's fallen form and throws himself bodily at the Earl King, all furious elbows and fists and nails, apparently determined to tear the Fairy King limb from limb with his bare hands. But Roman blinks, and suddenly his brother isn't anywhere close to the Earl King anymore, although the king himself hasn't moved in the slightest. "Dispense with these foolish attacks," orders the Earl King, although he sounds faintly amused. "You cannot lay a hand on me." "How dare you?" snaps Roman, so angry he can barely force the words out. How dare you? Give him back!" The Earl King just stares at him quizzically, like he just doesn't understand, like he's incapable of understanding the simple truth, that Thomas is not property for him to own and keep, and actually the whole thing is blatantly ridiculous because they are all him, and of course they are him, and he's theirs. What even is any of this? Roman seethes. He glances back to see what everyone else is doing, to see if anyone's making a move or anything, and this is why he sees the exact moment when Logan makes eye contact with the Earl King. This probably wouldn't be such a notable thing, because all of them are glaring at him right now, but for some reason, the Earl King meets his gaze evenly, and with something that isn't just amusement or indifference in the expression. Something like understanding actually seems to pass between the two of them for a moment. And then Logan gasps, although calling it that feels almost inadequate, because it sounds less like a gasp and more like an earth-shattering realization condensed into vocal form. The Earl King jerks his head sideways, breaking it off. He makes a short, violent movement with one hand, and the ground around Thomas erupts into life, a nature documentary in 100 times speed as the grass and flowers grow up to envelop him, dragging him down into the dirt before withering and dying once more. It takes less than 5 seconds, and when it's done, Thomas is nowhere to be seen. Patton screams. Virgil lets out a growl that's less earth-shaky and nightmarish than usual, but still pretty demonic all the same. "No need for dramatics," says the Earl King, despite the fact that he's probably the most dramatic person here, and that's really saying something. "He is within my palace now, unharmed. I simply need him where I can keep my attention firmly fixed on him. He is rather important to me, you know." "I'll kill you, you know," says Remus cheerfully. "Rip you limb from limb, use your sparkly fairy blood as fingerprints. Twist your sexy skinny wrists around and around and around until they snap and snap and snap again. Do the same to your neck, use you as fertilizer for your own fucking fantasy fairy tale garden." "Now that," the Earl King replies, "would be a distinct honor. What a shame your threats will not come to pass today. Do feel free to come in," he adds to the group as a whole, raising his arm to indicate the palace up ahead. "I expect you'll want to talk with me, and allowing that is only polite, after all. Join me in my garden." And this is apparently the end of that particular conversation, because he just straight up turns on his heel and starts walking back down the grassy path, back to the great oak doors that grow out of the mountain itself. He doesn't appear to be moving at much faster than a casual meander, but within seconds he's already halfway there. Patton takes off at something that's not quite a dead sprint, but it's pretty close. Janice is right behind, as are Virgil and Remus, and Roman for the first few steps. But Logan stays frozen where he is, still and wide-eyed, a glasses-wearing deer caught in headlights. Roman stops when he realizes that Logan's not following, and turns to hurry back to him. "What's going on, Specs?" He peers at Logan worriedly and presses a hand to his arm. "I know he's pretty intimidating, but I bet I can talk him into giving Thomas back. Or Janice can. You know how he is. Fairies love deals. We can work something out. We always do. Specs? Logan? Hey, are you all right? Logan doesn't even appear to hear him. Roman, he breathes, eyes fixed on the Earl King's retreating back. He's paler than a glass of skim milk with a penchant for blithely cooking vegetables without spices, and Roman can feel him trembling slightly. Roman, you don't understand. That's me. Eucatastrophe by A Real Sword. Chapter 6. Logan. Oh, Logan hates himself. He really, truly does. The thing is, it makes sense. It makes an uncomfortable amount of sense, because Octavian of Cadath had been strangely familiar, and so had the toll person, Shane d'Arc. And that's not to mention the 20 or so people that he and Remus had passed and encountered briefly while exploring that town, all of whom had made some distant part of his awareness uncomfortable and suspicious in a way he couldn't quite place at the time. But looking right at the Earl King like that, and seeing the awareness reflected back from a consciousness so different and yet so horribly familiar, it had made the truth entirely obvious. But the thing is, it doesn't make sense. They look nothing alike. And there's not even a name etymology connection here. It's not as if Logan has any Germanic history to it. Quite the opposite. And this Earl King has taken Thomas, and is claiming ownership of him in an entirely illogical and irrational way. And they just can't be the same person. He had attempted to explain his reasoning to Roman, very calmly and clearly, but it didn't seem to have gotten through to him in the slightest. Roman had nodded along through the first 10 seconds of explanation, and then said, "Specs, you know I love you, but we do not have time for this, and really it's probably not as important as catching up to the Fairy King who's stolen our center, so hurry up, let's go!" And that had been the end of that attempt. Even though Logan's still reeling, trying to piece it all together in his mind, and his headache is rising, and he kind of wants to scream or else make some kind of exclamatory noise to suitably vent his frustration in himself and the world around him, and the Earl King, especially the Earl King. He had let Roman drag him forward through the open castle gates and toward the rest of the group, who are, in turn, hurrying as fast as they can in the wake of the Earl King, who's sweeping through the halls with all the confidence and certainty that comes with him owning the place. In any other circumstances he'd be fascinated and possibly quite distracted by the rather stunning architectural design of the castle itself. The hallways are vast stone caverns that appear to be hollowed out entirely naturally, although the complexity of said hollowing indicates otherwise. And then there's clear pan-European Baroque inspirations working behind quite a bit of it, which is as fascinating as it is puzzling, because all evidence would suggest that this world that they found themselves in would date to a somewhat anachronistic version of the mid-16th century, rather than early 17th century time period Baroque architecture would typically hail from. But he's not thinking about any of that, because there are far more important things to consider. The Earl King is leading them down a series of long, twisting paths that don't seem to ever intersect at right angles, and also don't seem to obey the laws of physics or space or placement in general. Either they're going around in circles at a very subtle incline that Logan hasn't been able to perceive, or the geography of this mountain palace is actually changing as they walk through it. There are other Fae in the hallways, or at least it can be reasonably assumed that they are Fae, considering the appropriate context clues. Some of them are humanoid enough in appearance, but others distinctly animalistic, incorporating features from creatures such as bears and possums and various bright-colored avian species in their corporeal forms. Others still appear only as faint, hazy streaks of light that orbit other creatures lazily, or drift through the rooms and halls at irregular paces. All of these beings seem to pause momentarily to regard their group as they pass by, but none of them engage. Perhaps because the Earl King is there, and is cutting a very imposing figure indeed. "The first thing we need to do is," Logan begins, but is cut off because everybody else has opinions that they want to share at the exact same time as him, and now that he's begun to express his own, they seem to have taken it as a signal to do the same. "We need to get Thomas back," Virgil says, "and guys, keep it down. He might hear us." "He can hear us anyway," growls Janice, who is still maintaining a glare that promises violence directly at the Earl King's back. He's pretending not to. "How did we lose an entire Thomas?" Patton whispers, distraught. "Again!" "The first thing we need to do," says Logan in a harsh whisper, clenching his hands into fists and tucking them firmly behind his back so nobody can see how horrendously emotional he's getting, "is figure out what we have that he wants. We need a position to bargain from." "We have nothing that he wants," Janice says, with a slightly angry hiss to the end of the sentence that he barely seems to notice himself. "Our best plan at this point is skipping the bargaining entirely, finding Thomas somehow and breaking him out." "Or I could fuck the Earl King," Remus offers. "I bet he'd want that." Logan would usually dismiss this as one of his usual wildly unhelpful interjections, but Remus really does seem quite serious about it. He stops walking for a split second, processing this, and then says, as genuinely as he can under this amount of stress, "Thank you, Remus, but I hope that won't be necessary. Let's put a metaphorical pin in that and come back to it later, all right?" "Just as long as you know the offer's there," says Remus. They resume walking. "Okay, much as I hate to admit it, but Janice has a point." The growl in Virgil's voice has faded from his voice, but he still sounds tense and on edge, and in serious need of a break and some breathing exercises that Logan is too preoccupied to provide. What do we have that he wants? Logan wants to open his mouth and have an answer for him, but nothing's there. The situation is dangerously close to spiraling out of control. He's so incredibly out of his depth that he's amazed nobody else has seen and commented on it yet, although perhaps that's just because they're all stuck in the same situation. There are another set of doors up ahead, and a lot less fey beings lurking around them. The Earl King throws up one hand, and the doors slam open immediately, perfectly on cue, and strides forth to enter the room, which turns out to be not so much a room as a garden. It's open to the air and bordered only by arches of wood and vines, and, empirically speaking, it's so much more impressive than the garden surrounding the mountain palace had been on every conceivable level. The grass is as green as a perfectly oxidized chromium oxide. There are flowers everywhere, enough to make any botanist weep for the sheer quantity and assortment of them, and the heady perfume just about knocks Logan back physically the moment he tries to step in. Patton sneezes and mutters a quick apology, but quite frankly that's the least of their concerns right now. They all file in. The light streak fae are everywhere in here, zipping from tree to bush, vine to throne, carrying out inscrutable little tasks. A couple of them circle around the Earl King as he enters, vibrating and humming gently, but he brushes them all aside. He strides forth to the center of the room. There, a tangle of strategically bent branches spout upward from the earth, covered in moss and puddles, and forming what appears to be some sort of a naturally grown throne. "We want Thomas back," declares Logan, getting right to the point, "and we're willing to negotiate for his return." "But you have nothing that I want," the Earl King points out, although he seems relaxed and calm, as if he'd been expecting this entirely. Of course he's been expecting it. It's exactly the sort of thing Logan would expect in his place. "Why should I be expected to give you what you desire when there's nothing you could conceivably offer me in return?" "You can have me," Patton blurts. There's a moment of absolute silence, and then a lot of people start objecting very loudly at once, but the Earl King waves his hand at all of them in such a genuinely threatening manner that those objections die down pretty quickly. "What would I want with you?" says the Earl King, seeming genuinely interested in the answer. "You're not even a full person in your own right. You're only a fragment of a whole." "Well, holy moly, that's kinda harsh," Patton says, and lets out a burst of nervous laughter. What I was gonna say is, you definitely want me, because I am Thomas's heart." "Metaphorically," Logan can't help muttering. Virgil steps on his foot. "And I remember you were talking earlier about not having that heart of his, and I figured that if you wanted it so badly—" He raises both hands, wiggles his fingers, and beams, although his grin is slightly wilted. "I have morality. Hello." "What use is the heart without the whole?" asks the Earl King, looking suddenly disinterested, although Logan suspects it's more of an affectation than his true feelings on the matter. "And what good is the whole without the heart?" Roman snaps back. "Like it or not, the Thomas that you've got right now is incomplete. You need him for whatever reason. You're gonna need us too, because we are him, and we're what makes him whole." To be perfectly honest, says the Earl King, I don't need him, and I don't need you. At least, not specifically and not entirely. All I need is a soul. He eyes them, and that hint of darkly playful amusement is back. Would you say that any of you have a soul? There's no response for a long, long moment, mainly because that's a question none of them have an immediate answer to, because they don't know. The concepts of souls existing is under hot debate. Thomas himself does believe in the concept, Logan knows that, but he himself is understandably rather skeptical of it. Not enough that he'd voice it and cause Thomas to suffer cognitive dissonance between his values and logic. It's not important enough of a scientific concern, but it's always been sitting in the back of his mind, quietly, waiting to be dusted off for discussion. And now Logan is thinking about the Socratic concept of soul, the trifold model, logos, thymos, eros, head, heart, desire. He's thinking about the Aristotelian model, and wondering if all of them are accurate enough mirrors of Thomas himself to be considered fully actualized rational souls, or maybe one soul altogether. He's thinking about the Hillman theory, and about the Athanasian theory, and about Kant's congruency between soul and I. He's wondering if souls are real here, or anywhere else, or if it's one of them, or several of them, or all of them, or none of them that make up Thomas's essence. If you were to take them all away, what would be left? Would there be anything left? Logan takes a deep breath and steps up so he's even with Patton. Mind and heart, then, he says. I am logic, and I'm willing to gamble myself for this cause. What do I have to lose, after all? Interesting, muses the Earl King, pressing a finger to his lower lip. But it seems as if there's something missing. Mind and heart don't make up an entire soul, after all. I am passion, Roman announces, leaping forwards to join the other two. Without a healthy dose of that, any soul would be in trouble. And make that double, Remus adds, joining the line with a hop and a skip. Passion Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Is that enough soul for you, Dark Souls Tree, or do you need more of us for the meat grinder? Well, I don't know, says the Earl King, and looks over at the two that haven't volunteered themselves up yet. Do I? Virgil hesitates. It's extremely visible and almost painful to watch. He's obviously torn between common sense and the knowledge that a failure to commit to this may just result in inevitable catastrophe. Fine, he says, obviously extremely uncomfortable. Anxiety, that's me. That's what I do. I'm in, if you even want that. He doesn't make a move to step forward to join the others, though. And you? Which is, of course, directed at Janice, at the very back of the room, who's standing with crossed arms and a carefully blank expression on his face. At this, he looks up and offers a tiny, awful little twist to the smile. I'm only self-preservation. You certainly don't want me involved. I can't help but feel that's not the entire truth, says the Earl King. Surely there's more to you than that. Oh, believe me, I wouldn't lie in a situation like this, comes the dry response. No, I think I'll stay out of this, thank you very much. I'd say that 5 out of 6 is more than good enough for you. Take the deal, Earl King. There's a very charged moment where Logan has absolutely no idea what's going to happen next, and is more than slightly dreading it. Then the Earl King laughs, a short bark of amusement like a single staccato note, and says, 5 out of 6. Well, I don't see why not. A deal's a deal, then. You have until tonight's banquet ends, 6 hours, that is, no more, no less. If you can find and wake your friend by then, and if he can attend the banquet of open eye and conscious mind, then you may take him with you when you depart. If not, he shrugs, open and languid, I get you and him, which seems to be the optimal ending for me if what you've told me is true. We accept, says Roman instantly, and Logan tries not to sigh too loudly. Janice does nothing to muffle his own sigh of exasperation. But there's nothing to be done now. Logan doesn't have his vocabulary cards with him, so he's unsure of the exact phrase, but he's moderately sure it goes somewhat along the lines of in for a cent, in for a slightly more extravagant unit of currency. You have free reign of the palace, of course, the Earl King adds, and the banquet begins at sundown in my personal quarters, so do be sure not to arrive late. A smile that sets Logan's teeth on edge. You're dismissed. Very kind of you, Janice says, because nobody else seems up to voicing anything, and then grabs Virgil by one arm and Remus by the other and starts dragging them out. By the expression on his face, however subtle it may be, Logan surmises that if he had any more hands on hand right now, he'd be doing the same for the rest of them. As it is, Logan is the one who takes up the task of dragging Roman and Patton out, because at least one of them looks frankly murderous right now, and he's actually rather surprised which one it is. Every person of significance that we have met so far in this world is a reflection of one of us, or someone that we know, Logan says, as soon as the doors shut behind them and they're standing in the notably empty and silent hallway just outside of the Earl King's garden. The short silence that follows is genuinely maddening, because he can tell they don't understand, and it's the first time he's had the chance to voice this properly since his realization to all of them together, so it makes even worse because they seem to all be listening, and yet... "What?" says Janice. It's not really disbelief in his tone, just flat incomprehension, which might be worse. "Shane signed Ark," Logan says, trying to force himself to speak evenly and clearly, without all the words just spilling out in an incoherent mess. "Shane is an alternate of the name Joan. I guess sign is the same, and I shouldn't have to spell out what the last name is an allusion to." "Wait," says Patton. "So, you're saying that was Joan?" "No," says Logan, "at least, not entirely. Octavian. One of the lesser-known names of one of the greatest Roman emperors ever known." A beat as he looks around incredulously, waiting for everyone else to catch up. "He's a bard, for God's sake." "What? Wait," Virgil says, eyes widening in realization. "Oh, man, nice. Princey has a crush on himself." "Yes, and," Roman snaps back without shame, "a healthy amount of self-love is good for the soul." "That's weird," Patton says. "Really weird. Weirder than usual, actually. Are you sure you're just not, making things up because of the weirdness?" "I do not just make things up," Logan retorts sharply. "Thomas did mention something about people and mirrors," Janice points out with a little frown. "This could be what he was referring to." "That was the conclusion I had come to, yes," Logan agrees, relieved that he seems to be making at least some semblance of sense. The act of corroboration in itself is immensely reassuring for some reason he can't place. "Oh, of course," Roman says, snapping his fingers twice and then pointing at Janice. "The lady back in town, Helly. I knew she reminded me of someone. That was Valerie." Helly. Diminutive of heliotrope, alternative name of the plant known as valerian, Logan mutters, the connections coming lightning fast. "I believe Remus and I met Camden's equivalent. And, Patton, you mentioned a wizard?" "Talon," Virgil says, biting his lip. "Jays, birds, talons, it makes sense. They had the hair for it anyway." "Okay, so where are the rest of us, then?" Remus demands eagerly. "I want to meet my reflection. Bet he's hotter than yours." Logan thinks about the Earl King and his dreadful, knowing eyes and the way his hand had looked, cupped around Thomas's face, and for a moment he really can't say anything at all, and then he clears his throat and manages to say, "No, I think we'd have noticed anyone resembling you by now. As for the rest of us—" His throat briefly closes up again, and he lets out a growl of a cough to force himself to keep going. Now is not the time to be freezing up. "I believe I can pretty conclusively state that we have met my fantasy double by this point." "The Earl King, of course," Roman says, looking faintly horrified. "Jesus Christ on a pogo stick, getting fucked with a decoratively carved pineapple!" Remus lets out a low whistle, shaking his head. "You have rotten luck. At least Roman's double knows catchy songs. You ended up with a possessive fairy stalker with a flower fetish. Wonder what that says about you." "Thank you," forces out Logan through gritted teeth. "I am wildly aware of the situation as it stands." Janice leans against a wall, crossing his arms. "As interesting as this alternate us business is it really all that useful to us right now? Our current goal is getting Thomas back." Logan sighs and tries to fight back the surprisingly real headache that's forming already through sheer willpower alone. It's difficult, especially since every headache he's experienced up till now has been purely conceptual in form. Being separated from Thomas like this is wrong. Logan doesn't know if anyone else is feeling the effects quite to the extent that he is, but with every passing minute he's becoming more and more aware of the body that he's inhabiting, of the muscles and bones and skin and arteries and veins and flesh making it up, and how they're functioning, of how he actually needs to breathe to survive instead of just as an affectation. The metaphorical Schrodinger's box has been peeked into, and the universe is suddenly paying a lot more attention to how he functions, and he's incredibly afraid that he might not be able to keep up. "Yes," he says. "Yes, you're probably right. My apologies. I felt that needed to be shared, but perhaps now was not the time." He takes the shortest possible moment of time to collect himself. "Let's go find Thomas." "Just like that?" Virgil asks, with a raised eyebrow. He's tugging his hoodie around himself so tightly at this point that Logan's surprised it hasn't ripped under the strain yet. "No plans? No calculations?" "I suspect both would be pointless," Logan shrugs. "Plans can wait after we've found him. First things first, after all." "Let's just not split up this time," Roman suggests carefully. "Fairy palaces are really not a great place to do that." Splitting up is generally agreed upon to be a pretty bad idea, so they set off down the hallway, trying every door in sight. All of them are locked firmly, and no amount of rattling and shoving budges them. They make it through approximately 30 doors before Roman suggests that they go back and ask Octavian for advice. Mirror shenanigans aside, he did seem to be quite knowledgeable about the Earl King and fairies in general. But upon going back, they quickly discover that the great oak doors they had entered from are just as locked and equally unwilling to budge. "This has to be against the rules." Virgil delivers a vicious kick to the door, and it doesn't help matters in the least. "He doesn't own us. He can't just keep us here." Patton tries asking some of the friendlier-looking fae for directions to the guest quarters, but every one of them turns away, unspeaking. It's very probable that they've been ordered by their king not to interact, in case they accidentally or purposefully give some clue or hint on how to free Thomas. With no help from that avenue, they're forced to press on deeper into the mountain palace. It becomes less sunny and far more mossy as they continue on. The vegetation loses none of its vibrant verdancy, but it's now clinging to walls in patterned patches that are glowing with an uncanny bioluminescence. They keep trying the doors, and as they reach a stretch of empty corridor where no people are present, the doors actually start opening. Not that it's much help. The rooms they open onto are bare and empty, containing little furnishings and no occupants. A bed and a few chairs at most. Sometimes there's a window that's more like a slit, looking out onto the town from the mountain, and letting in a small sliver of sunlight from outside. Some of the beds look like they've been recently occupied, judging by the ruffled sheets, but there's a thin layer of dust that coats quite a lot of them. "Do you think fairies sleep?" Patton wonders after 7 of these rooms. "Well, I'm pretty sure they fuck," Remus replies. "Like, historically speaking. Fairies love seducing people, taking lovers from the mortal realm." "You don't need a bed for that," Janice points out, and looks like he's instantly regretting it because a shit-eating smile creeps across Remus's face. "That's true," Logan says, cutting off the inevitable tangent. "But if you're a fairy with a penchant for taking human lovers, I suppose that you do need accommodations for the mortals you kidnap." Roman, who's already moved on to the next door, opens it and immediately lets out a yell of combined shock and triumph and practically throws himself through it. "You found him?" Janice is already moving faster than Logan ever could have imagined him moving. He's not alone, because there's momentarily a 5-side pile-up in the doorway to this new room, as everybody, sans Roman, tries to cram themselves through it at once. This is resolved with a lot of yelling and complaining, and then they're in, and they're staring at who they've found. "We found him," Patton says. "I found him," Roman corrects. "You found him, and he's asleep," says Virgil, again. The room has one remarkably extravagant 4-poster bed situated right in the middle of the room, quite a lot of furniture, and what looks to be a walk-in closet on the far wall. It's actually quite a lot more furnished than the rest of the rooms they've seen. There's a few rocks and coins on the bedside table and books on the shelves, and it almost looks lived in. But all of this barely catches Logan's attention, because the most important person in the universe is there on the bed. And oh, Thomas. He's covered in flowers and moss, and he's in another one of those silky gowns that he had been wearing when he stumbled back to his house, The previous night? Or is it the same day still? It's hard to tell. This one's pearly white, shimmering in strange colors when the light glances off it. He's half curled up on his side, breathing peacefully, grass sprouting from the mattress and in between his fingers, daisies growing around his folded arms, and vines creeping up around his neck, with roses blooming in his hair. He looks strangely radiant, caught in the sole thready ray of golden sunlight glinting in from beyond the mountain. As much as I hate to point it out when Roman's right here to do it for us, Janice says, this is all very Sleeping Beauty, isn't it? Roman visibly starts, then shakes his head, apparently clearing it. Yes! Yes! You're right. So, maybe the solution is kissing him? We are not going to kiss a sleeping person, Roman, says Virgil, glaring at him. As previously established, that's really fucking creepy. And entirely too easy, Logan says. I doubt we would have been allowed to so much as venture close to Thomas's room if the solution was as easy as kissing him awake. Maybe, says Roman, but nothing ventured, nothing gained, so... He leans over the bed, brushing aside a blooming rose that's in his way, and presses a kiss to Thomas's forehead, and then, after a second, another, quicker to the lips. Nothing happens. Thomas doesn't even so much as flinch. Try using tongue, Remus suggests. Roman does not. He takes a seat on the bed, right next to Thomas, and starts frowning extremely hard, looking as if he's trying to remember something. There's got to be other fairy tale stories that involve waking people up from comas, said Virgil, also sitting down on the bed. Right? Well, there's the Snow Queen, starts Roman, and then shakes his head. No, wait, that also involves kissing. Drat. Why are fairy tales so fixated on kisses being the solution? Patton wonders. Why can't it be, I don't know, a nice hug for once? Yes, I'm sure hugging Thomas will be the solution to all of our problems, Janice deadpans. I'll give it a try anyway, Patton decides, and does. Unsurprisingly, it doesn't have any effect at all, apart from Patton getting a face full of flowering herbs that make him sneeze for a full minute. By this point, Janice has made his way around the entire room, apparently searching it for anything worth seeing, and is now approaching that side door that they've all been ignoring up till now. Remus is working his fingers into the crack that serves as a window, apparently trying to see if he can widen it, very unlikely, or else catch his fingers in it and twist them in some sickeningly wrong way. But upon seeing Janice nudge the side door open, he pulls away abruptly and comes bounding over to see what's going on. Inside are a large number of elaborately crafted formal outfits of every color and cloth and style. They also all happen to be exactly the same size, and there is an almost perfect chance that it is, in fact, their size. Remus dives for the green clothes immediately and without hesitation, tearing a number of them off their hangings. He starts stripping, also immediately and without hesitation. Oh, says Virgil from the bed. Oh, so we're all going to go and accept the fairy clothes now, are we? That sounds like an amazing way to get, strangled by our own tuxedos. I think the clothes may be the least of our worries at this point, Janice points out, although he's giving the closet a look of suspicion. There's probably no harm in, dressing up a little, says Roman. He's eyeing the closet, and in particular one long robe with a fur-trimmed, gold-lined cape, with something like longing in his eyes. I suppose our current states of attire are perhaps a bit too casual for a fairy banquet, Logan allows, and then sighs. But not now. We need to focus on Thomas. If we can't get him awake, then attending it is somewhat pointless. We have until sundown, so... Janice peers out of the crack, judging the position of the sun. A few hours, maybe 1.5, depending. He looks back at everyone else. Any clever ideas, then? Seeing as we do seem to be on a bit of a deadline. There is a distinct lack of replies to this. We can try a lot of different things to wake him up until then, suggests Patton. Like, I don't know, pouring water on him or something. Can we find water? There's got to be water around here somewhere. Janus does, in fact, have water in his bag, as well as a lot of other potentially useful items. There is initial intense wave of activity from the entire group as they attempt just about every possible method of waking someone up. Pinching, shaking, stabbing, very lightly, and it's with a pencil. It's fine. They don't let Remus go too overboard with that anyway. Water and holding his nose, nothing. when they try to pull him from the bed to see if getting him on the cold stone floor will do any good. The flowers and vines surrounding him actively fight back, pulling him back into place and holding him down, no matter how hard they try hacking at the plants with their limited supplies. "This is ridiculous," Janice huffs, stumbling backwards from yet another failed attempt at getting the assorted botanical bondage off their source. He turns to Roman and Remus, prying several thorns out of the skin of his hands. "Can't you two do something? Swords or knives would be helpful, you know." "Can't you try summoning some extra hands to give us hand?" Roman retorts. "Oh, wait, you can't, because none of us can do shit right now." "What he said. Here, let me summon some fucks," Remus adds, and then waves his empty hands in the air. "Would you look at that? None. I am out of fucks, and also knives." "That doesn't explain Virgil," Logan says quietly, and when everyone turns to look at him, nods at the side in question. "Your voice. You could use your distortion amplification earlier, which definitely isn't a human trait. Can you still do that?" "Well, I am pretty stressed right now," Virgil says, and the distorted undertones kick in halfway through, making everyone jump. He acquires a thoughtful expression, then looks at Thomas. "You left your gas stove on," he growls, in his most threatening, urgent tone. No reaction, from Thomas at least. Logan frowns, something occurring to him. "Actually, did we ever turn the stove off?" "Oh, fuck." Virgil's eyes go wide. "Did we? I can't remember. I don't think we did." "Never mind that," Janice says, and flicks his tongue out experimentally. There's nothing unusual about it in the least, and he's already scowling. "Why is it, I wonder, that you are the only one of us whose abilities are still functioning more or less as they should be?" "If you're accusing me of something," Virgil begins, already drawing himself up indignantly. "No," Janice says hurriedly. "No, I wasn't. Sorry. If I'm not paying attention, all of my rhetorical questions end up sounding evil and ominous. I should work on that." "Oh," says Virgil. "I'll be sure to add that to the list of questions I have about this place," Logan says, who does in fact have a rather extensive mental list of questions already. "For now, let's keep trying to wake up Thomas. I'm sure there's something we haven't thought of yet." Hours pass. The sun outside lowers further and further until it's setting right at the horizon, in line with the river they'd arrived on, and the moss on the walls is starting to glow with a warm yellow light, keeping the room illuminated. Although the only thing it's really succeeding at illuminating right now is everyone's lack of productivity and immense frustration. Many ideas have dwindled down into no ideas at all, and mostly they're just all sitting around the room, frowning and grimacing at the walls and each other. Remus is sprawled across the sheets of the bed, tugging none too gently at the many knots in Thomas's hair, while Patton is curled up next to him, half wrapped around him and looking downright miserable. Virgil's flicking through the outfits in the cupboard with a scowl on his face, and Roman's pacing angrily, and Janice and Logan are just sitting there, thinking. Well, Logan's thinking at least. It can be extrapolated and safely assumed that Janice is probably thinking as well, but probably not as hard as Logan is, because, you see, Logan's trying to come up with a plan. An exceedingly clever plan that will get them all out of this mess. Safe, healthy, and preferably with no strange fairy enchantments or curses in the mix. It's tough work, but someone's got to do it. And although there's nothing solid yet, he can feel the plan coming, as if it's some essential fact just on the tip of his tongue, waiting for the right catalyst to set off the biochemical reaction in his brain. "We should get ready for the banquet," says Janice eventually, weary and resigned. "The king did say not to be late, after all." He swings his canvas bag back and forth in one hand, then sets it down before beginning to shrug off his turtleneck. His tone is less than enthusiastic when he says, "Let's get dressed up, then." Logan sits bolt upright, eyes going wide and wild. "That's it!" he exclaims, hands pressing down on the floor as he tries to right himself after an almost physical jolt of sudden understanding. The catalyst has revealed itself. It's almost like that moment of electric comprehension that had occurred when Logan had met that Royal King's gaze all those hours ago. But this moment, it's not terrifying realization. It's a pure moment of elation. He'd be tempted to shout Eureka at the top of his lungs, but it's probably not the best time for that. "What?" demands Roman, standing up. "What is it?" "I think we can get Thomas back," Logan says, and grins. Outright grins. It's unusual for him, granted, but considering the metaphorical pieces that have just metaphorically fallen together in his mind, He feels as if he deserves it. I have a plan. Eucatastrophe by A Real Sword. Chapter 7. Logan. It's not hard to tell where the banquet's being held, even though nobody actually formally points them in its direction. All the glowing mossy walls are flashing and pointing inward, to the heart of the mountain, and every glowing sprite and many-limbed creature they pass is also heading in that direction. Their small group even gets a few nods of greeting from others heading their way. "Remember," says Logan, adjusting his neat blue overtunic and glancing back at everyone else. "Don't draw his suspicion too quickly." "We know, Lo," says Virgil, who sounds about as grumpy as someone who's been unwillingly forced into the anachronistic 16th century version of a tuxedo ought to be. "Keep it subtle." Patton makes up the third and final part of their group, and he's currently tying the long, velvet-lined jacket he'd found in the back of the closet over his shoulders, because apparently he only knows one way to wear a long-sleeved article of clothing, which is the incorrect way. "Are you sure there's not a better way to do this?" he says, sounding a lot more anxious than the literal embodiment of anxiety actually sounds and looks right now. "I mean, if he's you, then he's bound to be real smart enough to figure out what we're doing." "I'm aware," Logan says. And what he doesn't say is that he's actually more than aware of this, and it's the one thing that could tear this entire flimsy, poorly thought-up plan of his to metaphorical shreds. He is hoping, quite desperately, that he is not quite as similar to the Earl King as he suspects he is. Down the hallway, sticking as closely together as they can, all signs, fungal and otherwise, point right to the location of their destination. There are no doors, just two tall trees that grow around the frame of an entrance, meeting each other at the peak of the arch, with their branches twisting together like a Celtic knot. Inside, the brightness and movement is staggering in its liveliness. There are colors within that Logan doesn't have names for, and he suspects that he'll never see again outside of these walls. Fae of every sort and size are there, flitting across the grassy expanse that seems to be serving as a dance floor, crowding around the long tables on the sides of the room, congregating around the Earl King at the far end of the hall, who hasn't noticed them yet. Patton takes in an extremely deep breath and offers his arms out to both of them. Logan hesitates before threading an arm delicately through the crook of Patton's elbow. Virgil, on his other side, does the same. They stand still for a moment, the rest of the fairy court flowing around them easily, paying no attention at all. "As I believe a certain prince would say, it's showtime," Logan says, and then frowns. "The appropriate terminology is fracture of fibia, correct?" "I know you already know it's break a leg," sighs Virgil. "You're doing this on purpose." Logan is. They have, in fact, had this exact conversation at least once before. He doesn't say it out loud, though, because admitting that he's trying to lighten the mood would go against the entire point of doing so. "Fracture of fibia is pretty good, though," Patton remarks. "More same-word sounds. It's almost like a pun." "It's called alliteration," Logan says, "and yes, it is particularly pleasing." Lose a limb," Virgil suggests. "Fracture your foot?" Patton offers. "Tear a tibial tubercle," Logan says. "No idea what that is. I'm assuming it's obscure leg part," Virgil says. "What are we even talking about?" He shakes his head, grimacing. "Don't we have a horrifying party to go to?" "There's nothing particularly horrifying about it," Logan assesses, squinting, "apart from the bright, optically impossible color scheme, maybe." Virgil laughs, although it's more like a humorless little cough. "Yeah, but all parties are horrifying to me, remember?" They enter the room. It's even more dazzling inside, and Logan momentarily has to shut his eyes in order to entirely process what he's seeing. When he opens them, he's very glad that they're all linked to the arms, because he has a feeling that if they weren't, he'd have lost the other two almost immediately, or fallen over from disorientation. "So what? Do we just mingle?" Patton asked, sounding unsure. "What's the etiquette for fairy parties?" "I hate mingling," Virgil mutters, and presses closer to the two of them, as a tall, shifting figure wreathed in shadows and a faint scent of copper strides past them. Logan doesn't miss the way that the shift in position ends up covering him and Patton from a potential attack from that angle, But he doesn't say anything about it, and neither does Virgil, who just glares in the retreating figure's direction and carries on as if nothing had ever happened. Besides, aren't they all on orders to ignore us or something? Logan surveys the chaos and clamor of the banquet. Fey creatures everywhere. There's an entire bear leaning against one table, apparently listening intently to what the glowing blur of light zipping to and fro in front of it has to say. Really, it doesn't look all that much like a banquet. More like an informal dance, or possibly a midnight revel. True, there's platters of perfectly prepared, luridly colored food covering just about every surface remotely resembling a table, but it's more like a buffet than anything else. Mingling may be difficult with that in mind, he says, but we should make our presence known. Stick together and remember what the twins said. No eating the food? Patton asks, and his gaze shifts away to the tables piled high with decadent dishes of all sorts. But it looks really good, and I'm hungry. No, you're not, says Logan firmly, quashing the faint hint of annoyance that threatens to creep into his words. We don't need to eat, Pat. Morality. Although that isn't quite true, is it? Even as he thinks about it, he becomes aware of the faint gnawing of hunger in the pit of his stomach. Being human has its limitations, and he doesn't like them in the least. Maybe it's just the power of suggestion, Logan thinks, and hopes desperately that really is the case. Remember what happened the last time fairy food got involved? Virgil is saying, and Patton is pulling a face and nodding reluctantly. So, no eating, no drinking, no kissing, no fucking. No dancing, no real names, don't make promises or bets, try not to offend anyone. Is that everything? He adds, glancing over at Logan. Logan nods. That is an accurate summary of the information imparted upon them by their two resident fairy mythology experts. Really, Roman is more knowledgeable than his brother on most counts, but Remus does remember every gruesome detail from the darker, more obscure stories, which are slightly more relevant to their current situation. It all balances out, more or less. Music rises over the sounds of movement and laughter and conversation, bright and lively and seemingly coming from everywhere at once until Logan narrows his eyes and pinpoints the source. To one side, right next to the Earl King, a group of feathered creatures are hard at work providing an accompaniment for the evening's festivities. It sounds almost Celtic in origin, judging by the style and percussive elements. Strings and tambourines, no words. Creatures and beings from all over the room already on their feet, and various other limbs, and whirling across the soft springy grass in wide arcing circles. Swinging from partner to partner, knocking elbows and clasping hands in complex dance patterns that seem to repeat over and over and fold into each other kaleidoscopically. The colors and textures of the air are becoming vague and blurry at the center point of it all. Logan finds himself oddly fascinated by the ritual and takes a step closer to watch, but is tugged back by someone's grip on his right arm. He blinks, suddenly angry, and turns to snap at them, but it's only Patton, looking worried. I don't know if that's such a good idea, he says. How about we go somewhere else for a bit, okay? Reality is thin here, shredding and unraveling at the edges or wherever he pays close attention to. There are dark things beneath the feet of the dancers, and something vitally wrong with the glowing fungus on the walls. He can tell that Patton and Virgil can't see what he sees, and wonders why that is. Wonders if he's really being more needlessly paranoid than anxiety itself. And if not, why is the music being overtaken by a faint but entirely oppressive buzzing in his ears? Logan shakes himself out of it. Yes, he says. That is probably for the best. Patton points to the far end of the room, which looks a little quieter and a lot less impossible to look at, and they start making their way over. It seems as if the Fae in this room either haven't got the metaphorical fairy memo about not interacting with them, or that order's been rescinded temporarily, because quite a few of the ones they brush by attempt to instigate conversation. One of them tries to kiss Virgil with no warning, which Virgil is not happy about, to put it extremely lightly. In the middle of it all, Logan catches snatches of people they know. He hears Dodie's laugh as they hurry past a group of sprites whose wings are alight with burning embers, sees a flash of something that might just be Terrence's grin. A flickering patch of mist bears an uncanny resemblance to Quill. It's impossible to tell if he's just imagining things, if confirmation bias isn't forcing images of friends and acquaintances into his mind. Is it really that likely that so many mirrored versions of Thomas's social circle would be members of a rather sadistic-seeming fairy court? They end up semi-cowering in the corner, avoiding eye contact as much as possible. Logan tries not to look too hard at the inherent wrongness of the colors, or of the alien creatures all around them, or of the food and the drink and the dancers. This was not part of the make their presence known plan, but Logan can't really bring himself to object. At this point, he wants nothing more than to go home, scoop Thomas up as fast as they can, and just leave, no matter how impossible that may be. "I see you found yourself well entrenched in the festivities," says a horribly familiar voice, and the Earl King is standing there, hands tucked behind his back, resplendent in a long coat that appears to be entirely made out of a flowing gradient of maple leaves, perfectly preserved. Logan has to hide a flinch. Virgil makes no effort to disguise the fact that he's bristling with anger and tension. It's probably a good thing that they're all linked at the arms, because at least one of them is ready to fight, and at least one of them is ready to run away as fast as possible right out the door this moment. Damn the consequences. "Good evening, your mash," Patton greets with a little nervous bob that's half a bow and half a curtsy. How's the party treating you so far?" "It is what it is," says the Earl King with a slight incline of his head. "I notice that several of your number aren't here tonight. A terrible shame." The way he phrases it makes it sound that terrible shame is the sort of thing that leads to a quick and violent death. "They'll be along soon," says Logan, and glances around the room, eyes wandering from table to cluster of fairies to table. "Self-preservation was just here, as a matter of fact. He said he'd seen you." "Did he?" The Earl King's gaze follows Logan. "I see. I take it that the other two are preoccupied." "You gave us 6 hours," Virgil snaps. "We've got at least 3 left. You might as well let us use them to free Thomas, since, that's what we came here for." The slightest hint of an angry echo lingers on those last couple of words. For a moment the Earl King's eyes widen, and then he just nods in a fair enough sort of way, face implacable once more. "Come," he tells them, and although the looks on Patton's and Virgil's faces, as well as Logan's own most likely, reflect just how unhappy they are about the very prospect, they do, following him all the way to the middle of the side of the room that's furthest from the doors. There's a long strip of seating there, carved wooden chairs that twist and tangle into each other in a way that most human furniture doesn't typically do, with a long row of short knee-height table running just in front of it. The Earl King takes a seat at the most central and most ornate of these chairs, and gestures for them to sit. Tentatively, they do, all congregating on the 3 chairs to his left. Logan ends up being the closest to him, and isn't sure if the benefits of keeping the other 2 away from him outweigh what it's doing to his nerves. From here, Logan has an excellent view of the Fey revelers on the ballroom floor, and it's becoming even more apparent that whatever sort of strange dance they're performing, the cracks in reality that they're rending through it are very deliberate indeed. They're dancing to the strange, uneven beat of music in 7/8 time. That's 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3, circle, circle, triangle, over and over again. And on every 7th quaver of every bar, there's a ripping and a tearing, and a glimpse into another place is revealed. Not long enough for Logan to actually see into it, but enough to give him a dreadful headache and to make his skin crawl. And somehow he just can't look away. It's undeniably purposeful, focused. He wonders who they're dancing for. It certainly isn't the Earl King. He's not even paying attention to them. He hasn't been at all for the entire night. Virgil squeezes Logan's arm a bit too tightly. He snaps out of it again and is furious at himself. He tunes back into what's going on immediately around him. Patton's been making nervous small talk with the Earl King all this time, which is the sort of thing that Patton should never have to do, because the Earl King's idea of small talk apparently consists of haughty opinions about the Fae residing in the forest outside the lower town, and their policies on interacting with humans. Patton appears to be nodding along and offering vague platitudes, which is a good tactic that is going to inevitably fall apart extremely quickly and at the worst possible moment. Thankfully, it's about at that moment that a timely intervention arrives, in the form of the only sort of royalty that Logan actually respects. "Earl King, we're here!" A wonderfully familiar voice yells, voice booming and echoing all over the room. The sound of conversation dies down slightly. Ripples of confusion echo across the room before dying down as everyone seems to realize that they don't care all that much, and proceedings return to the Fey equivalent of an equilibrium. But the Earl King looks up after a second, and the remaining color seems to drain from his already immensely pale skin. With a sharp gesture of his hand, the musicians are suddenly cut off, fingers seizing and hands grasping at their feathered throats. This is the cue for everyone else to shut up instantly and follow his gaze, because when the king of fairies is shocked enough to strangle an entire music troupe on reflex, you tend to want to know what he's so concerned about. Framed in the doorway are 3 people with exactly the same height and build, identical in almost every way except the way they're dressed, all looking slightly ruffled, as if they've run across half the castle to get there in time. Remus is on the left side of the door, bracing himself against one side of the doorway. With the hem of his luxurious, long, and somehow still extremely provocative skirt hitched up in one hand, he beams and waves, panting slightly. "We are late and fabulous." "One Thomas, as promised," Roman declares in that same booming voice, and throws an arm decisively to the man who's standing between them, who coughs awkwardly and then raises a hand in greeting. "Hey," Thomas says brightly but unsurely to a room of silence and unthinkably inhuman beings, all of which are currently staring at him in complete disbelief. What is up, everybody?" There are still flowers in Thomas's hair, and pollen dusted lightly over his cheeks. His long, shimmering mother-of-pearl gown is slightly askew, and he's barefoot in the grass, shifting his weight from foot to foot as he looks nervously across at the Earl King, who is at this very moment staring at him in open disbelief. Logan holds his breath. "How?" the Earl King breathes, gathering himself to his feet. He moves slowly but smoothly, rising from his throne like a wave and descending down into the crowd, which parts before him in silent terror. He stalks through the crowds on the dance floor. "How have you done this?" Roman and Remus, on either side of Thomas, close in around him automatically, but the Earl King pushes them aside ungracefully. "Who undid the witch knots?" snaps the Earl King, grabbing a bemused-looking Thomas's head in his hands and tugging roughly at his hair, which is ruffled and a bit windswept, but apart from that, entirely untangled. "All 7 of them, braided all through his hair. Who was it?" No response from any of them. "Answer me!" the Earl King roars. "How did you know to unravel them backwards? How did you know that would unbind him from that room?" "Well, we have a very smart friend," says Roman. "And the spider silk," he insists, whirling to glare at each of them in turn, "stretched all beneath the bed to keep the vines from letting him go. Who did this?" Thomas wriggles and squirms because his head is still being held onto, and it doesn't look comfortable in the least. "None of them did," he says. "I cut them myself." "Don't lie to me!" the Earl King howls with a nightmarish screech of dissonance loud and horrible enough to rival anything Virgil could ever produce. "Who wiped the kisses from his eyelids? There is no power in our land that can remove an enchantment placed personally by me." "That would be me," Remus says, a hand going to Thomas's shoulder as he attempts to tug him back from the Earl King's grasp. "Using, our incredible powers and tools we brought over with us from the other world." There's a long, charged moment of electric silence. It feels exactly like the split second before a storm breaks. Then the Earl King abruptly releases Thomas's head and takes a step back. His expression is apocalyptic, but his tone is supernaturally calm when he says, "I insist you stay for dinner." "We don't eat," Virgil blurts, and Thomas shoots him an incredulous look. "Eating is not necessary," growls the Earl King. "Stay." Staying, as it turns out, is an immensely awkward affair. The Earl King wants all of their group to join him up on the strip of seating at the head of the room, and they all do, initially, but there are a lot of Fae that want to get a closer look at Thomas out of curiosity, so much so that when he quietly begs the Earl King to move to a less crowded, obviously public part of the room, he actually agrees, albeit reluctantly. Logan accompanies him, and they end up hovering near the remains of the ensemble. The Fae that had been providing music up until Thomas's arrival look extremely dead, or at the very least they're lying, unmoving, near their instruments, hands to their throats and eyes glazed wide open. This could be the fairy equivalent of a calming, restful nap, for all Logan knows. Nonetheless, they don't look like they're going to be up to providing much entertainment anytime soon. This is a fact that Roman seems to pick up on, as he springs to his feet and declares, "How about a song?" "A song?" the Earl King asks, evidently puzzled. "A song," Remus says, tapping his fingers to his lips thoughtfully. "It's just not a proper party without music," Roman exclaims spiritedly, almost maniacally, as if the slightest drop in energy will lead to him crashing and burning on the spot. "And I notice that your band is currently indisposed, which makes for the lousy atmosphere, if you ask me. What do you say?" The Earl King appears to think this over for a moment, and then he smiles, slow and steady. "Certainly," he says, leaning back in his seat. "I'd appreciate some amusement. Sing for me, Passion." "Just a moment," Roman chirps, and promptly flees halfway across the room right toward Logan. "Good thinking," says Thomas, as Roman arrives, chewing thoughtfully at his lip. "What song were you thinking of singing?" "I didn't get that far," admits Roman. They probably don't know Disney, do they? Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious would probably be an interesting experience for a bunch of fairies, I'm thinking." "Unless," says Remus from right behind him. "Unless," Roman rejoins, twisting around to look at him, and it must be one of those strange, inexplicable things of theirs where they get identical ideas at once, because they both seem to be on the same wavelength when Roman says, "Oh, no, but a cappella? Really?" "You need music?" asks Logan, catching on, and shoves what looks quite a lot like a standard skin-covered drum at Thomas. "Percussion," he explains, and then he takes a long pole with several thick gut strings running along the edge. "And bass, hopefully." He plucks experimentally at the lowest of the strings, and a rich, ringing note sounds out around the room. He nods once to himself, approving, and then at Roman and Remus. "There you have it. The metaphorical floor is yours." Remus grabs his brother's arm and mutters something, and Roman nods and mutters something back, and then they separate, and Roman hums a fast-paced little melody at Logan. "Sea shanty speed and mood? It's pretty repetitive. Watch out for the rhythm change at the end of the verses. It's a doozy," Remus adds cheerfully. "You'll know when we're done." Roman gives a cheerful thumbs up. "Don't worry too much about it. There's something about this place. I think it's magic. It makes it really easy to improvise musical numbers." Logan and Thomas exchange glances as Roman and Remus mutter unintelligible twin-speak nonsense at each other for another second or two, and then exchange grudging nods before turning and heading right for the center of the room. At their nod, Logan begins plucking out the melody, clumsily at first, but then with more confidence as he starts to get the hang of it. The notes echo louder than would be reasonably expected from such a skinny, non-resonant instrument. It's rich and dark and warm, something between a double bass and a low-tuned harp, and distinct enough that Logan's sure everyone in this room can hear it clearly. Either the acoustics in this room are really quite impressive, or there's something distinctly magical going on. Beside him, Thomas's face contorts into a kind of panicked grimace, and then he starts drumming out a frenetic gallop of a rhythm to the speed of Logan's playing. It's shaky and uncoordinated at first, but it quickly settles down into recording studio quality evenness. Logan has just enough time to wonder if Roman's claim of the world providing a smooth and immersive musical theater experience has any credibility to it, before Roman starts stomping his foot to the offbeat of the melody, a pleasant counterpoint to Thomas's drumming, and begins to sing. "My lover's smile is warm, warm and bright like a glowing fire. The color of his eyes, fair and green, sweet with his desire. He's cradling my face, softest lips, never harsh or tight. He twines his arms around me, and he'll stay through the forever night." Almost the exact instant he's done, Remus jumps in and brings the melody up a minor third, voice dripping with excitement and relish as he belts out the next verse. "My lover's smile is sharp, sharp and cruel like the raging tide. His kiss is fierce and hot, hot like the coals, tastes of cyanide. We fall into his bed, fingers stab, carving into me. There's sweetness on my tongue, and now we're falling through eternity." It may not be entirely conscious on their part. Maybe they're just getting over-enthusiastic. But the two of them are trying to push the tempo faster, and Logan finds himself scowling in annoyance and plucking louder and more pointedly to rein them back in. Nobody likes a song that speeds up so fast it's almost impossible to make out individual words. Logan sighs sharply through his nose and watches as Roman picks up the thread of the song. "My lover braids my hair, fingers deft, weaves love into it. He's gentle and he's kind, holds me close, he's a perfect fit. We're dancing in the grass, soft and cool, bare feet skimming by. There's sunlight all around us, and the breeze is calling us to fly." And back to Remus once more. "My lover whips my flesh, howling rage, moves mechanical. There's blood upon my face, and his lips vengeful cannibal. We fill each other up, blood and bone, folding into one. We're writhing, changing, growing, and soon the world will fear what we've become." There's something wrong with this music. Fundamentally so. There is only Logan and Thomas and Roman and Remus. strings and drums and voice, and so those should be the only sounds echoing through this room, as the rest of the Fey court watches them in horribly judging silence. But there's something more building up behind the somewhat basic musical accompaniment, an amount of depth akin to a film soundtrack or a full orchestral score. Logan swears he can hear woodwind and fiddle and a deep rumbling bass, although no instruments or musicians of the sort can be seen all throughout the room. Logan is getting a very bad feeling about this. He catches Thomas's gaze and sees that same trepidation reflected there, but he can't stop. Neither of them can stop. Logan isn't sure if he wants to stop, and isn't sure if it's because of some sort of compulsion or out of a morbid fascination of seeing this through. Roman and Remus have identical mad glints in their eyes as they circle each other, and the sound swells around them. They begin rapidly exchanging snippets of melody, cutting over each other to pick up the beat of another's thoughts with astounding fluidity. My lover's smile is warm, tinged with doubt, drilling into me. The color of his eyes, green and mad, sweet insanity. He's cradling my face, hungry eyes, splits me open wide. He twines his arms around me, and he's driving me to suicide. The Fey revelers are creeping back onto the dance floor, and Roman and Remus are in the center of it all. They both seem to be so caught up in the almost violent intensity of the song they're singing that they don't notice when everyone around them starts to dance. The song is in common time, the beat strong and steady and kept in place by Thomas and Logan together. But that doesn't stop the dancers from twirling and clapping in precise, complicated syncopation that sets Logan's teeth on edge, twining their fingers and arms together, lifting and leaping, warping reality on the offbeats. Logan can see beyond the veil, and what he sees terrifies him. But whenever he blinks or looks away, even for a second, he finds he can't remember what he's seen, and that terrifies him even more. My lover's smile is sharp, sharply fond, shining bright and proud. His kiss is fierce and hot, steals my breath, leaves me laughing loud. We fall into his bed, like a dream, chase off all the cold. There's sweetness on my tongue, and now our love is blooming, sweet and gold. Roman and Remus are swinging the beat more and more as their voices rise loud above the music and the clapping and the stomping. They're riffing wildly and sliding smoothly up and down the octaves in siren-like glissando as they drive the song further and further away from a steady tempo and into polyrhythmic patterns that seem just as complicated and hypnotic as the movement of the dancers. The drums and bass line aren't enough. Logan can feel the thin control of the rhythm sliding away from him. His mind races as he frantically tries to think of something to do, and when he settles on the obvious answer, he wants to groan and bury his face in his hands. Instead, he clears his throat and cuts neatly across the twins before they can start on a new verse, spinning one of his own on the spot. Neat and precise and no swung beats in the least. Simple spoken-word quavers, monotone and inoffensive, bringing things back to an equilibrium. Or so he hopes. My lover's wit is sharp and fast, and last I've heard of him he'd long departed to a different location, hesitation never, started in his mind, but I myself am left behind, so I'm bereft. Without his eloquence, intelligence seems hardly worth this. Theft, this damned attachment, I must de-attach myself, no need for sentimental, wishful, temperamental inclinations, maybe. When my heart stops yearning, I'll return, be cold and taciturn, but now I've lost my only lover, I'll never love another. The moment the last word, or even the first, really, leaves his mouth, Logan knows he's made a mistake. He tries to stop himself, he really does, but the next thing he knows, the breathless, rhythmic monologue is spilling from his lips again, and what's more, both Remus and Roman are singing their own verses over the top of it, and what's more, Thomas is starting to mutter something of a melodic ostinato under his breath. Overall, the effect is honestly astounding, but Logan doesn't want to see what happens if it continues for any longer. As his fingers move down the fretboard of his instrument to pluck out a particularly high note, he takes his chance. Brusquely seizing it in both hands, he lets out an unholy yell and wrenches them as hard as he can in opposite directions. The instrument's neck is lithe and delicate, and absolutely not up to the task of withstanding his frustration. It splinters into pieces in his hands, and the music grinds to a stop. A feeling like being abruptly doused with freezing cold water washes over Logan, and he lets out an audible sigh as he realizes he can finally think properly for the first time in several minutes. Panting, he looks up to see that along with the rest of the court, the twins have frozen in place. They're staring at each other in mutual horror, as if they're only just now realizing how out of control things have gotten. "Is this the sort of thing you all usually do when I'm not around?" Thomas mutters, looking pale and unsteady, "because I'm suddenly extremely glad you keep it to your own corner of the mind." Clapping echoes through the suddenly silent room, and everyone looks up to see the Earl King with a wry little smile on his face, on his feet, slowly applauding them. He doesn't say anything, but the dancers seem to take this as a cue to gracefully file their way back into the surrounding crowds. Roman and Remus step to the side as well, and when they're joined by Logan and Thomas, Roman just shakes his head and mutters, "Nope, I have no idea what that was." "I can't believe I have to say this, but please never engage in wild musical numbers in the middle of fairy parties ever again," Thomas hisses back at him. The Earl King beckons them back to the front of the room. Reluctantly they go. Logan has the strangest, creeping feeling of having done something wrong, like a child being called to the principal's office for stealing books. But the Earl King doesn't remark on anything that's just occurred. It's almost as if that literal song and dance had never occurred in the first place. The Earl King slides neatly back into what he had been doing before Thomas's arrival, idle chit-chat, and occasionally scrutinizing his domain with an immeasurably pleased look. The distraction seems to have served his purpose, though, because there's another thing that he doesn't comment on, the fact that 2 of their number are missing. It's all going not well, exactly, but events have at least reached a steady, uneasy sort of equilibrium. The Earl King is exchanging stilted, tense conversation with some of his subjects, and occasionally looks over at Logan and the others to involve them for a moment or two, although Logan can't begin to fathom why. It's at one of these mildly unpleasant conversational moments where the Earl King turns to Thomas to ask him about something utterly inconsequential, the arrangement of the feast on the table, apparently, when he pauses, evidently noticing something is awry. "Your face," he says slowly, eyes narrowed in suspicion. He reaches out a hand towards Thomas, who jerks back reflexively, eyes widening. "What's that on the side of your face?" "Nothing," Thomas reassures him, bringing his hand up to feel at his left cheek, and then not so subtly cover it up under the pretense of resting his hand on his chin. He lets out a sudden, nervous burst of laughter. "Humans get terrible acne under stress, you know." Logan, from his side of the table, can see exactly what's happening to Thomas's face, and why he's trying to cover it up so desperately. Roman can apparently see it too, judging by his summoned grimace. Remus is apparently just not paying attention to this exchange at all, because his gaze is fixed on the massive double doors at the other end of the room. "Don't lie to me," says the Earl King. His look of suspicion has graduated neatly into one of dawning comprehension. He reaches out and grabs Thomas's hand, tugging it forcibly away from his face. "Oh, fuck," says Thomas, just as glimmering, yellow-tinted scales erupt across the side of his face like popcorn, and one side of his mouth lengthens and curves all the way up to his ear. He grabs the hem of his dress and tries to pull it up to obscure the sudden change, but it's far too late for that. The Earl King's eyes have gone very wide all of a sudden. He takes a sharp breath in and then lets it out, very slowly. "I see. I've been deceived." "That is my job, yes," replies Janice, with a hint of smugness to his words, as well as a healthy amount of fear. "And if you were masquerading as him, then—" The Earl King trails off, gaze drifting over Logan and Remus and Roman, as if he's only just now noting the distinct lack of Virgil and Patton, who have, of course, been missing ever since the twins started their musical number. "Well, like we said," Roman bumps Logan's shoulder with his own, "we have a very smart friend." As if on cue, Thomas, the real Thomas, stumbles through the doors in an Avatar the Last Airbender t-shirt and loose sweatpants, looking extraordinarily out of place and entirely confused in a way that puts Janice's earlier acting efforts to shame. Behind him are Virgil and Patton, both looking grimly satisfied with themselves. Virgil is covered in spiderwebs, and Patton has Janice's canvas bag slung over one shoulder. "I don't know what's going on, but apparently I need to be here at this party?" Thomas asks loudly, the end of the sentence twisting up into audible panic. "Oh boy, there's a lot of fairies here." "Well," says Logan, turning to the Earl King and trying not to look too unbearably smug, "I believe this satisfies all of your conditions. As you can see, here is Thomas. We've found him and woken him, and he is now of open eye and conscious mind, attending your banquet. We would like now to leave." The Earl King looks at Logan, and there's that same uncanny connection there. Like staring at a mirror, but the person you're seeing looks nothing like you, even though their every movement reflects yours perfectly. They are nothing alike. The Earl King does things for no reason, and treats people like objects to be traded and gambled with, and he doesn't love Thomas. How can he be Logan if he doesn't love Thomas? It just doesn't track, doesn't compute, that any version of Logan in any universe could sit there on a flower-encrusted throne like a lavishly dressed wannabe god and play with people's lives and throw parties for no reason and smile and clap as the universe is being torn apart right in front of him by strange, illogical songs and dances and just not care about Thomas in the least. He wonders how it is that they, of all the two people in the universe, are somehow one and the same, and he's sure that the Earl King's currently thinking the same thing as him. "Take him," the Earl King declares, not breaking eye contact with Logan, and is that a grudging hint of respect he sees in those sea-glass eyes? It's hard to tell. "He's yours. I'm not one to break promises, and this is no exception." "Fucking nailed it!" Remus crows triumphantly, raising a hand to Roman for a high-five that isn't returned. "However," says the Earl King, and it's flatly ominous enough to stop even Remus right in his tracks. "This ultimately changes nothing. You may have his body back, but his heart is not his own, and his hours are numbered." What?" goes Thomas, who Logan is only now realizing has missed out on a lot. "Leave." The Earl King turns his back with a swirl of his long autumn leaf cloak. It's very much a final sort of gesture, leaving no option for further conversation. It also doesn't seem like he's going to be taking any sort of revenge out upon them, which is a satisfying conclusion to the transaction as far as Logan's concerned. He stands up, tugging Roman and Janice on either side of him to their feet as he does. Together, they power walk awkwardly down the middle of the dance floor and join the others at the door. "Let's get out of here," Janice says quietly, because pretty much every Fae and Fae being in the room is still staring at either them or the Earl King. It's a deeply unsettling experience. "Yes, please," Thomas agrees, looking relieved. Everyone clusters around Thomas, and they set off down the hallway. "Take it easy, trolls, gnolls, and non-binary souls. Peace out," Roman yells over his shoulder, and soon the door to the banquet hall becomes a distant speck at the end of the corridor, and the noises of song and dance are floating back toward them in a faint, heady buzz of sound. Thomas says, and he sounds a lot more coherent than he's been so far since they've arrived in this reality. "I get the feeling that something really significant just went down, but I don't understand, any of it. Why are you guys dressed up all fancy? And, oh wait, Janice! Your face is back to normal." Janice actually grins, openly and genuinely. Thomas's usual smile looks radiant on his face, which, incidentally, is completely back as it was. The scales shine faintly in the glow of the bioluminescent fungus life nearby. It is. He runs the back of a nail against them. Click, click, click. Probably a result of getting your body back from him. This makes some amount of sense, but Logan can't help but feel that there is something not quite right about that, especially since Virgil's own abilities had kicked in before they even reached the castle, and especially since he still feels dreadfully, uncomfortably human. "Long story short, you got all sleeping beautied by the King of Fairies," Roman explains to Thomas, "and kissing you didn't work, so Logan here," he claps Logan on the shoulders, beaming, "worked out how to trick him into telling us how to wake you up." "I did," Logan says. "Speaking of which, how did you end up breaking the fairy kiss part of that curse? He stated quite categorically that no power in the land could undo it." "Mr. Clean," Virgil tells him with a shrug, passing Janice back his bag. "Surprisingly effective against dirt, germs, and inscrutable weird fairy curses. We should probably stock up on it in the future, just in case." "Oh," says Thomas, and sniffs before wrinkling his nose slightly. "So that's why I smell like antiseptic." Roman frowns. "Why did you even bring that along in the first place?" "Oh, be prepared," Janice says, holding 3 fingers neatly into the air. "Okay, so first of all, Thomas was never a Boy Scout, and you certainly weren't," Virgil begins, and whatever he's going to say next is lost, because the door leading to the outside of the castle looms ahead. Remus lets out a loud cackle of delight and rushes forward to shoulder check it open. And surprisingly, that does work. Agonizingly slowly, the great slab of wood creaks outwards, and within seconds they're all rushing down the grassy path to the mountainside gates like they're all starring leading roles in the classic grim story of Cinderella, and the clock has just loudly struck midnight, inciting them to flee with great haste. Which, considering the position of the moon in the unfamiliar star-streaked sky, and the amount of time they've spent in the castle so far, might not be an entirely inaccurate comparison. The gates to the exterior of the mountain are wide open. Think whichever of Roman's fictional heroes are applicable in this current situation, and no sooner have they all crossed the threshold between the castle's outside garden and the rocky path outside than they're swinging shut of their own accord. "Now," says Janice, as the gate slams shut behind them with a final-sounding clang, "have we all learned our lesson about lying being a good thing under the right circumstances? We have? Good. Excellent. I expect another sequel video the moment we get back home." "Please pick a better time to flex your lying capabilities," Virgil begs. "Maybe when we're not freezing our asses off on the side of a fantasy mountain?" Frozen ass," Remus remarks. "Ass popsicle. Tasty." "Remus," Thomas begins, and then shakes his head, apparently out of words. "No, just no. It's all so perfectly normal that Logan could cry. If he closes his eyes, he can almost imagine that they're all ringing the edge of the living room. Almost. There's the echo and the wind, for one thing, and also he can hear his heartbeat, which he shouldn't be able to do that. He wants to stop thinking about that. He really shouldn't, though, because somebody needs to consider the implications of it and start thinking about what it means that Thomas's heart is wrong, because he sincerely doubts that anyone else is going to be doing that anytime soon. "You guys are definitely going to have to fill me in again, because the last thing I properly remember was the ride up here," Thomas is saying. "But from what I can tell, you guys pretty much saved my life? Or soul, or something? So, really, I can't thank you enough. Shit, let me..." He goes cross-eyed for a second, squinting at several flowers that have become partly unraveled from his hair, and starts tugging them properly loose. He hands a hydrangea to Logan. Considering everything that just happened with flowers and all, this is probably a little on the nose, but..." Logan, strangely touched by this despite the impracticality and spontaneity of the gesture, takes the small blossom gently from Thomas. "There's no need to thank us, really," he says, and carefully tucks it behind his ear. "This is all essentially a glorified self-preservation instinct. We are not doing anything that you wouldn't do for yourself." "Must you really phrase it like that?" Janice sighs with a roll of his eyes. "After all the trouble I went through impersonating you, it feels more than a bit dismissive. I mean, we outwitted a fairy king for you, for God's sake. A little gratitude wouldn't—" "You're right," interrupts Thomas, pressing a daisy into Janice's hands, which actually manages to shock him into shutting up. Janice freezes for a split second, then accepts the daisy. "Thomas, as much as I love hearing you say those words, they seem to be a limited commodity coming from you. So do me a favor and take them back instantly so you can save them for a less patently absurd situation." "It might be self-preservation," Virgil adds, standing awkwardly a short distance away, trying to shove his hands into his dress jacket's non-existent pockets. "But, you know, at the moment we're separate enough entities from him, I think our actions might not be dependent on him." He shudders. "I don't want to think about it." So someone else has noticed. Logan supposes that's a good thing. Then again, out of all of them, Virgil's probably the one who has the most obvious direct connection with Thomas's emotional state, so it seems reasonable that the loss of that might be disconcerting. "What now?" Thomas wonders. He's shivering slightly. Janice obviously notes this too, because he digs through his ever-present bag of their collective belongings and produces the red jacket Roman had initially brought along and tosses it in Thomas's direction. "I'm absolutely thrilled to find out what happens to us when you freeze to death, so feel free to start doing that now," he says, and when it looks like Roman's about to protest, he adds, "Suck it up, you have a cool cape now, and it was his to begin with." "Thanks," says Thomas, throwing it on with a relieved little sigh. "And in response to 'what now?'" Logan adds, "getting back to town would be a good start, I suspect." Oh! Patton's eyes go wide, and he hops a few steps further down the mountain, squinting out into the gloomy darkness. "Octavian?" he calls. The rest of the group follows him as they carefully make their way back along the narrow path to where they'd seen Octavian of Cadath last. "We made it out," Patton continues, a bit uncertainly. Actually, are you still here?" There's a grunt and a faint noise like someone accidentally rolling over onto their instrument. then a muffled curse, and a few seconds later a slightly disheveled Octavian emerges into the dim moonlight. His gold-trimmed cape is thrown roughly across his body, as if he's been using it for a makeshift blanket, and he rubs at his eyes for a moment before grinning broadly at all of them. "Well, would you look at that? And in less than 24 hours to boot!" He fumbles for the cittern hanging across his back and manages to half-strum a clumsy, triumphant major chord. Now that Logan's looking for it, it's very easy to see where Octavian of Cadath resembles Roman. The confident fluidity of his movements, the intonations and phrasings. And Octavian is a good person, a kind person. Roman's alternate universe double just took 7 strangers up a dangerous mountain just because they looked like they needed help. What does that say about Roman? And what does that say about him? "I take it you found what you were looking for?" Octavian asks. In response, Roman spreads his arms wide and sings out clear and bright, "Goodbye to the Fey King, and we will be taking our friend from this prison and leave of this hall. A promise was a promise, he's given us Thomas, and now we're departing, O Thomas and all." Octavian actually bounces upon hearing this, a tiny little hop on the heels of his shiny golden-buckled boots, and exclaims, "Oh, wonderful, 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 absolutely exquisite! Look at all of you, dressed up all pretty and all ready for a daring escape down the mountainside. This will be a tale for the ages. Now," he claps his hands together and spins around in a whirl of gaudy, fringed cape and delight. "Obviously, I can't wait to hear all the delicious, dirty details, but there's really no sense sticking around on this horribly floral mountainside for any longer than we have to. Shall we?" Roman helps Octavian drag the cart out onto the path, and after a brief interlude taken to wake the horses and get them hooked up back to pull them along, everyone piles in. Octavian cracks the reins and they're off, rumbling back down the mountain and back to town. Logan takes up the task of informing a deeply interested but also deeply bemused Thomas, and Octavian, who's listening in with extreme enthusiasm, of the details of the previous few hours. Put into words, it sounds incredibly outlandish, and Logan finds himself struggling to say a few key phrases, such as binding curse and fairy banquet. "Quite the adventure," remarks Octavian, when Logan's done. His fingers twitch like he's already itching to write it all down. It's a very good thing that he manages to restrain himself, considering he's the only one currently driving the cart. "And you have my hearty congratulations for that masterful deception of yours, Mr. Logan and Mr. Janus. However," he frowns, "I will admit that I'm not entirely sure what to think of this whole mirror world business. You're claiming that he and I," he gestures over at Roman, "are the same?" "It's only a theory," says Logan, already mildly regretting voicing it aloud with Octavian present. "A strongly supported theory," adds Roman. "I mean, look at us. We're clearly the most handsome ones here. There's got to be some connection. No offense, Thomas." None taken, I think," says Thomas, who's currently on the other side of the cart, squished firmly between Patton and Roman. All 3 of them are sharing Roman's stolen fairy cape, which is just big enough to be used as a makeshift blanket. "But I don't think the mirror people thing is our biggest problem right now. I just don't get what we're supposed to do next. I mean, everyone keeps talking about my heart and how the one I've got isn't right or whatever, and I think they might be right. Like, I know what just happened is super dangerous, and I probably should be terrified out of my mind right now, and I am, actually, but my heart's completely steady." Roman leans over and presses his ear to Thomas's chest, and then he says, "Hey, yeah," with no small amount of surprise. "You're disconnected from all of us right now. That could have something to do with it," Logan hypothesizes, somewhat wildly. "They've all tried syncing out again, and had once again failed at doing so. Although Janus's face seems to be back to normal, as far as scales go, it doesn't appear as if any of them besides Virgil have regained any sort of unusual or non-human abilities. It's a puzzle that Logan doesn't even know how to begin solving. What's the factor that determines how human they are? "You're not afraid, just like you were when Virgil ducked out." "Quack, quack," says Patton, "like clockwork." "What?" asks Octavian of Cadath, who hasn't been exposed to their particular brand of inane stupidity for nearly long enough to understand just how ridiculous things can get with them. "It's not exactly like that, though," Thomas says earnestly. "Without my anxiety, I was acting like a total idiot. I didn't have any idea what was going on or where I was, but I know exactly what's going on right now." "You do?" asks Virgil. "Oh, good. Maybe you can let me know about that." "Well," Thomas amends, "I don't know exactly what's going on, but I'm pretty sure that right now we're heading down the side of this mountain to get to that town, and He hesitates and then shrugs a bit helplessly. You know, I really don't know what we're going to do after that. Well, says Octavian, now frowning slightly, if you've got a missing heart, I may know someone we can talk to. He has some experience in that area. But I will warn you, it's probably going to end up being a bit of a detour. Logan hesitates only for a split second before saying, I don't see why not. Logan shrugs, somewhat philosophically. It's not as if we have anywhere else to be, he points out, and I'd really like my heart back to normal, to be perfectly honest. So it's settled then, Roman declares. We'll go to see Octavian's mysterious friend, get Thomas back to his normal, hearty self, and head home. Nothing can possibly go wrong with a plan as solid as that. Roman, says Janice, very seriously, please believe me when I tell you this, because I'm not lying in the least. I will punch you. Do not tempt fate any more than it needs to be tempted. And after a few minutes, the darkness swallows them up. Eucatastrophe by A Real Sword. Chapter 8. Patton. Home, sweet home. Octavian of Cadath lets out a little sigh of contentment as he sets the horses to graze at the edge of the forest, tying them off on some thinner trees. Do you know, I actually forget how much I miss this place. Patton squints into the darkness of the tall, thin trees and tries to see what Octavian does, but no. It just looks really spooky and like there could be creepy things hiding in the shadows, and he has the feeling if he tried using a flashlight, the battery would immediately break rather than actually provide any light. It's like Virgil's room, but big and leafy, and also not a room, and probably even more actively trying to kill him. Sorry, interjects Janice, who's frowning and adjusting his scarf. He had changed out of his pretty silky gown for practicality's sake halfway through the ride over, and is now back in that turtleneck of his. You live here? Used to, Octavian corrects cheerfully. He hooks his guitar thing over one shoulder and scoops a handful of coins from one of the horse's saddle packs, tucking it into a pocket. Although, if you're born in this place, you never truly leave. He drops his feathered cap onto his head and adjusts it so it sits at an appropriately jaunty angle before gesturing expansively into the darkness. Welcome, esteemed friends and companions, to the Cadath Woods. Oh, Logan says, and adjusts his glasses in that way that he does when his mind's adjusting to something also. I had been assuming Cadath was the town. It's the forest, says Octavian, and the mountain, technically. They both fall under the Fey domain. But no, the town is called Dub Avon. These are neat names, but they don't really mean much to Patton. He tries to remember them later, in case there's a test or something. Octavian takes 3 coins, pinches them in a neat stack between 2 fingers, and tosses them upwards, sending them spinning and glinting in the darkness. They land in a cluster of 3 on the ground, and the arrow stamped on the centermost one is pointing off at an angle. Off we go, then, he says, scooping up the coins. And with that, they set off into the forest in the direction that his coin had indicated. It's really dark out, but they can sort of see where they're going. Well, they can see where Octavian is, and he's leading them and also seems to know what he's doing. He's also a lot less talkative for some reason. He's got a weirdly serious, but also really determined look on his handsome face. Also, Patton can hear things in the forest around them. It's hard to make out what they are exactly, but there's a lot of distant howls and growls and some heavy breathing that's a bit too close for comfort. A lot too close for comfort, really, although nothing actually does show up. He wonders why that is, and if Octavian has anything to do with it. It's hard to tell. So, says Janice, once they've been going a while like this, as long as we're out here, walking along with nothing to do, Thomas, you seem coherent and cognizant enough. Let's talk about the sequence of events that led up to us being here. Thomas winces a bit. Okay, he agrees, with only a bit of reluctance. Yeah, so, first of all, Virgil? You were right about the whole making the pie thing. I really shouldn't have done that. Yeah, Virgil says, extremely pointedly. I think we are far, far past that, Janice replies dryly. You ate the pie, and then went to bed, and that's where our memories seem to diverge. What do you remember from after that? Not much, Thomas admits with a frown. I remember hearing the Earl King's voice, and then I was in the kitchen making some kind of mixture? He hesitates for a second, his foot hovering above the ground, before he shakes his head and keeps on walking. No idea what that was about. Yes, Janice frowns. I was meaning to ask about the shoe polish. That's been haunting me for the last few days, as a matter of fact. Please tell me you didn't drink any of that. Drink the pharmacon? Thomas asks, like he's commenting on the weather. I don't think I did. It wasn't meant for me. He blinks, shakes his head again. Oh, that's weird. That was like I wasn't even me for a second there. Did I just say pharmacon? What does that even mean? You did. Virgil's eyes are narrowed. Thomas, this might be a stupid question, but do you think you might be possessed? Would I know if I was? Thomas asks, now looking a bit panicked. It's kind of just like normal, with Virgil making Thomas all anxious about things that might not even matter. Except it's nothing like normal, because Virgil's only doing it through saying stuff, not feeling stuff. And this might matter. A lot, actually. Can we focus for a moment? Logan says. The answer to this is no, obviously, but it's really nice that he's still trying. Thomas, is there anything else you remember? A forest, says Thomas. This one, maybe? And then a boat, and someone took me up the mountain on his horse, and he made fun of me because I'd never ridden a horse before. Really? Says Roman. I could have sworn we had at some point. Yeah, when I was 12, Thomas says. But, he said a few things about mirrors and people, which may have to do with the whole alternate universe people thing, and then I ended up in the castle, and the Earl King... He shudders slightly, as if the memory is making him faintly nauseous. He said he accepted the trade, whatever that means, and he took my body. I stayed there for about a week. I see. Some kind of time dilation effect with this world, Logan mutters to himself, like he's taking audible notes. And then, louder, and then? Well, then I escaped, said Thomas, with the tone of someone stating the blatantly obvious. You escaped? Roman prompts, after a second where Thomas just doesn't expand on this. And I went home and fainted from exhaustion on the front step, Thomas adds. I think. That seems like the sort of thing I'd do. He glances all around at all of them. And then it's kind of nothing until the town, although that's, blurry. The first really clear thing I remember is waking up in the bedroom with Pat and Verge. That's about it. But you escaped all on your own, Logan clarifies after another moment of silence. His tone is tinged with faint disbelief, which is kind of unfair because Thomas can do a lot of things if he just puts his mind to it, including escaping from a fairy castle and a terrifying magic king guy, and running down a mountain and crossing an entire dimension to make it all the way back to his house in complete darkness. Actually, no. Patton's suspension of disbelief has a limit, as it turns out. What Thomas is saying is wild. No, I had help, Thomas says, very slowly. He bites his lip. Okay, why is it so hard to think about this? It's like I'm trying to read a book, but the handwriting is terrible, and also it's written in freaking Esperanto or something, and also someone keeps pulling it away from me every time I see a word I recognize. That's what we're hoping to remedy, Octavian points out, as they pause again for him to throw the 3 coins into the air and search for the one that lands in the middle. This time it seems to be pointing in a wildly different direction to where they had been initially heading. Octavian frowns to himself and mutters something darkly under his breath as he scoops up the coins, before adding, If he'd just stop moving around. Logan looks kind of mildly furious at the fact that they're just sort of following coins around in an empty forest in the early hours of the morning, which is probably the furthest thing from scientific that it's possible to be. Patton thinks that this world is more Roman's sort of place than his. They should just do whatever Roman's doing, which happens to be following Octavian. So following Octavian it is. Says Roman as they progress deeper into the forest. How about this? Channel Logan. I'm right here, says Logan. You don't need to channel me. I can provide my own input easily enough. Not what I meant. Thomas, just state things that you know to be completely, perfectly true in every way. Maybe we can figure out some stuff based on it. The words you're looking for are empirical and extrapolate, Logan provides, pinching the bridge of his nose between 2 fingers. Not that you care. He's kind of right, because probably none of them actually do care, but Patton doesn't tell him that. It'd just make him feel bad, and now's really not the time to make Logan feel bad, not with all the stress that he, and all of them, are under right now. Okay, just the facts. Fact number 1. Someone helped me escape from the Earl King's castle the first time I was there, Thomas says, scratching his neck absently. Fact 2. It wasn't the same person that brought me there. They were shorter, for one thing. Okay, there! You see? Roman points at Thomas. Now we're getting somewhere. Are we, though? Virgil says. We are. Octavian sounds distracted, yet strangely reassuring. He tosses a single coin up into the air, squinting as it seems to hang for a split second longer than it should. I assure you, our destination is well within reach. Not what I meant, but I appreciate the update, Virgil says. Keep up the navigation thing, Bard guy. You're doing great. Probably? I agree with Virgil. Logan is frowning down at his midnight blue, ankle-length dress that he hasn't had an opportunity to change out of yet. Actually, most of them haven't had a chance, or just haven't bothered to change out of their fairy banquet clothes. Patton actually really likes the soft fabric of the pants and dress shirt he'd managed to find for himself. Although he had reclaimed his usual hoodie from Janice at the earlier opportunity, he just feels naked without it for some reason. Hang on, what's Logan agreeing about anyway? I fail to see how knowing the approximate height of your mysterious rescuer benefits us in any way, he's saying. It probably doesn't, but it's better than nothing, Thomas points out. Right? It's not like I can remember anything else. Are you sure? Probes Janice, looking like he very much wishes he could be dialed directly into the things Thomas is forgetting and denying to himself corner of Thomas's brain right now, as opposed to being cut off and physically present in every possible way. No details, no vague recollections, nothing? Thomas has nothing more to add, other than a look of intense concentration and exasperation and a frustrated shake of the head. Roman lets out an equally frustrated huff of a sigh and pulls a face in Octavian's direction. Hopefully this friend of yours will be able to shed some light on the situation. That's the hope, Octavian replies, and pauses as he draws out another 3 coins from his side pouch. He jingles them around absently in his cupped hands for a second, looking distracted. What's up with the coins, anyway? Remus asks, ducking down to snatch one from Octavian's pouch. Octavian, who apparently has the patience of a saint or an angel or something, is unconcerned by having Remus's fingers near his waist, and even tosses him another one. It's a charm, he says, losing the distracted look. An extremely basic one, but those tend to be the most effective in my experience. You use it to find things you've lost. And what are you looking for? Remus tilts his head at him curiously. Your sanity? Because, holy shit, we've been wandering around here for literally forever now, freezing our tits off, and I swear, fuck, shit, goddamn, ass, cock, etc. All these trees look exactly the same. I apologize for my intrusive thoughts, Thomas tells Octavian, a bit weakly. Usually nobody can hear them. Believe me, I've heard worse, Octavian says, with a little quirk of his lips, although he seems pretty on edge and a lot gloomier than he had been when they'd been going up the mountain. Compared to some of the crowds I've performed for, Remus comes off as positively Benedictine. Ouch! Remus pantomimes being shot in the chest, staggering against a tree with a dramatic little swoon. I have absolutely no idea what that means, but god damn does it hurt! Thomas, please prepare for me upping my game by like 1,000,000%. Ah, remarks Octavian, sounding a touch regretful. I appear to have encouraged him. He glances over at Thomas. I do hope that's not... Don't worry about it, says Roman, sighing. He's pretty much always like this. You probably couldn't make him worse if you tried. Don't let that stop you, Remus exclaims, pushing himself blithely away from the tree and jogging a few steps to keep pace with the rest of them. Making me worse is actually highly encouraged. I will keep that in mind. Octavian tosses the 3 coins into the air again, but this time only 2 of them go clattering to the ground. For some reason, the final coin just hangs in the air, spinning slowly in place. Everyone stops, falling silent. Octavian regards the spinning coin with some satisfaction, and then looks up, past it and into the forest. There you are, he says. Here I am, comes the somewhat acidic reply. And out of the darkness comes the rather alarming figure of a man who looks more plant and dirt than flesh and blood, the ragged remains of what once was probably a luxurious velvet green and silver cloak hanging from his shoulders, mud-stained and mold-covered. There are what look like actual animals of some sort nesting in his hair, although it's hard to tell what sort of animals they are exactly. In one sharp, precise moment, his hand shoots out to snatch the spinning coin from the air. Even under all the layers of grime and moss and dirt, it's hard to miss his striking resemblance to Octavian of Caveth. They've got the same dark skin and the same curly hair and the same gleam of intelligence in their eyes. They're even the same height. They could be brothers. "You needed me for something?" asked this new person, crossing his arms. "Or are you just here to taunt me some more?" He's got Octavian's voice, too, except it's lower, hoarser, like he ate a lot of rocks, or maybe screamed for a solid couple of hours without pausing for breath. He also really does not look pleased that they're there, or maybe he's just not pleased with Octavian, since he doesn't know the rest of them. "Ah," says Logan, with the air of someone who's just figured something out. "I see." And Remus seems to make the same connection. His eyes go wide with excitement, and he grabs Roman's arms, flailing wildly. "Hey!" he hisses. "That's him! That's me!" And, oh right, that does kind of make sense, now that Martin stops to think about it. A lot of sense. Gosh, this whole alternate universe doubles thing is going to take a lot of getting used to. "Are you guys twins?" Thomas asks slowly, looking between the two of them. At this, the other man lets out an angry, feral-sounding snort of something almost but not entirely unlike amusement. Octavian makes it's a bit complicated, face, and an appropriate noise and hand-wiggly gesture to go along with it. "No," snaps the mossy forest man. "No, we are not twins. He is not my brother, and he never will be, and we are not related." "Right," says Virgil, somewhat dubiously. "So the fact that you look completely identical, apart from all the mud and dirt and grime, is, a fun little coincidence?" Octavian hesitates visibly for a second, and then brushes his curly wild hair away from his face, and more specifically, away from where it's been hanging over his ears, because, as it turns out, his ears are longer than you'd expect, and they taper off to delicate points. "Oh, you're a fairy!" Patton blurts, startled. "More than that," Roman says, taking a step back, understanding blooming across his face. "You're a changeling, aren't you? Meaning that you're—" "Absolutely correct," says the man in the ragged cape, with such audible bitterness it almost hurts to hear. "My name was Octavian of Dub Avon, and this is the thing that stole my life nearly 30 years ago." Octavian's voice is soft and pleading. "I've told you, you can come back whenever you want. I'm more than happy to show you around, reintroduce you to the human world." "And yet," the other Octavian retorts, "you continue to use my name, and sing and dance your merry way across Dub Avon like you own the damn place. What would they say if I showed your face in town, looking like this?" "I'll take you to the river, wash the forest away from you," begs Octavian, the original Octavian. Or maybe not? The one they'd met first, anyway. Fairy Octavian. Octavian. He sounds like he's had this argument a million times, and is only just going through the motions at this point out of habit. There's a thin, lost-sounding thread of heartbreak in his voice. "I'll get you human clothes, the best I can buy. I'll show you how to shoe a horse like humans do, how to dance without drawing your friends into a trance, how to laugh and sing to the beat of Heli's music. Just come with me, please." "You're too much of a human now for the Earl King to want you, and I'm not human enough for the town to want me," the Forest Octavian snaps. "Your continuous pretense that things can be any different, it makes me want to choke you, to snap your neck, to bury you in iron and leave you to burn in the ground, to feed your writhing body to whatever thing the court is trying to push back into the darkness, so nobody ever has to think about you ever again." "Do you really want me gone that badly?" the Fairy Octavian says, sounding a bit stricken. The Forest Octavian stares balefully at his changeling counterpart for a long, long time. "What do you want? You wouldn't come here if there wasn't something else you wanted to take from me, so please, just get on with it." "Don't you care who we are?" Roman asks, sounding a bit affronted. "Not in the least," he replies, not even looking over at Roman. Remus looks a bit less delighted than before, but only a bit. His expression has shifted from outright horniness to thoughtful horniness, which is only a slight improvement. "We need to speak to the Fisher King," says Fairy Octavian, "and you know how he is to find." Forrest Octavian laughs wildly and flings his arm out, looking annoyed and frustrated. That's it? That's what you needed from me? He curses loudly in a melodic, high-pitched language for a full 15 seconds, and then points firmly and confidently in a seemingly random direction. He's waiting at the river. Obviously. Now get out of my sight. You make me sick. The first Octavian nods, and then takes a step backwards, and then hesitates. I really am sorry, he says lowly. But I didn't ask to be made, and I didn't ask to be swapped out for you. Forrest Octavian doesn't seem to consider this a reasonable sort of argument. He just glares and points into the darkness once more, before whirling away in a flurry of rags and moss and spite, and stalking away in the opposite direction. It's pretty clear he wants nothing to do with them, which is a shame, because he also looks in pretty dire need of a hug. The only Octavian left, and this is a good turn of events, because things had been starting to get confusing with two of them, lets out the longest and most exhausted sigh imaginable, and leans against a nearby tree. He adjusts his hair with one hand, tucking his pointed ears back within the mess of curls so they're no longer visible, and then just breathes for a while. He also looks like he needs a hug. I'm sorry you had to see that, he tells them after a moment, voice uncomfortably dull. Don't worry about it, Patton reassures, patting at his arm. We all have bad days. One time I got real angry about community service in video games, and I turned into a giant frog monster. And let me tell you, that's the sort of thing I'd rather forget about. You're fine, kiddo. There's a dangerous moment there where Patton's afraid that he went and stepped in it and said the wrong thing. But then Octavian smiles, very slowly. I don't understand a single word you just said, he says, but I think I understand and appreciate the sentiment. Thank you, Patton. Any time, replies Patton. So let's go and track down this fish king of yours so he can school us on whatever we need to know. A pause. School? Because, fish? He's playing up the goofiness a bit. But sometimes the goofs need to be exaggerated. It makes things feel normal, or less bad. And even if Octavian doesn't know them very well, he does seem to appreciate a good pun, judging by his small snort of amusement. Now that was truly dreadful. All the best jokes are, he says, and offers Octavian a hand. Octavian takes it and allows himself to be tugged over to the rest of them. Which way was that river again? Octavian points in the appropriate direction, and, still allowing his hand to be held, which is really sweet, actually, starts leading them off to it. Almost immediately, the familiar sound of rushing water can be heard. It's far off, but they're definitely headed in the right direction. So that was your... Roman pauses, clearly unsure of what to say. Counterpart? Which is weird, because you're kind of my counterpart, so it's like a whole reflection of a reflection thing. There's a lot going on here. I suppose so, Octavian sighs. As you say, it's complicated. He drops Patton's hand with a slightly apologetic look and reaches for his guitar thing, swinging it around so it's in his hands rather than across his back. Oh, another song! Good. Patton had missed the last one, and Roman hadn't seemed all that enthusiastic about reenacting it. Octavian strums a slow, simple chord and opens his mouth like he's about to start singing, and then he shuts it, looking frustrated. No. He grimaces and shakes his head. No, it's not done yet. Writer's block? Asks Thomas sympathetically. I feel that. Probably not as much as I do, Roman mutters. Something like that. Octavian stows his guitar thing back to its position on his back. I've been working on it for, quite a while now. It's a story I need to tell. Perhaps it's a bit tragic for anyone to ever pay me to sing, but not everything's meant to be shared. Patton doesn't know quite how to respond to this. He could say some sort of vague platitude like, "You'll get there eventually," and actually that's what's on the tip of his tongue, but Octavian looks so sad and frustrated that he bites it back. Instead, he just bumps his arm with Octavian and smiles at him, lips pressed together in sympathy, wishing he could do something to help this strange, musical ferryman. For the record, says Remus thoughtfully, I think I would fuck him. Octavian's face goes instantly blank. Remus, snaps Thomas. The other Octavian, Remus clarifies. The hotter one. No offense, Octavian. Yes, Remus, says Virgil, we all know your answer to the BuzzFeed "Can we ask you a really weird question?" quiz, and none of us want to hear your reasoning behind it, ever again. Just saying. Remus shrugs like he doesn't have a problem in the world. The ragged, trampy, forest chic look is great on me. Alt me. He's on to something there, I'm telling you. Thankfully, he does end that particular train of thought there, because Octavian's expression is growing slowly less and less amused with each passing second. It's a while before they reach the point where the sound of the river rushing along merrily is as loud as it can possibly be. When they do, Octavian stops them all with a raised arm before they can push through the final barrier of shrubbery and tree branches. "Before I do, there's something I should mention," he tells them. "Don't bring up his leg." "His leg," Logan says, eyes narrowing slightly in that "I'm remembering something important" way he sometimes does. "There was an incident some 100 years ago," explains Octavian. "It's a bit of a sore spot for him. Literally, that is. His banishment from the court was considerably more violent than mine, and, well, there's a reason he spends most of his time fishing these days." "Don't mention the leg. Got it," Virgil says with a faint sigh. "Why not? It's not like this day can get any weirder or more specific." "Anything else?" Roman asks. And then, when Octavian shakes his head, "Well, what are we waiting for, then?" "Quite," agrees Octavian. He holds a cluster of branches to one side, and they all file through. And there it is, that same river. Impossibly deep, and wider than Patton remembers, and with an inky sort of darkness lurking in its depths. And the Fisher King sits in a small boat moored at the edge of it. Patton recognizes the boat instantly, because it's probably the most generic boat imaginable. It's the same boat they arrived at the river in. It's anyone's guess as to how it ended up here, because last they'd seen of it, it had been floating away down the river, and this is basically the opposite direction. It's also anyone's guess how the Fisher King managed to get into the boat, because honestly the stab wound on his leg looks really nasty. He shouldn't be standing, let alone climbing around into strange, rickety, magical boats. Although he doesn't look all that concerned about it, or in pain. He's humming to himself gently, and fiddling with the string of his long wooden fishing rod, completely unconcerned. He's got the pointed ears and otherworldly shine that all of the human-looking fairies they've met so far have had. But also, he looks kind of old. Not old, but aged. His hair is white, and he has the beginnings of a scruffy, badly kept beard, and his clothes, although fancy and decorated with all sorts of watery patterns and colors, look semi-ancient and almost dated, like they come from an earlier sort of medieval than the one they're in right now. Patton feels bad about disturbing someone who seems to be so genuinely peaceful and content, but Octavian seems to have no such qualms. He lets out a shout of greeting, and starts jogging toward the riverbank, cape fluttering lightly behind him. "Octavian!" exclaims the Fisher King, eyes lighting up as he turns slowly in their direction. His voice is slightly hoarse, like he hasn't spoken to anyone in days, but the joy is unmistakable. "Look at you, my boy! You've grown so much!" Octavian splashes into the river, careless of the mud in his clothes, clambering into the boat with a wide grin stretching across his face. He reaches out to clasp the Fisher King's aged hands tightly in his own. It's really astoundingly adorable. The 7 of them, by a mutual sort of silent agreement, decide to hang back until the 2 of them have an acceptable amount of reunion time. Well, Remus isn't part of this agreement, but Virgil grabs his arm and forcibly holds him back. "Do you think that he might be another one of these mirror people?" Patton wonders quietly, trying to prevent himself from bouncing and squealing. He settles for rocking enthusiastically back and forth on the balls of his feet. "I mean, everyone else we've met has been. But I don't think he's you, Virgil. Not enough eyeshadow. And he doesn't give off Janice vibes either." He squints. "Maybe Leo?" Everyone turns to look at him in flat, blank disbelief, even Remus. Patton thinks that's a little unfair because he genuinely doesn't know. It's not like the name is much to work off, and he looks so old that it's hard to make out any details like the eyes or hair or anything. "Pat," says Virgil, "the Fisher King couldn't more obviously be you." "What?" "Fishing is like the most dad thing to do," Thomas says, "and apparently that's all this guy does, every day, all day." "And he's squishing Octavian's cheeks right now," Roman says. "Total dad." Patton looks over and, okay, that is happening. They may have a point. Just a bit of one. They give them a couple more seconds of reunion and catching up, and then Logan, apparently rapidly losing patience, clears his throat pointedly. "Ah!" Octavian seems to remember their existence and gestures towards them. "I've made some new acquaintances. They happen to be the reason I'm visiting, as a matter of fact. Not that it isn't excellent to see you, he adds. There's always just so much going on. Mortals? Asks the Fisher King with an unreadable expression, tilting head oh so slowly to one side. Octavian looks unsure for a moment, and then nods. I believe so. Logan steps forward to address the Fisher King from as close as he can get without actually getting into the water. Thomas is having some heart problems. Octavian said you might be able to help, Roman adds eagerly, bounding up to stand next to him. Can you do anything for us? The Fisher King hums thoughtfully to himself, gaze traveling slowly over each of them in turn. He doesn't comment on their near-identical appearances, which is polite of him. Well, he says eventually, I don't know about help, but I'll see what I can do. Thomas, was it? Come here, my boy. Let's get a good look at you. Thomas exchanges a glance of trepidation with Virgil, but Octavian gives him an encouraging smile and nod as he swings his legs over the side of the boat and splashes his way back to shore to join the rest of them. Roman pats Thomas on the shoulder, and Remus punches him in the arm in a way that might leave bruising. Thomas winces, rubbing his shoulder, but says, Sure, just a sec then, and toes his sneakers and socks off before rolling up his sweatpants and stepping out into the river. He clambers carefully into the boat and then sits down opposite the Fisher King, gripping both sides as it rocks and settles. Patton watches somewhat nervously as the Fisher King gives him a kind smile and then places his hand gently on his chest. He's pretty sure that no version of him anywhere would hurt Thomas. On purpose, that is, because he knows he isn't perfect. But also, Logan's other self had done a lot of really bad stuff to Thomas, and they'd had to lie to get him out of there, and, well, Patton's a little worried. Just a smidge. He's ready to jump in there at the slightest sign of danger, probably. But he doesn't need to, apparently, because all that happens is Thomas's eyelids flicker shut briefly, and he lets out a soft noise of slight discomfort before the Fisher King sighs lightly and they both straighten up. The Fisher King is frowning. The good news is that this isn't a fatal sort of affliction. Oh, neat, says Thomas, and waves over at everyone standing on the riverbank. Hey, guys, looks like I'm not dying. Whoo! Patton cheers, thumbs upping as hard as he possibly can. Okay, the bar has to be higher than that, Virgil mutters. However, I'm afraid I cannot do anything for you, the Fisher King continues, which puts a very fast damper on the sudden good mood. This is remarkably outside of my area of expertise, for one thing. And for another, what has been done to you, he taps one long, wrinkled finger twice over Thomas's heart, was done by someone whose magic opposes mine in just about every way possible. Oh. Thomas sounds just about as bewildered as Patton feels. All right, then. Is there something I can do, then? Yes, says the Fisher King. Go speak to him. He gazes out across the river, which is wide and deep and much more turbulent than it had been when they'd first arrived. The two-faced king resides on the far side of these waters. The specifics evade me. He should be happy enough to speak with you, at the very least. But can he put me back to normal? Asks Thomas. I don't think I like feeling like this. It's, he shudders slightly, way too calm in my head. And the shape of everything isn't right. It's like there's someone missing. 6 someones, he adds, glancing over at everyone on the riverbank. I'm sure he can set things to rights, the Fisher King says. The only real question is, does he want to? Wait, does he? Virgil asks. Probably not, Octavian mutters darkly. Ah, says Logan, an irritated little adjustment of his glasses. Another side quest. Fabulous. Hey, side quest, Patton grins. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, Roman says brightly. It's off to find the two-faced king for us, then. There's a brief, confusing scuffle between everyone as Thomas gets off the boat and everyone tries to work out where to go and what to do. Octavian says he's going to stay behind and catch up with the Fisher King some more, since apparently he doesn't get on with the Two-Faced King too well either. Something about not picking sides and some sort of sacrifice that Patton doesn't quite get the full gist of. So they all exchange goodbyes with Octavian and the Fisher King, since they might not end up seeing either of them again if everything goes to plan. Patton hugs Octavian. He seems to be surprised that he's on the receiving end of a Patton hug, but hugs back pretty enthusiastically. He smells like wet soil and horse, and is surprisingly bony, but he's pretty good at the whole hugging thing. Is there a bridge or any other means of crossing anywhere nearby? Janice asks. Most people simply walk across, the Fisher King replies. There hasn't been a death in this river for years now. You'll most likely be fine. Walk across the river? Virgil looks over at the water and visibly shudders. Would it be possible to borrow your boat? Logan requests, pragmatic as ever. I believe we did so earlier. It will only be for a few minutes, and if past behavior is anything to extrapolate from, you'll be able to retrieve it quite promptly. The Fisher King chuckles softly and starts rebaiting the end of his line, the rod resting carefully across his lap. It really isn't as deep as you seem to think it is. Janice lets out a noise that means, I'm not convinced and none of you should be either, but Remus is already running in. He splashes into the water, past the Fisher King's boat, and towards the middle of the river, and he's only waist deep. I'm freezing my balls off, he announces loudly, which means that everything's probably fine, although Patton does hear Virgil mutter something low and worried about bull sharks. Sufficiently reassured by this, he starts taking off his shoes and socks. Remus is already on the other side of the river, which is really kind of weird because Patton could have sworn it was wider than that. Cautiously, everyone wades across, and within the blink of an eye they're on the other side, shaking off water and wringing out their soaked pants. The Fisher King and Octavian wave them goodbye from the opposite bank, and Octavian points exaggeratedly in the direction they need to go towards. "Thank you!" Patton yells, hoping he can be heard over the sound of rushing water. "For everything! You guys rock!" The others also wave goodbye, and then they're off, heading along the riverbank in search of yet another strange and ominous king. That makes it, the third one so far? There's a lot of kings around these parts. Shouldn't they be rationing out the kings, keeping it on a one-king-at-a-time basis, just in case they need one of them for a rainy day? Okay, so, Thomas says, this two-faced king, that's definitely Janice's mirror person, yeah? What a ridiculous suggestion, Janice replies dryly. A king with two faces? That bears no connection to me or my name in the slightest. I really don't know where you get these ideas, Thomas, truly. Just making sure, Thomas says, with an exhausted sort of laugh. His hand creeps up to rest just above his heart, and he continues walking in silence for a few minutes, an expression of faint worry on his face. They're following the curve of the river, which appears to stretch out forever over the horizon. It's either really super late or really super early, depending on what sort of mindset you subscribe to. The sky is a dark, dusky sort of color, and the sounds of birds around them is scattered and sleepy. "What do you want to do when we get back home?" Rowan asked Thomas thoughtfully after a while of this. Thomas blinks, maybe take a shower? Eat some non-fairy junk food? I'm not sure. Shouldn't you know? Patton shrugs. We're kind of out of sync with you right now, kiddo. For once, we're not thinking precisely what you're thinking. We can only guess, Logan adds. Okay, then, let me turn that one back on you, Thomas says. What do you want to do when we get back? He waves vaguely in the direction of all of them. All of you, I mean. Fairy-proof the house, Roman says instantly. Horseshoes over the doors, buy an iron sword or 6. You can never be too careful. That's my line, Virgil complains lightly, and yeah, that. But also sleep for 1,000,000 years. He pauses, seems to realize what he just said, and shudders. Maybe not 1,000,000 years. Maybe we should just stay awake for the rest of our collective life, just to make sure something like this never happens again. I concur with sleep, Janice adds, and sighs. When I told you to take some time off for yourself, that was not a cue for you to get kidnapped so we could all go on some grand magical quest together. Remember that next time, please. I'll try, Thomas says, but, no guarantees. Logan? I'm torn, Logan admits. On the one hand, I would greatly like to delve deeper into the mythological basis of this world we found ourselves in, to see if there's any real historical basis to anything that's happened. On the other, this is, in a word, disturbing. If you need a hand with repressing anything, Janice offers. No, we need to know what we're dealing with in the future. Logan shakes his head. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We need to get out of this first. Patton's next. He took some time to think about this, and he thinks he has a pretty good answer. I think a sleepover with all of your friends, or maybe just a few of them, he shrugs. Playing Truth or Dare and painting your nails and eating pizza while watching Ghibli movies sounds really good right now. Thomas is in his 30s. Is Truth or Dare still an acceptable sleepover party game? Logan asks. Yes, absolutely. How dare you suggest it isn't, goes Roman. God, I miss my friends, Thomas agrees, a bit wistfully. And they're not going to believe that any of this happened, are they? Almost certainly not, Janice says. Joan and Talon must be worried out of their minds by now, Virgil mutters, back hunching in a way that looks both reflexive and incredibly painful. I know there's nothing we can do about it, but I hate making them feel like this. We'll be done with this soon, Patton promises. All we need to do is talk to this other king person, and then we'll be back home and doing all of these things. Except maybe repressing things. That seems unhealthy. Janice mutters something that sounds like, look who's talking, but Patton chooses to ignore it because A, he's right, and B, this is super not the time to get into that. And now all 6 of them have had their respective turns, which means there's only one of them left who hasn't stated their opinion, and, oh no, it's probably going to be something really disgusting, isn't it? Patton kind of wants to cover his ears, but that would probably be rude. Do I have to go home? Remus asks. That brings everyone up short for a few long seconds. Thomas blinks. What do you mean by that? Well, Octavian actually likes my presence, Remus says. Or he's pretending to, at least, which, good enough, right? He shrugs. I don't know. This place is ruled by a vicious, inhuman king who definitely has a flower kink and almost certainly has a control kink. There's horrible things in the forest, a castle full of fairies to seduce and fuck and get enchanted by, and that's not even getting started on everything that's not near the river. You want to stay here? Thomas asks carefully. Not sure yet, Remus says. Probably. Like I said, I like this place. I'll get back to you about that. Everyone exchanges glances. Nobody seems to know what to think about this, so nobody says anything. They keep on walking. Eventually, Thomas strikes up a quiet conversation with Logan about something or other, but Patton isn't paying attention. He can't pay attention. There's just so much to think about. Would Remus leaving be such a bad thing? Patton doesn't think Thomas would mind, but also he doesn't want to make assumptions about what Thomas thinks, because that hasn't been a great thing to do, historically speaking. But Remus is all these gross and icky thoughts, and Patton has a feeling that if he disappeared, then Thomas would feel a lot better on a daily basis. But also, well, Remus is a part of Thomas, and if he goes missing, then some other stuff might go missing too. Like when Virgil had thought that if he left, Thomas would stop being all anxious all the time and be happier, but actually all that happened was Thomas turning into a living disaster creature with no regard for his own life. And then there's the fact that Janice really likes Remus, and would be sad if he was gone, and Patton's not all too sure what's going on with them right now, but he's sure that Roman wouldn't be all that happy if his brother left. And then there's the obvious question, which is, can Remus even do that? It's more than ducking out. It's like walking away, like a divorce, except without marriage being involved in the first place, and instead of taking the dogs and kids in the separation, Remus is taking a hefty segment of Thomas's soul or something. He's about to open his mouth and ask something, maybe try and see what Logan thinks, maybe try to probe at Remus a bit more. But this is the point in which a dark blur crashes into Thomas from out of nowhere, causing him to yell out in alarm. The yell becomes a startled grunt as he's knocked over into some nearby bushes, and Virgil and Janice are immediately on the defensive, Virgil snarling and puffing up angrily, and Janice wielding his canvas bag like he intends to use it as a melee weapon. Roman rushes forward, pushing aside stray foliage with a foot. "Release Thomas, you fiend!" There's a quick, nearly incoherent babble of something in a language that Patton doesn't understand. Guys? I think I'm all right, actually," Thomas says, voice muffled. And when he sits up, everyone can see his unexpected attacker. It's not a monster, or a demon, or even a wild animal. It's a little boy. He's small, maybe 8 or 9 years old at a guess. He's got big dark eyes and messy hair and a bunch of really weird markings running up from underneath the collar of his cloak thing. They look like swirly tattoos, but also he looks way too young to get tattoos, so maybe they're like fantasy temporary tattoos or something? He's currently regarding all of them with quite a lot of suspicion, and clinging to Thomas like letting go would result in 1,000,000 kittens dying. It's super cute, but also super weird because, like, where did he even come from? "Oh shit, he's another fairy!" Remus exclaims, pointing right at the kid's ears. And he's right, because they're pointed, just like the Earl Kings and Octavians and the Fisher Kings. "Don't swear in front of the kiddo," Patton objects. In response to this, the dark-haired boy snaps out a short, angry burst of words directed at nobody in particular, and then buries his head in Thomas's chest once more. Looking faintly startled, Thomas sits up properly, so the boy's more in his lap than lying right on top of him, and gently hugs him. Hey, you're fine. You're okay. Are you lost? What's going on? The boy mumbles something in that strange, weird language, but this time it's quieter, and into Thomas's ear, and it's hard to make out any of it. Do you know English? Roman asks, coming down to kneel next to Thomas. The fairy boy recoils away from him, hugging Thomas tighter and saying something that sounds sharp and biting, that's definitely not English or any language Patton recognizes, which is just English, come to think of it. Now everyone's in a loose, round arrangement that could be broadly described as a circle, around Thomas and his new small friend. Not too close, because he seems pretty skittish, all in various stages of sitting, crouching, and kneeling. You know, I think that may be Italian, Logan says with some interest. Italian? Thomas asks. He's preoccupied with rubbing little reassuring circles into the boy's back. Logan crouches down in front of the fairy boy. Il principe è stupido, he pronounces solemnly, indicating Roman. The boy stares at him for a long, long second before breaking out into a radiant smile and babbling something in agreement with a little flap of his arms. Definitely Italian, Logan surmises, sounding more than a little smug, and then his face falls. I do not know any Italian past that, unfortunately. You learned how to insult me in Italian and nothing else? Roman says, incredulous. It was a while ago, says Logan. It was a less civilized time for all of us. And please, let's not get distracted. How do you suppose a fairy child living in a medieval world came to know Italian? The boy says something long and complicated sounding that ends with B. Virgil shakes his head. Yeah, I caught none of that. Where are your parents? Patton asks. El parentos? He gestures at himself, does his brightest dad grin and accompanying dad pose. The boy just looks super confused. He repeats the sentence again, and then, at their blank expressions, scowls. Thomas, he says, clearly, pointing at Thomas, and then at himself. B. A slight pause, and then he adds, Ciao. Your name's B? Patton tries. Like the insect? The kid, B apparently, shrugs, uncomprehending. He uncoils from Thomas ever so slightly and frowns at him, patting his face, looking into his eyes, trying to find something. When he doesn't find whatever it is, he asks a question, soft and worried. Sorry, bud, I don't understand, Thomas tells him gently. B scowls and grabs Thomas's hand with both of his own, gripping onto it tightly. He mutters something soft and annoyed, and then just kind of tips over, falling into Thomas's lap again with a distinct aura of sulkiness. Thomas tentatively ruffles his hair with his free hand, and he makes a soft, snuffling noise. Oh my goodness, Patton coos, hands to his heart. This is just the sweetest thing. The two of you are so cute, and I'm absolutely going to start crying. Janice, do you have Thomas's phone? We have got to get a picture. As much as I would love to have a charming memento of this delightful experience hung and framed on the mantelpiece, all our electronics actually stopped working sometime during the river ride over, Janice says, arms crossed lightly. Patton deflates a bit. Oh. Well, that's a shame. Do you think this might be that other king or whatever? Virgil asks, biting his lip. Pat's fantasy double guy did say he'd be on the other side of the river, and, well, we haven't bumped into anyone else yet. Roman blinks. Well, maybe. I thought he'd be taller. No, I think I recognize him, Thomas says, and glances down to where their hands are linked. Remember how I said the person who helped me escape from the castle was shorter than me? Oh, says Patton. Huh. They all stare down at B for a few long seconds. Thanks, kid, Virgil mutters eventually, and reaches out to gently pat B's back. This time he doesn't flinch away. Don't know what we would have done if you hadn't gone him back to us. Another minute or so passes before Janice says, Well, as sweet as all this is, we still really do need to get to my counterpart and get this all over with. Do you suppose he knows where this two-faced king is, or shall we just continue to wander around with blindfolds on? Ah, my apologies, Logan. Metaphorical blindfolds. But at the sound of two-faced king, B almost instantly perks up. He says something that Patton thinks means something along the lines of, "Heck yes I do, follow me right this way," and scrambles up off Thomas's lap, tugging him to stand up. "Oh," says Logan. "Well, that's convenient, but I'm certainly not complaining." Bee leads them through the forest. He doesn't let go of Thomas's hand the whole time, gently pulling him along in a very direct sort of way, and he seems to be more comfortable with the rest of them now. Within the space of less than 2 minutes, Remus and Janus are teaching him how to say fuck, much to Patton's dismay. He's taking to it with incredible enthusiasm for someone who probably has no idea whatsoever what it means. "See, this is why I don't babysit anymore," Thomas says with a faint groan, after Bee pipes out a particularly loud and piercing "fuck" that echoes through the trees, disturbing several birds. "You guys have to explain this to his parents, if we ever run into them." "I shall delegate that particular task to Remus," Janus proclaims with a great deal of dignity. "Fine by me," Remus says. "He's probably another one of those mirror people, right?" Roman says, looking over at Logan. Logan adjusts his glasses. I have a theory." "Oh, thank God." Thomas lets out a little sigh of relief. "Go ahead." "B could just possibly be a diminutive form of Beatrice," he says slowly, and then winces, as if physically pained by the ambiguity. "Or at least derived from it. And he seems to exclusively speak Italian, the language in which Dante's Divine Comedy was originally written and published. And from Dante we get—" "Oh, right, that kind of makes sense," agrees Thomas. "Virgil and Beatrice were the secondary characters in that, weren't they?" Virgil mutters something angry and opinionated about unrequited heterosexual love and creepy Italian poets under his breath, before he seems to understand the proper implications of what they just said. He performs an admirably comical double take. "What? You mean that's me?" "It's just a theory," Logan reiterates, "and I will admit to it being a bit of a stretch. But really, who else could it be at this point?" Again, Patton can see it now that he's looking. The shade of Bee's tattoos and the shade of Virgil's preferred eyeshadow match up perfectly, and the way he's still clinging to Thomas's hand insistently and glaring out of the forest around them with protective ferocity. Bee looks up and catches Virgil staring at him. He frowns, then sticks out his tongue at him. Almost reflexively, Virgil does the same. "Ooh, same brain cell," Roman says, delighted. "The resemblance is rather uncanny," Logan concludes, with a hint of a smile in his tone, if not on his face. The trees around them change as they progress. The tall, willowy pale trunks that have been everywhere up till now have thinned out and have been replaced with bristly, lush green ones that resemble pine trees far more closely. Even in the bird sound less alien, more familiar. If Patton forgets the river to their left and the medieval town some distance down it, he could easily imagine they're back in Florida, trekking through that forest once more. Bee breaks off from alternating between swearing in English enthusiastically and teaching Remus and a reluctantly intrigued Logan what sound like filthy Italian curses to tug furiously on Thomas's hand and point proudly ahead. There's a little house nestled there, in among the pines. It's a quaint, cramped little thing, more like an afterthought than a proper home. There are thick curtains drawn across the windows and no lights on. Everyone stops walking. "I guess this is where the two-faced king lives?" guesses Thomas, scratching his head. Bee burbles what seems to be an affirmative. "Well, I suppose we ring the doorbell," Patton says. "Or knock, more likely," Logan corrects. "No need," comes the voice of two people, speaking at once in perfect unison from behind them. "I'm right here." Virgil lets out an angry, strangled noise and spins to face the people. "Oh, wait, hang on, it's only one person?" jerking his hands up in an aborted little motion like he's ready to throw down now and here. "Seriously, what is with all of you people and popping up suddenly to scare the shit out of us?" "Speak for yourself, I wasn't scared," Roman scoffs. The two-faced king is, well, he's definitely Janus's mirror, Patton can say that for sure. And it's not just because he's a bit strange to look at. Not that it's a bad thing. Janus is a bit strange and maybe a bit scary to look at first, but once you get over the initial shock of, "Oh gosh, snake face," you realize that his scales are really pretty, and he has a nice smile when he's not being all acidic and standoffish. And it's kind of like that for this guy, too. At first, he looks like a pretty normal person. Fairy. Dark skin, pointed ears, on the short side, calm, stern gaze. He's even got a little crown perched on his neatly parted hair, although it is on the rusty side. But the thing is, if Patton shifts his head even the slightest bit, the Two-Faced King's face shifts and blends, and all of a sudden he's looking at a completely different person. His hair is lighter and messy, and his gaze is confused, not stern, and he's got a decent helping of freckles all over his cheeks and nose. And if Patton tilts his head again, it's back to the other face. It's like one of those holographic bookmarks that changes when you move it around. This is probably why he's called the Two-Faced King, come to think of it. He's carrying a covered basket in the crook of one arm, and he has his other hand placed on a hip in a distinctly indifferent sort of gesture. "Oh, it's you," he says. His voice sounds doubled, layered over itself twofold. "You're not supposed to be here." And then he catches sight of Bee, and one of his faces looks relieved while the other looks furious. "So that's where you went," he says, and then starts speaking in slightly stilted-sounding Italian. Bee brightens and responds in kind. He doesn't let go of Thomas's hand, but they go back and forth like this for a bit. Thomas's name is mentioned several times, and also something about messes and knots, although that could mean anything. "Are you two going to keep blabbering on at each other in fantasy Italian?" Janice snaps eventually, annoyed, apparently not at all impressed with his mirror self. "My apologies," says the Two-Faced King, who doesn't actually seem all that apologetic about it. His face flickers through amused and that same strange fury. "What brings you here?" Patton waves. Hi. We were told you could do something about our friend's heart situation?" The Two-Faced King takes a long, long moment to stare at Thomas. Both of his faces do. There's something unnervingly intense about it. "Yes," he says eventually. "One heart swapped out for another, willingly given. A simple little charm. I remember it." "So you did do this to me," Thomas breathes. "That's really strange. I can almost remember it." The Two-Faced King actually laughs. He hikes up his basket higher on his arm. "Oh no, dear Thomas, I'm rather afraid you did this to yourself." Thomas pales a bit and takes a step back. Bee glances up at him, eyes big and dark. "Okay, we're going to need a bit of clarification," Remus says after a second. "Unless you want me to start enacting some extreme X-rated violence onto your person. I've never done that sort of thing in real life before, but this seems like a good place to start. What are you even talking about? Who are you supposed to be?" "Oh, I am completely irrelevant," replies the Two-Faced King, "and certainly not the one you want to be talking to." "You're maybe the third or fourth person today to tell us that," Virgil retorts, visibly on the edge of losing it completely, possibly with a side-serving of that X-rated violence Remus had been talking about. "Seriously, do you mirror people just get a kick out of sending us running around the forest like some weird fantasy-flavored pass-the-parcel?" "Also, if you're not the person we want to talk to, who is?" Roman demands. "That would be me," says someone with a very distinctive Scottish accent. Bee exclaims in excitement, but Patton isn't paying attention because at the sound of this person's voice he feels his heart speed up. He doesn't know why, but he feels... No, he doesn't know what he feels. Dizzy, maybe? There's some weird sort of anticipation and something he can't describe. A feeling of bewildering rightness is the best way he can think of putting it, like finding a missing puzzle piece a week after you've given up on tracking it down. The door to the Two-Faced King's house is now open, and framed by that doorway is a figure in a long, dark cloak, except that cloak is pushed back now, and now everyone can see his face. Slightly crooked grin, messy ginger hair, bright hazel eyes, and what he's wearing, what appears to be light leather armor over a plain tunic. "River guy?" Roman exclaims. And hey, yeah, it is the guy from the start of this. The one that had just known Patton's name out of nowhere for no reason, which had been super weird, and then apparently they all just got caught up with everything and forgot about that. Thomas, next to Patton, goes rigid with startled realization, and then he says, "It's you!" The stranger from the river grins. "Good to see you again, Thomas," he greets, "as well as the rest of you. Please do come in. We have a lot to talk about, and not much time to spare, so we might as well do it in comfort." "Ah, yes, feel free to steal my home and appropriate it as you see fit," says the Two-Faced King. He's frowning, but if Patton tilts his head just right, he can see the smile on the other face. "Well, you did offer," shoots the stranger back, playful but with an undercurrent of distinct tension. He looks to the sides and Thomas, all of whom haven't moved to join him in the slightest. "Well, what on earth are you waiting for?" "Well, a name might be a start," Logan suggests. Yeah, Virgil agrees. Who the hell are you supposed to be? The stranger looks gently puzzled. I rather thought Thomas would have told you by now, he says, and then, scrutinizing Thomas's pale, shocked face, or perhaps not. Well, no matter. It only means he won't have to hear it twice. My name is Thomas Linus Alexander. His eyes glint in the dim, early morning light, and there's an incredible familiarity, because they're eyes that Patton knows exactly as well as he knows his own. But all of my friends tend to call me Tamlin. Now, won't you please come inside? We really are running out of time. Eucatastrophe by A Real Sword. Chapter 9. Patton. The inside of the Two-Faced King's house isn't very heavily furnished. It's basically just one room, blocked off into small sections, with curtains that fall from the roof to the floor. There's a stripped-down bed and 2 nondescript chairs, a minimalistic kitchen space complete with a fireplace and several grimy plates, and a small pile of bags and crates piled up next to the front door. It looks a lot like the owner of this house is all too prepared to leave at a moment's notice. Thomas Linus Alexander. The other Thomas? Tamlin? What do they even call him, come to think of it? Doesn't comment on this. He just lets everybody into the house, shuts the door behind them, and sits down cross-legged on the ground by the wall. Bea lets go of Thomas's hand almost instantly at this, and goes over to sit next to Thomas. Apparently he has a preference. Thomas has another one of those increasingly common moments where he just exchanges completely bewildered glances with everyone else. Slowly, they all join this not quite a stranger on the dusty wooden floor of the half-empty cabin, forming a rough circle, with Thomas opposite his unlikely counterpart. It feels almost like they're about to start doing show and tell, or maybe some drama warm-up games, except it's so ridiculously tense that they couldn't possibly be gearing up to do either of these things. Maybe it's more like story time? The Two-Faced King doesn't join them. Instead, he places his basket on top of the stack of crates and reaches in to pull out a small metal box. I suppose this is where I ought to offer all of you tea, he says dryly. He shakes it faintly, and it does that rustle-swish thing that loose tea leaves tend to do. Any takers? We'll pass, replies Logan quickly, before Patton can say anything. Suit yourselves. He shrugs, with one face glancing toward Thomas, who nods and smiles, confirming, and the other face looking out the window with pursed lips. The Two-Faced King lights the fire with a flick of his wrist. Patton is very nearly completely distracted by this casual magical display, but then Thomas says, well, where to begin? And his attention is successfully drawn back to the important thing going on. I was thinking we should probably start with the whole how do you know Thomas bit, honestly, says Virgil, who's right at Thomas's side, pressed up right next to him as if being close to him as physically possible will prevent anything else terrible from happening. Patton's next to Virgil, and Logan's next to Patton, closest to Bea. There's Janice and Roman and Remus on Thomas's other side in that order. Also, how does Thomas know you? And why are you making me feel so... His lips curve downward furiously. Not anxious. What's up with that? Thomas hums lightly. Well, I'm no expert, but I suspect that any differences in your emotional state would be due to the fact that I currently have your friend's heart. Silence. Okay, says Roman. Wonderful, splendid, absolutely neato-fantastic. Would you care to explain how and why that is exactly? I think I can answer that one, Thomas offers. His focus hasn't shifted from Thomas's face for 1 second since he's appeared. It's impossible to figure out what the expression on his face means. Sort of. You know that night I went crazy in the kitchen? Hard to forget, Remus says. I've never been prouder of you, honestly. Yeah, well, and now Thomas looks down, wrenching his gaze away. He avoids looking at any of them. Before you guys popped up, Thomas did. He showed up at the front door at about midnight and asked if he could talk with me. And none of you were around to tell me it was a bad idea, plus the fact that there is this weird sort of familiarity with his face and everything, so I let him in. Oh, boy, groans Logan, pinching the bridge of his nose between two fingers. "I ate the berries, I remember." Thomas is now properly addressing the sides. "Which means that I kind of got marked, I guess. That's how he found me. He told me how there's this, sacrifice thing in this world." He's still avoiding eye contact so fervently that it's practically an Olympic sport at this point, and he's aiming solidly for the gold medal with a decent chance of getting it. "Every 7 years, the fairies have to take a human life, or some really bad things will happen, and about how this time he had ended up being the one due to die, and he really didn't want that to happen." "Fair enough," agrees Roman. "Nobody likes a human sacrifice, and quite certainly no one likes being a human sacrifice. But what does that have to do with you, or any of us?" Thomas speaks up. "As I'm sure you've worked out by now, there is a direct connection between the people from our world and the people from yours. Sometimes the connections are obvious." He gestures between Bee, who's half curled up at his side, and then at Virgil, who seems to abruptly realize that he's more or less mirroring this with Thomas, and scrambles back upwards into a more dignified position. "And sometimes they're a bit looser." He indicates the two-faced king, quietly brewing tea, and then Janus, expression tight and back rigidly straight. "I'm still rather disappointed my counterpart is only a fraction of a whole," murmurs the two-faced king, just loud enough for everyone to hear. "One would think I would have earned more than that after all this time." Janus's expression, if possible, goes even tighter. "But sometimes," continues Thomas, staring straight at Thomas, "sometimes the connection is so perfect that you have to wonder if divine intervention was involved." "He asked me if I'd be willing to swap hearts with him," says Thomas. "And he accepted," Thomas adds, with a pleasant little smile, hands clasped in front of him. "You did what?" snarls Janus, seizing Thomas's arm. "It was only meant to be temporary," Thomas exclaims, drawing back from Janus's furious expression. "He said that as long as we could trick the Earl King into thinking he wasn't around anymore, I'd be able to go right back home afterwards." "Yeah, well, that obviously turned out great for you," Virgil exclaims, voice warping and crackling dangerously. "It's not as bad as it—" Thomas starts, but doesn't get a chance to finish. "No, shut up. I shouldn't even have to start explaining how much of a ridiculously stupid idea that was." Janus practically yells in Thomas's face, shaking him violently by the shoulders. "You swapped places with a literal human sacrifice." Over Remus's delighted yelp of, "Hey, nice one," Patton can't help but think that if he'd been in Thomas's place at the time, he would have done the same thing. And then he realizes, with a shameful little start, that's exactly the problem. "I'm sorry, I know, I'm sorry," Thomas says, apparently unable to decide between pulling away from Janus and slumping forward into his grip. "I don't know, I wasn't—" "You weren't thinking?" "Yes," Logan snaps. "That much is blatantly obvious." Roman is frowning. "Look, obviously I don't condone Thomas dying," he says, "because that's a ridiculously bad thing, and living is great, but also, is it really such a bad thing that he wanted to save an innocent life?" "Just because you have a chronic need to be the glorious hero," Janus snaps. "Are we really so sure he's innocent?" Logan asks sharply at the same time. "I trust him," Thomas says, although he sounds unsure. Virgil lets out a laugh that's more like a scoff, flinging his hands up in the air in complete exasperation, and Roman makes an indignant noise in the back of his throat. "Time out time!" Patton exclaims, the voice sliding upward into a panicked chirp. He lets out a horribly awkward little chuckle. "How about we all just calm down? Talk this through with a normal sort of argument, instead of one where we're all trying to strangle Thomas for making bad decisions." "Hang on, we're strangling Thomas now?" Remus says, perking up. "We are not. I just think maybe Janus should let go of his shoulders a tiny bit, maybe?" "That would be appreciated, yes," Thomas gasps, because Janus's angry hold on him has been tightening over the course of the last few minutes. Janus, to his credit, lets go instantly with a tiny, almost imperceptible downwards quirk of the side of his mouth. That's the closest he's going to get to apologizing. It'll have to do. "I love you," he said instead, the words coming out fast and half hissed and furious. "Thomas, I love you as much as I'm physically able to. You know that, yes? I would do absolutely anything in my power to help you achieve what you want. You are the light of my life and my sole reason for existence. But you're also an absolute fucking idiot, and it's a wonder you've survived this long. What is wrong with you? It's too nice, Virgil groans. Thomas, you're too nice. You can't just go handing your heart out to anyone who asks for it. What the fuck? If it's for a good cause, Roman tries. Remus starts saying something about cannibalism, and Logan starts monologuing furiously about survival statistics. And now Patton is trying to get their attention by waving his arms around because he would like to contribute, please. Thomas is in the middle of it, looking small and tired and defeated. It's pretty much complete chaos, the sort of chaos that has no chance of ending any time soon. Tea, says a doubled-over voice loudly, and the two-faced king slams a weathered old mug down on the floorboards in front of Thomas, effectively cutting off the argument. He has a mug of his own clutched in a hand, and also passes one off to Bea. There's a brief interlude where everyone's either glaring at Thomas, sipping at their mugs of tea, or glancing around at everyone in confusion. That last bit's just Patton, though. Thomas has told us what happened to him, Logan says eventually. It's as piecemeal and haphazard of an explanation as we could ever hope to get, but it makes some amount of sense. The real question is, what do you have to say for yourself? There's not much to say, Thomas replies. He's covered all the information rather neatly. You and your... Thomas trails off briefly for a second, looking thoughtful. I'm sorry, what is Thomas to you exactly? Your host? Host? Janice says incredulously, momentarily distracted from being angry at Thomas. What is this, the world's most confusing dinner party? I've always thought center had a nice ring to it, Roman adds. It never really caught on, though. This is a strange way to get sidetracked, but Patton has an opinion too. Well, I just call him my son. Pat, we've been over this. I'm not your... Thomas begins, looking more than a bit exhausted, and probably not just because of the whole argument thing. Not like that, Patton interrupts. Son, like S-U-N. Because, we all kind of revolve around you, like planets. If I were a planet, I'd be Pluto, he adds, even though it doesn't sound like anyone's paying much attention. I always thought having a planet named after a dog was super nice. We've never consulted each other about this. Logan, for his part, looks faintly bemused. That seems like an obvious oversight. We should probably decide that at some point. For the record, source is my own term of choice. Core, contributes Virgil, with two fingers raised. If anyone even cares. Remus just shrugs. He's Thomas. Do we really need a name for what he is? I see, says Thomas. Well then, to borrow a phrase, you and your source have an uncanny connection with me and the people I surround myself with. It's inexplicable, but majorly convenient. And I'll make this promise to you right now. By the end of today, you'll be able to return home and continue on with your life, as if none of this has ever happened. Patton checks, but Thomas Alexander's doesn't have his fingers crossed behind his back. His toes appear to be uncrossed and genuine as well. A promise is a promise. He'll be holding him to that. Why not right now? Thomas asks. We need to wait for the Earl King, says the two-faced king. To give up, Thomas is quick to add. He'll be looking for me and you both. This house is the safest place for us at the moment, but... A moment of hesitation. We will have to move soon. We should have time to finish our tea, the two-faced king points out pleasantly, taking a sip of his own. Thomas nods and raises his own mug. True, very true. A few minutes, at least. So if you have any more questions, now is the time to ask. Silence. Well... What's up with Bea? Virgil asks, pointing at his counterpart. He sounds reluctantly curious. He's the only one of, us that we've met that doesn't speak English. He's on exchange, replies the two-faced king, with one wry half-smile and another look of fond solemnness, overlaid delicately on top of each other. From the Southlands, I'm led to believe. It's all very political. It always is around here, says Thomas, with something that's almost an eye-roll. Bea pipes up, saying something that sounds gleeful and joking, and all three of them chuckle heartily. Fairies have student exchange, Logan mutters, apparently baffled. Questions. Questions. Patton would have expected Logan to have a whole lot, but he's just sitting there, cross-legged and staring right at Thomas with that puzzled little grimace hovering over his lips. His, I'm trying to untangle the universe's mysteries single-handedly look. Oh, that gives Patton a question idea. How did you even manage to get into he waves his hand around, our world, our universe, the place where we live, you know? Well, says the Two-Faced King, all forests are connected, eventually. Okay, what does that mean? Virgil asks with a frown. It means you could walk into any forest in existence and end up in the Kadath Woods, Thomas explains, raising his mug to his lips, so long as you had the right invitation or were looking in the right place. I'm sure you've noticed by now the, variants of the wildlife. The trees, they're all different types, all throughout the forest, Thomas says with a nod. So you went out, wandering into every forest in existence, looking for an unwitting heart donor, somehow managed to find the most perfect candidate imaginable, concludes Janus, and decided to take advantage of his truly disturbing amounts of goodwill and kindness in order to manipulate him into helping you trick the Fairy King. That seems a little unfair, Patton starts, but Thomas is nodding. That is more or less the gist of it, yes. Your involvement was a huge, happy coincidence. And I won't say I'm proud of my actions, but I will point out that he was the one who made the monumentally foolish mistake of eating the king's berries in the first place. And there it is, Virgil mutters, scowling. If it hadn't been me, I'm sure it would have been someone else, Thomas says. All things considered, you're rather fortunate. Tamlin, says the Two-Faced King quietly, tapping at the floorboards of the house. It sounds like a gentle warning. Thomas looks up and around at nothing in particular, and then nods again. Before anything else happens, he says, and before I forget, Thomas, did you bring the pharmacon along with you? Thomas is looking back and forth between his counterpart and the rest of them. That liquid thing you had me make? The very same. For the first time, the cracks in Thomas's calm, polite mask break a little. He actually looks worried. I do hope you have it, or things could get rather unpleasant. Oh, gosh! Thomas's face flashes complete panic. His hand goes reflexively to his hair and runs through it once, twice. I don't. I'm so sorry. There's a lot going on, and I guess I just left without it. The mask breaks entirely. Thomas looks panicked. Janus has it, though, Patton says suddenly, remembering. He points at Janus's bag. You took a sample, remember? Just in case we needed it for the hospital or something. Janus is grimacing in that particular way he does whenever Patton says something that probably should have remained unsaid. Patton can't see why, though. Thomas had seemed really worried about this elixir thing, and now that he knows they've got it, he looks super relieved. Happy endings all around. If I may, Thomas is saying, extending a hand toward Janus. Janus doesn't look happy about it in the least, but he does tug the shiny thermos full of Thomas's evil-smelling gunk. Or wait, maybe it's morally gray gunk? Maybe they shouldn't be assigning morality to potions they make in their kitchens at midnight. That might be a mean thing to do. Potions probably aren't innately bad. And hand it off to Thomas. Thomas takes it, examines the probably unfamiliar metal container with mild curiosity for a moment, and then tucks it away into a pouch at his waist. Thank you, Janus. What's it for? Thomas says. You gave me the ingredients list, and you told me how to put it together, but I don't remember you actually telling me anything about... He trails off, puzzlement all over his face, puzzlement that's slowly giving way to a dawning sort of angry suspicion. The time? Thomas asks, instead of answering, looking up at the Two-Faced King. Nearly dawn, he replies, with half a face's glance to the nearest window. Then it's about time Thomas got going, he says, and stands up, walking to the door. After a second, everyone else does as well, including Patton. Does this mean that you're going to give Thomas his heart back? He says. Because, I think we'd all appreciate it if that happened. We've been wandering around here trying to get it back for days now. Thomas's lips twist up in the faintest of smiles. There's something strange to it that Patton really doesn't like. A sort of sad coldness that makes it hard to see Thomas in his face and features. After a fashion, yes. Whatever you're doing, I don't think I want to be a part of it anymore, Thomas decides, with a glance to Janus and then over at Logan. His expression hardens into resolve, and then his gaze returns to his mirrored universe counterpart. Seriously, I mean it. All I want now is my heart back in place, my sides all where they should be, and to go back home. You can deal with the Earl King and this whole weird human sacrifice plan yourself. Thomas raises his hand in a placating gesture, ducking his head with a sort of half-smile. "Not to worry, I already have." And Patton realizes with a start that he does not trust Thomas Linus Alexander, not as far as he can throw him, and he is pretty sure that if he doesn't, none of the others do too. There's a moment where nobody even so much as breathes, and then all of them, Roman, Virgil, Patton, Logan, Janus, even Remus, move as one, stepping back to surround Thomas. But it's far too late for that, because even as they do, there's the thunder of hoofbeats outside, pounding at the ground with furious vengeance, and the accompanying sound of string music and drum beats, and it gets louder and comes to a halt right outside of the Two-Faced King's cabin. Bee clings to Thomas's arm and mutters something in distinct confusion. Both Thomas and the Two-Faced King seem entirely unsurprised by this turn of events. There's a terrible fear overtaking Patton now, a dreadful, unhappy fear that's creeping through every part of his body as he realizes that everything's about to go so horribly wrong in every way imaginable, and there's absolutely nothing he can do to stop it. "Thomas Foley Sanders, come out of the house," comes the Earl King's voice from outside, ringing sharp and harsh and loud in the sudden silence. Thomas trembles. They can all feel it, the full-body shudder of resistance that passes all the way through him, and they all know what it means. "Don't do this to us again," Virgil begs, seizing Thomas's arm as if it's going to do any good whatsoever. Tears are running down Thomas's cheeks, although his face seems frozen in an expression of shock and terror, and something that's almost grief. "I'm sorry," he forces out, thick and choked, and then he's gone. The door is open, and Thomas is being half dragged and half walking with a dreadful, jerky abruptness to every bend of his limbs, and Thomas is walking out behind him. The door slams shut behind them both, before any of them can do so much as move to stop anything from happening. Patton's head is full of static and warning bells, and in some distant part of himself he thinks that this must be what it feels like to be Virgil all of the time. And Remus screams. "No!" roars Janus in the same moment, furious, and falls forward to pound desperately on the door, rattling it in its frame. It doesn't budge, and he slams on it harder, and as he does, more arms come out, emerging from underneath his turtleneck until he's just about clawing at it with dozens and dozens of impossible fingers. Patton rushes to the window, tearing back the flimsy curtain, and tries to elbow it to pieces. It doesn't give. Whatever he's pushing at doesn't feel like glass, and is a million times stronger. Virgil is immediately there too, doing the same, and is having just as much success. He sees through the window Thomas coming to a jerky, uncoordinated halt on the porch of the house, and he just stands there, eyes wide, unable to move his head, still weeping slowly. His eyes strain backwards in their direction, and Patton feels tears springing up, and a desperate sob emerging from his throat. At the tree line, the Earl King is there. He's resplendent and regal on the back of a midnight black steed that has too many teeth in all the wrong places. His autumn cloak is high over one shoulder, fluttering behind him in the light breeze that seems to have sprung up out of nowhere, and he's surrounded on all sides by hundreds of other riders, of all forms and shapes and sizes. Not all of them are on horseback, or at least if they are, the things that they're riding can only be described as horses in an extremely loose sense. Patton sees Thomas stride past an unmoving Thomas and down the simple cobbled pathway, and go right up to the Earl King. A few words are exchanged between them, and then the Earl King leans down off of his horse and kisses Thomas, right on the lips. There is undeniable affection there, and not just casual fairies playing with humans sort of affection. It's, judging by the way that Thomas is kissing back, it's entirely reciprocated. What? What's going on? What is any of this? Hadn't he said that the Earl King was trying to kill him? Logan is crammed up right next to him with his face practically pressed to the window surface. He makes a choked noise, and then "Oh." "What are you doing?" Roman demands, whirling to face the Two-Faced King. "You can't keep us in here while your faithless monster of a friend goes and murders us! Murders Thomas in cold blood!" "Stopping the sacrifice from occurring would be a distinctly dreadful idea," replies the Two-Faced King, perched on top of his luggage. He takes a delicate, measured sip of tea. Both of his faces look sad, but serene. Really, it's for the best that you can't do anything." Remus roars and rushes him. He collides roughly into the two-faced king, whose tea goes splashing against the wall and crown goes clattering to the ground, and pins him roughly against the small pile of luggage. One hand to the throat, pushing down fiercely. Too fiercely. The king begins to choke and gag through 2 sets of windpipes, scrabbling for purchase. Remus keeps holding down. He doesn't seem concerned about getting answers or getting out of the house or anything along those lines. All he seems to care about is making the two-faced king hurt. Patton would be more concerned about this. Maybe. Probably. Hopefully. If his gaze hadn't suddenly been drawn back outside, to where Thomas is currently helping Thomas up onto the back of the Earl King's horse and guiding him to hold on to the back of that flaming autumn cloak. His fingers grasp onto it mechanically, even as Patton's own fingers claw at the window, not finding any purchase. Janice's extra arms slide back under his turtleneck, with one sharp, noodles being slurped retraction, and now he's just got 2, and stalks over to Remus and the two-faced king, and snaps, "Stop." Remus does not let go of the king, but he does stop pushing down on his throat quite so hard. "Let us out," says Janice. "Not yet," the two-faced king replies. Patton is suddenly, horribly aware that this might be the last time he sees Thomas. Ever. His eyes are watering because he doesn't want to close them for a moment, just in case he misses any of these last, precious few seconds, and he can't stop thinking about how much he doesn't want to think about what's going to happen next. Will they shatter into nothingness like a window broken painfully beyond repair? Will they just vanish? Or are they going to have to keep on existing without him? It's completely unthinkable. A world without Thomas is no world at all. "Let us out," Patton manages to croak. "Not yet," the two-faced king repeats. Outside, Thomas swings himself up easily onto a horse that another Fey leads to him, and all of a sudden the entire congregation of Fey riders is alive, in perfectly deadly motion. They wheel around in synchronized harmony, an unending swirl of merry-go-round horses, and begin galloping away, down the riverside, heading upstream. The Earl King and Thomas are at the head of it all. Soon Patton can't see him in all the mess of bodies and colors and movement. Virgil makes the most heart-breaking noise, and Logan slams his head into the wall once, twice, 3 times, and then he doesn't move a muscle. "Let us out!" Virgil screams, hammering hopelessly at the window. "You don't want to do this," the two-faced king tells them, face blurring back and forth so quickly it's hard to make out the details of either one of them. "Things will end far easier for all of us if you just let events occur as they are meant to." Logan takes a deep, sharp breath in and then snaps, "Well, fuck that. We want Thomas back." The two-faced king looks immensely pained, and not just because he's currently being pinned by the throat. "Release me," he says. "You've asked me thrice, so I'll do what I can." Remus does. The king goes sprawling to the ground, coughing. "Are they still there?" he asks, his double voice rasping painfully as he rubs at his throat. "The rest of the court, have they left yet?" There are still riders outside, although their numbers are quickly diminishing as they ride away, but the leaders of the procession are nowhere to be seen. "No, there's still some, but they're leaving pretty quickly. Why, then we'll have to be very fast indeed," says the two-faced king, and staggers to his feet, flinging a hand out. The door slams open, and without pausing to think, Patton is racing out the door, everyone else only a few steps behind him. The early morning air is cold. It looks like it's nearly dawn. The few remaining riders are almost gone, following the tail end of the long, quick-moving procession. The two-faced king snaps one hand sharply up into the air in a firm, decisive motion, and the ground ripples out from him in a burst of force. The remaining horses and horse-like creatures still in the vicinity rear up, startled, and while their riders are trying to calm them, he stabs his other hand out with matter-of-fact precision, and they all go tumbling away, knocked off by an invisible wave of incredible force. There are now 4 snorting, stomping beasts standing before them, waiting for new riders to guide them. The two-faced king springs up, kicking his leg over the side of one of them. "Hurry up!" Roman is already scrambling up onto the nearest and sturdiest of the horse things, and extends a hand to Remus, who ignores it, instead choosing to haul himself up behind in one great heap of exertion. Logan and Virgil are doing the same, which leaves Janice and Patton to grunt and struggle their way onto the back of the last of them. Janus in front, Patton behind. Bee, who Patton realizes now has been left behind by Thomas in all of the confusion, yells out at them in wild-eyed panic, waving frantically. The message is clear. He doesn't want to be left behind. Patton grabs Janus by the shoulders and says, "Bee, do something." Janus growls in frustration, but almost immediately reaches out and down with two right arms that hadn't been there a split second ago, and grabs hold of Bee, tugging him up to the back of the horse creature. He immediately clings to Patton's back like a limpet. "Go! Follow them to the river's end," snaps the two-faced king, and snaps his hands like he's holding a pair of reins, and then he's thundering off along the river bank, kicking up dirt and leaves and dust in his wake. "Hold tight, both of you," advises Janus, sounding astoundingly calm for someone who's about to ride a monster horse thing for the first time ever bareback. He digs his heels into the beast's sides, letting out a sharp "ha!" and then they're off. Patton wraps his arms around Janus, leaning into him as the wind whips at his hair and threatens to knock his glasses askew. Bee is a surprisingly light weight against his back, but he can feel his little puffing breaths right in his ear. The forest blurs into green and brown, and the river roars just as loudly as the wind. The others are right beside them, keeping equal pace, and the two-faced king is right behind. And then they're there. They've arrived. The river spills over the edge of a rocky, jagged line across the sky. Beyond that, it's just soft, yellow-gray sky and mist as far as the eye can see. And around the river, the Fisher King's boat is docked at one bank, close to them, and he sits there staring out at the horizon with a grim, unhappy expression. The legions of the fairy court are gathered on both sides of the river in endless crowd, and there is the Earl King on horseback, with Thomas Linus Alexander standing next to him, straight-backed and proud, and there are the Octavians, one on either side of the bank, and most importantly, there is Thomas. He's silhouetted against the dim mist, standing in the middle of the river. He's waist-deep in the current, visibly trembling. Patton's heart breaks and breaks and breaks again. Their horse whines and whinny and comes to a halt just as they reach the edge of the crowd, and then it stops and refuses to go further no matter how many times Janus kicks and prods and curses at it. The other horses are the same. They're stuck at the very outskirts of the proceedings, and the crowd is just so thick and packed together that going on foot just isn't an option. "We've got to do something," Roman hisses. There's a sound like the largest bass drum in the world being struck with one firm, confident motion, and the river stops running. The water just freezes in place, not like ice freeze, but like it's a still, unmoving lake. And then the drum beat rings out again, and again, and it continues, pounding out a steady, even rhythm. There's a hum from one side of the riverbank, loud, unnaturally melodic, vibrating through Patton's entire body. It rises and falls, and almost instantly a responding hum from the opposite bank rises to meet it. And then there is another overlapping, and then the Earl King sings out a single note, high and achingly beautiful, and the fey onlookers at the very edge of the water begin to dance. And Patton recognizes it, because it's hard not to. It's the same sort of way they'd been dancing at the Earl King's midnight party. Arms and fingers twisting and twining together and apart smoothly, every one of them moving in deliberate, sweeping patterns. Logan had been fascinated with this dance. A bad sort of fascinated, though. A can't-look away no matter how hard you try fascinated. Patton can see why, and it scares him. It scares him so much. He wants to move. Wants to jump off the horse, run to Thomas, drag him out of the river, and take him home. He can't move, and he can't do any of those things. And whether it's fairy magic or just plain fear keeping him rooted in place, it's hard to tell. And the others seem to be just as frozen as he is. "You don't want to interfere." The Two-Faced King draws closer to him. One of his faces is wreathed in sorrow, the other in shadow. "I'm sorry, I really am, but you can't interfere. This is far beyond you right now." "Then why?" Virgil demands. His body is shaking. He's hunched over the neck of the horse, breath coming ragged. "Why bring us here? Why steal us horses? Why tell us to hurry up if we can't do fucking anything about it?" The Two-Faced King blinks, slow and smooth. "You asked me 3 times. I can't refuse a direct request like that. And besides," his gaze returns to the water, "you're all very attached to him. It seemed only right that you be here to see this." The sunlight breaks, spilling across the horizon in glorious radiance, turning the water to liquid gold. The singing is reaching a fevered crescendo, the dancing so fast it's impossible to make out any of the individuals taking part. All they can do is watch. Says Remus suddenly, and then, "You know what? No." A quick, smooth jump off the flank of the horse, and he's on the ground. And Roman goes, "What are you—" But Remus ignores him. Ignores all of them. Ignores the two-faced king's grim shake of the head and double glare, and simply hitches his long green skirt up in one hand above his knee before splashing off abruptly into the shallows of the river. And then he's dashing along the riverbank in a frenetic rage, past the legions of rhythmically moving, solemnly singing beings, past Octavian of Cadath, who tries to grab at his arm and pull him back, past the Fisher King, whose ancient eyes go wide and startled and fearful, past the Earl King, whose voice cracks and fractures in the middle of a particularly high and sustained note, and cries, "No!" with such overwhelming panic that Patton feels the earth shake. Thomas, beside him, yells, "Remus, please, you don't know what you're doing. Everything will be all right, I promise you, but you can't stop this." Remus doesn't care. Remus has never cared about people telling him things like "stop" and "don't do that," and that has never been more obvious as he neatly and furiously flips Thomas Linus Alexander off and dives right into the river. Thomas's face is pale, and his hair is plastered down with sweat and river water, and his eyes are huge as he turns slowly and painfully to see what's going on. When he sees Remus barreling towards him as fast as he can in the slow-moving, waist-deep river water, relief breaks across his face. He even begins to smile. Remus reaches him, lets out a short bark of manic laughter, and grabs him around the waist, apparently intending to haul him bodily back to shore and out of there. "Let go of him!" the Earl King howls, and brings both his hands down with enough force to make the air crack like a whip struck it. The moment he does, the singing stops, the dancing stops, everything stops, and Thomas's body shatters in Remus's arms. Patton screams, and he feels Bee's arms tighten around him as he, in turn, clings to Janice like a lifeline. He'd been there one moment and gone the next, and Thomas is just gone. Is he dead? Are they dead? Have they stopped existing? What's going to happen to them? His eyes are blurring over with tears, so it takes him a moment to process what's happening in the middle of the river. Thomas is not in Remus's arms anymore. There is, however, a fluttering, flapping bird trapped in his embrace, raking its claws against his chest and straining to get away. Its feathers are sleek and dark, its cries loud and piercing in the sudden silence. Remus squeezes the bird tightly, practically crushing it against his rib cage. "Oh, you're going to have to try harder than that to get rid of me." He hears Roman's sudden intake of breath, an odd whisper of, "No, really?" but doesn't understand what it means. The Earl King's hands come down again, and there's that almighty crack once more. The bird is gone, and now there's a snake, and Remus is frantically wrestling with it as it winds its way around his arms and chest and neck, hissing and rattling. He seizes it close to its head, pulling it away from sinking its fangs into his neck, but never once letting go. "Damn, Thomas!" he cries, as gleeful as only Remus can be with a poisonous animal only inches away from ending his existence. "You've been holding out on me with those fangs of yours. Show me some teeth, honey." Patton's hands leap up to his mouth, eyes wide. Another crack. The snake doesn't disappear, but now it starts to grow. It had been the size of a common garden snake, but now it's bigger than any of the horses standing to attention on the river banks. And now it's even bigger than that. Remus lets out a hoot of anticipation and wraps his entire body around it as it continues to lengthen and swell. It grows teeth, and its scales harden and start to shine with metallic malevolence. Its eyes are big enough now that everyone watching can see their color, flat, unseeing white all the way through. Remus is practically nothing compared to it, but still he continues to hold on. It twists and thrashes wildly in the water, furious and trying to throw him off. It's like one of those bull riding games, but so much bigger and with far sharper teeth. Its unwelcome passenger is not deterred by anything it can throw at him, no matter how violently it shakes or how quickly it flings itself from side to side. Abruptly, it seems to give up entirely on that avenue of attack. Instead, it dives headfirst into the water, disappearing into the opaque golden depths with Remus still in tow. The water is still and glassy for a long, long moment. Then the serpent erupts out of the current with such sudden intensity that it's practically airborne for a moment or two, and Remus is still clinging to its back, hand clasped tightly around its scaled midriff. He is soaked from head to toe, and he's laughing madly, a wild, breathless cackle, radiantly delighted. The serpent crashes back into the river, sending huge waves against its banks, and Remus is still laughing fit to burst. He presses his face to the scales of the roaring, writhing creature in his arms, and plants a firm kiss on its back, and just for a moment it seems as if it might stop fighting. The Earl King's hand comes down again. Crack! Remus is no longer riding a serpent. He's got a death grip on the mane of a massive lion, too massive to be natural. It rears back onto its hind legs, roar echoing across the water, and snaps furiously at him. Its mane is bedraggled and soaked in the current. Its eyes are wide and frightened. "Boring!" Remus shouts at the Earl King. "Bring back the massive fucking snake!" Patton feels joy, raw and unbridled, bubbling up inside him. "Oh my gosh, he's actually doing it!" He squeezes Janice around the shoulders because he has to do something with all of this energy, and Janice holds onto his arms and squeezes back, expression wild and gloriously hopeful as they all watch Remus locked in a deadly, furious struggle with this monster lion. "Let go of him!" the Earl King yells back. There is something close to hysteria coloring his voice. "You must let go!" "Don't even fucking think about it!" Virgil yells, pale but eyes bright with determination. Remus loosens one arm to shoot Virgil an irreverent, sloppy salute. "Wasn't thinking about it, welcome to the Black Eye Shade," he cries back, and thankfully immediately resumes his tight two-arm hold as the lion gives a particularly furious shake. "Let him go!" Crack! The lion is now a pillar of flames, shooting up into the sky and scalding Remus's skin. The river begins to boil, bubbles rolling up to the surface all around them, steam evaporating up into the sky. "This is more like it!" Remus yells, as the flesh of his face begins to blacken and warp, and he lets out another one of those deranged, delighted cackles. "Burn, baby, burn! Bring that heat! Scorch me into cinders! Harder, Daddy!" Crack! A huge black bear, fur bristling, roaring loud enough to shake the nearby trees. Remus just yells something about twunks and overcompensation. Crack! A stag, horns a tangled, razor-sharp mess. Remus seizes them with both hands and pulls back like he's pulling at a set of reins, giggling madly. Crack! 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 Creatures that Patton can't even conceive names for, blurring past one after the other. Remus doesn't so much as flinch, no matter how much Thomas's form shifts and warps, or how monstrous he becomes, or how many spikes and claws and teeth he grows. He just keeps holding on fiercely. Then it all stops. Remus, and now a completely human Thomas, are now standing in the middle of the river, locked in a furious mutual embrace. Both are panting heavily. Remus is beaming proudly, and Thomas appears to be either breathlessly sobbing, or breathlessly laughing, or some strange mixture of the two. They're soaking wet, and they won't let go of each other, and they're both perfectly fine, without a scratch on either of them. It's over. Patton lets out a loud whoop of triumph, and it's echoed heartily by the others. Virgil punches the air enthusiastically. Logan's sigh of relief alone would probably be enough to knock a grown man over. Roman leaps off the side of his horse, already ankle-deep in the water and fully prepared to go out to help Remus haul Thomas back in. But he stops dead, because he, like the rest of them, can tell that something's wrong. Because apart from the wind in the trees, and Remus and Thomas both breathing in ragged asynchronicity, there's no sound. Nobody's talking. Nobody's moving. And now Bee's fingers are digging into Patton's arms like claws, and it's starting to get really painful. "Is everything all right?" whispers Patton. Speaking at a normal volume sounds wrong. Logan offers up a single, puzzled shrug. Roman dithers in the shallows. Bee mutters something disjointed and frightened. A faint gasp arises from the crowd. Patton follows the general direction of attention and sees what they're all gasping about. The Earl King is shaking, head bent down over the neck of his horse, hands gripping the reins tightly, shuddering spasmodically. Thomas, beside him, reaches up with a look of fearful concern, but retracts his hands at the last second, like he's afraid that he'll be shocked. His hand goes to his sword, sheathed at his waist. "No," mutters the two-faced king. He looks pale and ashen, two faces superimposed into something quickly approaching mindless terror. His hands curl into fists. "No, no, 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 no!" The onlookers seem to be all equally distressed. Patton notices it as his gaze darts wildly across the scene. They're clutching at each other's arms and muttering among each other and looking at the Earl King, who's now trembling so violently that his midnight black steed is starting to nicker and whinny in alarm. Even Octavian, both of them, but notably the red-cloaked, guitar-carrying one, has complete dread in his eyes and across his face. Bee is quaking against Patton's back. It's clear that they're all very, very afraid of something, but Patton can't for the life of him work out what, and neither, it seems, do any of the others. And then a lot of things start to happen at once, very quickly. All around them, the forest comes to life with noise. Thousands upon thousands of birds rise up from the trees in a dark wave of fluttering, flapping unison. Every species imaginable, all mixed together in a single panicked flock. They're all yelling and screeching and calling out, and they're all flying away from the forest as fast as they can. And it's not just the birds from the sound of it. The distant roars and hoots and hollers of an entire forest's worth of wildlife can be heard as every single one of them flees in pure animal terror. Quite a lot of the fey court's horses and horse-like creatures seem to be doing the same. All around, the court's beasts are bolting away from the river and into the trees. Some riders are flung off into the ground. Some riders jump off willingly before they can be thrown. Still others hold on tight to their steeds and urge them to leave as fast as possible. Most of them are running, into the forest, down the river, away. The ones that aren't, they just look numb and resigned. They're sinking to their knees, falling to the ground, despair all over their faces. Octavian the fairy changeling with the guitar and the red cape, and oh, does it even matter at this point, is yelling something to the Fisher King and then gesturing across to his human counterpart. They're both shaking their heads, and Octavian the human is gesturing violently downstream, yelling back. None of their conversation can be heard over the cacophony of the forest. And the Earl King is no longer just shaking. He's outright convulsing, head jerking back and forth with his eyes blank and shining in the sudden darkness. His mouth is moving at rapid speed, although he seems to be utterly unaware of whatever it is that he's saying. Patton trips off the side of the horse, Bee still clinging to his back, and stumbles over to meet the others. He grabs at Logan, and Logan grabs back, and grasps out for Virgil with his other hand. "What's happening?" "I don't know," Logan says. Janus joins them. Remus and Thomas are already splashing their way back to shore, and Roman is reaching out to them, but before they can even get within an arm's reach, there's something. Patton doesn't know how to describe it. There's a big something. It's like everything is gray, and then everything is not, and then it's gray again. The world is pulsing in dizzying, colorless flashes that blur Patton's vision and make him feel sick. He squints, trying to see what's going on. Thomas has fallen back into the water, disoriented, and Remus is trying to pull him back to his feet. The humming has started again, only this time it's discordant and jarring, and it's everywhere, and also none of the fairies are actually the source of it. The Earl King's voice rises above all of it, and the words he's saying aren't in English or any other language that Patton's ever heard. They are guttural, throaty vowels and syllables being spat out angrily through a set of vocal cords that were never meant to handle them. His eyes are wide and inhumanly bright, and his mouth moves jerkily. His fists are clenched. Everyone has fled from him. The only living being anywhere near him is Thomas, who appears to be pleading desperately with him to stop. The words send dreadful shivers up and down Patton's spine, furious, prickling shivers. He feels all hot and cold and angry and terrified all at once, and he's not entirely sure how much of that anger and terror is actually his. "Guys," croaks Virgil. reaching out blindly to the rest of them with one hand as another of those dizzying flashes of black and white overtakes everything again. It lasts for longer this time, and when the colors of the world as they know it return, there's something sickly and off-putting to all of it. I think we messed up really bad. Patton can only nod, tears dripping down his cheeks. He tries to respond, to say something, anything, but his breath stutters in his chest. He can't. He sees Remus and Thomas, caught and struggling to get out of the river that is no longer a river anymore, because whatever's running through it isn't anything close to water. Water isn't that thick and viscous, and it definitely isn't supposed to move like that. More like it's alive, and it's trying to tug the two of them back into its depths with eyes and claws and teeth that disappear like muffled laughter if you focus on them for too long. This is wrong. Roman at the edge, reaching out but unable to move past what's left of the riverbank. His head is swinging back and forth as he sees thin, blinding cracks being ripped into existence everywhere around them, like someone's taken a knife to reality 1,000,000 times over from the other side of it all. Except there are things between the cracks, and whatever they are, they're pulling them open, and bigger, and it's not going to be all that long before the cracks are big enough that they can get through. This is wrong. Virgil, the shadows under his eyes, creeping downwards like gravity's tugging at them, getting darker and darker as his face gets paler and paler, and as around them the earth begins to crack and crumble and decay. His gaze is fixed firmly on Thomas with something like a desperate animal need, but he's not moving to get him, although his entire body is shaking with unresolved exertion. This is wrong. Logan, glasses reflecting the impossible angles of the shadows of the things that can be seen through the cracks, face a mask of complete incomprehension. Logan should never look that confused at anything. This is wrong. And Janice, standing so still and so solemn, it's almost as if he's not aware of any of this happening at all. It's impossible to tell what he's thinking. A flash of monochrome illuminates his face, all their faces, makes it go all sheet white and shadow dark in equal measure, and Patton sees that he's not looking at Thomas, not looking up to the sky, not looking to the Earl King. He's looking down. This is wrong. Abruptly, Patton realizes that at some point, whatever the Earl King has been ranting and raving about has slowly, imperceptibly shifted into English. Now it can actually be understood. It's funny how that doesn't actually make him feel any better. From the endless wells of night and through the aching cracks retraced, her formless body rends and rips apart both time and space. For she who has 1,000 faces, she who hails from void-drenched graces, she whose frenzied song will drive the sanest minds to maddened places, fractures through the flimsy veil, her jaw agape, her eyes aglow. She's creeping mist, she's blackened wind, a symphony of no tomorrow. Warps our vision, brings her havoc, hair and minds aligned with static. And this scene, her guise is seen at last, the world sparks achromatic. He's spitting it out with the same angry, possessed jerkiness as he'd been chanting those inhuman words before. It's at this point that his horse decides it's had far too much of this by far, and it bolts. The Fairy King falls to the ground, crumpled in a gray and white little heap. His eyes are radiant. Luminous liquid is leaking from them and from the bottom of his mouth, still open and chanting. He's shaking so hard and so fast it looks like he's going to vibrate right out of his body. Thomas is kneeling near him. He's sobbing. He's praying. Maybe Patton should start praying too. Hear our terror, fill our silence, shatter peace and sound the violence. Rhyme and reason quickly wane, and only minutes still remain. Devour our world, writhe ever higher, feast on what you most desire. The Earl King's voice raises in glorious, exultant crescendo. Nyarlathotep, crawling chaos, drink us down, let sense betray us. Patton can hear people screaming. It's taken him entirely too long to realize that he's one of them. The cracks burst, rupturing outwards in a million, fracturing, scattering, shattering fractals, and Patton realizes the awful truth. There aren't a million things hiding behind the cracks. There's only one, and it's all around them, and beneath them, and above them, and it doesn't know anything about what they think or do or feel, because they're far, far too small for it to even care about in the slightest. With a sickening, earth-shattering, deafening split, too vast to be understood as anything but pure white noise, the ground beneath them breaks open, splits from horizon to horizon. There is a roar of rage and hunger, millennia in the making. All color drains from everything in one smooth, sickening slurp, retreating and receding like it was never there in the first place. Still screaming, Patton reaches out to Roman and squeezes his hand tight. He thinks Roman might be squeezing back, but it could just be a spasm. And with the people he cares about most in this universe or any other all around him, he looks down to see himself standing at the center of a pupil of an eye bigger than he can possibly comprehend. It's staring directly back at him. It blinks, slow and steady, pure, mind-bending black on endless gray. And then it's moving in an unimaginable rush, and the ground is shifting, and everyone and everything's been thrown around carelessly, and he loses Logan's hand, and Patton thinks he should have told Thomas and everyone else just how deeply and dearly and perfectly he loved them all, so they could all at least know that before everything ends like this, and his tears are draining away from his face in long glittering streams, being sucked up and out and away. And all above it all, there's a sound that can't possibly be called song, but there's no other word for it, and then it's, and then, and... Eucatastrophe by A Real Sword. Chapter 10. Remus. See, the thing is, being human, fully corporeal, fully detached from Thomas and his mind and his feelings and imagination and all that shit, well, it's got its positives and its negatives. Remus has a bunch of things he could definitely complain about at length. For one thing, any body horror-based gags he has in mind have actual consequences, which means he can only ever do them once. Like, say, pulling his eyes out for a fun little eye-themed pun, one-time wonder. Or two if he takes them out individually, but that means the whole thing won't hit as hard. And he can't shapeshift, which sucks ass. This is the sort of quaint little fantasy world he would absolutely love to terrorize endlessly, now that he has the ability and agency to do it. But he's stuck as his boring yet fabulous human self. He calls bullshit. On the other hand, Remus can actually feel all his internal organs without having to imagine them up first. Definite bonus. And he'd nearly choked to death in the first 5 minutes of this because he hadn't been bothering to actually breathe or anything, which had been a hell of an experience. Super educational, in the fun sort of educational way. The sort of educational that Logan fucking hates. Dork-ass nerd. In conclusion, getting to be human is an awesome experience that he's taking a million bloody, detailed mental notes on for future creative endeavors. But if at all possible, he'd like the ability to conjure feral cats out of nowhere on a whim back. Conjuring feral cats out of nowhere is awesome. And, okay. There's a noise right up close to his ear. A big, loud, piercing noise. Someone screaming. Top of the lungs, out of their mind with senseless terror sort of screaming. He'd normally be all for it, but at the moment he can't fix his eardrums with a snap of the fingers, and he really does like to hear what other people are saying about him and the things he's doing. Remus squishes Thomas gently, patting the side of his head, because Thomas is the one who's screaming like he'll never stop, and apparently hugs calm people down. So maybe this will help. Something dolphins in the brain, which is something that sounds a lot more fun than it actually is. Yeah, Remus had been pretty upset before about a lot of things, but that was only because Thomas hadn't been right, and things just aren't fun when Thomas isn't in his right mind to make horrified noises and go pale at whatever sick-as-all-hell stunts Remus is pulling. Now they're both here, and Thomas should be fine, and he shouldn't be screaming like this because Remus hasn't even done anything yet. But he's not. He just doesn't stop screaming, though. It sounds like his throat is hoarse and his lungs are bloody raw, but the noise just keeps happening even though it's thready and weak and drowned out by all the other screaming that's happening all around them. And that noise! Like music, but if music decided to take a vacation to another dimension where the chromatic scale had never been invented. Geez, Thomas sounds wrecked. His breath is coming out in horrid little pants between wordless yelling, and his fingers are clawing at Remus's back like he's trying to get him undressed as quickly as humanly possible, but can't remember where the fursuit zipper is. Remus sighs and imagines rolling his eyes and them skittering out of his skull and along the ground like lost marbles for a happy little moment, then opens them, looks around, gets a decent hold on what he's seeing and what's going on, and, oh right, the apocalypse is happening. That's an entire thing. Remus's grip on Thomas tightens. Come to think of it, maybe the screaming is understandable. It might even be justified. It's kind of hard to articulate exactly what's going on right now, because it's, well, indescribable, in a word. But Remus has always loved putting descriptions to things that never should have rightfully had words assigned to them in the first place, so he'll give it his best shot. It's like if for their entire life, they, Remus, Thomas, all of the others, everyone ever, had been living inside of a box. A tiny, boring box, with not much decoration or anything really exciting at all in it. But since the box is all they can ever remember having, everyone just assumes that the box is super exciting and fun, and that it and everything inside it are the only things that exist in the universe ever. Except suddenly that box has been split wide open. No, more than that. The box has been completely fucking obliterated. Gonzo, dunzo, blasted to atoms. And now everybody living inside the box is standing in the rest of the world, blinking out at it in confusion about how big everything is and how many strange, unfamiliar things there are. And they haven't even seen all there is to see of it yet, but they're still completely overwhelmed. And the person that broke the box open is standing over them with a hammer or something, and also they happen to look nothing like a human because there's too many teeth and too many eyes and this is where the metaphor breaks apart just a bit. Basically, everything around them has lost any semblance of meaning. Any concrete shapes or figures that Remus can pick out in the whirling, shifting maelstrom that surrounds them become unrecognizable the moment he tries to name them. He can catch glimpses of a shifting body too vast to be comprehended, and far-off teeth in what remains of the sky. And then there's the eyes. But that's about it. And everything's lost color, too. Literally, all color has been drained out of the world. There's luminous, eye-searing whites, and blacks so dark and bottomless that letting Anish Kapoor use them would invoke immediate, devastating legal action. And everything else is in grays and monochrome shades that shouldn't be nearly as piercing as they are. There's no other people, no trees, no ground, no animals. Just him and Thomas and the God thing that's broken through into this reality. And that thing, it's somehow simultaneously all around them and very far away from them all at once. It's the only reason they haven't been wiped from existence already. It just hasn't gotten close enough yet to swallow them up. Maybe it's like its tail is wrapped around them and the world, but the actual head's still way out in space or something? Remus doesn't know. He's never actually met an eldritch creature from the dawn of time until now. Hypothetically, it's a delightful concept. In reality, Remus is still kind of faintly delighted, yeah, but he'd be a lot happier if it wasn't going to end with literally everything he knows being completely destroyed. He likes the world. It'd be nice if it kept on existing a bit longer. What? Thomas's ashen, washed-out face blinks up at him with dull, watery eyes, because apparently he's finally finished with screaming. Hey, good for him! He doesn't finish the fragment of the sentence, though. That's fine. Remus loves fragments. He can work with this. He hunches his shoulders against the maelstrom and does his best to shield them both from whatever this is while he tries to work out how to respond. Well, he says, after an interval of time that could be seconds or could be centuries. Long story short, I probably shouldn't have given you the most intense hug of your life. Lovecraft somehow managed to get something right despite all his racist, xenophobic fuckery, and we're all about to die horribly at the hands of an incomprehensible chaos being. Die? Thomas asks, voice crackling. Yep. There's a lump in Remus's throat suddenly, and he doesn't know why it's there or what to feel about it. Sorry about that. Don't be, says Thomas vaguely, and closes his eyes. Dying sounds good. The end of the sentence wavers and fades away into practically nothing, and then he buries his face into Remus's shoulder and just clings. That's probably not great. Remus looks up and tries to gauge how much time they have left, based on the flashes of teeth and the intensity of the howling music. But doing so is just about impossible. And not just because time doesn't exist anymore. They could be waiting for death here in this impossible place for centuries. Or it could be over in a matter of seconds without them being any the wiser. There one moment, and gone the next. Ah well, c'est la vie and all that. It's a tragedy, but it was always going to happen one day or another. At least it's an interesting way to go. So he just sinks down to his knees, cradling Thomas closer, and they just cling to each other. Thomas is so human, so soft. He smells like sweat and fear, and his hair is still soaking wet and stinking of mud and grime from the river. Remus buries his face into the damp softness and breathes it all in. "We're going to be okay. Just you see," he says. He's not Patton, not Janice, not any of the rest of them. He's not a liar or a comforter or nice in any sense of the word. But when this is all over, we'll be back in the living room with a camera and a catchy tune and a nice bite-sized dilemma, and everyone will be cracking dumb PG jokes like they're the funniest thing since sliced nipples. And it'll be lame, but you'll be having the time of your life. You all will." "And you'll stay?" Thomas murmurs into the fabric of his rumpled, soaked-through shirt. Remus kisses the crown of his head. Not a sloppy, messy kiss or anything with teeth involved, just a simple peck of outright affection. "Yeah," he says. "Yeah, Thomas, I'll stay." Thomas smells gross, filthy, horrible. He smells like home. He's weak and pathetic and human, and Remus loves him inordinately. There's nobody he'd rather be obliterated from existence in the company of. Nobody at all. A burst of sudden color pierces the chaos just behind them, drawing Remus's attention. It's not much, just a pale, wavering yellow sphere in the far, far distance. It looks like it's going to flicker out against the pressure of the gray and black and white at any second, but it's color. And silhouetted against it is the sketchy figure of a short man with one hand splayed out upwards. With the other, he's beckoning to them. "Shit," Remus whispers, astonished, and then grabs Thomas around the waist, hauling him upwards like a rag doll as he stumbles to standing. "Come on!" Thomas makes a noise of unhappy incomprehension, but when Remus tears him away from his current state of clinging and he actually sees what's happening, something sparks in his eyes. It isn't quite hope, but it'll have to do for now. "Are we going to survive this? No fucking clue. Might as well give it a go." Thomas doesn't look right in monochrome, all pale shades and miserable, dull edges. Remus wants his usual spectrum of shades and colors back, wants nothing more than for Thomas to get some spice and zing back into him. "You with me?" Thomas's eyes seem to focus a bit at this. He nods, takes a breath in, shudders at the flavor of the air. "Let's do it." They grab for each other's hands, somehow manage to interlock fingers, and take off together at a run that's more stumble than a sprint. It's like moving through syrup or congealed blood, and it's hard to tell who's dragging who, because sometimes Thomas will fall behind, and Remus is practically hauling his limp, almost corpse along by one arm, but at other points Thomas is charging ahead and cutting through the mire with Remus spiraling behind in his wake, doing his best to avoid the ineffable creatures that cascade and claw at each other all around them. The world is a series of quickly intercut optical illusions that refuse to resolve no matter how hard Remus looks. Then the only real constant is the already fading sphere of light in the near distance. Moving towards it is torturously slow and sickeningly fast all at once, and for a long moment Remus doesn't think they're going to be able to make it before the world around them consumes them. But then they're right at the sphere, and pressing right up against its periphery, and then they break through in a shattering of light and yellow radiance, crashing forwards and tumbling onto the ground in a messy, painful heap. And there's ground to crash onto here, not just patterns and shifting shadows and non-Euclidean forms, actual ground, rough and not properly formed. It's something like rock, and it bumps and bruises at Remus as they roll across it. Finally they come to a halt, and although they just huddle there for a long moment, Remus does think it's probably a good idea to see exactly what they're dealing with. He looks up, rolling off Thomas, who's groaning on the ground. They're in a small bubble of sanity, about 20 meters in diameter and half that in height. It's glowing a faint, sickly-looking yellow that's mostly opaque. Outside, the maelstrom and chaos of what the world has become can still be seen, but everything seems to be moving a lot slower. And inside the bubble, there's color. Not a lot, as Remus looks down at Thomas to see if he's still breathing and thinking and doing all those necessary human things. He is, mostly. He sees that his skin is still pale and washed out, but there's a tinge of shade to it, to all of them, like they've been shoved through a million equally trashy Instagram filters. They're not the only ones here. The two-faced king is here because he'd been the one calling them to come in the first place. His hand is still extended upwards, fingers splayed outwards. Apparently he's the one that's keeping this bubble going. He glances at Remus and gives him one short, exhausted nod before returning to concentrating. But he's not really the one Remus is concerned about. He doesn't even care about the fact that the Octavians are here too, or that the Earl King and his terrible fucking traitor of a human mirror boyfriend are here, or that the fish guy is holding the tattoo kid in his lap at the far side of the bubble. No, there's 5 far more important people here. Thomas's eyes go wide and then fill with tears, and then he's scrambling across the rocky terrain of this tiny bubble, and he practically collides with Virgil, who's doing much the same. They immediately embrace, wrapping each other into a desperate hug that's almost violent in its intensity. They look like they're trying to melt together into one being, or break each other's bones. Less than a second later, Patton is there, trembling and uncoordinated, tears still drying on his face. He throws his own arms around them, sobbing something about how much he loves them, the words barely making any sense at all. Then Logan skids into them from behind. His glasses are broken, eyes are bloodshot, and he's making a dreadful, sobbing, keening voice from the back of his throat as he fumbles to get his arms around as much of them all as physically possible. Janus's hair is disheveled, and there are painful-looking scratches running down his forearms and the side of his face, and he's pushing the others away so he can hold Thomas close and tight and fast, muttering promises and breakneck confessions that, for once, are completely unguarded and undeniably true. Roman crashes into Remus in a furious tangle of limbs and emotions. Remus is convinced for a moment that they're going to start ripping each other's throats out, and then his brother is clinging to him and pulling him over to the others and repeating, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," over and over and over again, and now Remus is just confused. Everyone's holding each other and hugging and sobbing and shaking like it's some kind of bizarre platonic orgy of feelings. And now he's in there too, and he's patting Logan awkwardly on the back and holding Patton's hand and trying not to reflexively crush it as he stares out at the thin film of the bubble separating them from the everythingness outside. "Nobody else is coming," says the Fisher King, voice cracking and eyes downcast, even as he holds Bede tightly in his lap. "You need to seal us off." The two-faced king's 2 faces twist in something like bitter grief. "I can seal it," Thomas Alexander says. He's holding the unconscious, crumpled form of the fallen Earl King, cradling him with a soft tenderness that seems completely at odds with the harshness of what he's saying. He doesn't look as scared as everyone else. He looks peaceful, like he's been expecting this all along, like he doesn't care what's going to happen next. "We don't have the time to wait for anyone else." He pauses and then adds, "Seal it." The two-faced king squeezes his eyes shut tightly like he's in intense pain at the very thought, but he nods. Bringing his hands down in a swift, sharp movement, from upturned to palms flat against the ground, the bubble glows and flares just a bit brighter, and then all movement outside it ceases in its entirety, slowing down from a snail's pace to completely non-existent. The shapes and shadows and eyes and teeth hang still in a silent, incomprehensible tableau all around them. The two-faced king stumbles and then falls to the ground to sit, exhausted. "It's done." "What's done?" says Roman. "What's going on?" "Within this bubble, time is now untethered from the rest of the world," the Fisher King supplies, looking over at them. There's fear there in those ancient eyes, but it's a resigned sort of fear, the terror of someone who has no fight left whatsoever. "Until it ends, no time outside will pass. It's a last resort, you could say, to give us extra time when we have no time left." "How long?" asks Fairy Octavian. "An hour," says the two-faced king wearily, and coils up, shoulders hunching as he ducks both faces away from view. "I'd advise you to make peace with any gods you still believe in, while you still can." There's a long, long moment of horrified comprehension as everyone seems to register what he means by this. "That's it?" demands Janus, incredulous. I'm sorry, that's it? We're all just going to sit around and wait for this magic spell of yours to run out of time, at which point we, curl up and die? There's nothing else we can do, says Thomas evenly. He barely seems distressed in the slightest. His arms tighten around the still unconscious Fairy King cradled in his lap. It's over. She's broken through, and if you've got a way of stopping the crawling chaos from consuming us all, I'd be thrilled to hear it. Thomas emerges somewhat from the tangled pile of bodies he's at the center of. He doesn't let go of a single one of them. His voice is still throaty and raspy and broken when he speaks, but it's at least clear and audible as he says, Who? Who are you talking about? Oh, does it even matter at this point? The Two-Faced King snaps bitterly. Thomas trails off and looks at Remus, and then over at the others, one by one. Frightened, pale, worried faces, all washed out to near grayscale, none with any trace of hope left. Logan is the one who speaks up, surprisingly steady in tone. I want to understand, he says, and pushes himself up into a proper sitting position. If we're all going to die at the hands of whatever this is, I would at least like to have a rudimentary, basic knowledge of why any of this is happening. What is this? Is this because of us? Something that we did? Have we inadvertently caused a cataclysmic catastrophe through unknowing happenstance? At this, Patton lets out what seems to be a low, involuntary moan of despair. It wasn't you, the Fisher King reassures them immediately. Like hell it wasn't, Octavian the human snaps. His dark eyes are even more pronounced than before in the low light. He points at Remus, face tight with fury. Remus's hand goes up to his chest reflexively, eyes widening in an over-exaggerated, Who, me? Even though he's not really properly feeling it at the moment. That one stopped the sacrifice. If he had just held back for even 1 minute longer. He didn't know, exclaims his changeling counterpart. You can't blame him for not knowing. If anything, the fault of this lies with... Sudden silence. Oh, yes, says Janice. Do go on. I simply cannot wait to hear where this is going. Please, relay to us right now, in excruciating detail, whose fault is it that the world is ending, exactly? That would be mine, says Thomas Linus Alexander, head bowed. No, objects the Fisher King. Well, contends the Two-Faced King with a grimace. There is the faintest of groans, and then the Earl King is sitting up. His perfect, shiny long hair is disheveled and askew. There's blood running from a sizable gash in his forehead. Thomas is trying to get him to lay down again, but the Earl King waves him off. He's panting and letting out little noises of exquisite agony, and all of the faint color in this little bubble of safety seems to have drained completely from his face. You want to know how all this came to pass? He rasps. I can show you. It's the least I can do at this point. He gestures with one pale, long-fingered hand. The nails had been perfectly filed at one point, but now they're bloody and ragged from the effort of clawing at his face and skin. Come here and sit. Hold hands, I think. The easiest way to do this... You're not strong enough, Thomas argues, pressing his forehead gently to the Earl King's. Please, love, just... No, replies the Earl King, and slides back to sit at the edge of the bubble. No, it's not as if I'm going to be using my energy for anything else. Tamlin, let go of me. Let me show them. They form a rough circle on the ragged ground, all 14 of them. They're pretty much crammed, shoulder to shoulder. There's not enough room for anything else. There's a strange awkwardness to the way that they all fumble to join hands. It shouldn't matter that they're doing it, because nothing matters anymore, but really that makes the action all the more surreal. This is a long story, the Fisher King says. Do we really have time? I'll do my best to condense it to the important parts, replies the Earl King, holding tight to Thomas's hand on one side, and somewhat less tightly to Patton's on his other side. He hasn't bothered to wipe the blood off of his face. There's no spark of light, no magical chanting, no runes, and no noise. The Earl King's fingers just twitch, ever so slightly, and then Remus is somewhere else. It's hundreds of years ago. Remus doesn't know how he knows this, he just does. It's an undeniable fact, just like the fact that he's suddenly all alone, and that he isn't at all where he was just a second ago. He's standing in the middle of a huge hallway that's been formed by a single, ridiculously long and large tree wrapping around and around in seemingly endless spiral. and the light of the rising sun is filtering through one end of it, illuminating a figure in long, midnight blue robes who's speed-walking right towards him. Remus squints, trying to get a good look at who it is, and he's still squinting when the figure walks right through him like he's not even there. He feels a delightfully unpleasant sensation that seems to be his body rearranging itself to accommodate for the sudden intrusion, and has to fight the urge to make an appropriately disturbing noise of pleasure, because now there's people talking, and he is more than a little curious as to what's going on here. He turns and sees that the person in blue robes is Logan? According to the entirety of the court, some kind of calamity is on the edge of bringing destruction to this world and every other, Logan is saying dryly as he comes to a halt next to Patton, who's standing at a set of wooden railings, barring off an open-air aperture that overlooks a familiar forest. You wouldn't happen to have anything to do with the spreading of this particular rumor, would you? Patton shrugs easily and apologetically. Don't you think they deserve to know? He looks weird without his usual get-up. Whatever he's wearing looks like it's been made out of actual moth wings, which is objectively cool, but Remus can't imagine actual Patton getting anywhere near a costume like that in a million years. But then again, this isn't actually Patton, just like Logan isn't actually Logan. It's some kind of memory metaphor, or magical simulation or something. Remus has a feeling he knows exactly who Logan and Patton are meant to represent. It's not as if it's a big leap of logic or anything. I don't see that there's any point in causing unnecessary panic among our people, says Not Really Logan. No, it's far easier to just call him Logan. If it looks like a Logan and walks like a Logan and talks like a Logan, especially since this is all baseless conjecture. Patton's expression as he leans against the railing is half exhaustion, half a weird sort of fondness. If nature's predictions were clear enough, since when has he been the kind of person to do things like conjecture baselessly? Logan's scowl is fierce. Idnidir is as two-faced as they come. He wouldn't be getting involved in our affairs if it didn't benefit him somehow. Hear him out, Patton begs. At least let him show you his evidence, at the very least. Please? Logan is silent for a very long moment. Then he sighs. Very well, he says. I'll hear him out. But only because you asked nicely. The scene fuzzes over and reforms, and now they're standing in what Remus recognizes as the Earl King's throne room. Both Patton and Janice are here, standing and watching as Logan paces back and forth in obvious distress. But why now? He's asking. Disaster doesn't need a reason, my lord, Janice says, arms lightly crossed. He makes the title sound like an insult without putting any particular emphasis on it. If every empire at the peak of its power and prosperity was immune to calamity, the world would be a utopia. As it is, I'd appreciate it if we could put aside all of our petty squabbles for the moment, says Patton, who's not speaking like normal Patton does at all. He hasn't even said a single pun yet. Disconcerting. Seeing as our reality is on the brink of destruction and all, is there anything we can do? What do we know about this being? Janice sighs and sits down on the grassy ground, cross-legged. Not all that much, I'm afraid. Tears have already begun to open up in the more far-flung regions of the continent. That's how I learned that she was approaching in the first place. She? Patton's face is kind of hilariously astonished. Everyone who's seen through the cracks seems quite emphatic about that particular pronoun, yes, Janice says. Names were thrown around, in between all the screaming and thrashing and foaming at the mouths. I believe Crawling Chaos was one of the most frequent. Stalker Among the Stars was another. But apparently her most preferred of all these names is Nyarlathotep. Logan trails off. I am distinctly unfamiliar. You and everyone else I've talked to, Janice agrees, and then shakes his head. Anything else communicated by people who've seen into whatever dimension these cracks in the world lead to has been violent, incoherent, and involves an extravagant amount of self-harm. All I could learn from the last of them was that Nyarlathotep seems to be waking up from a very long sleep indeed, and when she does finally come into full consciousness, it's not going to be pleasant for any of us. Patton makes an unfamiliar movement with his hands. Remus can sort of tell that it's supposed to be a religious thing. Religious hand motions have this hilarious kind of reflexive, reverent jerkiness to them. It's kind of like the polar opposite of flipping someone off. Logan has gone tense and taut with a horrified seriousness that he's never seen on real Logan's face. Advise people to stay away from any more cracks should they appear, he orders, and kneads at his forehead vigorously. We need to learn more. Rituals, spells, anything either of you can think of. Start with seals and bindings. See if we can upscale them, and we need to hurry. Blur, reform. The three of them, four with Remus, but he doesn't really count because he doesn't technically exist here, are now sitting around an ancient wooden table in the library. All of them look exhausted, like they've been fucking nonstop for weeks on end and not even bothering to enjoy it. Piles of books and scrolls and tipped-over bottles of ink surround them. This is monstrous, Patton moans, head buried in his hands. His fingers are ink-stained and visibly chapped, and the others look the same. I refuse to believe we're even considering this. If you have any other options, I'd love to hear them, Janus sighs. He sits up, slowly and painfully, and the bones in his back crack audibly as he does. But the fact remains that we don't have all that much time. You've read the reports. The cracks are getting bigger, and they're moving closer to the town. If you still want to protect all of your precious humans, we'll have to act fast. I doubt they'll fare much better against seeing the crawling chaos than any of us have. Quite apart from that, says Logan sharply, what this ritual calls for is... If the ravings of our damned are to be believed, it's absolutely nothing compared to what Nyarlathotep will do to us when she does break through to our world. Human lives are not nothing, Patton objects, head shooting up. 1 life every 7 years, Logan says, and laughs humorlessly. It might as well be. For the rest of eternity? Patton's shaking his head. It's unsustainable. It is, says Janus, eyes widening mockingly. Dear me, I seem to have forgotten the fact that we're going to eventually run out of our finite supply of humans. You're right, that is the sort of thing that would throw this plan completely askew. I oppose this, says Patton, standing up. He doesn't look at all amused by this. His mouth goes thin, and then he adds, I oppose this violently. I will not let you kill innocent people for the sake of every other life in existence, Logan says flatly. We don't know if that's really the case, Patton says weakly. We can't afford to risk it if it is, Janus snaps. And besides, what do you really think is going to happen when Nyarlathotep wakes up completely? That she'll be coming around to visit our dimension for a nice cup of tea and a friendly, dignified discussion about the weather? Patton takes in a very deep breath and then pushes himself away from the table. Away he stalks, through the bookshelves and out of sight. You know we're right, Janus yells at his departing back. But there's no response, apart from a distant, echoing slam of a door. The soul needs to be willingly given, Logan murmurs, shifting a book slightly so he can see what's written on the pages just that much better, and he looks up at Janus. Any ideas? 1 or 2, says Janus grimly. Let's see. Several days later, it's the castle courtyard. Patton and Logan are facing off, glaring at each other and panting with exertion. Logan even has a sword. And judging by the blood pouring from Patton's leg, he's already gotten a few good swipes in. Janus is off to the side of this, vibrating with unhappy, nervous tension. Remus kind of wishes he had popcorn right now, because this looks like it's going to be amazingly entertaining. You're a monster, Patton is exclaiming. There's got to be a better way than this, and you know it. You just don't want to try any harder now that you've found the easiest way. If you interfere with this one more time, Logan snarls, I'll interfere all I like. You will not kill innocents for the sake of... Don't hurt him any more, Janus yells, overlapping. He's only concerned about the townsfolk. It's misguided, yes, but... Damn the two of you, Logan spits. I am trying to save us all, and you're just... He lets out a shriek of wordless rage and gestures sharply with both of his hands. Ozone crackles. Janus throws himself at Patton, curling around him as best as he can in the few seconds he has, as a bolt of sickly white light erupts from Logan's outstretched hands. The majority of it hits Janus right in the back, and when he flings his head back, screaming in agony, the air around it wavers like a heat stroke waiting to happen, and his face doubles over and blurs into 2 different and distinct faces. The amount of light that hits Patton coils around him, burrows into his chest and sinks its fangs through his already wounded leg, and now he's crying out in shock and pain, too. Remus glances over to see Logan's reaction to all of this, and it's absolutely horrified. He looks on the brink of tears. He says, No, wait, I didn't... But before he can finish, Janus lets out a doubled-over growl of complete rage, and yellow light envelops both him and Patton, and then they're gone. It could be minutes later, or it could be days. Patton and Janus looking dreadfully ragged by the river in the forest. Janus is shaking, and his form is wavering at the edges every so often, and there's blood still seeping sluggishly from Patton's leg, and it shows no sign of stopping. They're in the middle of a ferocious shouting match. Won't drag me back into this. This isn't my problem anymore. Just a spineless coward, only fighting when your life's in danger. If you cared, you'd help me. I can't move on my own. Yes, I'd rather think that was the point, Janus snaps and whirls around. The world as we know is in no danger of being destroyed, as things stand, and I have no wish for either of us to be hurt more by this. Drag yourself up to the mountain and argue with him some more if you'd like, but leave me out of it. At least help me find somewhere to, says Patton. I'm leaving, Janus declares, and indeed does start walking away with purpose. Help me, Patton snaps. No reply. Please, Inidir, help me. At the third plea for help in a row, Janus freezes in place, stiff as a board, eyes wild. He doesn't breathe, doesn't blink. A range of emotions spill over his face. Shock, fear, rage, the whole gamut. What did you do? He says, turning, rage creeping into his voice. What did you do? Then they're gone, and in a furious flood of images, Remus watches as nearly 50 humans drown in the river, one by one. It must be the sort of thing that occurs over the course of many, many years, but it all goes by in less than a minute. Their expressions range from horror to rage to a calm acceptance as the fey court around them dances and sings them through the cracks to become part of a shield for their world that they can't possibly comprehend. All the while, Logan watches this happen, alone. Grief and resolve war in his eyes. And then it's 15 years ago, and there's Roman in the town, charming all the men and making all the women laugh, and plucking out songs on his lute with unearthly precision and skill. He's loved there, deeply and fondly, despite being fey of origin. And then Remus finds himself in the forest, surrounded by trees and fairy creatures, and he knows that he's loved there too, despite being human. He catches flashes of Janus teaching him curses and rituals, and all number of fiddly magic things, and himself calling across the river to a boat-bound Patton. Only a few years later, Roman's in the forest, and he offers a cloak near identical to his own to a puzzled Remus, eyes bright with excitement as he explains the circumstances of their birth and switching. And as he speaks, Remus can feel the excitement in his own eyes dying as a cold bitterness takes up residence under his skin. He tells Roman he never wants to see him in the woods ever again, spits in his face, rips the cloak up in a fit of anger, but never stops wearing it. And 2 years after that... "Good evening," says Thomas as he approaches. He's on the back of a horse, riding it like an absolute pro. He looks very dashing, too, all decked out in light chainmail armor and a tunic. He almost looks more like Roman than Roman does, which is funny because Roman's actually right there, too, sitting on the side of the road and playing around with a brand-new lute. "Is this the way to Eucatastrophe Castle?" "It is, though I have no earthly idea why you'd want to go there," Roman replies, "and I don't think I know you. What's your name, stranger?" "Oh, you won't get it from me that easily," Thomas exclaims, grinning. "But my friends call me Tamlin, so why don't we start there?" "Octavian," rejoins Roman, and strums out a bright chord. "An excellent place to start, and from there I'll ask you, why in the name of anything that's holy, and many things that aren't, would you willingly want to traipse your way up to the Earl King's palace?" "Oh," says Thomas. Something dull and hopeless sweeps over his face, dimming the bright grin. "That. Well, you see..." The hopelessness fades almost as quickly as it had come. His smile reemerges, becomes conspiratorial, gleefully naughty. "I'm planning to seduce a fairy." Thomas in the mountain. Thomas chatting idly with the fairy court, roaming the halls, helping out where he can. And then Thomas in the town below, doing much the same. Back in the halls again. Logan coming up behind him. Thomas turns at the sudden presence, and startled in sudden panic that seems very, very gay in flavor. "Your Majesty," Thomas says, and he is blushing. "It's a pleasure to meet you at last." "And I you," replies Logan. His face betrays nothing, but his eyes say new sacrifice. "Tamlin, I've heard a lot of you from the court. You're quite a busy man, aren't you?" Thomas ducks his head with a little smile. "I've got to keep myself occupied somehow. You know all about that, though, managing the entire region all by yourself. You do impressive work." "I think I should like to dine with you this evening," Logan remarks, "if you're amenable to that, of course." "Very amenable," replies Thomas. "Forgive me if I don't eat anything. I like my free will as it is. But I hope the pleasure of my company can make up for that. I know the pleasure of yours will do it for me," he adds, with a very attractive roguish grin. "You know, Tamlin," says Logan, reluctantly charmed, "I think I could grow to like you." And then it's a montage of sorts. Thomas waves to a boat-bound Patton from across the river, whose eyes brighten with something like hope as he waves back and gestures for him to come across. Thomas hops neatly through the water, talking animatedly at Patton about the state of affairs up at the mountain castle. Apparently the two of them are acquainted already, and this is a regular thing for them. A blur, and then it's Thomas and Roman crashing and stumbling through the undergrowth together, as Roman stums at his lute and composes suggestive limericks about a young man falling head over heels in love, and laughs uproariously and affectionately at Thomas, who is blushing bright scarlet but grinning all the same. All in all, he does a good job of hiding that grim, grey sadness of his. But Remus isn't an idiot. He hasn't carved both of their eyes out of their sockets, not yet, which means he can see it. This Tamlin fellow is exceptionally good at pretending. Blur. Thomas knocks neatly on the door of an afterthought of a house, and waits patiently for the door to open, which it does almost immediately. A tired, frowning Janus looks out at him with obvious disdain. He says, without preamble, "I have no wish to become acquainted with another one of the Earl King's septennial projects. Kindly leave me alone." "I've heard that if I want you to let me in, all I have to do is ask nicely," Thomas replies, and then shrugs. "Or, 3 times in a row." Janus's expression turns near apocalyptic. "So he's giving out the details of the curse that he himself inflicted to any old mortal that graces his sheets," he snaps, acidic and short. "Perfectly charming. I ask you once more, leave." "I think you'll want to hear me out," Thomas says. His expression is serious. "You see, it's the Earl King I wanted to talk with you about." And then Remus is perched right next to Thomas on the high branch of an extraordinarily tall tree, and the sudden flip of being right in the middle of a scene rather than lurking voyeuristically off to the side gives him giddy whiplash. Thomas says, "He really does care about you, you know." "Too little, too late," Remus is replying before he can even work out what they're talking about. "I like you, Tamlin, I really do, but you're beating a dead horse's rotting ashes at this point. There's nothing left to salvage between the two of us." Blur. Shift. Thomas is walking through the Earl King's gardens, face upturned toward the sun, happy, content. Virgil, in a cloak, watching him warily from behind a tree. "I know you're there," Thomas says after a moment. "If you want to talk to me, go ahead and do it. I don't bite, unlike a lot of the other people here." Virgil hesitates and then slinks out from the shadows, a cloak dragging along behind him. "You're the Earl King's human," he says, and there's a strange, melodic undertone to his voice when he says it. He's practically drowning in the oversized cloak he's wearing. It's hideously adorable, and Remus wants to squeeze him to death, squish him like a tiny little bug and stomp on the pieces. Thomas appears to think so too, based off of the twitch of his mouth and the little glimmer of amusement in his eyes that he's clearly trying to hide. "So they call me. Personally, I prefer to be called Tamlin. Hello." Virgil takes a sudden step back. The expression on his face is all, "Oh shit, he heard me," which doesn't make sense because there's no way Thomas couldn't have heard him, unless you consider... "You speak the southern languages," he says, clearly surprised, still with that melodic little undertone. "Just 1 or 2. Thomas lets out a little laugh and scratches at the side of his head. "I traveled around quite a lot before coming here. But what about you? Aren't you a little young to be so far away from home?" "I'm old enough," Virgil protests, sounding grumpy. His body language and voice are distinctly pre-teenish, which is also hilarious to watch on his adult big boy body. I know my way through this mountain just as well as any true member of the court." "Maybe you could show me around, then?" Thomas offers, even though it's pretty obvious that he knows his way around the castle really well by now and doesn't need it in the slightest. Virgil eyes him up and down for a long moment before saying, "I can hear your heart from here, you know." "You can?" Thomas looks kind of thrown by this sudden twist in the conversation. Virgil hums noncommittally. "Hearing hearts is my thing. You've got a nice strong one. Could probably hear it from a mile off." He extends a hand to Thomas decisively. "I'll show you around, as long as you can keep up. I'm pretty fast, you know." "You know what? I do believe I can work with that." There's flashes of Thomas in town and in the forest and at the castle, surrounded by familiar faces, laughing, talking animatedly, helping out with all number of tasks. A patchwork pocket, coat-clad Joan and him, sharing lunch on the dock over the river, skipping stones across the water. Friends and family and sides alike, all here in this strange fantasy world as stand-ins for their counterparts. And in the midst of all this, Logan, the Earl King as Logan, continues to court Thomas as Thomas. They ride, they dine, they walk through the halls of the mountainside castle, with their eyes and teeth glinting in glorious sunlight. It's all horribly romantic. Roman's probably eating it up. Even more so because you can actually see Logan thawing. Going from, "I'm only seducing this man because it's my dastardly plan," to, "Fuck, there might actually be something here." Things slow down a bit here. It's nearing the end of the 7 years, Remus knows, both because it's somehow another undeniable fact in his head, and because of what he's currently seeing and hearing in front of him. Logan is lying flat on his back on the grassy floor of the throne room, with a look of horrified devastation on his face. He's not moving. The only sign that he's actually alive is his intermittent, slow blinking. Virgil, still in that oversized cloak, is sprawled out on the throne itself. His legs are kicked up casually sideways over the armrest. His head is tilted backwards easily. He is shredding marigolds into colorful scraps and humming under his breath. "You got attached, didn't you?" he says after a long moment. "It's not a question." "I got attached," Logan agrees miserably, and raises his hands to bury his face in him. "What am I going to do? I can't let him die, not like this." "Well, your lover is pretty clever," says Virgil, throwing the last of his marigold shreds into the air like confetti. "I'd try talking to him, explaining things. Maybe he'll have some sort of amazing idea to fix everything." Flash. Logan and Thomas on the path outside the mountain. Logan's wearing glorious orange and red autumnal clothes. Thomas is bundled up tightly in layers of wool. The wind whips against Remus and chills him, imaginary as it is. "Of course I will," says Thomas, not a hint of fear or trepidation in his eyes. He's remarkably cavalier about it, all things considered. "I think you're rather missing the point of this," Logan exclaims. "I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for my cause. I'm asking you to help me find someone else who will." Patton frowns. "Why? You said it yourself. I'm the perfect candidate. You also happen to be running low on time. If this doesn't work, the whole world is destroyed, correct?" "Correct," Logan agrees reluctantly. "And obviously that isn't a desirable outcome. And it's not as if I want anyone else to die instead of me. But I do." Thomas freezes and slowly meets Logan's eyes. Because I love you," says Logan, lowly and desperately. "Do you understand that? You are worth far more to me than any of those mortals down below." Remus is overcome with a sudden wave of unfamiliar discomfort. This is entirely too intimate of a scene to be played out through these bodies. Logan and Thomas don't own the words they're speaking, and it's... no, he doesn't care for this at all. He should, probably. It's exactly the kind of weird shit he'd usually be all up in. But this isn't the time or the place. There's such a long moment of silence after this. A multitude of expressions filter across Thomas's face in such quick succession that it's hard to categorize them. "All right," he whispers, and takes Logan's hand, painfully tender, and then again, louder. "All right. Don't worry about a thing. I'll find someone else to take my place by the end of the month." "And then we'll be together," Logan says, with a beautiful smile that real Logan would never be caught dead with. "Together forever," agrees Thomas, and smiles back. And Remus has known Janice long enough to be able to tell a blatant lie of a smile when he sees one. So it's not entirely surprising when the scene flickers across to Thomas sitting cross-legged on the bed in the two-faced king's house, nursing a cup of tea, and saying, "So, is there any way to trick the Earl King into thinking I'm another person?" "He's not going to be happy about it," Janice tells him, mouth set in a grim line. He's kneading dough ferociously on the countertop, pummeling it as if it's the sole source of all his problems in life. "You're not answering the question," Thomas notes. Janice sighs and pauses kneading. "Tamlin, you've found this alternate sacrifice of yours. You've asked me to draw him toward the forest for you. You know the Earl King's going to be more than happy to accept him as substitute. And if he dies, you get to spend the rest of your handsome, cheerful mortal life with him. Frankly, I don't see why you don't just kill the damned man. There's nothing to lose by doing so." "We are not discussing why I don't want to kill an innocent person to save my own life," Thomas says, clearly exasperated. "We've been over this several times." "I will never understand humans." Janice slowly shakes his head. "Well, I can swap his heart out for yours. That might just do the trick." "How will that do anything?" Janice wipes flour-stained hands off on the apron he's wearing, and makes a back-and-forth gesture with his hands, indicating casual heart swappage. "The sacrifice takes hold on your replacement human. You drink a specific brew of kill-and-cure herbs. The hearts get swapped back. You end up killing yourself in your desperate bid for martyrdom. Everyone's happy. Well, except the Earl King, presumably." "Perfect," Thomas says. "Thank you. Really thank you." "He has to agree to it, though," Janice adds, jabbing a finger roughly in Thomas's direction. "That could be a problem. Think through that before you go bounding across dimensions, won't you?" Thomas takes a sip of tea. "If my counterpart is anything like me, I don't think getting his consent will end up being much of a problem." "You know, you may have a point there," Janice says thoughtfully. Then his gaze sharpens. "Does anyone else know about your death wish, or was I the only one you spilled your guts to?" "No, no one else knows about this," Thomas replies. "Only you. But I don't want to die. I just know that there's no other way to fix this." And, that's another lie, isn't it? He's not even trying to make it very obvious. "And why would I have a death wish?" "Oh, Thomas. Oh, Tamlin. Oh, my dear, dear friend." Janice shakes his head and laughs. "Nobody who goes looking to seduce a fairy king has a functioning self-preservation instinct, and you are most certainly no exception to that." And then, quick flashes of a cloak-clad Thomas borrowing one of the Fisher King's small fleet of boats, riding it up the river, walking through the misty, indistinct space between worlds, hiding behind trees and listening as a group of people crashed noisily and happily through the undergrowth, singing and talking and laughing, seeing as one of them plucks berries from a bush and tucks them away into a bag. Later, walking up to a familiar house and walking out again only minutes later with an expression of satisfaction on his face. He no longer looks quite so much like Thomas. His hair is messier, ginger, face a slightly different shape, as if the narrative has given up trying to fit Thomas into his shoes. Back to the forest, waiting for hours, catching his counterpart as he stumbles into the trees, leading him to the boat. Down the river, up the mountainside on horseback, leaving him with the Earl King. Virgil, lurking in the shadows, glancing between the departing figure of his friend and this new stranger in something like confusion, and then resolve on his face. The images speed up. Thomas is now at the two-faced king's house, speaking rapidly with him, brow creased in worry, watching out the window nervously. And then he's standing in the doorway, watching as Thomas and the rest of them turn in shock. Everyone in a circle on the ground. The fairy court riding away to the river. The sacrifice. Remus throwing himself into the river. And man, does it look even cooler from this angle. He only very slightly regrets doing that. Nyarlathotep breaking through, and then a series of shattered, fragmented, half-coherent recollections of chaos. And then everyone jolts backward as the Earl King rips his hands away from the circle. "Oh," says Logan, one hand raising to his mouth as if he's going to be sick. "Oh, so you were trying to save the world," Roman breathes. "All of you were." "Most of us were," the Earl King corrects haltingly. determinedly avoiding eye contact with the Fisher King. "That explains so much," Thomas says, and releases the hands of Logan and Virgil on either side of him so he can massage at his forehead. "It's a bit too late for any of it, but so much." "I never said it was going to be any help to us," replies the Earl King, closing his eyes. "But you did want to understand." The eyeshadow underneath Virgil's eyes has been darker than usual since this all began, stretching down across his cheeks and making him look even more washed out than the rest of them. And it really does add to the effect quite a lot as he sits up straight, eyes flashing with abject fury, and snaps, "Okay, I've got a question for all of you. Why the fuck didn't you just talk to each other?" "Now really isn't the time to be laying accusations," began the Fisher King. "Don't care," Virgil dismisses. "Like, pretty much all of you, but also," he points right at Thomas, "especially you. If you had just, I don't know, told us what you were planning, told us you weren't planning to kill Thomas, we wouldn't have come running, and Remus wouldn't have come crashing in to play the idiot hero, and we wouldn't have accidentally summoned a dark god into this universe. And you," he whirls to point at the two-faced king, "you could have told us at any time, but all you did was say some fucking ominous garbage, and you made us think that Thomas was going to die." "Would you have believed me?" asks the two-faced king glumly. "Probably not, but you could have convinced us," Virgil says. "It just," an ungodly sound of frustration, "we are going to die because of miscommunication. That is my least favorite plot device in movies, and also, coincidentally, my least favorite way to die." "Miscommunication, great. That's all in the past, though," Remus points out. "What do we do now, is what I want to know." The two-faced king shakes his head. "I already told you. Wait for the spell to unravel, wait to die. This is it. Throw your blame around all you want, yell as loud as you can, but nothing comes after this. For centuries we've been wondering what Nyarlathotep wanted from our world," says the Earl King, gazing out through the wavering, flickering film of the protective bubble. The greatest minds of the court theorized endlessly over it. Some proposed that she wanted to twist it into an unrecognizable hellscape to be used as a vast temple for her own worship. Others thought she'd want to take the living beings into her own dimension to experiment upon and play with. I was of the opinion that we were needed for some incomprehensible ritual that she'd been in the process of completing. But it seems as if we were all wrong. He breathes out a short, sharp breath. It seems that all she's ever seen the entirety of reality as is a light, inconsequential snack. "That can't be it," says Patton, and looks around at everyone gathered in the bubble. "Right?" None of the otherworld people seem very enthused by this. Most of them flat out turn away, unwilling to engage. It's like they've all given up already. B makes a little noise of Italian-flavored dismay, and then just shrugs. Remus has a feeling that the only reason Sanders et al. Hasn't given up is because they just don't know any better, but he's not going to mention that. Complete despair isn't a good look on any of them. Virgil hesitates, wavering. He looks over at Thomas, who has his head down and appears to be thinking intently about something, and then says, "Right. Of course not. I refuse to die like this." "That's the fucking spirit," Remus enthuses, clapping him entirely too hard on the back. "Obviously none of us want to take this lying down," agrees Janice. But then, almost instantly, the problem becomes, as Roman so succinctly put it, what do we do? I don't know about you, but I haven't the first clue as to how to stop the apocalypse. Silence. Is it Remus's imagination, or is the barrier flickering? "Let's talk it out," says Thomas suddenly, lifting his head. He smiles, a hint of his usual spark creeping back into it. It's faint, but it's there. "I mean, it's what we do best, right? Think and overthink a problem to death until we work out how to fix something I've broken. What did you say, Remus? A camera, a catchy tune, and a bite-sized dilemma?" "We have none of those things," Logan points out. "Sure we do." Remus pushes himself upright. "Maybe not a camera. We have an audience." He waves at 7 other assorted fairies and humans. "We can work out a tune as we go along. And seeing as the entirety of reality is apparently bite-sized right now." "Not the worst idea we've ever had. Let's do it," says Roman, pushing his hair back from his face. They arrange themselves in a rough semicircle to one side of the bubble as their unlikely audience looks on in a mixture of bemusement and apathy. Thomas in the middle, of course, and then Janice and Logan and Virgil to his right. Remus and Roman take the other side, with Patton on the far left, rounding things off. There's no staircase, and no television, and certainly no couch for Thomas to stand in front of, but it'll have to do. Skip the intro, advises Virgil. We're running out of time here, and for once I'm not exaggerating about that. Gotcha, says Thomas, and takes a deep breath in. Well, guys, I've got a big one for you today. It looks like we've accidentally invited a really unwelcome guest over. You can say that again, Patton says. It looks like we've accidentally invited a really unwelcome guest. Skip the running jokes, too, Janice snaps. Break this down to its bare essentials. Come on. They're an integral part of the process, Roman says, looking stressed. Radio, unwelcome guest. Let's run with the metaphor. If we let her stick around for much longer, she might end up ruining everything, etc. What do we do? Roman tries to straighten his glasses, but it looks like they're permanently broken. When attempting to get rid of unwanted guests, it's often best to ask yourself if the problem is purely physical or a result of not knowing how to ask them to vacate the premises. Hey, yeah, why can't we just shove her out the way she came in? Virgil asks, scrubbing absently at the black wells under his eyes. He snaps his fingers angrily in the Earl King's direction. You guys, how did you trap her in the first place? Why can't you do it again? The Earl King blinks slowly, opens his mouth, and then shuts it again. Apparently he didn't expect audience participation. Then he says, It wasn't so much trapping her as keeping her asleep and keeping her blocked out of our world for hundreds of years on end. Now that she's awake and here, trying to keep her out of our reality seems a rather futile task, Logan points out. It's like trying the kiss of life on a skeleton, Remus contributes. Sexy, sure, but pretty damn pointless. Virgil's shaking his head. Okay, right, but how did you do it? Was there a book of spells or something, a ritual, or I don't know how magic is supposed to work. You were in the library? This time it's the two-faced king who spoke up. Half of the information was buried in an ancient text we found, yes, but it was less of a spell and more of a deal. A deal? Thomas asks. You made a deal to keep her out? With who? Who better to stop a god than another god, the Earl King says, face twisting unpleasantly, or a group of lesser entities, existing on the outskirts of reality, as the case ended up being. One human soul every 7 years, and they'd hold her back from the brink of wakefulness. And before you ask, no, we can't contact them again. The ritual to do so took several weeks, which we don't have, adds the Two-Faced King, and materials, which we also do not have. Well, tits, says Remus. Okay, well, how to stop a god part 2, I guess. Thomas looks around, side to side. Guys? Traditionally, an enchanted weapon, crafted specifically for the task, would do the trick, Roman says. But unless anyone has one of those lying around, they do not. Eat the god, suggests Remus. Worked for Kronos. I'm pretty sure it didn't, says Thomas. Work out for Kronos, I mean, historically speaking. He shakes his head. And besides, no. Suicide, Virgil suggests. I mean, if it takes a god to stop a god, but I have no idea how we'd even manage that. Okay, reflect her attacks back onto her, Logan tries, and then grimaces. Somehow. Oh, good, oozes Janice. Insincerity ratcheted all the way up to 20. I was wondering what this comically oversized mirror was going to be good for. This is pointless, is the Two-Faced King's grim opinion. Patton straightens up, suddenly. Maybe we don't need to kill her. Silence. I mean, maybe not, says Thomas. Killing her would be hard, but unless we can figure out some way to trap her? No, not that. It's... Remember what Virgil said? Says Patton. Nobody bothered to talk to each other about any of this. Thomas didn't talk to the Earl King or to Bee. Octavian didn't talk to Thomas. The Two-Faced King didn't talk to anyone except Thomas. Everyone talked to us, but nobody gave us the full picture. So maybe that's what we need to do. We need to talk. Right, tries Thomas cautiously, uncertainly. But we're all talking now, and I think maybe it's a bit too late for effective communication to be the thing that saves us. I don't mean us, kiddo, Patton points out. Out of the dome, out at the eyes and the teeth and the frozen tableau of incomprehensible terror. Has anyone actually bothered to try asking this crawling chaos lady just what the heck she thinks she's doing? There's a beat of silence, and then Octavian the human starts to laugh. It's humorless, near emotionless, and it goes on for a stretch of several seconds before he practically chokes as he says, "You want to go reason with a god. That's your big solution?" "Well, I don't know about God," says Patton. "Any god that tries to destroy everything in its path for no reason at all doesn't sound like much of a god to me." His eyes are bright and enthusiastic behind his glasses. There might also be a hint of madness there, but Remus can appreciate that. A bit of casual insanity might be exactly what they need here. She wrote poetry, remember? The whole chanty, ranty, ravey thing? If she can do that, I bet you all the color left in the world that she can talk to us. We don't know if that was actually her, the Two-Faced King trails off, looking at the Earl King, who is slowly, reluctantly nodding. Don't tell me you're agreeing with this. I'm not, says the Earl King, but it can't be denied that Nyarlathotep isn't just acting with senseless, mindless hunger. There's some element of reason to what she does. I'm actually with them on this, Janus says, after a second of consideration, and waves a hand in the Two-Faced King's direction. I know we're spitballing wildly here, but, Patton, are you really proposing that we sit down and have a heart-to-heart with that? Yes, says Patton. That's exactly what I'm suggesting. That's a death sentence, the Fisher King says. So, replies Patton with such bleak, flat directness that Remus very nearly does a double take. We're all dead anyway. Love this energy, Remus whoops after a second of silence, clapping his hands loudly together. Parleying with an elder horror it is. What do we do first? First, says Logan, biting at his lip in intense thought. He raises a finger, lowers it, and then raises it again. First, we lower the protective barrier. Secondly, we get her attention. I advise we work out the details of the latter before we commence with the former, since I suspect we won't have much time to think once this is in motion. How do we even get the attention of something as big as that? Thomas asks, squinting upward through the dome. We must be like ants. Less than ants. Less than bacteria. How do you get anything's attention? Janus replies. Tempt her with something irresistible. What do the gods find irresistible, though? Logan taps a finger to his chin. Apart from entire dimensions. She likes poetry, Logan exclaims with a sudden upward jolt of energy. He surges to his feet, or at least has some affinity for lyricism. And music, there was that. I suppose it can't quite be called a song. Either way, there was a certain flair for the dramatic there. Octavian! Patton cries, wheeling around in an equally sudden burst of vigor. He marches over to Octavian of Cadath, still with his battered lute at a crooked angle over his back. Your song! We need you to sing your song! You're mad, says Octavian blankly, dully. You all are. There's no hope left. I don't see what anything I could ever sing would... You said you were working on a song about you and your, changeling brother person. Patton grabs him by the forearms and drags him to his feet with a tiny little grunt of determined effort. You said that it's going to be the greatest thing you've ever sung, but you never got the chance to do it. So now's the time. You've got to sing it. He's right, Roman agrees, enthusiasm gradually building. If a song with that much potential and build-up won't get her attention, I don't know what will. I told you it's not finished, protests Octavian weakly, as Patton unwinds the lute from his back and presses it into his hands. So make it up, Virgil says. Geez, man, it's not like we're going to care. If you fuck it up, no one's ever going to know, Remus tells him. Octavian looks around wildly at everyone else. Most of them refuse to meet his eyes, but Thomas does. He looks conflicted for a long second, and then gives one quick nod. Apparently this is enough. Octavian of Cadath looks back at Patton, flexes his fingers, and strums out a clumsy chord that sounds dull and tinny against the oppressive atmosphere. I'll do my best. All right, says Logan. We'll need to hold on to each other as best as we can. Getting separated is the last thing we want at this point. They form a clumsy chain, hands wrapping around forearms, fingers gripping tight. Just them, not the mirror people. Remus does offer a hand out to the Fisher King, but he doesn't accept it. Patton's at the head of the line, and he wraps an arm around Octavian's waist so that he doesn't obstruct his playing. "Guys," Thomas appeals to the remaining 6 occupants of the bubble, "anyone else?" "If you fail, it won't matter either way," says Octavian of Dub Avon. "I believe I'll die right here, thank you. I think it will be far more comfortable sitting down." "And if we succeed?" Remus challenges. "That's not going to happen," says the human Octavian. "Thomas?" Thomas asks, turning his gaze onto his double, who's pressed up close to his lover's side, neither seeming as if they're going to let each other go any time soon. "The only reason you're agreeing to this is because you have my heart," Thomas says, staring back at him. Thomas just nods to this. "Yeah, I know." He pauses and then says, "I'm still scared, though. Just not quite as much as I'd usually be. It's like the difference between total darkness and mostly darkness, I think." "I'm terrified out of my mind, and it's your fear I'm feeling," says Thomas unhappily, and curls an arm tighter around the Earl King's side. "I'm sure if I were more myself, I'd be far more inclined toward reckless heroics that would speed up my imminent death. But as it is, I'd really just rather sit and wait for it all to be over. This was the plan from the start, you know." Thomas nods again. "Like I said, I know. I've got this." "Do you?" Thomas's smile is a bitter thing, halfway and twisted. "We've got this," Thomas corrects. "And unlike you, I don't think I want to die here." He looks over at the Two-Faced King. "Take it down," he says. "I don't want to ask you 3 times because that must suck for you. But I will if I have to." The Two-Faced King grimaces and says, "The 2 of you are entirely too similar for my liking." He takes in a deep, deep breath and brings his hands up. The bubble surrounding them shatters, and the last feeble remains of color are sucked out of them, evaporating into the maelstrom as if it were never there. The noise and sickening motion and the eyes have started up again, and is it just Remus imagining things, or is the sound of the world collapsing around them so much louder than before? And is it just him, or are Nyarlathotep's teeth growing bigger and bigger? "Go!" Patton shouts, grabbing Octavian's arm. He's staring at the sky in abject horror, transfixed at the imminent arrival of complete annihilation. His pupils are so dilated they're barely there. "Octavian? Octavian, bud, come on, snap out of it! Play!" Octavian snaps out of it. He acquires a look of furious determination. His fingers spill across the strings of his lute so fast that they're barely visible anymore. It's only very slightly audible over the sound of everything at once. But that doesn't matter, because it's then that he begins to sing. The melody is heart-wrenchingly lovely, the words are pretty, and it all flows like liquid sorrow. It's a song about reconnection, about missing someone who you barely even know, about circumstances that spiraled out of your control even before you were born, about a last, desperate hope for reconnection, here at the end of all things. Remus kind of hopes that the other Octavian is paying attention, because this seems like the sort of thing he really needs to hear, even if there are bigger things to be worrying about. Octavian's song collides and crunches with the warped music already in the air at first, but then it starts to mesh, and then a strange sort of harmony is achieved. The loud cacophony is still there, but Octavian's music exists in synthesis with it, underlining, intermingling, boosting. Like the original noise had listened real hard, tilted its head to one side, and said, "You know what, let's give this amateur a chance." It's stunning and overwhelming. And then every eye in the sky and on the ground and all around them blinks. Just once, but all at once. Perfect synchronicity. The song swells, triumphant and hopeful. "I think we've got her attention," Roman begins to exclaim, but the end of it is cut off as he lets out a sudden, gurgling scream, and then Remus is no longer holding onto his arm, and there's no more music. Before he can even react to this, or the other sudden screams and gasps and noises he doesn't want to put description to that are suddenly echoing all around him, 2 things that are far too large to reasonably be called fingers reach down out of the sky, pick Remus up ever so delicately, flip him end over end and dissect him bit by bit, then put him back together again, and then squeeze him until he pops. And then, "All right," she says, "say your piece." Eucatastrophe by A Real Sword. Chapter 11. Thomas. "What?" says Thomas. "What the fuck?" They're in the living room, and they're in their normal positions. Everyone's back in their regular outfits. Thomas even has that Steven Universe shirt on that he always wears when he wants everyone to be sure that it's him. Virgil on the stairs, Patton in front of the blinds, Janice holding on to Logan for support in the hallway. In fact, the only two things that are really off about this, apart from the fact that all of his sides have never been all in the living room together like this at once, and this is probably the weirdest possible moment to be doing that for the very first time, is that there's a tall, unfamiliar figure lounging on the couch just behind Thomas. She's holding a fan covered in elaborate black and white patterns that shift mind-bendingly if he looks at them for too long, delicately wafting it back and forth. It obscures her face in a casual enough way that you might assume she's not doing it on purpose. Except also it's pretty clear she absolutely is doing it on purpose. Her clothes are nice, but nondescript. Her hair is shining and dark and drifting around lightly in the breeze, which is weird because they're inside. At least, Thomas thinks they're inside. "I mean, you said you wanted to talk," she says. "That was the gist she got from the whole tragic, heartfelt melody stunt you pulled back there, so go right ahead, talk. Can't guarantee she'll actually agree or even pay attention, but you've got her here, so you might as well give it a go." Thomas blinks, very slowly. Okay, I'm going to need a second." "Time is an illusion," she replies, "and also a tasty snack. Take as much as you want." Thomas does. He takes stock of himself. He, personally, is feeling weirdly fine. His heart is racing a bit from the unexpectedness of the change, but also it isn't technically his heart. It still sits oddly in his chest, like it's not meant to be there, and both of them know it, but there's no denying that it's making him feel a lot calmer about this situation than it would otherwise. That's probably a good thing. He's definitely not the sort of person who's equipped for negotiating with an eternal being, or whatever this is meant to be, so it's probably fitting that he's basically half someone else right now. As for the others, they all look varying shades of shell-shocked. Logan is half-hugging himself, patting at his arms as if to make sure they're still there. Virgil is muttering something under his breath, looking wildly around and holding onto the rungs of the staircase, like they're the only thing keeping him upright. Roman, Janice, and Patton just look flat-out baffled, and Remus is bouncing in place, apparently psyched out of his mind for whatever's about to happen next. He can't feel them. Can't feel the puzzlement or the panic or the excitement the way he normally would, as natural emotions that spring into being like any other feeling. He's fractured, not himself, incomplete. But they're all here, and they're all fine, and they're together, so they can take whatever happens next as it comes. He hopes. "Okay, let's do this." Thomas takes a very deep breath. Hello. Welcome to my living room, I guess." Her fan shifts ever so slightly, and Thomas thinks he almost sees a snatch of her lips, turned upward and inside out in something that could maybe be called a smile, but then it's thankfully obscured. "A pleasure to be here, Thomas." "Sorry, wait, what?" Roman interjects, abruptly snapping out of his confused fugue to glare at the fan-carrying woman. "Who, in the name of popular Disney animator Glen Keane, are you meant to be?" "Don't be rude," Patton exclaims reflexively. "This is obviously not—" He fumbles for a second, and looks apologetically over at their visitor. Gnarly something. "Okay, you know what? I am so sorry. I've only heard your name 3 times today, and I was panicking for most of that time." "It's pronounced Nyarlathotep," says the woman with the fan, with a hint of amusement in her voice. "But no, I am not she." Thomas shuffles back closer to the stairs so he can see her properly. Then a little side-to-side tilt of the fan. "Identity has no meaning in this place, and I have no name or role that you'd understand. But if you really want to put labels on who I am and what I'm doing here, I guess you could say that I'm a sort of offshoot of her, one of 1,000 faces that forms part of an indescribable, incomprehensible identity, a single facet of an overwhelming whole, a fraction of an eternity that's small enough for all of you to comprehend. But then again, I'm sure you'd all understand, quite a lot better than most beings of your level of complexity." "I don't," Thomas starts, but looks over at a little familiar gasp of comprehension from his left. "Oh," says Logan. Oh, you're like us. Well, not exactly, replies the woman with the fan. I am so much more unimaginably complex than any of you, or even Thomas, could ever hope to be. But it's close enough of a comparison to work. Yes, I'm like you. Good to know, says Virgil shortly. His fingers are still wrapped tightly around the stair rails, knuckles bone white. But just to be clear, when we're talking to you, we are also talking to the incomprehensible being with a billion eyes that's about to chow down on everything in existence. She nods. That would be her, yes. Cool. Have you considered, not doing that? Her fingers curl around the edge of the fan, curving it around her face elegantly as she giggles heartily. It quickly transitions into full-on roars of uncontrollable laughter. She rolls sideways on the couch, facing the cushions as she convulses in cackles that are starting to sound more and more like twisted, rasping choking, as everyone stares at her in shared bemusement. Oh, you think that's... She crows something guttural and throaty, and then sits up, tucking two extraordinarily long legs behind her. My apologies, how undignified of me. You don't have the perspective, I suppose. None of you do. Can't be helped. No, the thought hadn't crossed her mind. Any of them. Certainly not mine. You want your reality to remain intact and stable? That would be nice, hedges Patton nervously. Then you'll have to do a bit better than simply asking politely, she replies, because that's going to get you nowhere. All right, but, Logan frowns, we, understandably, have quite a few objections to the fact that you seem to be intent on devouring all of reality in a single bite as soon as this meeting ends, and I do believe that most other creatures existing in the multiverse feel the same way. Says the woman with the fan. That was the impression I had been getting, yes, and that does seem fair and reasonable when it's all considered from your rather limited perspective. And what is your perspective? Logan demands, clearly frustrated, a frustration that's heartily mirrored on everyone else's faces. If we are so very insignificant and so inconsequential to you and your you, then why is a simple request not to touch us so challenging? It's not as if consuming us would give you any real sustenance. We are quite literally asking for the bare minimum here. Why are you doing this? Apart from the fact that she has no wish or desire to do anything you ask for. The woman with the fan gives the impression of blinking at them, despite visibly doing no such thing. Well, let me put it like this. The path away from the place she's been sleeping is, let's say, extremely narrow. Of course, it's far more complicated than that, existing on many, many higher dimensions, but for the sake of simplicity, narrow path. Narrow enough that she has to just about place one foot in front of the other to traverse it, squeezing through sideways. With me so far? A chorus of reluctant nods. You and everything you know, as well as a great deal of things you don't, you're a cobblestone on that path. A single, unremarkable cobblestone, without a thing to distinguish you from any other. What you're asking is for her to look out for that cobblestone in particular, and to avoid stepping on it at all costs. Despite the fact that she couldn't care less about a single cobblestone, despite the fact that avoiding it on this narrow, narrow path, or even seeing it, is nearly impossible, despite the fact that it doesn't matter to anyone at all if she does happen to step on it. She spreads her hands. Do you understand now? A matter of polite asking just isn't enough. You'll need to be extremely convincing to change the course of something that essentially amounts to pure entropy in motion. Well, if asking politely isn't going to work, is there some other way we can convince you? Roman asks. One side to another? Probably not, but I think it would be fun if you gave it a go, the woman with the fan offers. As I said, time is more or less infinite and everlasting in this place, so really you have until I get bored with listening to you. You're doing fine so far, incidentally. Keep it up. There's a moment where nobody seems to breathe at all, except Thomas, who is suddenly acutely aware of his own breathing. You want us to try to convince you not to destroy everything? I assumed that was what you were here for in the first place, she says. And I'm here, extending an offer to listen, at the very least. So, the floor is all yours. Another moment of silence. Well, I'm game, says Remus, startling Thomas, because he hadn't thought Remus was paying attention. He hadn't even thought that Remus cared beyond the entertainment value of all this. But then again, he can't imagine that there's a part of him that wouldn't care about all of reality being destroyed. We have nothing left to lose, is Logan's opinion. We can be extremely convincing when we want to be, Janus adds. Very slowly, he lifts his head and straightens his back. Now he's standing at his full height, and there's a degree of determined confidence there that is honestly inspired. One final appeal? Let's do this, Roman says, clasping his hands together briskly. And almost instantly the very distinct sound of an instrumental musical track springing up around them from absolutely nowhere begins to occur in their immediate vicinity. It's upbeat and catchy, with a heavily swung beat and a bass line that, quite frankly, slaps harder than anything Thomas has heard in months. You've got to be kidding me, groans Logan over the sound of rising strings. There is no way we're doing a musical number. Not here. Not now. Not like this. But there's something oddly right about the idea of this being set to music, to Thomas's mind. As if there's no other way this could have conceivably gone. And, after all, they've already proven that this being likes music. If there's anything she's going to want to listen to, it's going to be this. Without even so much as pausing to think about it, he steps forward to take up the center of the room, and begins to sing. Well, I must say it's been quite a day to bargain for existence. We'll need great skill, so tell me, will we be met with resistance? The woman adjusts her fan, leans forward, and replies in kind. No resistance will occur. These circumstances won't recur. This is as strange for me as it is for you. Godly debates unprecedented. Now this world is represented by you. There's no rules. What will you do? She has a surprisingly clear, sweet voice, all things considered. Alto, if Thomas has to guess, with strange, silvery overtones that don't really fit any human vocal categorizations. He rests a hand lightly on his chest, trying to feel a difference there, and then presses on. I'm feeling stressed, not at my best. My heart's not where it should be. My sides, therefore, will take the floor. They'll take this task on for me. The fan-carrying woman waves a hand in acknowledgement. A multitude's as good as one. It doesn't matter where it's from. She's listening and hearing what you say. You may have just an hour or a minute. Fit your case and please within it. Now the floor is yours. Persuade away. A touch to Thomas's shoulder, and even as he looks to see who it is, he's gently nudged out of the way by a determined-looking Janus. You seem to find us entertaining, maybe even like us. We could certainly find suggestions, should the notion strike us. There's reasons in the millions why your bloodlust should waver, but why waste time with earnest rhymes when we could ask a favor? Destroying all the multiverse seems just a bit excessive. Considering the day we had, it's almost retrogressive. We're trustworthy as you can get. You're hearing what we say. So if you really like our style, you'd leave and go away. Thomas realizes, somewhat wildly, that this is the first time he's actually heard Janus sing. It couldn't have been under stranger circumstances, but, all the same, he finds himself appreciating the way his voice sounds in Janus's mouth. There's a flair and a rich sort of drama to it. Almost immediately, the fan-carrying woman is replying, matching Janus's tone and energy almost exactly. I like you, but we're not the same. Don't try to play her at this game. You're transient, and soon you all will die. Your corpses would shrivel and shrink more if she were merely to blink. Your molecules barely worth a goodbye. Which seems to be the cue for Janus to step back, for someone else to take up the stand. There's a brief, panicked moment where it seems as if nobody's going to do it. Then Patton straightens his hoodie around his shoulders and steps up to deliver his own appeal. You going out and snacking really seems a bit off to me. You're treating all of real life just like a second cookie. Why don't you care about the lives here you kill as you go by? I'm sure you have a heart. Why not give empathy a try? Empathy might be worth a try, but really I just wonder why you think she cares when her form is so vast. Your lives and worths are microscopic, could care less for toxanthropic. Nothing matters, nothing's meant to last. And as Patton falls back, that means it's Virgil's cue to push forward with a glare and a growl, and not even the slightest hint of stage fright. Look, if your eyes were harmed or blinded, even you would suffer. Falling into a black hole would probably feel rougher. Even gods can feel pain, not a threat, just a reminder that getting hurt would really suck. So how about something kinder? Yeah, here's a thought. Just shove right off, step over us, and get lost. Considering alternatives, it's really not a big cost. Starting right at $0, you'll save our world today, and if cosmic chaos happens, it might as well go as planned. It's difficult enough to take a step over this world without preparatory measures, mindfulness galore, but since she couldn't care even less, what's the point not being careless? Nothing hurts her, and it's such a chore. As Roman rolls up his sleeves and takes Virgil's place, Thomas notices that the disembodied instrumentals are speeding up. Almost imperceptibly at first, but it's definitely happening. It seems to be accelerating them in direct parallel to the desperation that he, and presumably all of them, are feeling, which is fun. And Roman's take. You're vaster than a titan's back pain, and we can't decipher your rhyme or reasons, so I fear it's time to pay the piper. Our lives and livelihoods are lost unless we can uncover the one thing in the world you crave far more than any other. Old Odin traded all for knowledge, Daizang helped the dead out. The raven and coyote stole for man, Zeus got his bed out. Anansi shared his stories, red-eyed Mars he shaped bloody wars, and every one had goals and wants, so what, my friend, are yours? To comprehend her goals is wild, and foolish even from inside her. Human brains and logic just won't do. If you could even half conceive a reason that could make her leave, you'd never have the means to follow through. Remus elbows Roman out of the way, clearing his throat. Around him, the music seems to swell and speed up even more, as if they need a diegetic soundtrack to let them know just how bad things are getting. "'Kay, Roman's thing was neat, but let's pick something smaller. So if your center's feeling munchy, be a pal and stall her. Maybe we can't appease you fully, but we might as well try. What's better than this world? What would make you pass us all by?" "I understand you're thinking smaller, but somehow this order's taller. God-sized favors aren't things you loan. Anything you could give her would be too hard to deliver. All you have she could get on her own." Logan is the only one who hasn't joined in so far. Thomas is genuinely apprehensive that he won't for a moment, but he's going to have to be the one to step in and provide a solution that he can't think of. But he shouldn't have worried. Logan's already adjusting his glasses and stepping up to take center stage in the middle of the room, and when he delivers his verse, it's with a half-spoken, half-sung cadence that bubbles like a running stream. "The fact is that the multiverse is a non-renewing resource. You've made clear that you're not here for more than a light pre-main course. But if we could provide you with something that gives provision, much more nutrition from one source, more than you could envision, it follows only logically that you would take this replacement, and hopefully this clarity will hasten your effacement. What I have presented here is only a brief overview, so if we're all quite finished singing, may I talk this through?" There's a long, weighted silence, and the music abruptly stops, fading and trailing into nothing. "Interesting," says the fan-carrying woman. She hums and clicks to herself. "Very interesting." "May I continue?" Logan asks, preferably this time without musical accompaniment. Coming up for a passable internal rhyme for effacement on the spot is more difficult than it appears. "Go on," she invites. Logan nods, pleased. "I will be honest, there isn't all that much we can offer you. But it seems to me that there is at least one thing you find sustaining, or at least mildly entertaining enough to stop your, reign of terror is the term, I believe, for," he glances around at everyone else, appealing, "what will last as long as the multiverse does, and hopefully provide enough sustenance that it's worth it to leave us alone." "A story!" Roman exclaims immediately, raising a finger in excitement. "And not just any story," continues Logan, "one that will be repeated and passed on over the course of generations and generations in countless different forms. Peoples die, cultures change, lands shift, but stories are eternal." Virgil crosses his arms, his lips drawing into a thin line. "That seems like a bit of a long shot. What kind of story can we start circling around that's going to last forever?" "I rather think the story of how we stopped a god from devouring the entirety of reality will be a suitably epic tale for the ages," Logan says, with a smug little adjustment of his glasses. "Don't you?" "And when there's nobody left to tell stories, you can come back and eat as much of this dimension as you want," Roman tells the fan-carrying woman, "because when stories are gone, I don't think it'll be worth living in." "Or maybe let's not do that either," Virgil blurts, "because maybe we don't want the multiverse to get eaten ever." The fan-carrying woman is laughing again. "I think by that point she'll be far enough away that you won't need to worry. If she agrees, that is." Well, does she agree? Thomas asks, fingers knitting together anxiously behind his back. Can you check? Just a tick, says the woman, and with a flourish of her fan, she's gone. Abruptly, without any noise or light or fanfare. Thomas doesn't have time to think about this properly or talk with the others, because about at the moment that he processes it, there's something else sitting in her place. It's skinless and squat, with what seems to be bright, overwhelming moonlight shining out from where its face should be. She agrees, it says, without mouth or tongue, without noise and without sound. Oh, Patton hesitates, looking a bit sick. You must be another one of her sides. She agrees, it repeats, oozing faintly. But there is one condition. This story of yours must end up being a tragedy. Glances are exchanged. Long, meaningful glances. It's probably because none of them want to look at this new visitor of theirs for very long at all. That does make sense, Remus points out after a moment. Tragedies last for longer, you know. Roman's lips twist downwards. I don't like tragedies, he mutters. They just always seem so bleak. What's the point in reading a story that's just going to spiral down into pointless, pathetic, pitying pathos? The thing is, says Janice slowly, and then stops, and then says, the thing is, it's somewhat of a paradox, isn't it? Thomas nods as he realizes what Janice already has. If you agree to this, we win, and that means there's a happy ending. The only way that this entire thing's going to end up being a tragedy is... He trails off. If you kill us all, concludes Virgil. Or, adds Remus, or if someone plot important dies. A sacrifice is required, it says. It swivels, the shining light of its face casting bright shadows over each of them in turn. It seems to dismiss all of them, one by one, and then it looks at Thomas. The brightness sharpens. It doesn't say anything, as such, but Thomas thinks, oh no, because he's just realized he's the only real one here, and when it comes to sacrifices, real people tend to be preferable over the other, more imaginary sort of people. Virgil lets out a sound that's quite frankly deranged, and staggers to his feet with an angry, stilted lurch. He shoves past Thomas, pushing him back in the direction of the stairs. Get away from him! The skinless, squirming thing turns slowly, and its luminous, non-existent face somehow manages to reflect complete bewilderment in the split second before Virgil's fist connects solidly with it, and the whole creature just straight up explodes, shattering like delicately spun glass that showers around them, coating the couch in a flying mist. Thomas lets out a yell that's half terrified shock and half something that might actually be startled enthusiasm. He's not alone. Literally everyone else has let out some form of screech or scream, and most of them are now all staring with varying amounts of shock and confusion. Oh God, what have I done? Virgil roars, now in full nightmare meltdown voice mode. He clutches at the offending fist. I fucked up! I killed one of that thing's size, and now the entire multiverse is going to collapse because of me. As a matter of fact, that was actually really quite entertaining, remarks a new voice. There is a new creature in the room, about as tall as the fan-carrying woman, but with an indistinct green-tinged form that clicks and whirs like she's made up of a million invisible gears. There are a very small number of us who appreciate that one's presence. It will reform, but I suspect it may take a while. No, your actions here have gained you the... what's the phrase? Well, you have my seal of approval, at the very least. Virgil's gaze flits over the new arrival as he pants with exertion and quite a bit of adrenaline that Thomas has never before been more glad that he's not feeling. He surveys the clockwork being wildly and seems to come to the abrupt conclusion that she's less of a danger than the flesh thing had been, and stumbles back to Thomas's side. His wariness, however, does not let up for an instant. Approval. Great. Whatever. You're not going to kill Thomas, though. I won't let you. If the clockwork being had a face that wasn't Gears, she would maybe be smiling. You think you could stop us? She doesn't wait for an answer. It's just as well that we have a more apt sacrifice in mind. They don't have time to ask what she's talking about, because almost instantly Thomas Linus Alexander is there, whirling around with an expression of terrified confusion on his face. His hand leaps to the sword at his side, but it's an inexperienced, uncoordinated motion. Of course it is. Thomas is the one with the swordsman's heart right now. What in the world? Not in the world, Remus corrects. Actually, I'm pretty sure we're all out of it right now. Out of the world or out of our minds or something else entirely. Feel free to take your pick. You missed the musical number, said Roman. Welcome to the aftermath. I think I missed a lot more than just a musical number, Thomas says. He gestures at the room, the television, the light fixtures, and the clockwork being, in no particular order. What is this? Where am I? Who is... They explain the situation to Thomas as best as they can. The clockwork being ticks and whistles and buzzes softly as she stands in the center of the room all the while, not saying a word and not moving a muscle, or whatever the clockwork equivalent of muscles are. She just watches, waiting. To be clear, says Thomas, when they're all done with a chaotic little speed recap, I need to die in order for all of reality to continue existing. Well, hedges Patton, looking extremely guilty. Yes, says Janice, without the slightest hint of an apology. Or, at the very least, that's what we've been led to believe, Logan chimes in. Thomas nods, and, after looking around for a moment, sinks down onto the couch. It's a strange sight, having a man in armor and a worn-looking cloak sitting in the middle of Thomas's living room, deep in thought as he stares up at the NBC Elementary posters hanging opposite him, just in front of the staircase. It's somehow a lot more jarring than the clockwork being, or the flesh thing, or the fan woman, maybe because they had all seemed to warp reality in order to make them fit seamlessly into the setting. And it's definitely more jarring than having Roman or Remus there. Probably because the clothes he's wearing aren't a costume, and they're a lot more historically accurate in every way. I always intended to die at the conclusion of all of this, he says eventually, and I don't see how this death is any more or less pointless than the one I originally intended to suffer. So you agree to our terms? The clockwork being asks. Yes, I agree, Thomas replies, raising his chin to meet her gaze. Then so be it, says the clockwork being, and raises a hand. We will let the death be of your choosing, but make it quick. We don't have all that long left, and we grow impatient. And in a flash, they're standing back where they were, holding on to each other in a loose line in an unimaginable hellscape. Their clothes are back to the way they had been, all ragged and torn, a combination of Thomas's wardrobe and outfits they'd stolen from the closet full of fairy clothes. Octavian is looking around, expression dazed and startled. Some distance away, the rest of the mirror counterparts are also exchanging baffled glances. Hang on, Patton blinks, stumbling a bit. That actually worked? Around them, everything is coming back to life. The gray retreats, washing out like a wave, and color comes creeping in, blooming across their skin and the ground and the sky in sweet bursts of radiance that flow and feel like liquid sunlight. The shadowed creatures that have been prowling and screaming and writhing unendingly all unravel and unwarp themselves, revealing humans and animals alike, all quite unconscious, but ultimately none the worse for wear. The river takes form, and so does the forest, and the impossibly large eyes on the ground and in the sky and all around them blink shut, sealing over until there's just one remaining, regarding them with searing intensity. Nyarlathotep's warped, all-encompassing song continues, but there's something sweeter to it now, and a definite sort of rhythm, like it's taken Octavian's music into account, taken notes from it, and modified it accordingly. It almost feels like something you might be able to dance to. Actually. Thomas is rising to his feet and offering a hand to the Earl King. Before Thomas can really understand how or why, he sees that they're dancing, swaying back and forth, talking softly to each other, exchanging sad smiles. And then everyone starts pairing off, human and fairy and sign alike, reaching out for one another's hands, pulling each other to their feet, beginning to move to the rhythm of it all. It's not exactly like a trance, it's just a feeling of rightness, like it's the thing that they're meant to be doing, like it's the only thing they could ever be doing now that everything's arrived at this point. Roman and the two-faced king, Logan and Patton, Bee and Octavian the fairy, and then they're all dancing. Thomas looks around and sees that he and Virgil are the last, the only ones not moving in a small vortex of people in beautiful, elegant motion. Well, he says, looks like all the cool kids are doing it, so... I have no idea what's going on, replies Virgil, but takes Thomas's hand anyway, and then they're face to face. Thomas wraps his arm around Virgil's back. Virgil clasps his hand tight. On his face, Thomas can see every faint freckle he didn't even know he had. Every smudge of excess eyeshadow Virgil hadn't quite managed to scrub off. He knows he's just as disheveled, just as exhausted. They're not quite synced up again, not yet. But he can feel a distant thrum of, yes, anxiety, returning to him, as though through a long, long tunnel. He thrills and delights in it. Virgil hates dancing. Thomas knows this intimately. Virgil is the literal reason Thomas doesn't dance. But he doesn't voice even the slightest word of complaint as they twirl absently, pointlessly, swaying in time to a song that's too ancient to be named or described. "I'm sorry," Virgil tells him. Thomas frowns, baffled. "You're apologizing?" "Well, I failed you. Like 500,000 times." "Name one." "I could go on for hours, literal hours. I can't stress this enough. I have an entire list. I've been building it up in my head all this time. Letting go of you in the forest that first time, letting you get anywhere near the Earl King, not going after you the moment I saw you in the river, not doing enough to—" He makes an aborted little motion with his free hand. "Not doing enough." "Virg." Thomas laughs and curls his hand around Virgil's back tighter, closer. "Virgil, we just saved the multiverse, and you think you messed up by not being fast enough to stop me when I was possessed by a fairy curse thing? Priorities, man." Virgil ducks his head angrily, glaring away at some point past Thomas's head. "Yeah, well, literal embodiment of anxiety here. Hi. You nearly died today. You nearly died in a continuous stream of nearly dying. If anything ever counted as me not doing my job." "Well, you punched a god for me," points out Thomas. "So even if I did blame you for any of that other stuff, which, quick point of order, I absolutely do not, I'd say that makes up for, literally anything you've ever done. Ever." "I did, didn't I?" breathes Virgil, sounding a bit stunned at himself. "Absolutely you did. Best anxiety ever." Thomas leans forwards, grinning, and kisses Virgil's forehead. "Don't you forget it, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Virgil grins tentatively back. It's a small little thing, but it's radiant. "Love you," says Thomas. Virgil rolls his eyes. Ugh, he huffs, but squeezes Thomas's hand just that little bit tighter the moment before something in the music changes, and somebody else catches at his hand, and he's swept away. A new partner coming to take his place in front of Thomas. Patton grabs his hands, both his hands, and now they're moving on the offbeats, bright and enthusiastic. "We're alive!" he exclaims, glasses crooked and eyes bright. "We are!" Thomas beams. The faint, distant echo of his own joy thrums in his own chest, getting closer. "You're a genius, Pat. Look at this. You did all of this. It was your idea. You saved everything." "Oh, gosh, don't give me all of the credit, kiddo. We all chipped in," Patton says. "And since it was all of us together, technically it was your idea. You saved the world. Always knew you would one day." "Roman's gonna be so happy," Thomas hums, and then he feels his own happiness dim just a shade or two, and bittersweet melancholy settles over him like a shroud. "But I mean, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Thomas is still going to—" He trails off. Neither of them speak for a moment. Well, he did say he was okay with it." "I know, and I think he actually wanted to die all along, so maybe he's getting what he wanted?" Patton's face shines with indecision. "But is that the right thing to do, even so?" Thomas swings in closer to Patton, holding his hands tighter. "Geez, I really don't know. But I think it's kind of the only thing to do. And it means that literally everyone else in existence can keep on living, so I think we've just got to go with it." "I don't want him to die," Patton mutters after a second. "I know he hurt us, but I think he's a really nice person. A good person. He was just trying to help everyone, and he went about it in the wrong way. He and the Earl King. But that doesn't make them bad people, just misguided people." "And you know a thing or two about that," Thomas says. "Mm-hmm," agrees Patton, the hum echoing through both of their bodies. It's warm and soft and more than a little sad. "Well, I think it's kind of out of your hands at this point, but I'm glad you care," Thomas says, leaning into the feeling. I don't know what I'd do if you didn't." Another squeeze of his hands, and Patton is leaving, with Remus swinging into his place somewhat wildly, knocking Thomas off balance for a second or two. He pinwheels wildly, trying not to fall over, but then Remus grabs him by the waist, dipping him low, and Thomas grabs his hand, and now they've found a rhythm and they're moving to the beat of it. It's loose and free, and Remus is practically flinging him back and forth with his enthusiasm. The amount of energy is astounding. "Tom Song!" Remus cries, and lets out an exultant, grating shriek of laughter. "Ha! Told you we'd make it! Still not dead!" "Still not dead," Thomas exclaims right back at him. And it's so strange for them to be grinning at each other so openly and freely, but it also feels so right. "Looks like you're going to be bugging me for a while longer. Unless you want to stay here?" Another screech of laughter. "Oh, Tommy gun, you ain't getting away from me that easily." Remus whips them around, lightning fast, so fast it makes Thomas's head spin. "Nah, I'm sticking around. Gotta claim those bragging rights for saving your sweet ass so many times today, you know. I'm pretty sure I saved you more than Roman, and oh boy is he gonna hate that. I wouldn't miss that for every planet in the multiverse." He spins them again, the other way, and then leans in. He's probably aiming for the lifts, knowing him, and also probably aiming to be as disgusting as possible. Instead, he ends up missing and smacking Thomas cleanly on the cheek. It's oddly sweet, and also weirdly endearing, especially when he curses extensively and says, "Wait, no, let me—" But before he can, he's tugged off by the next person in line, and Janice swirls in neatly, bringing the dance back down to a much more sedate pace. He reaches up with one gloved hand to push his hat back, clasping both of Thomas's tightly with the other, and then he brings his other one to rest on top. They step together in unplanned synchronicity, precise and directed, even though Thomas is pretty sure neither of them know how they're doing it. "We can't tell anyone about this, you know," Janice tells him. The fabric of Janice's gloves is soft and velvety. He could hold on to it forever. "Now, why am I not surprised that you're the one reminding me of this?" "I'm only saying, do you honestly think anyone's going to even believe us if we try?" "Joan might," Thomas suggests. "I mean, we're going to have to tell them something when we get back." Another few steps. "Thanks. I mean, really thanks. I know I didn't make it easy for you this time, but you had my back pretty much every step of the way, and I appreciate that." Janice lets go of Thomas with one hand, reaching into his pocket. He fumbles around haltingly for a long moment, and then draws out a single, crumpled, faded daisy. Reaching out, he tucks it behind Thomas's ear. "You're an idiot," he says lovingly. "Oh, look at you. Gave your heart to a liar because you thought it would save him. Tried to give yourself up for the cosmos. It's a wonder we survived this at all." Thomas isn't sure whether to laugh or apologize. "Can I plead insanity? I definitely wasn't in my right mind for most of this whole thing. Still not sure if I am now, honestly." "Don't give me that. You were completely cogent when you made the choice to swap your heart out. And besides—" A faint sigh, a little upwards quirk of the mouth, a sparkle of mischief in the eyes. "I'm not sure if any legal court in existence has a precedent for self-inflicted fairy heart curse. Do you have any idea how that trial would end up going down?" "Your Honor, my client got emotionally blackmailed by those gosh darn fairies again," Thomas quips. "Lock him up and throw away the key," Janice declares with a laugh, and Thomas knows that they're going to be all right. "Absolute moron, gave away his full name in the first 5 minutes, doesn't even know how to negotiate proper fae contracts. Pathetic." And then Janice is being swept away, and the next in line is Logan, who almost immediately takes them into a moderate-paced waltz. It's not very strict at all in form or style, and the 1-2-3 beat they're moving to is loose and relaxed. Logan's glasses are back to normal, and no longer twisted and broken, although they rest ever so slightly askew on the bridge of his nose. He isn't moving to fix them, though. "So, how are you holding up?" Thomas asks. "I do believe I am rather overwhelmed," Logan tells him, entirely too mildly. "Nearly every intrinsic truth I believe to be unshakably correct about the world has been shattered irretrievably over the course of the last few days. And, what's more, it turns out that Roman and Remus, of all people, had been far more correct than I about quite a lot of things." He shakes his head. "I mean, what do I even do with that?" "Ouch," says Thomas, wincing. "Well, look at it this way. At least you know the truth now, right?" I do, but it's a figurative Cassandra curse, because I am also stunningly aware that nobody will ever believe us about any of this. Janice did say something about that, yeah. Thomas raises his hand from Logan's back, who shifts to accommodate him, and now Thomas is leading the dance. But I think we can maybe worry about that later. Of course, says Logan, sighing. It's not over yet. I need to get you guys back in place for one thing. It's just not the same in my head without you. And Thomas Alexander needs to go. Logan, surprisingly, looks just as unhappy as Patton had been about this. I suppose it was too much to hope for that we end up with a completely perfect resolution. It never really does work out that way, huh? Thomas agrees, and they waltz for another few steps. Logan, thank you. You did the best you could have possibly done. You did my best, even when I wasn't there to do it for myself. You, he says, and says it very slowly so Logan can process every word individually, are the absolute coolest. I am the coolest, agrees Logan, looking extremely pleased, and then leans forward to bump his forehead gently against Thomas's. And I have you to thank for that. We have reached our mutual maximum cool equilibrium on this graph of optimal chill. We are both the coolest, Thomas says, closes his eyes. But you're slightly more cool. Logan steps back, keeping a firm grasp on Thomas's fingers until the very last moment, and then someone else whirls him away, and Roman is there. He takes Thomas by the hand and slips another onto his waist, and then they're off. As smooth as Logan, but so much faster. And how are you feeling about the sudden, favorable turn of events? Thomas says, already breathless. Wait, I can probably guess. You're feeling invigorated, indomitable, and absolutely incandescent with joy, Roman proclaims with a twirl that makes Thomas yelp and grab onto him just that bit tighter to prevent himself from falling over. I never doubted for a moment we'd do it, but the skill in which we pulled it off. Maybe there's more to be said between them, but neither of them feel much like doing it. Instead, they just grin at each other and dance, wild and carefree, on and on until it's time for them to swap again. There's one more person for you to talk to, I think, Roman says, and before Thomas can ask, he's being passed off to the last person in the long string of dancers. Hello, you, greets Thomas Linus Alexander, as he awkwardly catches one of Thomas's hands in his. There's a beat where neither of them move, and then they both try to take the lead at once. No, hang on. It's all right, says Thomas. You lead. As you wish, agrees Thomas, and does. It's more of a wander than a dance. They're hardly moving in time at all, stepping back and forth without grace and without passion. They're barely even touching each other. Thomas doesn't know what to say. I'm glad it was you, remarks Thomas after a moment. Out of everyone and anyone that could have been my counterpart, well, I'm sure if I had the choice I would have picked someone different, but that would have been a mistake. You were the perfect man for the job, and I didn't even know it at the time. Thanks, replies Thomas. He hesitates. I was about to say I'm glad that you're my counterpart, because it's the nice thing to say, but I think that would have been a lie. I mean, it's great and all that you're about to sacrifice yourself for the universe, but I did some pretty questionable things, yes. Thomas's smile is genuine enough, but more than a bit sad around the edges. I understand. I don't. I barely understand. I got the highlights from that whole flashback thing your boyfriend did, but that doesn't really give me the full picture. It doesn't tell me what you were thinking, what you were feeling, how much you love him. None of the important things. Thomas sighs, and then smiles back. He can feel the sadness creeping in at the corners, mirroring Thomas's. I don't need to forgive you for any of it, you know. And I don't expect you to. I'm glad. But I do anyway. They pace back and forth a few more steps. It's almost rhythmic. And it's not just because you're going to die. If it was because of that, I think it'd feel like a pity apology, I guess, which wouldn't feel great, not for either of us. So why are you forgiving me, then? Because the memories might not tell me the whole story, Thomas says, but your heart kinda does. I've had it for the last couple of days, remember? Hard to forget. Thomas raises a hand to tap one side of his chest. I've got yours beating merrily along right here. You're a very lively man, Thomas. My sides would beg to differ, says Thomas, laughing slightly. Logan's always getting on me about exercising more, but, thanks. Not the point, though. You've got a good heart, I think. It's definitely not a bad one. I'd be able to tell. And the thing is, this whole convincing Nyarlathotep to let us go thing, I couldn't have done any of it if you hadn't swapped with me. You sell yourself short, I think. Thomas shakes his head. I don't think I do. I mean, negotiating with gods? Saving the world? That sounds completely ridiculous and not at all like me. I'm not a hero, whatever Roman says. I'm just a YouTuber, for crying out loud. Thomas hums in noncommittal acknowledgement, then pauses and says, I don't know what that word means. Thomas tries very hard to quickly figure out the best way to describe social media to a medieval high fantasy man in a long dramatic cloak. It means that I'm just a guy, he decides eventually, just a regular person, an entertainer on a good day. I try my best to make people smile, and I try to get through every day and deal with my problems and try to love myself. You've had my heart, he adds. You know that I'm just ordinary, not like you. You're a knight or something. I'm pretty sure saving people is what you do. Everything that just happened, sure, it was my body that did it, but all the action was your heart. You should be getting the credit. It's only fair that you get the credit. What? Why are you smiling at me like that? Because he's got this gentle, fond smile on his face, bright brown eyes sparkling out from behind the messy fringe of his ginger hair. Oh, come now, Thomas. It's not the heart that matters. It's what you do with it. He reaches out, taps gently at Thomas's chest. It fits well in there. I'd let you keep it if I could. You're doing a much better job with it than I ever did. Thomas is weirdly touched by this, but he's not entirely sure why it's hitting him with enough force to make him tear up a bit. But I can't keep it. Oh, no, says Thomas. Tamlin. No, I think it's about time I took my heart back, Thomas. If that's okay with you, that is. Time to go? Time to go, he agrees. Thomas blinks, and now Tamlin has a shiny silver thermos in his hands, uncapped at the top, and they're no longer dancing. He's regarding the greenish gunk inside with a look of calm acceptance on his face. The others, the sides, the kings, Octavian and Octavian both, they're all there too, paired off with each other and watching silently. But it's like they aren't even there, because they don't speak and they don't move, and Thomas's eyes are fixed entirely on Tamlin as he raises the thermos to his lips and takes a long, deep sip. How is it? Asks Thomas, surprised his own voice isn't shaking. Tamlin pulls a contemplative face as he wipes residue off of his lips with his shirt sleeve, lowering the thermos. Minty. Thomas almost laughs at this, but then a sharp, piercing jolt of pain shoots through his chest, and he staggers, clutching at it. That's... Sorry, says Tamlin, wincing in sympathy. He discards the thermos to one side. If it's any consolation, I'm going to be feeling the effects pretty soon, worse than you are right now, even. What do you mean? Thomas pants, rubbing at his sternum as if that's going to do any good. What even is that stuff? Poison, mostly, says Tamlin, with the driest of smiles. Or not, depending on your point of view. He clears his throat. I suppose I'm being elusive and evasive again. Force of habit. My apologies. Thomas waves a forgiving hand. It's all good. Maybe just hurry up a bit? It's simple. All the ingredients within it are toxic, but only in large quantities, and sometimes only under specific circumstances. Chamomile, salt, charcoal. It's a pharmacon. A kill and a cure all at once. It needs to be to switch us back. Duality in all things. You know how it goes. One of us dies, the other one lives, Thomas surmises. Exactly. Enough poison to kill a horse, enough curative properties to keep that same horse living to an old, ripe age. Ingenious concoction. Do remember to thank Idnidir for me. Thomas nods. I think I get it. Thanks. He clumsily gets to his feet, straightening to his full height as best as he can, and accepts Tamlin's proffered hand. Okay, he says. Okay, let's do this. One last dance. And that's exactly what they do. They dance. Tamlin is just about holding Thomas upright as they start it, but despite that, it's no longer stilted and graceless. It's not Patton's loose jive, or Remus's wild swing, or Logan's gentle waltz. It's something simpler, but with a beautiful elegance to it all the same. The piercing pain in Thomas's chest continues to stab all through this, sending dizzying flashes of color and light pounding through his skull and causing him to stagger and stumble. But with each stab, the pain lessens, and Thomas starts to feel just a little better, and with each stab, Tamlin's face pales, and he starts to look just a little worse. Thomas looks all around them, and sees Tamlin doing the same, and they both see something rather remarkable. Logan and the Earl King, rotating in elegant circular movements, speaking softly but frankly to each other. The frowns on their faces speak volumes. They're not happy with each other in the least, but at the same time there's definite respect there, and it goes both ways. And despite any problems they have, there's something to be said for the fact that they're moving in perfect synchronicity. Patton and the Fisher King, moving slow and sedate, both chuckling at something or other. The Fisher King's leg is as messy and ravaged as it's ever been, and he limps every few steps. But here's the thing. It's no longer bleeding. He looks happier already, happy in a way he hadn't looked back in the woods. There's a great deal less pain to it at the very least. And all the rest, Roman and Octavian whirl by, wild and enthusiastic, both perfectly matching the other's energy. Remus and the other Octavian are moving slower than you'd expect, but with uncanny precision to every move they make. Janus and the Two-Faced King, matching each other in a deadly elegant something that's almost a foxtrot and almost a waltz. Without words, but with mutual expressions of challenge and pointed delight. And Virgil is having to hunch over quite a bit to reach B's level. They move with cautious mutual understanding, B tugging Virgil along and leading him from one point to the next. "Oh," breathes Tamlin as he stumbles slightly. "Oh, would you look at that?" Thomas has to shift, rearrange himself a bit so he can catch his counterpart and prevent him from falling to the ground entirely. And when he shuffles his arms so he's now taking the lead, he gets a small smile of gratitude in response. "This is sure something, huh? I haven't been afraid of dying for a while now, but there was one thing that scared me quite a bit about leaving so soon," says Tamlin, as his strength starts to visibly drain from him, although his eyes remain radiantly bright. "The possibility that all my work here might have been in vain, that me leaving all of them would mean that all their rivalries and grievances would remain." "Well, I don't know if you managed to fix everything," Thomas replies, "but you know what? I think they're going to be all right. That's all I've ever wanted." Tamlin stumbles, tripping over his own feet. His hand drops from Thomas's shoulder, and his head lifts sideways, and his eyelids flutter, and they continue to waltz, round and round, in smaller and smaller circles until they're turning on the spot. And then Tamlin is sinking to the ground, and Thomas is helping him down, kneeling at his side, bringing him to rest comfortably against the grass so he can gaze upwards. The sky is so effortlessly, achingly blue. "There you go," murmurs Tamlin, swiping clumsily at Thomas's cheek with a dazed little smile. "Back in place. Everything as it should be." And he's right. Thomas's heart sits right and easy in his chest. He feels whole, in a way he hasn't felt for several days now. He smiles back at Tamlin, feeling a surge of sudden grief that is entirely his. "It was nice to meet you, all things considered." "Likewise. I wish it could have been under better circumstances, but fate does tend to be cruel like that." Thomas holds his hand just a bit tighter. "Goodbye, Tamlin." "Goodbye, Thomas Sanders," he replies, and releases Thomas's hand, and there's a heavy feeling of finality that comes along with that release. He rises to his feet, steps back, and lets the people of this world come forward, kneeling around his fallen body, slowly fading of life. This isn't his place anymore. The best thing he can do is step back and wait for it to be over. He feels a hand slip into his, and it feels just as right as his heart does, sliding in like a jigsaw piece finally finding its place. He looks up and sees that it's Patton, eyes watery but smiling bright as the sun all the same. "Hey, champ. We missed you." "Missed you all too." Thomas grins, and that bittersweet sadness is bubbling up inside of him like a perfect mirror. He opens his other hand, extending it out, and Roman takes it, and that feels right too. Logan clasps a hand to his forearm, solid and steady. Virgil slips into place right at his side, with an arm around his waist and his head ducked low, and Janus drapes an arm over his shoulder, with Remus mirroring the action from the other side. They all fit so perfectly. They watch, one by one, Tamlin's friends and loved ones come to sit beside him, exchanging words, embraces, farewells. And finally, the Earl King kneels inelegantly next to his lover, catching his hand and pressing his lips gently to the knuckles. Tamlin says something soft in response, and reaches up, and they embrace, kissing each other fondly, hands pressing at each other's cheeks, each framing the other like they're the last good things left in the sad remains of broken world. It's so perfect of a moment that Thomas is halfway convinced they're going to stay like that forever, locked in a furiously tender mutual embrace. But then Tamlin's eyes slide sideways, go dull and glassy, and his hands fall limp. The Earl King lowers him down slowly, so slowly, and drapes his arms carefully over his chest. And he sits back and buries his head in his hands and is silent in his grief. The sole remaining eye watching from above looks at them all. Its gaze drifts from the weeping Earl King to an inconsolably sobbing bee, to Thomas and his sides, all pressed up against each other, and finally to Tamlin, still and peaceful on the riverbank, looking for all the world as if he'd simply fallen asleep. It blinks once, seemingly in approval, and then it closes, edges blurring away into nothingness, and it does not open again. It's over. Alright, so maybe it isn't over, not exactly, because there's a lot of other things to do. Thomas and the others have to make sure everyone grasps just how important it is that they tell literally everyone what just happened. The initial discussion is between everyone, all 13 of them. Janice clearly and concisely lays out the details of what they need to do. A story that will never die, an ode to their fallen friend. It's a cruel thing to force it on Tamlin's still grieving friends, but there's not exactly time to waste. And to Octavian's credit, both of them actually, they barely hesitate. The two of them sit down on the grass right where they stand and get to work. Members of the fairy court, as well as quite a few residents of the town, begin to approach their little gathering from all directions, and soon they're at the center point of a whirl of activity as everybody tries to figure out exactly what's going on and how best to deal with everything that's happened. And eventually the Fisher King rises up on unsteady legs and limps out to take charge of events with a grace and calmness that's kind of astounding considering the circumstances. The Earl King remains crouched next to Tamlin's body, bent over it, weeping silently. Thomas silently wonders if he should go talk to him or not. He glances around for his sides, but they're mostly all too occupied with talking to others and amongst themselves to weigh in with their opinions. Logan, however, looks over from his recurrent conversation to meet Thomas's eyes. There's a brief surge of mutual understanding between them. It'd be almost like a mind meld sort of thing, except it's more like a reconnection, because they're the same person, but their perspectives have been separated until now, and their experiences. And, Thomas thinks, it's not as if he's going to hurt me. I'll regret it if I don't. It's only logical. He swallows trepidation and goes to stand next to the Earl King. For a moment or two, he doesn't speak. I'm sorry, he says eventually, for everything. The Earl King doesn't look up at first. He takes a deep breath and seems to be visually choking back pure rage and the intense urge to lash out in anger. But then he opens them, and all that's in his gaze is sad acceptance. I should be the one to apologize. My actions endangered us all. But I'm the one who's getting to walk away without losing anything. You lost your ignorance. You lost the delusion that the world was as safe as you thought it was. That is a sort of punishment in its own right. Very poetic, Thomas says, running a hand through his hair, not quite sure how to respond to this. It's true enough. There's an ache in his chest that the loss and replacement of his heart can't explain. Yeah, well, good luck with your world, I guess. And best of luck with yours, the Earl King replies. Should you ever return here, my home is open to you. He stares for a long, long moment. Thomas gets the unsettling impression that his face and features are being silently compared to those of a dead man. But don't go out of your way to do so. Thomas nods and takes that as his cue to leave this strange, sad king behind. He doesn't know if he understands him at all, isn't sure if he can or even wants to forgive him, but he really does wish him well. And then there is more talking and more goodbyes, just a truly ridiculous amount of people to say goodbye to, and all of the sides want to say goodbye too, but eventually Thomas has to concede that there's not much else to say, and he really is quite tired. All he wants to do is rest. "Ready to go?" asks the Two-Faced King, apparently picking up on this. Thomas closes his eyes and breathes in deeply, and when he opens them, he's standing there, with every bit of him perfectly intact, and Virgil and Roman and Remus and Logan and Patton and Janus are gone. Lying on the ground near his feet is a canvas bag. When he picks it up, he sees that inside are a few bottles of water, some energy bars, a Ziploc bag full of medical supplies of all sorts, and his phone, which he really is in desperate need of charging. Several sets of his clothing, as well as a luxurious-looking red cape, are neatly folded up and stacked on top of each other. He loops it over his shoulder and looks up. "Yeah, I think I am. So how do I get home?" "Well, you could take a boat," the Fisher King suggests, limping up to stand next to his friend and draping a hand easily around his shoulder. And then, at the face Thomas pulls, "Yes, I figured as much. In that case, I think you should just start walking." "Any particular direction?" Thomas wonders, glancing around the forest. "It shouldn't matter," says Octavian the Fay, looking up from where he and his twin are bent over a notebook, passing his instrument between them as they work in tandem. "Remember, all forests are connected." Thomas waves to them, says what feels like a million more goodbyes. He barely knows them, but it feels like he spent lifetimes by their sides, and there's some part of him that's almost reluctant to go. But then he starts walking, away from the river, into the trees. Everything blurs into green and gray and brown, and the breeze is light and refreshing on his face. The shadows cut cool patterns across his skin. The infrequent patches of sunlight are lush and warm. He hears the rushing of the river, the chatter of unfamiliar birds far above him, and he blinks, and suddenly he's walking among the trees, but none are there. It's a blatant contradiction that gives him a horrible headache, but it probably means he's on the right path. And it doesn't last for long, thankfully. His skin prickles, and then he's stepping out of the tree line and sees houses. He hears the distant sound of car horns honking and familiar bird calls. The air is no longer sweet and clear. There's the bitter tang of pollution that he'd somehow never fully registered was there until now. He glances back toward the forest and realizes he can see right through to the other side. Before him, there's grassy hills, and beyond that he can see the back of his house. "We made it!" he exclaims, and then hugs himself abruptly, spinning around in place with a faint, exhausted laugh. "Oh, I love myself! Look at that! I actually got home!" Getting up the hill banks into the properties is all a bit of a blur. The next thing he knows, he's ringing the doorbell to his own house and realizing that out of the many things in his canvas bag, Janus had apparently neglected to remember the front door keys. And also there's a lot of cars on the curb, and isn't that strange? He hears footsteps from within and the rattle of the door unlocking, and then a voice saying, "Shit, okay, thanks for coming. I wasn't sure if I should have called, but he's been gone and I figured..." And then the door opens properly, and Thomas is facing Joan, who's just stopped talking quicker than if they'd been beamed on the head from behind, knocking them instantly unconscious. They just stare, unspeaking, eyes huge. "Surprise! I'm not dead?" Thomas tries with a little awkward grin when the silence becomes unbearable. "Thomas, holy shit!" exclaims Joan, surging forward to grab him by the shoulders. Thomas is oh so aware that he must look like absolute hell right now. He feels exhausted, like he's been trekking through the forest for days on end. He's pretty sure his shirt is ripped, and his hair still has knots and dirt in it. He knows for a fact that there's definitely still a single bedraggled daisy tucked behind one ear, and he has no plans on taking it out any time soon. He lets himself fall forward, and pretty much just straight up collapses into Joan's startled grasp, hugging them as tightly as he can. The exhaustion of it all seems to be catching up to him, and it's far heavier than he'd expected it to be, like he's just lived through it 7 times older. "You would not believe the day I've just had," he tells them with feeling. "Yeah, no, Joan says and hugs him back just as tight. "I think you might be right. Dude, you smell like you just robbed a Lush store with a high-pressure water hose, and you look like you failed, and every employee in the store decided to take instant violent retribution. What happened?" They are soft and warm and so wonderfully human. He could hold on to them forever, but there's a lot of other stuff he wants now that he's made it back. A shower, for one thing, and a very, very extensive nap for another. "Long day, long story," he says, and releases them. He rests a hand against the front door of his house. Home at last. "Let's go inside, and I'll try to tell you, but keep in mind the whole thing's kind of unbelievable, so..." He looks properly at the driveway and all the cars, and squints. Are those police cars? Well, the thing is, first of all you went missing, Joan explains, and then your sides called me and told me that they were still here but you somehow weren't, which was weird enough on its own. But then they went missing, and so did your car, and by that point the police were already involved. So basically what I'm saying is that you better have a really, really good explanation for all of this, because approximately fucking all of your family and a solid 5 to 10% of the local police force are inside. Anxiety bubbles up in him, electrifying and familiar, as if the very concept of this is the scariest thing that's happened to him all day. Some part of his brain goes, "Oh no, we're going to have to lie to the police." And another part goes, "Wonderful, we've been waiting for over 30 years for us to have to lie to the police. This is the perfect opportunity for extravagant lying." And several other parts start wondering if the police would actually take this seriously if he tells them what really happened. It's so beautifully normal. This is how he's supposed to think, how he's supposed to feel. Even though the slowly approaching panic is threatening to be overwhelming, it's his panic. And really, he thinks, quite logically indeed, with all he's been through today, this is going to be comparatively easy. "I have no idea what I'm going to say," he admits to Joan, "but I have a feeling that everything's going to be all right. I'll work something out as I go." Joan squints. "So what I'm hearing is you want me to do all the talking for you because you have no idea where to even start to explain this, and you're probably going to feel bad about lying, even though it's probably the best thing to do in this situation?" Thomas wilts a bit as reality ensues. Sweet, mundane reality. How he's missed it. Yes, please do that." "Gotcha." Joan wraps a steadying arm around Thomas's shoulder and opens the door. "Just look incredibly confused, mumble a lot, and if in doubt, feign medical drama-style anesthesia. We'll work out the rest later." "You're the best," Thomas says, leaning into them as the two of them step forward into the uncertainty of whatever's about to come next. "Have I told you that recently?" "Tell me one more time, just to make up for what you're about to put me through," they reply, but hug him just a bit closer. And then the door swings shut, leaving the birdsong and the trees and the distant splashing of the river long behind and far, far away. Eucatastrophe by A Real Sword. Chapter 12. Epilogue. A month later, Thomas heads back to the forest. Quite a large part of him had been extremely tentative at the very thought of even setting foot anywhere near a group of 3 or more trees after everything that had happened. But it's been a good long while since the whole incident, and he feels like this is something he needs to do. Some amount of closure, maybe. Or at the very least, something to convince himself that the story he fed the police and the majority of his close friends and family wasn't actually the truth of the matter. At the time, he had spun some wild, extremely unconvincing tale about getting lost during a hike and ending up hitchhiking his way back home across half the state. Never mind that he had apparently been gone for 4 days, and it shouldn't have taken him nearly that long. He'd let everyone assume that the inconsistencies were due to dehydration or some sort of fever, and just kind of allowed himself to be dragged to the hospital and through several interviews in which he just shrugged and stammered a lot. Janice had been fondly furious later, but Thomas is extremely bad at lying, okay? Lies of omission were absolutely the way to go in this case. Apparently, nobody in this dimension had noticed reality unraveling around them and being slammed messily and inelegantly back together. It's probably for the best, considering, but I'm still saltier than a downright devastatingly distraught mermaid sobbing tears of grief into the Dead Sea, Roman declares as Thomas gets out of his car. "It's been a month," Logan says with a sigh. "We're not over this yet?" Thomas shrugs and grabs his backpack from the passenger seat. "Sorry, Lo, but you have to admit it does kind of suck that we saved the entire multiverse from complete and utter destruction, and literally nobody knows about it. We could be rich, famous, respected," Roman exclaims. "Or we could be thrown into the nearest asylum," Remus adds, popping up from the other side of the car. "Detained for deliciously disturbing delusions. Maybe we hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe we just dreamed that a god wanted to devour everything." "Well, let's not fall into harmful, ableist stereotypes about mental health," Logan begins. Revered, Roman continues, unbidden, with 1 billion YouTube subscribers and a diamond-encrusted jacuzzi. And let's stop talking about stuff that's never going to happen, Thomas requests with a little wistful sigh. Let's just go and try and find the place, okay? Everyone's here now, so they set off into the trees. They follow the sound of running water, hop the trickling stream once they get to it, and keep on going. Still don't like this, Virgil grouses. Didn't we learn our lesson about wandering through the forest last time? I mean, we're friends with the Fairy King now, Patton points out. I don't think he wants to drag us back into his castle again, and I think everybody else there probably knows it's a bad idea to mess with us at this point. So, Virgil retorts, a creepy magic forest is still a creepy magic forest. I don't want to be dragged back in Fairyland by anyone, even if it's for a nice reason. But Thomas wants to do this, Janus says, to which Virgil grumbles and deflates at it, muttering mutinously but indistinctly. And it's not an actively harmful sort of wish, quite the opposite. I would consider it closure of sorts. So I approve. Good to have your approval, Thomas replies, raising his eyebrows. Okay, the clearing was just through... Logan, help me out here? They don't find the clearing, even though Thomas and Logan both swear up and down that they went in the exact same direction as they had the last time. What they do find, however, is a small grove of irregularly spaced trees, forming a natural umbrella of shade over a fallen log. This seems as good a place as any, Thomas says, and sits down on the log to unzip his backpack. Patton hops up next to him, Janus takes his other side, and the rest of them just hover around as he pulls out the large brown paper bag labeled 2 Octavian times 2. I guess we'll just leave this here and hope they get it somehow. Inside the bag is a variety of things. Guitar strings, sheet music for the songs that Roman had sung with them so long ago in the town square, a selection of loose-leaf teas, a very old hoodie of Thomas's that Virgil deemed appropriate for his much smaller counterpart, some fishing gear that Thomas knows he'll never get around to using, that the Fisher King will be able to make far better use of, providing he's still doing that sort of thing. For the sake of playing, Logan holds one of his flashcards up to eye level, and then glances over it at Thomas. Devil's advocate? I feel I should warn you that the likelihood of this ever reaching them is fairly low. We aren't fully informed on how this dimensional travel business works. Most likely this will be found by some other hiker, or worse, set upon by the local wildlife. Thomas sighs. I know, but I feel like I need to do something, you know? Even if they never actually get it, it's the thought that counts. Oh no, Patton interrupts. What if a wild animal tries to eat it and ends up choking on something in there? Oh no. Thomas, horrified, makes a wild swipe for the bag. Okay, hang on, let me... Roman grabs Thomas's arm before he can do so. Shh. No, listen. Thomas opens his mouth, but Roman shushes him extensively, waving his hands in a whole-body flutter of excitement. So Thomas shuts up and listens. At first there's nothing except birds and the wind in the trees and the distant sound of the river rushing by. But then he starts to hear faint music. Strings being plucked in a melodic cascade, someone humming and vocalizing snatches of nonsense words, and someone else laughing, bright and merry. Is that... Remus asks, abruptly freezing from where he's trying to jam himself head-first into the ant-encrusted hollow log. I think it is, Patton exclaims. And now it's Thomas's turn to wave his hands in protest. Shh, shh, guys, I can't hear. 2 voices, strangely alike, although one is noticeably raspier than the other, rise up in distant harmony, accompanied by the sweet, resonant tones of what Logan reliably informs them is actually called a cittern. They aren't close enough that it feels as if Thomas could push through the undergrowth and go meet their sources, but at the same time they don't feel all that far away. Fill your hearts with brotherhood and fill your cups with gin, and we'll go down to Cadath Wood and drink to old Tam Lin. They sit there on and around that fallen log for what feels like forever, listening to the sound of the song that'll keep the universe running for as long as it's sung. It's a ballad, a long one, with the sort of tune that's an instant earworm, easy to get stuck in your head and easy to belt out without having to put too much thought into it. Thomas can feel it falling into place in his mind already, and he's planning on singing it at every possible opportunity and sharing it with reckless abandon. It's about a young man who tried his very best to save the people he cared for, who tried and failed and tried and succeeded and failed once more and succeeded one last time, only to die in the process. A young man whose untimely death continues to save all of creation even to this day. It's a long song, a sad song, a love song. Thomas and the others are there, in the peripheries of the lyrics, lurking at the edges, never really named or referred to as anything but their roles. It stings at his pride just a bit, but really, it's for the best. History's not going to want to remember the heroes that survived. Like Remus had said, tragedies persist for far, far longer, and it's that longevity that they need, really need. Because mainly, it's a song about love, love in all its forms, because love, like tragedy, persists, and it's just as powerful, if not even more. Love for family, between brothers and friends, romantic and platonic in every other form it can possibly take. Love for your land, for your people, for all of humanity and every other living being on the face of this earth and any other. It's sad, of course it is, but it's that bittersweet sort of sadness that feels unquestionably right. A satisfying sort of sadness. The sort that invites you not to cry because it's over, but to be thankful for what happened. And then it fades, slowly at first. Then, all at once, the sounds of the forest are far louder than any of the distant melody. The cittern can still be heard faintly, but the words are dim and harder to make out. And it's gone. Remus is now sitting with his back against the log and is openly beaming, although he does snap out a quick, "It's more kinky sexual subplots," when he notices Thomas looking at him. The others wear similar expressions of fond delight. "I think it'll end up getting to them somehow," Thomas tells Logan with a grin, propping up the bag on top of the log. "Which means we've done what we came for. Virgil, good news. We're leaving the creepy magic forest. You can stop pumping the adrenaline now." He turns on the spot, pinpointing the direction they had originally entered from, and begins to head out and back toward the path. "Wait," says Virgil, and pauses. The expression on his face reads, not entirely comfortable with the situation, in big, flashing neon letters. "No, let's—" He winces, pained. "Let's explore a bit more." Thomas stops, turns back, and looks him over. "Are you sure? Because we can just leave. We can absolutely do that." "You don't want to, though," Roman points out. "Yeah, this is a nice day, so I'll let up a little. Just this once, don't get cocky. I mean, what's the worst that could happen?" Virgil's expression becomes a bit less pained, a bit more genuinely wry. "We've already survived the end of the world." "Yeah! Mildly spooky, brightly lit forest? Piece of cake," Remus agrees. "Do I want to know what's in the cake?" Thomas asks. "Probably not, but I'm about to tell you anyway. Buckle up." Thomas closes his eyes for a long moment and begins the involved process of ignoring literally everything that's coming out of Remus's mouth until he's done with his current convoluted tangent. Sometimes he just needs to get it out of his system, and that's fine. He opens them once more. "Okay, Virg, as long as you're okay with it, let's go exploring, just for a bit. No walking into fairy rings, though," Virgil warns. "Got it," Thomas agrees eagerly. And no dark caves, or weird Stonehenge rip-offs, or creepy old cabins, or anything else. No more stupid magical adventures. I will enforce this with a vengeance." Caves, Stonehenges, cabins, check, check, check. Not going near any of those. Virgil glares, sullen, but apparently can't find anything else to complain about. "Well, okay. Just so we're clear. And if you find any berry bushes..." Thomas laughs and slings an arm over Virgil's shoulder, pulling him along with a little bounce as they begin to walk. "Don't worry," he says. "The only thing I'm taking back with me today is that song." Logan links arms with Thomas on his other side. "And us, I should hope." "Oh, yeah," agrees Thomas. "I'm never leaving you guys behind ever again. Any of you. You're stuck with me forever." "Like a song you can't get out of your head," Roman says, grabbing Virgil's hands. "Or a really awful smell," Remus adds, twining his own around Logan's and yanking so hard that he stumbles and huffs. Patton tugs Remus back to stop him from doing it again, and Janice takes Roman's arm, and Thomas tilts his head back to the sky and laughs and breathes. The day is clear and clean and bright, and they're all alive to see it. Thomas loves his job and loves his friends and loves himself, and there's sunshine on his face and a cool breeze in his hair. Everything could change tomorrow, The world could end in fire, in ice, in atomic obliteration, or a force too unimaginable to name, moving to destroy them all without a second thought. But that is tomorrow, and this is today. And today is better than he could have ever hoped for, and he really couldn't be happier.